Magic City. Junue small area. Boom boom boom. There was a deafening tap on the door. Outside the door, a chorus of shouts and curses rang out. Lin Ma, you open the door. I know you're home. You're capable of renting an apartment. You're capable of opening the door. Listening to this burst of shouting and cursing, Lin Mo's mouth was filled with bitterness, eyes lost in thought as he looked at the date on his cell phone. Sure enough, next week is when the lease is up. Own this landlady. Another week early to come and collect the rent. If it was in the past, Lin Mo would have chosen to open the door and decisively pay the rent. After all, despite knowing that this landlord, in every way, is not doing very well, rent collection is a week early and utilities are double the normal rate. Sometimes, the water and electricity are cut off, but there's no way around it. There are so few homes that are close to one's place of work and at the right price point. Looked at his bank card. Got to, just the last 5,000 or so left. That's a lot of money to renew the lease for 2 months. Tops. But what happens after you hand it over? What are you going to do with yourself for a month? Drink the northwest wind? The company he is now working for. Because of the company's profitability, payroll is gradually becoming a problem. By the looks of it, it's not far from going out of business and closing down. A heartfelt sigh escaped. Outside the door, the landlord screamed and cursed for half a day. Seeing Lin Mo dead or alive is not open the door. One can only curse and leave. This time, Lin Mo let out a sigh of relief. He's just a normal kid from a normal family. After graduation, stayed in the Magic City to work. It's only because the wages are higher on the Mordor side. Although the price of living is also quite high. But save a little and you'll survive in the end. It's also possible to save a little bit of money. Also, it is thought, with his own ability, he was able to make a career in the Magic City. Originally, Lin Mo thought so, but I didn't expect it. Worked on my own for a year. I didn't have a career, and I didn't have much money in my hand. Now, unemployment is going to reap a share. There's still a week to go. So let's hope an interview call comes in during that week. Murmuring in the bottom of his heart, Lin Mo's, at this moment, could be described as full of confidence. Then, it tapped on the phone, getting ready to go on the job software to see if there are any suitable jobs available, but just unlocked. He then just froze for a moment. $1 trillion subsidies? What kind of software is this? Looking at the bottom left corner of the phone, a brand new app that suddenly appeared on your own phone. Lin Mo was a bit confused at this point. I didn't install the program, did I? Frowning, he mentally muttered. Software that comes with its own bundle now? Shaking his head, Lin Mo was just about to uninstall it. However, after pressing his finger on it, he realized that there was no way to uninstall it. What's the situation? Confused at the bottom of his heart, Lin Mo looked at the app and his heart sank. This app, what's going on? His brows furrowed slightly, and in the next moments, Lin Mo's heart sank slightly. Never mind, click through and see. I'd like to see what's going on with this app. Really? Tapped the app. Lin Mo did see it. One of the main items in there. Newcomers benefit. 1 East Side Villa. Subsidized price, $0. 1 inch. Porsche Limited Edition 911 GT 1-98. Subsidized price, $0. 1 inch. It's not bull ********. Lin Mo shook his head. After all, those two things above can be worth a lot of money. One of them is 1 eastern suburbs. He naturally knew that. This thing is the top villa in Mordor. Any set, that's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. This thing, you can get it for a dime? You can't fool people like this, can you? Buying a villa for 10 cents? This, if I could buy it, I'd eat this phone on the spot. Lin Mo could be said to have scoffed at this. There was a shake of the head. At the same time, it's also about wanting to click in and read a detail. But the finger clicked on that Porsche picture when the first thing that happened was that a screen popped up. Purchase successful. Product delivery in progress. Estimated delivery time, 5 minutes. Please wait for the receipt. Looking at this scene, Lin Mo was filled with confusion. And it's at this point in time. Above the phone, a banner but popped up out of nowhere. Your debit card. Tail number 9528. Spent $0. 10 on April 20th at 9:38 p.m. Balance after transaction, $5. 220. What the hell? Lin Mo's eyes widened. The bottom of his eyes were filled with disbelief and dismay. Could this be virus software? Just now, he just clicked on the merchandise screen. Didn't even enter the payment password. But, and this is the deal? What exactly are the means? Interval transfers? But, if the other side has the strength, it was necessary to go through all the trouble and expense. Give yourself a cell phone and install such an app? Lin Mo was filled with confusion. But then, it was stabilized. What the hell is going on here? Just as Lin Mo was confused, the cell phone was once again vibrating. Your purchase has been delivered. Please check back. Delivered? You delivered a hammer. Delivered. A black face. Lin Mo mentally cursed. However, right at this moment, Lin Mo only felt that his pants pocket was heavy. A dig in the pocket. A car key fell into his hand. This car key took on a long shape and fell heavy in his hand. And the car keys are all over, wrapped in black cowhide. And the head has a gold shield logo. Watch this scene. Lin Mo's heartbeat stopped in half. The interface from earlier was again in his mind. Could it be that? That's not a scam software. Rather. Really? Swallowing hard. The voice of the young lady over there rang out again. Lin Mo breathed heavily and looked at app once again. Look at the app's interface and get excited. This is actually true. This time, it's rich. Muttering under his breath, Lin Mo looked at another item. The villa at one eastern suburbs. Without the slightest hesitation, the finger fell once again. Purchase successful. Product delivery in progress. Estimated delivery time, 30 minutes. Please wait for the receipt. As the prompt appeared, the product interface is also turned into a line of text. Today's item is sold out. Please wait for restocking. Looking at this scene, he also understood somewhat. That is to say, is this item refreshed once a day? Lin Mo's eyes flickered. Delivery takes a full 20 minutes, which is rather slightly longer than this Porsche, which takes slightly longer to deliver. I just don't know in what way this villa will be distributed to me. Thinking of this, Lin Mo glanced at the car keys. Well, let's go check out the car first. Thinking of this, tapped on the item locator on top of the app. Position this car yourself according to the merchandise. It was parked in the parking lot of a shopping mall next to the neighborhood. Chapter 2, the only Porsche in the world. After looking at the location and collecting the car keys, he just headed out the door, a run towards the mall near the neighborhood, and with the orientation, after coming to the parking lot, but he saw a group of people, who were surrounding the place, not knowing what they were discussing. What the hell? Looking at this scene, Lin Mo looked puzzled, and what followed was a sudden flash of insight in the mind. Could it be my car? As the thoughts fell, Lin Mo just walked over. Just as he approached, is when he heard the crowd murmuring, "Holy, this is Big Ben?" Hiss, this rubbing a bit hard Big Ben directly a layer of paint is gone This car is a big G. Now that's a few $100,000 gone, right? Hey, this kind of luxury car, my half a year's salary hitching in, is not enough for people to repair a car Listen to the murmur. Lin Mo also understood something at this time. Turns out a Mercedes gave it a run for its money. Through the crowd, Lin Mo was able to see clearly at this time. A big black Mercedes was parked there at the moment, and next to this car, a young man wearing a white shirt, was standing by, a bit at a loss for words. Lin Mo, who was watching this scene, sighed for it in his heart. I don't know, which unlucky person hit the Big Ben. Wait, that's not right. This is a Big Ben hitting someone else. It should be the Big Ben's full responsibility. With the thoughts falling afterward, Lin Mo looked along this Big Ben. Only a pure white supercar was parked there. And what surprised Lin Mo a bit was, this Big Ben is missing a layer of paint. But the rear end of this supercar is not half bad. The owner of the Big Ben, on the other hand, was pale at the moment. Looking at the scene, he muttered under his breath, It's over. I can't afford to pay for this car. Listening to the words of the owner of this Big Ben, the crowd next to him, however, opened their mouths. No, isn't this a Porsche? This big G of yours, it's no worse than others, right? How come you can't afford to pay for it? Yeah, the Porsche is only about $2 million. Cutting up a rear end of a car is just recoating the paint. Hearing this, the young man who was there, on the other hand, cried out, What do you know? This car, it's not just any Porsche. The car is a Porsche 911 GT1-98, only one in the world. That's a car that would start at least $80 million in this country. If this car rubs the paint, it has to be transported to Shenzhen to have the paint repaired. It's impossible to make a trip like this without $5 or $6 million. If I go back and tell my parents about this, I'll be beaten to death. This little brother, at this point, was already crying a little. What? $80 million? There's only one in the world. Don't tease me, little brother. No, it's just a Porsche. Why does it cost $80 million? Hearing this, many people's faces were puzzled, and just then, a shivering sound rang out from the rear. Holy, I just checked. This car, it really costs $80 million. As the words fell after that, everyone fell into dead silence. The older woman who was there originally ready to lean against the car. He was so frightened that he fell back and his body shivered. Even more nearly, He fell to the floor. A luxury car worth $80 million. Wouldn't it be tens of millions of dollars down the drain if this bumped? And quite a few people were looking at the little brother who was there with a face full of sympathy at that moment. After all, $1 million Big G crashed into an $80 million luxury car. That's basically, it's just going to cost you a fortune. Hey, this little brother is miserable enough. Yeah, but this $80 million car is still on the road. Isn't that a disservice? No, how is this harmful? When people buy a car, they can't just park it at home? Just as the crowd was talking, Lin Mo also walked to the front, looked at the back of his Porsche. Not a single scratch on the rear of this car, though, the paint is still intact, nodded and said, "Dude, you don't have to pay for this car." Listening to these words, the little brother who was there froze. Then he looked at Lin Mo in front of him with a slightly confused expression. After looking up and down, he only saw that Lin Mo's body was wearing a cheap set of amassed goods. The first thing that happened was a bitter smile and a shake of the head. "Dude, don't tease me. It's not like you own the car." The people next to him, at this point, also chimed in. "Yes, young man, you're not the owner of the car, so don't make a mess here, okay? Ha, you're nothing and you have to get involved. Can you get involved in this? That's just it. You still think you're the owner of the car? Just making decisions for people so recklessly? If the owner of this Grand Prix does go away, then when the owner of this Porsche comes looking for compensation, who will it be? That's right, by then if you're involved. Can you afford to pay for this $80 million car?" Hearing these words, Lin Mo smiled. Then he shook his head and, from his own pocket, pulled out his car keys, pressed gently. With a crisp sound, the ambient lighting in the car comes on. Butterfly doors that lift up with it. In this moment, a dead silence. Everyone, at this moment, had dismay written all over their faces, as well as disbelief. This car, I can't believe it's really his. Obviously very unimpressive in terms of dress. Just dressed in a pokey outfit. But can afford to drive a full $80 million luxury car. This is just a little too crazy. In this moment, thinking back to earlier, the things they said, everyone just felt their faces, hot and painful, especially with the Big Ben guy there. This moment, the look on the face, from disbelief at first, it turned to stupefaction, and now to elation. In a hurry, it was to Lin Mo that he opened his mouth. "This brother, sir, your car, don't worry about it, there's nothing wrong with my car, okay? Move your car." Lin Mo waved his hand. "Hey, okay." Big Ben Jr. can be overjoyed. "How dare you continue to stay longer?" Immediately got into the car and started the ignition. "Get the hell out of here." Lin Mo, on the other hand, sat in the driver's seat. All of a sudden, it just felt like my whole being, in this moment, almost sinking inside the seat. The whole body, all wrapped up in this seat. This feels not bad for a Porsche. Feeling the sensation of having sat in a sports car, Lin Mo's heart burst with emotion. I have to say, a luxury car is a luxury car. Even the seating of the seats feels better than the average vehicle. That gap isn't even half a star. Lin Mo closed the car door, drove carefully, and pulled out of the parking lot. There is a difference between the way a supercar is driven and the way a normal sedan is driven. So even though Lin Mo had a driver's license, he was still a bit intimidated. And on the road, after gradually adapting to the driving method, only then did Lin Mo begin to slowly pick up speed, until the very end, all the way through. Chapter 3-1 Villa in the eastern suburbs. 10 or so minutes later, bund, boom, 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 with a burst of engine noise, Lin Mo's car, parked on the parking lot of the Bund. Supercar? What's so rare about supercars? There are tons of them in Mordor? Wait, this isn't just any car, it's a Porsche 911 GT1-98, the only one of its kind in the world. Just one worldwide? Take pictures. Hurry up and take pictures and send them to your friends. With the arrival of Lin Mo's car, it was instantly recognized by a supercar enthusiast, causing a stir. In this regard, Lin Mo didn't care too much, just calmly pull into this parking space. At the bottom of his heart, he was also a little curious about the way the villa he had purchased at one eastern suburbs would be delivered. Waited half a minute. Lin Mo's cell phone, however, rang. Picking up his cell phone and glancing at it, it was an unknown caller. Pick up the phone. A sweet female voice rang out. "Hello, 1 East Suburb Sales Department. Are you Mr. Lin Mo Lin?" Listening to the female voice, Lin Mo's eyes flicked up. "I am. Hello Mr. Lin. The real estate certificate of a villa you purchased in 1 East Suburb has come down. When do you think you'll be free and can come over to collect it?" "Okay, I know. I'll go over there now on my side." "Yes sir, 1 East Suburb Sales Department. Waiting for your arrival." After that, The phone hung up. The corners of Lin Mo's mouth gently rose. I didn't realize that it was actually this method. Lin Mo, who was sitting in the car, burst into a light laugh. Subsequently, after doing a navigation, it is a foot throttle step down, straight to the East Suburb 1 sales department. Other side, 1 East Suburb sales office. Li Muyu hung up the phone, her face full of excitement. Manager Song contacted Mr. Lin Mo. Boom. A word fell. All property employees there. There was a great deal of excitement. Mr. Lin showed up? It's that Mr. Lin who bought the king of the building? My god. The godly man who spent $600 million to buy the king of the building is finally coming. The moment. As soon as I heard that the mysterious godly man who bought the king of 1 East Suburb is coming, everyone, at this time, was invariably energized, and a lot of female sales, at the moment, are mentally calculating, how about making a good impression, or even, leave a contact. And also at this time, the manager's room, in the back, was also violently pushed open. The middle-aged man wearing a set of black suits ran out, contacted Mr. Lin. Quick, where is Mr. Lin now? This middle-aged man was filled with nervousness and didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. After all, this Mr. Lin, the leader above himself, had made a special effort to carry out the instructions. Never slack off or be offended. At that moment, the other side appeared. Then own the inevitable. It is to go forth and treated with the highest courtesy. I got in touch with Mr. Lin just now, and the other party said he'll be coming over later. Listen to this. This middle-aged man nodded. Then looking around at the crowd, he spoke loudly. All of you be smart later. This mysterious Mr. Lin is coming over later. Remember, this must not go wrong in any way. Otherwise, you'll be in for it when the time comes. At this moment, all the sales faces were filled with tension. As for Manager Song, he also lamented. After all, this Mr. Lin was just too mysterious. Even he only knew the other party's phone number, and the other party's last name, Lin. As for the exact likeness, that is completely unknown, and so a mysterious customer. How can not let this Song manager? For the tension? This side of the 1 East Suburb sales department can be described as a tightly prepared, and Lin Mo at this time, it was also parked, in an underground parking lot off to the side, all the way to the eastern suburbs of one among the sales department. At this point in the sales department, it was pretty empty, bright huge room, except for the map hanging there. There was just an oversized villa sandbox left, and upon seeing Lin Mo who walked in, a nearby, young female saleswoman in overalls was also walking over at this point. Looking at Lin Mo in front of him, with a few smiles on his face, he said, "Hello sir, how may I help you?" Hearing this, Lin Mo was just about to speak, yet another voice rang out, "Shaoli, didn't I tell you, don't keep receiving everyone today." As he said that, a woman who was dressed extraordinarily alluringly and had a heavily made-up face walked over. Supervisor Liao. The saleswoman who received Lin Mo was still about to say something, but it was direct, interrupted by this Liao supervisor. "Alright, this. Just now Manager Song has specially instructed us. If Mr. Lin came later, because there were unrelated people here, it would lead to a bad impression. This responsibility, just by you. Can you afford it?" After saying that, he took another look at Lin Mo. The contempt under his eyes intensified. Then, indifferently, he spoke. "Oh, I'm sorry, if you're not here to buy a house, please also get out immediately." Hearing these words, Lin Mo's brows furrowed slightly. Looking at Supervisor Liao in front of him, he said, "What do you mean? I couldn't have just come in and looked around? Besides, is that the attitude of your sales department?" Seeing Lin Mo like this, Supervisor Liao immediately sneered. "Ha, we really don't have a place for just anyone to come in and look around. A house in our area, a casual set, that's $100 or $200 million. You're so poor, you couldn't afford a set if I gave you 10 lifetimes. If you're not going to buy a house, don't hang around here and get the hell out of here right now." Listen to the words. Lin Mo, who was here, also frowned more and more. Spinning around, that is, he shook his head. He didn't bother to keep talking to this guy. From his own pocket, he pulled out his cell phone, found that Li Mo's phone number and just dialed it. As soon as it was connected, Li Mo's voice was the one that followed. "Hello Mr. Lin, have you arrived already? Well, I'm in the lobby of your sales office right now, but now it looks like you guys are selling here. And it seems like you're not treating me very well. Even you have people here, threatening to tell me to get out." As the words fell, this Li Mo you immediately just let out an unbelievable voice. "What? There's still this? Mr. Lin, please also wait a moment." The the manager and I will be right there. After all was said and done, the phone hung up. At this point, inside this manager's room, Manager Song's face was as dark as ink. In the bottom of his heart, he was even more furious. He was completely surprised. One is already so dinged up. As a result, there were actually still people who had offended this mysterious and incomparable Mr. Lin, and had the audacity to threaten to tell him to get out? At this moment, Manager Song's heart could be described as irritated. Let's go. With that, the two of them were in a hurry, running towards the first floor. And at this point, inside the lobby of the sales office, Supervisor Liao looked at Lin Mo, who hung up the phone. Immediately, a few moments of scornful laughter just flowed out of his face. He said, "Ha, the kid can still pretend, can't he? I'd like to see what you can call down today." Meanwhile, rushing down, Manager Song. It was also a pause to see the scene, the anger in his heart, the moment, the eruption. Loudly, out of the corner of his mouth, he opened his mouth and shouted angrily, "Liao Yingying, what are you doing?" Chapter 4, The Dumbfounded Supervisor Liao. Listen to the roar. Supervisor Liao was instantly jolted. Then, in a rush, he turned back, looking at the two of them, Manager Song and Li Muyu, who had jogged all the way down from the upper floors. At that moment, a fawning smile just appeared on his face. He said, "Gu, Manager Song, why did you come down? Could it be that Mr. Lin is arriving soon? Then don't worry, Manager Song, I'll kick this obstructive brat out right now." After all was said and done, Supervisor Liao immediately looked at Lin Mo. Loudly, "Hear that? We've got VIPs coming soon. Are you going to get yourself out of here now? Or am I going to call security and throw you out?" With the moment those words fell, Manager Song, who was there, could be said to be furious at this point. Hearing this, he immediately roared, unbridled, "Who are you talking to?" With a roar, this Song manager hurriedly crossed over to Supervisor Liao, came to Lin Mo. Under the dismayed and shocked eyes of that Supervisor Liao and the salesman next to him, who were originally prepared to watch the show, jerk, it's a 90-degree bow. At the same time, speak up loudly, "Mr. Lin, a million apologies, we're the ones who are late. I am Song Shuming, the manager of the sales department of 1 East Suburb. You can call me Song. Just now, my men were unintelligent and offended you. I hope you will bear with me." Boom! A stone has been thrown to the winds. The moment this Manager Song's words fell, everyone was in a daze. This youth in front of me, it is actually the mysterious Mr. Lin who purchased the No. 1 villa in the eastern suburb of 1? It's like a joke. Looking at what Lin Mo was wearing, everyone here, their faces gradually became odd. After all, obviously one that was able to spend $600 million, purchase down the king of the building level of the first villa of the super god rich. But, it's amazing how cheap, low-key, it's just a little too much of a letdown, a little too unbelievable. As for the saleswoman who received Lin Mo before, at this point it was already completely dumbfounded. She didn't realize that she was receiving random guests. It was actually the legendary, that mysterious Mr. Lin. It's all, simply, not too magical. As for Supervisor Liao, at this moment, the body was shivering straight up in a burst of uncontrollable shivering because of the panic. At the same time, more than a little incredulous, he opened his mouth. "Song, Manager Song, you're joking with me, right?" The moment the words fell, Manager Song, who was there, also turned his head back and coldly glanced at this Supervisor Liao, said, "What I told you guys before, don't look down on any customer that walks in." But now it seems that Supervisor Liao, you are taking my words as a deaf ear, right? Alright, go to the HR department yourself later, and go through the exit procedures. From now on, you are no longer an employee of our company. Get yourself out. Manager Song waved his hand, impatience written all over his face, and the words fell, but it made this Supervisor Liao panic all of a sudden. Plopping down on his knees, he spoke loudly, Manager Song, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please also give me another chance. I won't dare to do it again." Hearing this, Manager Song didn't have any reaction, just smiling. He looked at Lin Mo and said, "Mr. Lin, we'll take it inside?" "Aha." Nod. Lin Mo then just raised his steps and walked towards the inside. Manager Song was also close by Lin Mo's side, looking at the two who were gradually walking away. At the bottom of Supervisor Liao's heart, he gradually despaired. And there was Li Muyu. Then there was a burst of shaking his head, and he said, "It's really pathetic. The person you offended, it's not Manager Song, it's Mr. Lin. What exactly did he or she offend that he or she still hasn't figured out? TSK. There was a shake of the head. Lee Mo you followed, and also hurriedly chased after him. Manager's room. Lee Mo you made tea for the two of them separately. Then, it was time to leave the manager's office. Go ahead and get Lin Ma's real estate book and house keys. As for this manager song, his heart was full of emotions. The bottom of his heart was also secretly amazed. To be honest, he was originally guessing Lin Mo was at least a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, but now after meeting the real person, and yet, he realized that Lin Mo was actually so young, and, in its bodily garments. Surprisingly, it's still such a low profile. This also made this manager song, in the bottom of his heart, was also a little surprised. At the same time, there was also a mental speculation about Lin Mo's identity. Could it be that he's the son of some hidden great family? With some speculation, this manager song smiled and opened his mouth. Mr. Lin, you really are young and talented, and I'm not afraid to tell you, Mr. Lin, the $600 million king of our One East suburb has been sitting there for so many years and no one wants to buy it. The reason for this is that the price is just too expensive, and for this reason, it has become a bugbear for our chairman. Now that you, Mr. Lin, have bought this mansion, it is also considered to have solved our chairman's heartache. Our chairman said that when he returns from the field, he will definitely pay a visit. And listen to the words. Lin Mo was also a bit surprised in the bottom of his heart. He hadn't expected that. Himself on the $1 trillion subsidy app. The villa purchased at One Eastern Suburbs is actually a king of the building worth $600 million. This wave of his own. It's like he's making a fortune. What followed was a bashful smile from Lin Mo. Waving his hand, he said, there's no need to go to all this trouble. I didn't spend much money on this villa. Lin Mo's words were true. After all, buy this villa for yourself. It did cost just a dime. However, these words fell on Manager Song's ears, but it made Manager Song's heart, at this time, have a few moments of surprise. After all, in his opinion, Lin Mo means that the $600 million is not too much money, and in this moment of this song manager was also getting more and more certain. Lin Mo was definitely the son of some hidden great family. Otherwise, how could it be said so breezily that $600 million was not too much money? And also at this time, the door to the manager's room, once again, was knocked on. Subsequent, Li Muyu just walked in. In his hand, he held a paper bag, and behind her, she was also followed by a youth. In his arms, he held a huge sheepskin jade peace button. Watch this scene. Lin Mo was also a bit puzzled and dismayed. This is, Manager Song said smilingly at this time. This is what our chairman specifically instructed me to do. Because you, Mr. Lin, helped him get over his heartache. Therefore let us specially prepare such a piece of peace button. I hope you can accept it, Mr. Lin. Hearing this, Lin Mo looked at the goat jade. This piece of goat jade is very warm and moist, and on top of the peace button, there are a few hints of date color. A perfect diamond in the rough. It seems, Lin Mo nodded and said, you have a heart. And then, after a series of processes, the property is also handed over. Chapter 5, the $6 billion villa. Inside the sales office, Manager Song was personally, at this time, sending Lin Mo away. Li Mo was at this moment, also following Lin Mo's side, helpful in hand, holding the paper bag. With that, the three of them arrived in the middle of the underground parking lot next to each other. And when it came to Lin Ma's Porsche 911 GT 1-98, this Manager Song's eyes rounded. In the mouth, it is even more cold air for the backward inhalation. Mr. Lin, is this car of yours? The legendary Porsche 911 GT 1-98? Manager Song's body trembled for it. He is very much a favorite when it comes to Porsche, dreaming and wishing for a Porsche. And that's why he's a million times more familiar with all the models of the Porsche brand. And what he didn't expect, himself, nowadays, can actually be here. Saw a one-of-a-kind in the world. Porsche 911 GT 1-98. Yeah. Lin Mo didn't deny it. Just calmly pulled out the car keys and unlocked the doors. Then, casually, he placed the house book and the jade peace button on the passenger side. And looking at this appearance of Lin Mo, Manager Song, who was there, looked at Lin Mo with more and more respect, precisely because of the understanding. So, he is deeply aware. It takes more than just enough money to get this car. More than that, it requires a certain status, a background. Thinking about this, Manager Song was also more and more certain that this was the idea of a worldly son. At once, there was a burst of emotion in his mouth. Mr. Lin, it's really powerful. In response, Lin Mo just smiled bashfully and didn't say anything more. Then a few people just said goodbye with it. Lin Ma drove the car. After leaving the underground garage, It was a straight shot to the villa area not far away. The villa area of one east suburb is actually just a road away from the sales office. Came to the door of the neighborhood. Produced his house book. After registering the vehicle, it was only then that Lin Mo was released. Slowly, he entered the neighborhood, led by the security guard. Lin Mo was also quick and arrived at his number 1 villa. I have to say that the security guards of this one eastern suburb are still very eye-catching. Parked the car in his garage. Only then did Lin Mo take the real estate book and the peace button, rode the elevator and entered the house. The number 1 villa he was in the deepest part of the entire neighborhood. The footprint, too, is enormous, and in the middle of the courtyard at the back of Lin Mo's villa, fountains, woods, outdoor pool, everything is there, and the interior of Lin Mo's villa No. 1 was divided into 4 floors, upper and lower. On the first floor is a huge parlor, TV room, dining room, Chinese and Western kitchen, tea room and a series of living rooms. On the second floor, there are bedrooms, study, cloak and powder room, sun room, etc., and 2 levels below ground. Inside the basement level, there is a home theater, gym, and recreation room, and on the second basement level, on the other hand, there are only 2 rooms. One is a collection room. This one is thickened with steel plates. As for the other room, it was a wine cellar, and the interior of this villa is decorated and designed. It is part of a minimalist style of decoration and layout. Marble back wall, handmade sofa, coffee table, all of them reflect the distinctive taste in this villa. At this moment, Lin Mo was touring around this villa. Looking at this series of layouts, his face was also gradually, a sense of shock surfaced. At the same time, it was at this moment that he finally realized, it really is all about poverty and limiting one's imagination. It turns out that the parloring TV room of a rich family, this can still be separate. Moreover, even the bathroom can have more than 50 square feet. At this moment, Lin Mo was truly shocked. At the same time it is understood. Why? This villa, it could be worth $600 million. This is the world of the rich. Mentally muttering, Lin Mo took 2 deep breaths and, with effort, calmed himself down. And in the meantime, opposite the villa where Lin Mo was, Villa 2, inside the study of this second villa, a woman with a delicate figure, holding a cup of coffee in her hand, was looking at Villa No. 1 which was there, eyes flashing. He said, "Uncle Sun, this Villa No. 1, was it bought by someone?" Sun Fu, who was behind him, nodded and said, "Yes ma'am, I just gotten some information from prying. It says that this Villa No. 1, was bought by a young man surnamed Lin. As for specific details, my side is continuing to investigate. Don't keep looking into it just yet," the young girl said calmly. The fact that the other party can take Villa 1 represents an uncomplicated background identity. This eastern suburb villa is but $600 million, though, and many people in the Magic City can afford to take it out. But how many people are willing to spend $600 million to buy a villa? Looking at the whole country, the occupant on the opposite side of the street is not a simple person, and is likely to be a son of a worldly family, so there's no point in checking up on the other side, which might be offensive. Hearing this, Sun Fu hurriedly said, "Yes, ma'am, this is me being abrupt. But I can't believe it's so simple to move in. It's so low-key." The young girl mused mentally. After all, many people housewarm, not to mention the gongs and firecrackers. At the very least, you'll invite a bunch of your friends or something and come over to celebrate. But now, the other party is very low-key, casually moving in. Instead, it gave the impression that the other party didn't care about the villa at all. It's as if, it's not a villa worth $600 million you're buying. Rather, it was a slightly larger block toy in general. There's no need to celebrate at all. This, then, seems to be for horror. At this moment in time, this young girl was somewhat interested in the owner of this No. 1 villa. Immediately, it was looking at Sun Fu, who was next to him, and said, "Uncle Sun, tomorrow you go and pay your respects to the other side. For a gift, just take a 90 Conti." Sun Fu, who was listening to these words, the immediate nod of the head, said, "Yes ma'am, I know." Sun Fu left this study. Other side, Lin Mo was sitting on the sofa at this time. The whole person, at this moment, also fell into the sofa, raising her eyes to the drooping crystal chandelier. Her face dawned. Smiling bitterly, he shook his head. Driving an $80 million sports car and living in a $600 million villa. A quick look at the account shows $5,200 left. Honestly, if it wasn't for the system helping itself, paid this year's property taxes already. I guess I can't even afford to pay the property fee for this villa. There has to be some way to get some money. Murmuring in his heart, Lin Mo frowned slightly. Lin Mo had no doubts about his ability to get money. After all, one's abilities are there. And not to mention, now that you have this $1 trillion subsidized app for yourself, it's a shame if you can't get money for yourself in this way. Chapter 6, $10 seconds for 100 sweets. As time passes, soon, it's just until 11:50 p.m. Looking at the time on his cell phone, Lin Mo's mood also had a few moments of tension. I wonder what new goodies will hit the shelves. At this moment, Lin Mo's mood was 10,000% nervous, and it constantly refreshes the interface of the phone. As soon as 0 o'clock passed, Lin Mo's immediate scroll down refreshed. At once, a new item appeared in the middle of the item bar. Subsidized price for 120 houses in Building No. 1 of Junyue Huating Subdivision, $10. Looking at the items that appeared on the merchandise screen, Lin Mo's heartbeat, at this moment, suddenly just stopped in half. Subsequently, a blast of cold air poured from his mouth. There's no mistake, right? Building No. 1 of the Junyue Huating neighborhood? Junyue Huating. This neighborhood was one he could say he was familiar with. After all, before himself, he lived there, and owned the house. It's not due yet. It can be said that 80% of the occupants of the houses in this neighborhood are renters. Because of the proximity to the subway entrance, plus a few stops away on the subway is the Science and Technology Park. Therefore, the price of homes in this neighborhood, one is at least in the $4 million range, and the first building has 2 units, also known as 120 houses. That is, $8 billion. Hiss. Buy it. Swallowing his saliva, Lin Mo's finger fell directly. Purchase successful. The product is being delivered. Estimated delivery time, 15 minutes. Please wait for the receipt. 15 minutes later. Boo. With an extremely dull landing sound, 2 cardboard boxes that fell to the ground. Stepped forward and unwrapped the cardboard box. In the light of the lamp, the big gold letters on the red book stood out. Swallowing, Lin Mo was in a trance. Sent. At this moment, Lin Mo's mood was incomparably excited. At this time, inside this paper shell box, it's full of them. All of them are real estate licenses. Casually picking up a copy, he opened the real estate license, and the information inside came into view. Address Room 101, Block 1, Junyue Huating Community Usable Area 983, Owner Lin Mo. Look at the simple message. Lin Mo only felt that his mouth was dry. Then, picked up 2 more books. A bit of rummaging around. Lin Mo's mood was getting more and more excited. It's on every housebook here. It was all clear and labeled with Lin Mo's name. And in this moment, Lin Mo was also in a bit of a trance. Another question on the forced call came to mind. How long does it take to go from being penniless to being worth hundreds of millions of dollars? At this moment, Lin Mo felt that he was qualified to answer. 15 minutes. After all, who can imagine? Lin Mo, the super godly man with $480 million in assets and 100 suites in Magic City. At a quarter of an hour ago, or one with only 5,000 or so dollars in its entire body. Still worried about how to make money. For the average person, these 120 houses, selling is definitely not an option. Lin Mo murmured in his heart. After all, the Magic City is still in a soaring stage of housing prices. Selling it would be like killing a chicken to get rid of the eggs. Besides, right now, he didn't have anything, where he needed money too much. So that's the best way to handle it, and that's to rent it out. The neighborhood of Junyue Huating is still very popular with tenants, and if you share a room, the price of a house, it's around 2,000 or 3,000. As far as renting goes, it's basically a deposit as well. Lin Mo made a slight calculation. When the exact number is calculated, in his mouth, he sucked in a breath of cold air. If, for example, all 120 houses were rented out, one's pure rent income for a year even if one does nothing, that is also at $17. 28 million. Rent collection alone is over $17 million a year. This evil capital, muttering under his breath. However, the corners of Lin Mo's mouth were already grinning up to his ears at this point. After all, capital is all evil though. But, the holder of this capital is himself. The corners of his mouth were tinged with a few rather wild smiles. Lin Mo also gradually fell asleep. One night passed. Waiting until early the next morning, Lin Mo took a shower. After getting dressed, eyebrows at this point in time were furrowed with it. Should be packing up the rental house. The villa is large, but the household items are not much. Shake your head. Take the 2 cardboard boxes and bring them into the elevator. Then, placed it on the passenger side of the car. Drove around and had an early dinner at a roadside stand. Spinning around, he went all the way straight to Junyue Huating. 30 or so minutes later, Junyue Huating neighborhood. Lin Mo parked his vehicle. in front of the lover's home agency across the street from the neighborhood. Then, there was the hugging of the box. Get out of the car. Inside the agency, one of the youths watching this scene immediately greeted it. Smoothly, he picked up the 2 cardboard boxes in Lin Mo's hands. With a shy smile on his face, he said, "Hello sir, Love's home agency is happy to serve you." The attitude of this agent could be described as incomparably polite. "No way. Lin Ma's car is parked there. Such a cool sports car. This is a proper rich kid. This time, I guess I came over to buy a house. If you sell a set of these, won't your commission fly up?" After placing the cardboard box on the coffee table and pouring Lin Mo a cup of tea, what followed was to ask Lin Mo, "I wonder, sir, if there's anything I can do for you? I have 2 houses in my hands that I want to rent out." Taking a sip of tea, Lin Mo spoke in a calm tone. "2 houses is it? Then sir, do you have your real estate license with you?" The property owner hadn't been able to respond, and his eyes were a little lost. He doesn't get much commission for renting out a house, but after all, that sports car of Lin Mo's was there. In the middle of his tone, he was still polite. In response, Lin Mo shook his head bashfully. Then pointing, there in the cardboard box, he said, "Here's my real estate license for you to look at." Subconsciously, opened the cardboard box. 2 boxes, all red books. Hiss. Cool air was sucked backwards from his mouth. At the bottom of his heart, there was also a guess. Could it be that the 2 large boxes are real estate books? So how many sets of house books should there be in those 2 big boxes? Trembling, he picked up a copy, flipped it over and looked at it. Room 101, Building 1, Junyu Huating Neighborhood. Owner, Lin Mo. The moment the address of the house was seen, and the names of all the people, this agent has a somewhat dry throat. At the same time, there was an instantaneous reaction. With a somewhat shocked expression, he looked at Lin Mo who was there playing with his cell phone and drinking tea. Out of breath. You're the one, Mr. Lin who bought 2 buildings in Junyu Huating? Chapter 7 The Passionate Manager Zhou. This morning, between agents in their area, a message went out. That is, the 2 houses in Building 1 of Junyu Huating were both bought by a mysterious Mr. Lin, and not yet rented. It was for this reason that everyone was trying to get in touch with the mysterious Mr. Lin. Yet, there is no way to contact either. Yet now, this mysterious Mr. Lin actually appeared in front of him now. How's that for being able to not get excited about it? If there's no other owner of Junyu Huating who bought 2 buildings and has the last name Lin, it's me. With a faint smile on his face, Lin Mo sat on the sofa, taking a sip of tea. He said, gulped. Looking at Lin Mo, the look on this agent's face was beyond exuberant. This Mr. Lin now has 120 houses to rent. If this is all rented out, then one's own commission. At this moment, his expression was overwhelmed with excitement. So how long do I have to wait? Lin Mo laughed lightly and said, "At once." The property also came back to his senses and said in a hurry, "I'm sorry Mr. Lin, I got carried away. This list of yours is just too big. I have no way to make a decision. Please wait for a moment. I'll go and call our manager." With that said, he was in a hurry, running to the manager's room. Inside the manager's room at this time, the homebody, Manager Chow, is there on the phone. Manager Zhou. This agent ran in and opened his mouth to shout. As for Manager Zhou who was here, all of a sudden, he was frowning, looking at the agent with a slightly displeased look. One moment, after saying a word, covering the phone receiver, he looked over at the little agent who was there and said, "What's up? Can't you see I'm on the phone?" Manager Zhou. Mr. Lin is here. Mr. Lin? What Mr. Lin? Mr. Li? A little thing. This week the manager was just about to say something, but then something snapped to mind. Eyes were glazed over at the little intermediary who was there, breathing heavily. Road. Mr. Lin? That Mr. Lin who bought 2 buildings in Junyu Huating? Yes. Manager Chow. As the words fell after that, Manager Zhou, who was here, said a couple of words to the other end of the phone. Then, he just hung up the phone, straightened his clothes, and said, "Don't hurry and take me there. Don't keep the other Mr. Lin waiting." Watch this scene. The little intermediary there, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This, so realistic, mentally sputtering. Then, still leading this Manager Zhou, he walked towards the outside. In the hall, this week's manager was in the moment of seeing Lin Mo. The bottom of his heart was just stunned. Young. It is really too young. Originally, he thought that the person who could throw hundreds of millions of dollars and buy 2 buildings, in any case, it has to be a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. But Lin Mo in front of him, It looked no more than 23 or 24 years old. This, indeed, greatly exceeded the expectations of manager Zhou. What kind of family does it have to be? A heartfelt sigh of relief. Then, with a smile on his face, he said, Mr. Lin, hello there, I've kept you waiting. I'm the manager of this lover's home. My name is Zhou Wanjai. Hello, Manager Zhou. Lin Mo also stood up and was just about to shake hands with him. The other party was a direct 90-degree bow, and this week's manager, too, saw the 2 boxes of real estate certificates that were there. The eyes, too, were getting hotter and hotter. After all, this is a seriously big deal. The gentleman in front of me has bought 2 buildings outright. This would be great to take down, preferably with an exclusive. Then, this Junue neighborhood, among their stores, that would be the largest percentage of all the agencies in the neighborhood. Of all the agencies, and a client of this kind, if you can build a good relationship, there are certain benefits for the future of their store. And let's not even talk about whether or not he will invest in this neighborhood in the future. All it takes is for the other guy to mention it a little to his friends. That would be an unimaginable benefit for them. Immediately, this manager of the week just opened his mouth. Mr. Lin, you can just call me Xiao Zhou. With that, he also glanced at the small intermediary behind himself and said, how do you do your business? Letting Mr. Lin just sit in the hall? After saying that, then he just smiled and laughed. Mr. Lin, why don't we talk in the VIP room? No, just stay here. This week the manager didn't say much. Seeing Lin Mo do so, he just nodded. Then, opening his mouth, he said, is Mr. Lin prepared to rent and sell all the houses he has on hand? This time? That's right, rent it all out at once. That's really great. Currently, most of the houses in Junyu Huating are rented out. And Mr. Lin, the 2 buildings in your possession are currently vacant, but they are finely furnished. If you do a rental or sale, a room can open up to at least 3,500 or so a month. But if it's going to be a whole lease, then in terms of price, it's a little bit lower. Well, a single room is fine. So let's go with the market rate, on a deposit and pay model. And take care of your own utilities if you have them. Lin Mo said flatly. He was already counting last night. The first floor is a 4-room, 2-bathroom. If all of them were rented out, then in 1 month, one would be able to gain more than $1,400,000. Lin Mo sulked a little here. Subsequently, Dao, these 120 houses, if I may say, you can rent and sell them as soon as possible. Then these listings, I can offer them to you exclusively. The words came out. Manager Zhou, who was there, was instantly struck with a spirit. And then, it was just a rush, a pat on the back. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, you leave it to us, lover's family, and we guarantee that we can rent it all out for you as quickly as possible. Spinning. After signing the proxy contract, the whole thing is settled. Carrying the real estate book to the car. Look at this pure white dominating Porsche supercar. Manager Zhou's heart was also growing more and more emotional, and his eyes were filled with envy. Mr. Lin, you see it's also noon now. Why don't you, together, have a casual meal? Looking at the time, Manager Zhou said, no, I still have to pick up a few things from the neighborhood in preparation for a move. Shaking his head, Lin Mo said, moving? Manager Zhou froze, then hastily said, let me help you move it. That won't be necessary. There's not much there anyway. After some excuses, Lin Mo could not ring the manager of the week, so they had to go together to the inside of the neighborhood. The 2 arrived on the 17th floor of the neighborhood. Just as I walked to the door of my room, the color of his face was a stare, God's expression, for which it was icy cold, because, he heatedly realized, all of his own stuff was thrown outside the front door. Chapter 8, he's just a little yakuza. The door to the room, your own clothes and bedding, all of them, were left at the door. Looking at what he was thrown out, Lin Mo's expression was cold, and also at this time, a sound came from among the hidden doors. Ms. Jiang, let me tell you, just this room I'm renting out for you, the price is absolutely cheap. For 1 month, I'll only charge you 3,700 for this rent I'm offering you. You won't find a cheaper one in the whole neighborhood. And look at my room, it's still facing south, and the light is even better. Listen to this burst of sound. In the bottom of Lin Mo's heart, there was a cold laugh. Then, pushing open the door to the room, he stepped inside, just walked in. Then he saw a middle-aged woman with a bloated body, standing right there, and on her side. Instead, he was followed by one, dressed very cleanly and simply. The woman with the bunched hair in a professional outfit. Looking at Lin Mo who walked in, the landlady who was there, at once, just sneered. Yo, back in town, just in time. I've cleaned out your pile of crap. Take all your stuff and get the hell out of here yourself. I'm not renting you that room of yours. This landlady, at this time, was full of scornful laughter. It was also very soothing after saying that. Last time, Lin Mo hid in his room and didn't open the door for her, so she was extraordinarily upset. And what's just right now is to let him know. What happens when you offend yourself? Hearing these words, Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. My stuff that you threw out? Ha! What? I threw it out. So what can you do to me? This landlady crossed her arms and sneered. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was there, calmly continuing. As I recall, it is now 6 days before the contract between us expires. Is it not? What he said. Lin Mo glanced at the professionally dressed woman who was there and said, that means our contract hasn't expired. But you took my stuff and threw it all out, and bringing other tenants to see the house. You're blatantly breaking the contract. Listening to Lin Mo's words, this landlady was blissfully unafraid. Crossing his arms, he looked at Lin Mo and said loudly, I'll break the contract. So what the hell? Don't bull **** with me here. Hurry up, pack up and get out. Hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but shake his head. This landlord of his own is really just an old legal blind man, isn't he? However, just at this point in time, a sound, too, came through the door. Mr. Lin, what's wrong? Manager Cho walked in. Just now, he could only take the next trip because the elevator was full. But after coming up, I heard a quarrel here. And looking at Manager Chow who walked in, this landlady's face, however, changed. As for this Manager Zhou, at this time, he also noticed the landlady there. For a moment, something felt familiar. Then, mused, Road, as I recall, your MS. Cho, he still had some impression of this landlady. This landlady, the older woman, is also a customer of their lover's store. There are 5 houses in the hand. And, with their company, it's a full care agreement. The so-called full trust agreement is the kind of agreement that belongs to the category, where they are fully entrusted with the sale. After signing, the tenant must go through their agent for the rental. The agency fees, on the other hand, will be slightly lower. Egu, Manager Zhou, why are you back? Look at Manager Chow. On the landlady's face, an embarrassed smile appeared. After all, there is a full care agreement between yourself and the lovers. If you are found out and you are showing a property privately and are going to rent it out privately, then, one is paying a large sum of money for breach of contract. Manager Zhou, on the other hand, said calmly at this time, oh, I've come to accompany Mr. Lin on his move. Mr. Lin? The landlady snorted. Manager Zhou, you're afraid you're not being fooled by this little yakuza, right? This guy is just a small tenant. At once, there, Manager Zhou's face went cold. Yakuza? Small tenants? This woman. I'm afraid she's not suffering from insanity. Looking at the landlady, she said coldly, Ms. Zhao, and please be polite when you speak. This Mr. Lin in front of you is a big client of our Love's family. In his hands, there are 2 buildings of Junyu Huating. The whole lot. 120 properties. Boom. One moment, the landlady who was there was struck by lightning. Standing still, his face frozen, and next to her, the woman in the professional outfit, her mouth dropped open. Looking at Lin Mo in front of him, the top of his small face was filled with dismay. The one in front of him, the handsome youth who looked to be the same age as himself. Hands, with 2 buildings, with a whole 120 houses? This, a joke. This, Manager Zhou, you must be mistaken. How could he, with 120 houses? He was, before, on the verge of not being able to pay his rent. The landlady's demeanor was now getting more and more tense. Mistake? Of course it's impossible to get it wrong. Manager Zhou immediately said, we previously checked Mr. Lin's information and signed an agreement to entrust the rental. When these words fell, the landlady who was there, was a bit flustered. According to this, then Lin Mo really does have 120 houses. Fully 120 houses. That's a lot of footage, worth more than $400 million. In an instant, the landlady recalled what she had said earlier, as well as throwing out all of Lin Mo's things. His expression grew paler and paler. After all, the other party has more than 100 properties in their hands. Just this asset, between himself and himself, is not in the same order of magnitude at all. Immediately, he was apologizing to Lin Mo. Lin, Mr. Lin, what happened before was all a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Lin Mo sneered. Then, shaking his head, he said, now, you're telling me it's a misunderstanding? Ha! The one who said that glanced at Manager Zhou who was there. gave a start-to-finish account of what happened before. As those words finished, Manager Zhou, who was there, narrowed his eyes slightly. If that's the case, then the house Mr. Lin is renting has not yet expired. The right to use the house, therefore, belongs to Mr. Lin, M.S. Zhao. You have no right to take back the room now, and your actions are a unilateral breach of contract. In this case, it is necessary to pay 1 month's rent as liquidated damages, and you don't have the right to take a rented room and do a repossession. Lin M.O., who was listening to these words, instantly laughed. It was followed by, in addition, all my personal belongings suffered damage. Regarding this matter, you are prepared to go to court to settle it. Chapter 9, Sun Fu who paid a visit to the house. What? At once, the landlord was flustered. He himself was merely preparing to kick Lin Mo out. But now, how did it evolve into this? I can't believe I'm going to court? The landlord went straight, poof, to the floor. Hurriedly, he said to Lin Mo, Xiao Lin. No, Mr. Lin. I was the one who had no eyes and offended you before. I still ask you to please be magnanimous. I'll make it up to you double. No, tenfold. Please, you must let me go. 10 times? Do you think I'm short of money? Lin Mo sneered. Not to mention, he now has 120 houses in his hands and is not short of money. Even if he is really short of money, that also remains the same and will not be charged 10 times the amount of compensation. After all, if one collects it, then one would, in turn, become disreputable. And as Lin Mo's words fell after that, the landlady there, at this time, was pale. Indeed, this Lin Mo, but the hands of more than 100 suites, worth hundreds of millions of dollars of super gods rich. People, you don't need that kind of money? I'm afraid, even if I give him all the money I have, to compensate him, it's all about not being able to get into each other's eyes, right? The look on this landlady's face gradually fell into despair. To this, Lin Mo glanced at Manager Zhou next to him and said, Manager Zhou, this matter, I'm still bothering you to come and help solve it. Everything, how it should be handled. Listening to Lin Mo's words, this manager of the week instantly nodded his head and exclaimed, Don't worry, Mr. Lin. I have experience in this matter. After all was said and done, this week's manager immediately felt out the phone. After calling the magistrate, in the presence of the magistrate, compensation was made and accountability was pursued. As for the breach of contract between this landlord aunt and the lover's store, Manager Zhou also reported it. After that, there were lawyers from the corporate side of the business, who came over to wrangle with her. Then the full care contract is terminated between the parties. The landlady was full of despair and sat paralyzed on the ground. It's over. This time, he himself is completely finished. The idea was to kick Lin Ma out and then increase the price to rent and sell again. As a result, I didn't realize that not only did I double my own rent, now also facing high liquidated damages on the full trust contract. When that's taken care of, the time was already coming to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Mo returned to Junhua Huating, after packing up some of his things. It is direct, back in the middle of the villa in the eastern suburb of 1. In the meantime, across the street in Villa 2, looking at Lin Mo who drove his car and came back. In the middle of this Villa number 2, Sun Fu, who had been keeping an eye on Villa number 1, also picked up, long ago, the red wine, towards Villa 1, where Lin Mo was currently located. At this point, Lin Mo, who had just returned to the villa, it was standing in the middle of the kitchen, swiping my phone and contemplating what I should, tonight, eat. However, it was at this time, ding dong, a doorbell rang. Lin Mo's, at once, froze for a moment. What the hell? I've only just moved in. Why would someone come to my door? The heart carries doubts. Lin Mo walked to the front door, then opened the door to his villa. Just as soon as I opened the door, I saw one, dressed in a well-pressed, black casual suit. His hair was meticulously combed. The middle-aged man, who looked to be in his 50s, was standing there. In the man's hand, he was carrying a wrapped gift box. Hello? Lin Mo was a bit puzzled. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, his face was puzzled. Hello sir, I'm Sun Fu, the butler of Villa number 2 across the street from your house. My young lady heard that Villa 1 has welcomed its owner and specially asked me to come and pay you a visit. Listen to this. Lin Mo pulled the gate open. He said, Mr. Sun, please come in. My name is Lin Mo. Your lady is really too polite. Sun Fu walked in smilingly. Then, holding the gift box with both hands, he handed it to Lin Mo and said, Mr. Lin, this is a small gift prepared by my young lady, here to congratulate you on your housewarming. Mr. Lin. Hey, you're really too kind. Lin Mo shook his head helplessly, didn't bother to push anything back, just took the gift box. Afterwards, Lin Mo also greeted the other party with a cup of tea. After exchanging contact information, they just said goodbye and left. Looking at the departing Sun Fu, Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. The butler of Villa 2? Kind of interesting. For this Villa 2 to send someone to give himself a congratulatory gift. Lin Mo's heart was also roughly somewhat guessed. The reason for this was, in all probability, due to the fact that the other party could not fathom his own identity. After all, one villa of this one eastern suburb is a king of the building. Manager song from the previous sales department. It was also made clear that the villa was the heart of their boss, and now that he had bought this villa for himself, how could the other party not be surprised? Even one's own identity information is, presumably, now all under constant scrutiny. But I guess they will be skeptical by the end of the investigation. After all, how could one have any background? All of his own life history is nothing more than an ordinary family. Meh. Lin Mo laughed lightly in his heart. Then, looking to the gift box that lay on the coffee table, unwrapped this gift box, beautifully exposed sandalwood box. After pushing open the box, a bottle of red wine sleeping in the yellow silk was revealed. The label of this red wine is, by now, slightly yellowed. Red wine? Lin Mo froze. Then, glancing at the words on this label, Romane Conti, 1990, the moment he saw the words, Lin Mo was instantly jolted. I go? Romane Conti? Or is it 1990? Cold air was sucked out of his mouth, and Lin Mo hurriedly put the bottle of red wine back into the box. He still knows a little bit of information about red wine. Romane Conti. This is the king among red wines. The 90 Conti, as I recall, should cost $33 million. For a while, Lin Mo shook his head with a bitter smile. The first time we met, you gave me over $300,000? At this moment, Lin Mo suddenly felt, perhaps, this is the rich man? What Lin Mo didn't know was that the first lady of this villa too, at this time has already regarded him as a young master of some family. Spend $300,000 or so to befriend a man of the world. It may not seem very worthwhile to an outsider, but in their eyes, this deal is a sure thing. Chapter 10. A watch worth $4 million. A little bit of time passes. The night passed quickly. Soon it was 7 o'clock in the evening. Lin Mo was just about to play a game of king when his cell phone rang. Caller ID on your cell phone. Hurrahs! It was Fong Hong, the team leader inside the company. Who called? Fong Hong? Lin Mo was a bit puzzled. He had an average relationship with Fong Hong. It's just at work that you get a little bit of contact on a regular basis. After work, there's basically no contact. After the call was connected, Lin Mo spoke to Fong Hong. Hey, team leader, what's up? Lin Mo, why didn't you kid come to the office today? Oh, I had a little business today, so I didn't go. Lin Mo said casually. Okay, then don't even bother coming back. The company is officially closed today. This month's paycheck, too, is on top of your card as normal. Fong Hong was extremely helpless. After all, the company went out of business. But his next job is still up in the air, as it is now in the Magic City. Trying to find a proper job, that's still a little difficult. So, Lin Mo's tone was casual. By the way, tomorrow at 11:30, our department is going to have a breakup dinner, so come on over and get off too. Listening to Fong Hong's words, Lin Mo pondered for a while. What followed? Still said, okay, send me the address. After all, we've all known each other for at least a year as co-workers. There weren't many that mixed well, but there was at least some camaraderie. Now everyone is ready to break up. Then it's better to go down for this breakup dinner. Well, then tomorrow at 11:30 p.m., the Rose Room on the second floor of the Pujang Tang Court. I won't see you then, haha. Listening to these words, Lin Mo exchanged a few more pleasantries. After that, the phone hangs up. Afterwards, play with the phone for a while. Then it came downstairs to the gym and worked out for over 2 hours. For a while, it was covered in sweat. Come into the middle of the bathroom and soak in the tub for a massaging soak. It was not until 10 o'clock at night that he went to bed. After 2 days of acclimatization, he was also too lazy to continue to wait for the 0-second rush. Doesn't he smell good when he sleeps until the next morning and then buy something when he gets up? And so, the night passed. Day 2, 8 o'clock a.m. Lin Mo slept until he woke up naturally, after a bit of a wash. While eating his breakfast, this one's flipping through his cell phone. Tap the $1 trillion subsidy. Today's subsidized shipment is already on the top of the app's homepage. Roger Dubuis King Collection Rodbex 0406. Subsidized price, $20. Cashback card. Subsidized price, $9. 9-inch. Looking at today's subsidized goods, Lin Mo was stunned. Roger Dubuis King Collection? A few moments of surprise swept across the bottom of his eyes. Roger Dubuis was a watch brand he knew. This brand, the supernova of the watch world. The factory was only built in '01. Although compared to Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, these, often inherited a couple of hundred years of superb brands. It appears to be very young. But in terms of class and quality in comparison, Roger Dubuis, no less. And this King Collection is a premium line from Roger Dubuis, copied down the trade name. Lin Mo went into his browser and searched. The moment I saw the picture of the watch, cold air poured out of his mouth. 45mm watch diameter, 18K rose gold case and crown, and on top of that, it's full of nearly 14 carats of baguette-cut diamonds. The overall look is understated, yet luxurious. As for the price of the watch, it's even higher at 4.2 million Shenhua coins. Gulp. Swallowed. The bottom of Lin Mo's eyes were filled with dismay. The price. It's horrible. A smack in the face. Returned among the app. Lin Mo did not hesitate, and chose to buy. Purchase successful. Product delivery in progress. Estimated delivery time, 3 hours. Please wait for the receipt. 3 hours? Lin Mo looked at the time. The brow was, unavoidably, just slightly furrowed. That's a long time. A little long, muttered under his breath. And the one after that, too, shook his head uncontrollably. All right. 3 hours is 3 hours. A small sigh escaped. Lin Mo just looked at another item. But what's the point of this spending cashback card? Though, the heart carries doubts. Lin Mo's gaze. It falls on top of the other one. The spending cashback card. Buy it first. Without much thought. Lin Mo's fingers. It's the spending cashback card that's landed on this one. Purchase successful. Product delivery in progress. Estimated delivery time, 30 minutes. Please wait for the receipt. 30 minutes? After mentally murmuring, he then just continued with his breakfast. However, it is also at this point in time. A text message banner popped up at the top of Lin Mo's cell phone screen. Your debit card. Tail number 9528. Earned 120,000 on April 22nd at 8:18 p.m. Balance after transaction, $1. 135. 981. 9. Look at the banner that suddenly popped up. Lin Mo was taken aback. And also at this time, the home-loving manager of the week was also sending himself a WeChat message. After a slight glance, Lin Mo also reacted. Turns out, it's the 120 houses that you own. A third of it was rented out yesterday afternoon. After all, it's April. At the end of spring recruiting, many new employees, in droves, are starting to come on board. And Lin Mo's house, again, is close to the subway entrance. Naturally, the rental is just very fast. And, Manager Chow was assuring himself, 3 days at the most, and the remaining third, all rented out for themselves. Look at the balance information on your cell phone. Lin Mo's mood was also a little trancy and complicated. Obviously he himself, yesterday, was worried about money. As a result, now, in a flash, he has over $1 million in his own hands. That's a horrible rate of money making. Phew. After taking a deep breath, Lin Mo tapped on his PayPal. Then, it was to his old mom, transferring over $200,000. Originally, Lin Mo was planning to turn halfway across, but sadly, the limit is up. Plus if one were to transfer $500,000 to one's mom, all at once, that would probably scare her. Yet even so, still scares the hell out of mom. Just a short time past the transfer, Lin Mo's cell phone, then, just rang. Looked at the caller ID. Haraz is his own mom. Hey, mom. Answering the phone, Lin Mo thought of an excuse and opened his mouth. Hey, son, why did you transfer $200,000 to me all of a sudden? Where did you get so much money? Mom's somewhat anxious voice rang out. After all, $200,000, in their eyes, is still a large sum of money. Chapter 11, I'll take it all. Listening to this from mom, Lin Mo smiled and said, Mom, I started a small company with a friend of mine years ago. The $200,000, that's the dividend money I get from the company's profits. I've kept some of it for myself, and I'm transferring this $200,000 to you and my dad, so you can take it to improve your lives. Listen to this. Mom was also relieved and then said, in this case, your father and I have money to spend. This $200,000 of yours, Mom will save it for you to use in the future to get a wife. In this regard, Lin Mo was also somewhat helpless, and could only smile and continue talking to his own mother. And then the two of them talked for almost 20 minutes or so, the one after that, before hanging up. And also at this point in time, A prompt also appeared on Lin Mo's cell phone. The cashback card has been credited. Please refer to the item bar screen for details. Look at the two prompts in quick succession. Lin Mo was also unavoidably frozen. After that, you can click on the item bar of the app, with the entry afterward. It was then that he saw a black card inside. When you click on it, you are seeing the details. Spending rebate card. After using it, you will receive up to 10 times cashback on your next purchase. Looking at the card, Lin Mo's eyes lit up violently. Spend up to 10 times the cashback. This was undoubtedly of great use to the current Lin Mo. Subsequently, a little heartfelt contemplation. A quick glance at the clock and it was only just 8:30. It's still a long way to go until 11:30 at noon. Then, again, there was a look at the clothes he was wearing. Lin Mo already had plans in his heart. Let's go buy a couple outfits first. Lin Mo wasn't the type to be stingy. Besides, he himself is now rich since he has money. Then buy a couple better outfits. No doubt about it. It is of necessity and necessary, whether you wear it yourself, or is it the future to attend some more important occasions. This outfit, all of it, is a must. Drove out the door, all the way to IFC Plaza. IFC Plaza. This is, arguably, one of the top shopping centers in Magic City. It's filled with all kinds of high-end luxury brands. There are not many people among this IFC square. After walking around, Lin Mo's eyes landed on the Armani brand. Armani is, arguably, one of the few luxury goods with the biggest reputation. After entering inside the store, a slightly brief look, Lin Mo's eyes, too, were brightened. Armani's clothes are kinda to his liking. After Lin Mo steps into Armani, a very beautifully dressed sales, then just walked over. Hello sir, are you here to see the ready-to-wear or are you planning to do a customization? Although, the clothes that Lin Mo was wearing looked relatively cheap, the Armani sales staff, however, maintained a serviceable attitude as it should be. Look at the ready-to-wear, Lin Mo said indifferently. After all, it takes at least 3 months to get started with customized clothing. He didn't have the patience to wait. Besides, Armani's ready-to-wear is kind of nice. Yes sir, and what level of ready-to-wear would you like to see? Armani's clothes are divided into 6 classes, respectively, Super Tier 1 GA, AC on the front line, Quasi First Line EA, AJ Armani Jeans on the second line, EA7 and A/X Armani Exchange for the third line. These 6 levels. The GA collection is among the finest men's ready-to-wear. The AC collection is Armani's business ready-to-wear line that focuses on business style. For the EA series, that's in the fashion style. The fabric is inferior to AC, but it's also relatively speaking cheaper. And Armani as a whole, that's really the only 3 levels you can buy. A few grades of ready-to-wear further down the line, it's just plain circling the drain. If you really go for it, you'll be buying a brand name at best. And for Lin Mo now, money's no big deal. The immediate thing was to speak. Let's go check out the GA level clothes first. Yes sir, please follow me, said. Then he just took Lin Mo and walked towards the GA Super Tier 1 level area. And at this point, after entering the GA area, there were a few other guests inside. Everyone just glanced at Lin Mo before ignoring it, continuing the process of picking out the dress of your choice. As for not far off to the side, a greasy middle-aged man with a thumb-thick gold chain around his neck and some shaving, as well as a somewhat acerbic young girl beside him. After glancing at Lin Mo, pinching his nose, with a look of contempt on his face, he said, "How do you do things at Armani? You let this kid in dress like a floor walker?" And on the sidelines, the greasy middle-aged man. Then he laughed out loud and said, "Ha ha, baby, you have to understand. Some people just like to puff up their faces. You obviously can't afford Armani and you have to come in and look around. If you accidentally soil a certain piece of clothing, it's a different matter whether you can afford to pay for it or not. But if you listen to me, Brother Zhao, and keep me happy, I'll make sure you eat and drink without worry." "Yeah, Brother Zhao, what are you talking about? I'll definitely listen to you, Brother Zhao. Ha ha, good. In that case, then when I'm done with this dress, I'll take you bag shopping later. You're the best." Cho, this greasy middle-aged man who called himself Xiao, letting out a laugh there. On his face, there was even more arrogance written all over it. At the same time, there, in a lofty manner, he constantly belittled Lin Mo, and spoke without the slightest restraint, so that everyone around was hearing it. And this is what triggered a lot of other customers. However, after glancing at Lin Mo, he didn't say anything. Honestly, they were disgruntled despite their faces, which showed it. But in his heart, he agreed with the middle-aged man's words. After all, in their opinion, how can a kid in his skimpy clothes afford Armani? Or do you buy high-end clothing like GA that can cost $100,000 a set? That's impossible when you think about it. and the saleswoman beside Lin Mo. At this time, it was also a bit awkward. And then, in a hurry, he said, "Don't worry, sir, we at Armani are true to our hearts for every guest." Lin Mo, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes slightly. There was an anger bubbling up in the bottom of his heart. This fat guy, is he sick? Coldly glancing at the fat man there, Lin Mo opened his mouth. What are some of the staples of this season, at your GA level? After these words fell, the saleswoman just said in a hurry, "Sir, that's a coincidence. These 7 pieces in front of you have just arrived in our store. This season's new Armani staple. These 7 pieces are designed in the style of." Before the saleswoman could finish her sentence, Lin Mo then just waved his hand and said, "Okay, stop it. Wrap it up. I'll take it all." Chapter 12 Cashback. 5 million. After a sentence fell, everyone, at once, froze. All of them were somewhat stunned, looking at Lin Mo in front of them. The saleswoman, too, swallowed a mouthful of water and said, "First, sir, are you sure? The total price of the 7 dresses here is around $810. 000. 810. 000? Lin Mo froze, and then there was a sinking feeling in the back of his mind. One should have about 930. 000 left on their current card. That is, after buying the 7 dresses, in his own card, is still more than $100,000 left over. In that case, one is able to buy 2 more pairs of shoes. Thinking of this, Lin Mo then just opened his mouth. In that case, it's good to wait a bit first. With the moment those words fell, the faces of the crowd there were also, at once, a few disdainful looks surfaced, especially with the greasy middle-aged man there. At this point it was a snicker. "Ha, that's quite a deep entry. Do you really think you're a god? How come when it comes to money, you're afraid to pull out your card and pay?" As for the snarky woman on the side, at this time, a few moments of contempt was also written on his face. Even if you are poor, you have the cheek to talk big. As for Lin Mo, he was completely ignoring the words of these two, just pulled out his cell phone, tapped the multiplier card in the mobile app, then, pointing to the 2 pairs of black leather shoes that were laying there, speaking flatly, "Tell you what, bag me 2 more pairs of shoes there. It's not proper to buy clothes without shoes." With that, he took out his bank card and said, "Swipe it." Looking at Lin Mo's casual movements, the saleswoman was dumbfounded. A straight swipe? This, she heard Lin Mo say at first that she would have to wait a little bit. Thought it was too expensive for that, but what I didn't expect was, other people actually are of the opinion that it's not appropriate to just buy clothes without shoes. After asking for 2 more pairs of shoes, I can't believe I'm just going to buy all 7 outfits and 2 pairs of shoes. No, that's a price tag of $810. 000 for 7 outfits alone, plus 2 pairs of shoes. So the total price, that could be towards $900,000. But now, Lin Mo, however, was ready to swipe his card for it without blinking an eye. This, just how posh does it have to be? As for the other customers, they were also a bit dismayed at this point. This unimpressive-looking kid, is it really ready to buy? No, they, though, are said to have the spending power to buy clothes here. But in one fell swoop, buy 7 of this season's staples and add 2 pairs of $40. 000 to $50. 000 shoes. They, really, can't do it yet. And the greasy middle-aged man, and the mean woman next to him, snorted. "Ha, swollen face. Big words for anyone. If you don't have the money to pay later, I'd like to see what you're going to do." This middle-aged man's face was filled with a teasing look at this moment, looking at Lin Mo with a playful expression. As for the saleswoman, she spoke in a whisper. "Sir, let me check with you again. Are you sure you want 7 of this season's staple new items, and 2 pairs of leather shoes? The total amount you need to purchase these items is $913. 000. Lin Mo frowned slightly and said, "Well, hurry up. The card's been in my hand for half a minute." After Lin Mo's words fell, the saleswoman who was there, in a hurry, was a jolt. Immediately, he was the one who spoke in a hurry. "Yes sir, you wait a moment." With that said, the saleswoman quickly brought the POS machine. Watching this scene, the crowd also gazed at the place. The banter on that greasy middle-aged man's face intensified. "Ha, I'd like to see how you're going to keep pretending." And just the moment those words fell, the card in Lin Mo's hand was already scratched on the POS. Subsequent ones, the password was entered. With the crowd watching, POS after a soft thud, a slip slid out slowly. Quiet, unparalleled silence. Everyone was staring at this scene in stupefaction. The mind was wildly appalled. "I can't believe, the payment really worked." For a while, the sound of sucking in cold air rose and fell. Now, they are all understood. The one in front of him, the youth who looked like he was wearing a ground-up suit. People, they are really rich. It's one of those things where you can spend $1 million on clothes without batting an eye. As for the pair of dogs, they were already in a daze at this point. This, especially greasy middle-aged men, the look of the moment. It was as awkward as it was going to get. After all, just now, it was the two of them who screamed the loudest. Even more so, he was constantly questioning Lin Mo's purchasing power. Think that the other side is just pretending there. But what's the result? As it turns out, the other side is still really good. This fact was like a slap in the face, a heavy blow to their faces. To know, that's a mouthful of $910,000 to pay for a couple of outfits. This is something that even he doesn't have the ability to do and dare to do. But, the youth in front of me. Yet that is what was done. That means that the youth in front of us. Identity. Only. A moment. This greasy middle-aged man mentally panicked. At the same time, it was thinking of earlier, when he was so, mocking the other party here. Shasta. Cold sweat flowed down his back, one after another. And the moment the order is completed, that female salesperson's heart, at this point, has long been happy. A big $910,000 bill. That's over $10,000 in commission when it comes to your own hands, and other sales in the distance. Eyes are red at this point. The bottom of his heart could be jealous beyond measure. More than that, I regretted it. Why? This order wasn't received on its own. As for Lin Mo, at this time, on his cell phone, there was also a prompt that popped up. Congratulations, you've got 6 times cash back. With the moment the cue dropped, the message from the bank then just pops up. Your debit card, tail number 9528, earned 5,478,000 on April 22nd at 9:11 a.m. M. Balance after transaction, $5. 500. 981. 9-inch. Look at this arrival message. Lin Mo's mood, immediately, was one of excitement. 6 times cashback. Over $5 million in cashback. That is to say, this consumption of one's own, nonetheless, is not a loss. Instead, it netted over $4 million. Swallowed. At this moment, Lin Mo's mood could be described as excited. Spin. Then he just glanced at the greasy middle-aged man who was there, his eyes narrowing slightly, and feeling Lin Mo's gaze. This greasy middle-aged guy, all of a sudden, cold sweat after cold sweat, flowed down. Chapter 13, Encountering Sun Fu. Tang Court Restaurant. Feeling Lin Mo's gaze. There's the middle-aged greasy fat guy there. At this time, all over his body, it was an ice cold. The legs, too, could not stop trembling, looking at Lin Mo who was there. The smile on his face was worse than crying. After all, in just a moment, one could almost say that one had offended Lin Mo to death. In this moment, his heart could be filled with despair, as well as regret. Why did he himself, just now, have to be so, to demean Lin Mo? With a bitter smile, this middle-aged greasy man trotted to Lin Mo's side and said, "This friend." Just now, before he could finish, Lin Mo just waved his hand and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Hey, don't. How can a poor man with no money like me afford to be friends with you?" A sentence fell. This middle-aged greasy man's face immediately turned red. Poor people with no money? Poor people with no money. People say this, obviously not willing to forgive himself. What about burying himself again? And just as he was about to say something else, a voice, however, came from not far away. "Ha, Mr. Lin?" Hearing this voice, Lin Mo also looked up. "Mr. Sun." Lin Mo had a smile on his face. Look at the visitor. This visitor was not someone else. It was Sun Fu of Villa 2, whom he had met only yesterday afternoon. And at this time, Sun Fu was also a bit surprised. He hadn't thought of that. He himself was actually here, meeting Lin Mo. "Mr. Lin is here to buy clothes? Well, just in time to buy myself a couple of sets, a change of clothes for the weekdays." What he said, Lin Mo was pointing at the clothes and shoes that were being packed there. And after Sun Fu took a look at it, the corners of his mouth also twitched hard. With his eyesight, he was able to tell at a glance. This is packing clothes, without a doubt. It's these Armani sets that are this season's staples. The price of each piece is in the 100,000 direction. As a result, in Lin Mo's mouth, it became a few sets of change of clothes. That's even if it's the lady of the house. You wouldn't dare do that, would you? But on second thought, it doesn't seem to be a problem. After all, the man before his own eyes. But he is willing to spend $600 million on a villa. Not bad for the Lord. Think about it. This Sun Fu was just relieved. And at this point in time, the middle-aged greasy man next to him, however, had a sharp light in front of his eyes. Said, "Brother Sun, Brother Sun, listen to this. Sun Fu also twisted his head and glanced at the middle-aged greasy man. Thoughtfully, he said, "You are Mr. Zhao." This middle-aged greasy man, he still recognized. It's a supplier to his company. Mr. Sun, is this an acquaintance of yours? Listen to this. Sun Fu glanced at Lin Mo. Only Lin Mo's face carried a few smiles of playfulness. The first thing that happened was a reaction. I'm just afraid. This Zhao Ming, he had just offended Lin Mo. Immediately, it was a jolt to say, "Not familiar. I don't know him well at all." Said, "This gentleman, who are you? Don't yell, okay? No, Mr. Sun, I'm Zhao Ming, the Zhao Ming of Fu Ming Cement. We've met before at your company's partner reception." Listen to this. Sun Fu was harboring a fire in his heart. This one, it's a cutie, is it? Immediately, Sun Fu said coldly, "What Faman Cement? Sorry, I haven't heard of it, but what kind of cats and dogs can become our company's partners now? Then it seems that after returning to the company this time, I'm going to properly order the people below me to severely investigate the company's partners." When he finished speaking, he just looked at Lin Mo with a smile and said, "Mr. Lin, please don't misunderstand. Between me and this person, we really don't know each other well." In response, Lin Mo just smiled. "Come on, this is your company's business, not mine. I've got other things on my side, so I'll leave you to it." After all was said and done, Lin Mo was just about ready to leave. As for your own shopping bag, this Armani is also sent, to help carry himself, to the car. As Lin Mo left, Sun Fu then had a cold face. Looking behind him, Zhao Ming said, "Even Mr. Lin dares to offend. I think you're impatient with life. Yourself. Now be good." A sentence fell. Sun Fu left without looking back. Only Zhao Ming was left alone, in place as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His body cold. Look at Sun Fu's attitude. The youth in front of him was an existence that even Sun Fu didn't dare to mess with. Instead, he, himself, invoked it. This moment of understanding came to him. Yourself. Done. The woman who was dressed as an alluring woman on the side was also flustered at this time. Hurriedly, he came up. "Zhao, what now?" Zhao Ming, on the other hand, was distracted. Looking at this enchanting woman, his heart grew hateful. If it wasn't for her, how would she have offended Lin Mo? Instantly, a slap was thrown up. "Roll. You. If it wasn't you, how could I have offended Mr. Lin?" And the others who watched the whole thing from the sidelines. At this point, one by one, they were already in a state of shock. They were totally unexpected. The young man they considered poor just now. Identity. Actually so horrible. Sun Fu and the others know each other. The other party, but the vice president of the Ding Shang Group in Magic City. Ding Shang Group, in the Magic City that can be ranked in the top 10 super large companies. And, with such a high status, Sun Fu, when facing Lin Mo, they all had to be respectful. Then the youth just now. What, exactly, is the identity? A moment. A number of people here began to speculate in the back of their minds. As for Lin Mo, he was completely unaware of all this. At this point in his life, just had my own shopping bag and stuffed it inside the front trunk. Then's, again, inside the IFC, bought a little cologne, 2 collar braces. After that, it was a kick of the gas, straight to the eastern suburbs of the one. There's still plenty of time. Going straight to the Tangle Court would obviously not be the best plan. Back home, after taking a shower, wear your hair in a grown-up look and change into a dapper suit. Hidden deep under the collar are gold collar braces. Time passes. He had finally become one of those men, with a collar lined with gold. After organizing, looking at my cell phone, it was about time. It was only then that he drove the car and headed straight for the Pujiang Tang Court. Half an hour later, Tangle Court parking lot. Looking at the driving Porsche 911 GT1-98, the security guard had a jolt. Being a security guard at an upscale restaurant, despite not knowing the car, look at the shape. He knew the car was uncommonly expensive. Hastily, he came up to guide Lin Mo, pulled into a parking space against the inside. Then, respectfully, he helped open the car door. Chapter 14, The Pretentious Colleague. And also at this time, not far outside this parking lot, 2 skimpily dressed women, 2, took note of the place. One of them spoke up. "Lily, look there." Listening to this, a nearby one with a lightly painted face and a pleated skirt, the young girl, who looked fresh out of college, craned her head to look up. "This is." A few moments of astonishment surfaced in Qian Lily's eyes. "Unexpectedly. Rimmer? Yeah, but I remember. I think he came from the countryside, but I just saw him getting out of that Porsche." Zhao Simon spoke in a hurry. "Hey, You say, this Lin Mo wouldn't have been adopted by a rich woman, right? After all, this Lin Mo's appearance is very good. Listen to this. This Qian Lily's gaze then just landed on that Porsche. The heart was just overwhelmed with dismay. Then, shaking his head, he said, don't be ridiculous, maybe it's just that they've always kept a low profile. She wasn't an ordinary girl like Zhao Simon, who didn't have much insight. Naturally, he could tell that this Porsche beside Lin Mo was not simple. Judging by the styling, it's anything but a regular version of a Porsche. Most likely, it's some limited edition. Besides, if anything, she was right. The set on Lin Mo now, it should be a new seasonal staple at Armani GA level. This suit, it's $100,000 to start with, and a limited edition Porsche, plus a set that starts at $100. 000. Armani GA level new seasonal staples. Will this be by a rich woman? What kind of rich woman can be so rich? And also as a result, it was only then that she thought that when she was before, Lin Mo was actually laying low, but now the company is bankrupt. No more pretending. Showdown. He's actually a rich kid. For a moment, Qian Lily's heart grew more and more curious. The corners of his mouth, too, were upturned for a moment. Kind of interesting. Mentally muttering, ruffling the ends of her hair, she said, Siobhan, let's go up first. Aha. With that, these two headed upstairs, and at this moment, Lin Mo also took out a few large red bills from his pocket and stuffed them to the security guard. Watch the car for me. Don't let anyone scratch it. Yes, sir. Take the bill, the security guard said with a smile piled on his face. This was followed by a wave of nods and winks. Looking at Lin Mo's figure walking away, this security guard also counted the bills. At once, it was cold air that was sucked backwards. Boy, rich people are rich people. It's $1,500 a shot. That's almost a week's salary. So generous. He deserves to drive a Porsche. Muttering under his breath, the eyes of the security guard looking at Lin Mo became more and more envious. Then, it was here, looking seriously at the Porsche. At this time, Lin Mo, too, walked to the entrance of the Tang Pavilion. Just walked in. The cell phone rang instead. Pulled it out and looked at it. It was an unfamiliar number. After it was connected, a respectful voice rang out. Roger Dubuis Boutique. May I ask if you are Mr. Limmerling? Yeah, I am. Lin Mo nodded. Hello Mr. Lin. I'm Roger Dubuis store manager. Joe Siming. Your order. The Roger Dubuis King Collection Rodbex 0406 has arrived. On the other end of the phone, Joe Siming's tone, a few points more respectful. Do you see where you are now? I'll send it to you now. I'm at the Tang Court restaurant in Pujiang, on the second floor, in the Rose Room. Okay, it's not far from our store. I can be there in 10 minutes. Well, then I'll trouble store manager Joe. It's no trouble. It's what we do. As some words fell, the phone hung up with it, and at that moment, the elevator arrived just in time. Get on the elevator and go straight to the Rose Room on the second floor, Rose Hall. By now the people were pretty much there. Yo, Lin Mo is here. Fong Hong, the leader of the group there, spoke. Everyone's here pretty early. As for Lin Mo, at this point, he was also smiling lightly, greeting everyone, and as Lin Mo was seated, this restaurant started to serve the food. With the start of serving, the door to the private room, however, was once again pushed open. A young man with a greasy haircut walked in at a brisk pace, just walked in and was just loud. I'm really sorry, brothers, I'm sorry, there was a bit of a traffic jam on the road. A side note, the youth found a seat on one side of the room and sat down, and then, dropping a BMW key in his hand, he dropped it on the desktop. The whole thing had a big grin and a smile on his face. Yo, manager's son changed his car. At this point, all eyes. It's also focused on the BMW keys. Hi, don't mention it. No, just got a position as associate director of finance at Greentown Group. So yeah, reward yourself with a BMW X7. Sun Xiao, who was here, said with a bashful look on his face, and the words fell. All the people there, in succession, were just sucking in cold air. Green City Group. This is a big company in our Magic City. Boy, Sun Jing. No, Superintendent's son actually managed to apply for the position of deputy superintendent. Awesome. And you even brought up a BMW X7. Brother Sun, here's to you. In an instant, a number of people started complimenting and toasting, and Sun Xiao was also full of pride. Loudly, haha, thanks everyone haha. Hey, to be honest, this deputy director, it's not easy to be, and, is really not much money. What he said, he purposely pushed his sleeve up. Inside, a novelty-shaped watch leaked out. Ha, son, This is Roger Dubious on your wrist, right? At once. That is, there are people with sharp eyes. Recognize the watch. All of a sudden, everyone was just in a flurry, and their eyes fell on this Roger Dubious. Son is really low-key, this Roger Dubious. I almost haven't noticed it yet. I go. Roger Dubious. I'm afraid this watch, brother Sun, must cost a lot of money, right? In response, on Sun Zhao's face, a smile piled up, said, hey, it's not worth much, I've got this Roger Dubious. It's also the entry-level model in the King series, and it only costs about $100. 000. As these words fell, it immediately drew a wave of envious voices. I go. Brother Sun, this is loaded by you. This is still not a few dollars? More than 100. 000 AI. Envious. I'd have to go a year without eating or drinking to afford this. I'm envious. Sun actually bought it. So easily. For a while, many people had just cast envious gazes. As for this Sun Zhao's face, it was filled with arrogance. But still, he pretended to be on cloud 9. Hi, this is nothing for me. I'm telling you guys. I'm familiar with a store clerk who follows Roger Dubious, and he told me last night. There's a mysterious tycoon in their store who recently ordered a watch that's worth a fortune. Chapter 15, Mr. Lin, your watch is here. The moment the words fell, all of a sudden, everyone's ears were pricked up to listen. This mysterious tycoon, it is said, ordered a $2 million watch. After that, there was a rush of cold air from the scene. $2 million for a watch. Boy, how long do I have to go without food and drink to buy this? Hey, rich people are really rich. Buy a watch. It's over $4 million. But Sun isn't so bad. He's now an associate director. And it probably won't take long to get rid of the sub word either. Wouldn't it be easy to buy a piece when the time comes? Listening to the bragging, Sun Zhao laughed out loud. At the same time, there was a glance at Qian Lily. Who was there? He made such a big move. Mainly, or hopefully, it would pique Qian Lily's interest. After all, Qian Lily is their company, a first-class beauty. However, when he looked at Qian Lily, and yet, he realized that Qian Lily had completely missed his own attention. Instead, he cast his gaze on Lin Mo, who was across from him. The moment, this Sun Zhao's face just clouded over. Another look at Lin Mo's handsome face. At that moment, for no reason at all, his heart grew more and more jealous. This guy, isn't he just a little more handsome and taller than me? What makes you so attractive to women? Immediately said, hey, Xiao Lin I remember that your business skills are quite good, or you graduated from a famous university. How's it going? Have you found a suitable new job yet? Thanks to manager Sun's concern, I haven't found anything yet. Lin Mo spoke very blandly, and as Lin Mo's words fell after that, Sun Zhao, who was there, but the corners of his mouth were hooked up, a sneer appeared. He said, oh, so young people, do not over-ambitious. Let's do it this way. Our Greentown group is now short of a few security guards. What about a young lad like you? That would be quite suitable. Why don't you go as a pawn? Mockery. Naked mockery. And it was also the moment when a number of people, beside them, quieted down, watching the scene with a teasing look on his face. As for Qian Lily, who knew Lin Mo's true situation, and it was with interest, watching the scene. As for being in Lin Mo's face, at this moment, his complexion, on the other hand, was bland, just spoke very calmly. No, I still have some free money in my hand and I'm going to try a little business of my own. Honestly, in the eyes of Lin Mo now, this Sun Zhao is nothing but a clown. If it wasn't for his ex-colleagues, he would have already been lifting the table and walking away. But this Sun Zhao, for these words of Lin Mo, that was a snicker. Been a co-worker with Lin Mo for a year. How could he not be aware of Lin Mo's financial situation? Still have some money to spare for a small business? Oh, yet just then, this Sun Zhao's gaze was however condensed. At this point, he was also noticing, the clothes Lin Mo was wearing were actually a set of Armani. This Lin Mo can afford Armani? Sun Zhao was all but unconvinced. It must be a fake. Immediately, the yin and yang said, yo, Lin Mo, this set of Armani on you, it's quite real. Where did you get such a high-fashion fake? Fake? At once, the others froze. Then, in unison, he looked at the clothes on Lin Mo's body. People really didn't notice Lin Mo's dress before. After all, everyone had been under the impression that Lin Mo wore clothes. It's either a pieces of yum or some kind of treasure model. But now, with Sun Zhao's mention, the others also took notice. Instantly, the look that looked at Lin Mo was odd and contemptuous. After all, if you can't afford to wear a brand, you can just not wear it and no one will laugh at you. But wearing fakes? Ha! As for Lin Mo, His heart was also on fire. It's true that you don't get angry when you're provoked by an ant once, but over and over again, they are provoked. If he didn't return the favor, it would truly no longer be in his character. And just as he was about to say something, a snort of laughter came out of nowhere. Everyone looked away as well. Joe Simone, what are you laughing at? Sun Xiao asked with a frown. Ouch. I can't really hold it in any longer. What am I laughing at? I'm laughing at your ignorance. Why would Lin Mo wear a fake? He's at least a rich kid who can afford to drive a Porsche and wear fake stuff. What do you think? This Zhao Simon burst into a fit of unrestrained laughter. And after the words fell, the entire booth, however, was a silence. Everyone was confused. A few moments of shock surfaced amongst the looks. Lin Mo, is it a rich kid? Can you afford a Porsche? It's a lie, isn't it? A rich kid who can afford to drive a Porsche can work in their company? And warn to work every day. Or is it one of those spelled even someplace cheap? How is that possible? As for Sun Xiao, he was also a bit dumbfounded. The gaze that looked at Lin Mo brought with it a bit of incredulity. And then, it was just a matter of gritting his teeth and saying, no way, it's definitely a fake. You've definitely been tricked by this kid. How can he afford a Porsche? Rented. Definitely rented. Speaking of which, this Sun Xiao's heart, there was also a gradual conviction that he had found this reason. I didn't realize that you're actually such a hypocrite. Lin Mo, even if you're wearing a guy's Armani, you rented a Porsche? Oh, it looks like you really just spent a lot of money. Listening to these words, the gazes of these two, Chen Lily and Zhao Simon, became more and more odd. As for Lin Mo, he also shook his head for a while. A soft heartfelt sigh escaped. Just when he was about to poke the Sun Xiao's words, mercilessly, the door to the private room, however, was pushed open. Then, Roger Dubuis's store manager, Simon Zhou, walked in with a bag. The crowd looked at this Zhou Simon and froze. As for Sun Xiao, his eyes also lit up, then even stood up and greeted him with a smile. Store manager Zhou? What brings you here? Looking at Sun Xiao who stood up, this Zhou Simon didn't care too much about it and just blandly said, oh, I'm here to deliver watches to our store's VIP customers. VIP customers? Sun Xiao froze. Roger Dubuis VIP clients. He still knows it well. This is something that, at the very least, requires the purchase of $1 million watch in order to become a VIP customer. But can anyone in this crowd afford $1 million watch? Store manager Zhou, are you going the wrong way? We are here. Nobody can afford that. $1 million watch? Going the wrong way? Zhou Simon shook his head and smiled. Then, in 3 or 2 steps, he walked to Lin Mo. Respectfully, he handed over the paper bag in his hand. Mr. Lin, your watch is here. Chapter 16. The whole audience was shocked. Quiet. Deadly silence. Everyone, at this point, was filled with stagnation. Incredulous, looking at Lin Mo who was there. Roger Dubuis VIP clients. I can't believe. Rimmer? This is no mistake. Isn't he even wear clothes? Only wear spell some treasure goods poor bastard. How is it? Roger Dubuis VIP client? In the moment, Zhao Simon, who was there, had her mouth opened wide into an O shape. At the bottom of Qian Lily's heart, there were also a few moments of interest at this time. As for Sun Xiao, and under his breath, he murmured incoherently, it can't be. It's fake. It has to be. He's the one who wears clothes that are high-fashion Armani stuff. How is it possible to be a VIP client of Roger Dubuis? Mistake. This must be a mistake. And after the words fell, Zhou Simon, who was there, had a cold face. Immediately, he looked at Sun Xiao and said, this gentleman, are you questioning the ability of our store? Mr. Lin is indeed a valued VIP client of ours, Roger Dubuis. And even more so, we are Roger Dubuis' top VIP clients. The watch he ordered is the $4. 2 million King Series Rodbex 0406. Boom! A sentence fell. It was like a gust of thunder exploding. 2 million. Roger Dubuis Rodbex 0406. 2 messages put together. This Sun Xiao looked at Lin Mo with an incomparably stunned expression. As for Lin Mo, he was under the gaze of everyone, taking the watch out of the beautifully wrapped box without slowing down. Then he opened it and slipped the wristwatch that lay inside onto his wrist. Look at that huge wristwatch. This Sun Xiao's face was in a fiery pain. It was as if it had been slapped hard a few times. Memories of earlier, where he was bragging about it. The mysterious tycoon who purchased a $4.2 million watch, as well as his own earlier appearance in front of Lin Mo, flaunting his Roger Dubuis most lowly wristwatch. He then felt as if he were a jumped-up clown, ridiculous to the core. And next to them at that moment, there was a gasp of surprise. Wait, a $4. 2 million watch. I remember Mr. Sun Xiao was not talking before. Did a mysterious tycoon buy a $4.2 million watch? Could it be that the mysterious rich man is? Hiss. My goodness. Does that mean that watch is this one of Ringo's? It's still really unobtrusive. Unlike some people who get a VP job and a new car and show off all kinds of things. Look at my brother Lin. He bought a $4 million watch and didn't even show off his wealth. One word down. Sun Xiao, who was there, was already somewhat groundless at this point, as far as being there for Lily Qian. At this moment, he took a sip of juice and then smiled. Right, Manager Sun. You said before that Lin Mo's Armani was a fake. Actually, right, people, this is the real deal. This set of clothes, it's Armani's top-of-the-line seasonal staple new model, worth $100,000. As for your claim that his Porsche is a rental, that's even more nonsense. Lin Ma's Porsche, which I happened to see on the way up, that's a limited edition Porsche supercar, and I can't really think of anyone who rents out a limited edition sports car. A word fell. Sun Xiao, who was there, was already dumbfounded. On his face, it was even more fiery and painful. At this point, he was in a state of disgrace. At this moment, he also understood. Why did he mention Lin Ma himself? This Qian Lily would look at herself with the kind of eyes as if she was looking at a little cutie. Gaze. Looking at herself. The original. People are totally just watching themselves get screwed. As for the store manager there, Mr. Tao. At this time, cold air was also sucked backwards from his mouth. A limited edition Porsche. With what he knows. A limited edition Porsche. This is all at least $10 million. And you don't just have to have money to get it. At once, his importance to Lin Mo was also a few points higher. As for Lin Mo, he was also a bit surprised. He hadn't thought of that. When he drove himself here, he was actually seen by Qian Lily. But to that, Lin Mo also just laughed. Spinning around, he looked at Zhou Siming and said, Store Manager Zhou, I'm tired of you making a special trip for me. If I ever want to buy a watch again in the future, I'll still come to you. Listening to Lin Mo's words, this week's store manager, all of a sudden for the great joy, hectic, that is, said, no trouble, it's an honor to serve you, Mr. Lin, then I won't continue to bother on my end. After bowing and speaking, the store manager just left quickly this week. With the departure of store manager Chao, inside this restaurant, the atmosphere got weirder and weirder. Sun Zhao's face was burning with pain. A final word about not feeling well. Just immediately, he took the car keys and quickly left. After all, he really had no face to continue to stay here. And as soon as Sun Xiao left, the original co-workers who surrounded Sun Xiao, at this time, they were all in succession, coming to compliment Lin Mo. Looking at these people, Lin Mo smiled and shook his head for a while in his heart. This man is really real. Before, when he didn't show that he was rich, these people were in love with him. Now what? As soon as they saw that they had money, they immediately came up with compliments. A little push and pull. The breakup dinner is also finished. A meal is finished. After settling the bill, Lin Mo then walked towards the parking lot. After arriving at the parking lot, instead, he was in trouble. I was a little drunk myself, and now it looked like there was no way to drive home, and just own the car. I guess there's no way to call a valet. After all, an $80 million Porsche. Even if you call a chauffeur yourself, that chauffeur wouldn't dare drive. Never mind. Just leave the car here for now and come by tomorrow to pick it up. Shaking his head, Lin Mo's heart made a decision. And at this point in time, a voice, however, sounded behind Lin Mo. Rimmer. Hearing the voice, Lin Mo turned his head back, only to see Qian Lily was walking in a graceful manner. And then, with a smile, she said, what is it that the great beauty Qian wants to see me about? Qian Lily blushed slightly and pouted, oily mouth. With that, she glanced at Lin Mo's Porsche and said, I thought I saw you were too drunk to drive. Why don't you take my car? Listen to this. Lin Mo froze, then smiled. Since Qian damsel has kindly invited me, I'll oblige. Qian Lily rolled her eyes and whirled around, saying, the car isn't as nice as the one you have, so don't mind. After saying that, this Qian Lily was leading Lin Mo to a Maserati president, pulled the car door open and said, get in the car. Hearing these words, Lin Mo's heart was secretly shocked. When I was in the company before, I didn't notice it much. So, this Qian Lily, she's still a little rich. Chapter 17, not much money, just 80 million or so. Get in the car. Lin Mo then realized that on the passenger side, there was another person sitting there. Lin Mo is coming up. On the passenger side, Zhao Simon looked at Lin Mo with a smile. After that, she just glanced at Qian Lily and said, Lily, why don't I get out of the car and leave you two alone? Listening to the words Qian Lily, his face flushed, and he said, don't talk nonsense. For her part, Zhou Ziman burst into a fit of unbridled laughter. And there's Lily Qian. At this moment, he asked Lin Mo. By the way, Lin Mo, where does your family live? Oh, 1 East Suburban 1. Lin Mo, who was seated in the back row, opened his mouth, and listening to Lin Mo's words, Zhao Simon opened her mouth in surprise. Wow, it's actually 1 East Suburb? That's the most expensive villa area in Magic City. Ha ha, that's about it. Lin Mo smiled and said. As for Qian Lily next to her, her heart was a little stunned. Through the rearview mirror, he glanced at Lin Mo with a shocked gaze. She's different from Zhou Ziman. She was well aware of what a building in this one eastern suburb represented. Although, within the upper-class circles of Magic City, at this time about a building in the eastern suburbs of one, moved into a new family, this matter is already spread. But who exactly is living there? This is something that no one knows. And to Qian Lily's surprise, the one who bought a villa in one eastern suburb is actually Lin Mo. And there, Zhao Simon continued the question. Hey, by the way, I see your sports car is a Porsche? What model? The car, the 911 GT1-98, just a car for transportation. Smiling, Lin Mo waved his hand and said. Listening to Lin Mo's words, Zhao Simon searched on her phone while casually asking, what model is this? How much is it? Lin Mo smiled, and after a little reminiscing, said, it's not a lot of money, it's only about $80 million. Snap. At once, Zhao Simon's cell phone fell from her hand. Afterwards, he looked at Lin Mo with a face full of confusion. Not much money? Mobility scooter? Even Qian Lily, who was next to her, had a hard twitch in her eye. Is this Versailles? At once, these two, Qian Lily and Zhao Simon, just didn't want to speak. After 20 or so minutes, the entrance to the 1 East Suburb villa area arrived. Not going in to sit down? Lin Mo smiled and opened his mouth. This, Qian Lily mused. As for Zhao Simon, she was smiling. Lily-san, why don't we just go in and sit down for a while? Qian Lily, who was listening to this, just nodded her head, said, then I'm sorry to bother you. Having said that, the vehicle is just entering inside the villa area, all the way forward. Soon enough, it was in front of the door of Villa 1. Look at the villa in front of you. Zhao Simon suddenly brightened up. Wow, Lin Mo, this villa of yours is so big. That's a lot of money if you buy it, isn't it? Well, I remember the villa, which was spoken of as $600 million. I think. Listen to this. Zhao Simon, who was here, was directly shocked with her mouth wide open, close enough to be, well, stuffed into the mouth of a pulsating bottle. And then, with eyes blazing, he looked at Lin Mo and belabored in his heart, the capital of all evil, Qian Lily, who was next to her. Although she had known for a long time that the villa was worth a lot of money, but in seeing it in the flesh, the heart still can't help but feel for it. $600 million for this villa. No loss. In response, Lin Mo secretly smiled. Indeed, this villa is not a loss no matter what. After all, you bought it yourself for a dime. The spinning. The three men entered the house. After entering the house, tea was served to each of them. And then, this Zhao Simon was the one who said, Lin Mo, Lily and I, we'll explore your villa first. Okay, by the way, did you guys get enough for lunch? Lin Mo nodded and asked. Honestly, at noon Lin Mo really just didn't have enough to eat. Tangled Court is, after all, a top-notch restaurant. In the case of this type of restaurant, the main characteristics are simply expensive and small portions, plus being surrounded by a bunch of people toasting at noon. This resulted in Lin Mo not eating a few bites of food at noon, but drinking a lot of wine. Qian Lily said, well, it's true that I didn't eat much for lunch. Alright then, you and Simon go ahead and explore. I'll give it to you later down there. Listening to Lin Mo's words, this Qian Lily's, at once, blushed scarlet. What's wrong? What are you blushing about? Is it too hot? Lin Mo was dumbfounded, and then he just picked up the air conditioner remote control. Then I'll turn down the air conditioning, said the man who just lowered the temperature of the central air conditioner to 20 degrees. At the same time, it is also the continued word. In advance, haha, I don't have much food prepared at home. In the fridge now, it's basically just hanging noodles. Also, for drinks there's only cold ones. Can I have one? As Lin Mo's words fell, that's when Qian Lily reacted. Like, it's just a case of thinking the wrong way. Hastily, then he just nodded his head and whispered, well, can. That's good. Rimmer walked towards the kitchen. As for Zhao Simon, She was holding Chen Lily and strolling around the villa excitedly. To call it an adventure would be an exaggeration. Still, little surprises pop up from time to time. A small library filled with books, a comfortable and luxurious movie screening room, spacious piano room, top sound KTV room. As the adventure begins, these two women just keep on feeling for it. A little bit of time passed. 20 or so minutes later. Yikes! A shriek rang out. Listen to the screams. Lin Mo instantly turned off the fire on the stove. Then, running towards the backyard. All the way to the backyard. Lin Mo then saw the excited Zhao Simon, and listened to Lin Mo's footsteps. Zhao Simon also looked back at Lin Mo with a face full of excitement and said, Lin Mo, this outdoor pool at your house is so big. Hearing this, Lin Mo's mouth twitched and said, scared the hell out of me. Thought something had happened to you guys. Alright, the noodles are ready, so hurry over and eat them while they're hot. The three of them finished their noodles together, after shoving all the dishes and pots and pans into the dishwasher. Only then did Lin Mo take the two of them and tour the house for a while, and it wasn't until after 5 p.m. Only then did the two women leave separately. After sending off the two women, Lin Mo, on the other hand, was nestled in his house playing a game. By the time I finished my evening workout, it was 12 o'clock sharp. That's when he took out his cell phone and started checking it, with the app open. On it, the merchandise is also officially refreshed. Second generation Dahongpo 3 Caddy, subsidized price, 9.9. Look at this merchandise. Lin Mo's breath stopped for it. Chapter 18, Second Generation Big Red Robe. The second generation of the Big Red Robe. Look at this item in front of you. Lin Mo's breath was shortened. This thing, Lin Mo naturally knew. The so-called second generation Dahongpo. It refers to the three mother trees from the Big Red Robe. Leaves from a second generation Dahongpo tree grafted down. And now, the tea leaves from the mother tree are already not harvested, and the mother tree is protected. And that's exactly why the price of this second generation leaf is reaching sky-high prices. 1 gram, then, is more than $10,000. That translates to 3 pounds of second generation Dahongpo. That's $15 million. Great stuff, Lin Mo muttered under his breath. Buy it. Think about it. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Mo directly was purchasing it. Purchase successful. Product delivery in progress. Estimated delivery time, 6 hours. Please wait for the receipt. Look at the alert on this cell phone. Lin Mo nodded. Solely, he turned off his cell phone and began to sleep. One night passed. Soon it was 8:30 the next morning. Lin Mo stretched. Get up. Put the water on. Just got to the first floor. Then I saw it on the coffee table. A large, cardboard shelled box. Laid out. Looking at the paper box, Lin Mo was first stunned. Then, as if thinking of something, he walked quickly to the coffee table. As soon as it opens, inside this was a small tin full of tea. Take it all out. Heck, it was 30-50 gram cans of Dahongpo tea. After unwrapping a tin, a strong aroma of tea instantly hits your nose. Not bad for a second generation Big Red Robe. Heartfelt sentiments. After making himself a cup, he took a gentle sip. Lin Mo's eyes lit up violently. Good tea, mouth lamented. And after that, a fresh box of tea was picked out. He was going to be ready later, to deliver it to Villa 2. After all, the owner of this second villa has sent himself a $330,000.90 Conti. One can't accept a gift from someone and not give them a gift back, right? After removing a box, Lin Ma kept a box for himself to use for entertaining people. The rest, all of them, were received in the storage room. Wait until 9 o'clock. Only then did Lin Mo carry the tea and arrived in front of the door of the second villa. Rang the doorbell. The door to this villa was opened. Sun Fu, who was inside, saw Lin Mo. There was a lot of smiling. Immediately, it was then a rush of words. Yikes, Mr. Lin, what brings you here? Come on in, enter the house. Lin Mo set the tea on the table. Smiling, he said, the wine that Mr. Sun gave me is very good. As it happens, I've just had a bit of good tea arrive here. I was thinking of bringing you some, and I don't know if Mr. Sun drinks tea. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Sun Fu hurriedly nodded his head. Drink tea? Of course I'll have tea. Ha ha. With that, he also walked over with 2 cups of tea, and as it was being put down, the red tea canister was also seen there. The moment he saw the tea canister, his eyes widened. Then, trembling, he exclaimed, Mr. Lin, this tea of yours is a second generation Dahongpo? Yes, the second generation Big Red Robe. Lin Mo nodded his head bashfully, and looking at this bland appearance of Lin Mo, Sun Fu's heart was stunned beyond measure. He was a tea lover. Naturally, I know the value of this second generation big red robe. This tea, although the market price is $10,000 a gram, but it can't resist the limited production. So, in fact, within the tea market, it has long been speculated to be close to $15,000 a gram. In other words, this jar of Lin Mo's is worth at least $750,000 now, and it was for that reason that he was alarmed. Lin Mo would actually take out this kind of tea in return, and acted as if they were giving away a worthless trinket. This Lin Mo, what exactly is his identity? It's such a masterstroke. Looked at the tea can and rolled his throat. Sun Fu shook his head and spoke. Mr. Lin, this tea of yours is really too expensive for me to accept. It's not a good thing, and besides, we're all neighbors, so just take it. Lin Mo smiled and opened his mouth. The eyes of Sun Fu, who was listening to these words, trembled fiercely. God is not good. $700,000 to $800,000 worth of tea. You call that not a good thing? If Lin Mo's identity wasn't there, it is estimated that this Sun Fu has long since cursed his mother. But he still smiled. Hey, Mr. Lin, you're really too polite. But this second generation of Di Hong Pao, after all, is up to $15,000 a gram. If, say, Mr. Lin, you're willing to part with it, I can buy it. Listen to this. Lin Mo was also slightly surprised. He had only thought that the big red robe was 10,000 grams. As a result, unintended, it actually went up to $15,000 a gram. That means the box is $750,000. And this grade of tea, he still has 28 unopened boxes at home. Hiss. Lin Mo's heart violently sucked in cold air. That is to say, the 28 boxes in your own home are worth at least $21 million. Lin Mo's mind electrified, and in his mind, another thought popped up. This was followed by a look as if nothing had happened. There it was in a calm way. Hey, don't be polite, Mr. Son, that's all it is. I still have a couple boxes at home. I can't drink it. I'm all worried about whether I'm going to take this tea and make tea eggs. Lin Mo's face was full of casualness as he waved his hand and opened his mouth. Listening to Lin Mo's words, this Sun Fu's mind was wildly shaken. Do people talk? Take the second generation of Di Hong Pao to cook tea eggs? Not knowing how to use it sparingly. That's just a waste. Took a deep breath. This Sun Fu's eyes blazed as he looked at Lin Mo. Swallowing hard, he said, Mr. Lin, may I ask, how many boxes of this second generation of Di Hong Pao do you still have in your possession? Hearing this, Lin Mo pondered slightly. Subsequently, Dao, can't really remember, but at least 10 boxes are there. At least 10 boxes. Sun Fu swallowed his saliva. The heart shook wildly. That's something he has indeed seen a lot of good things in his position. But the second generation Di Hong Pao thing is so rare. Even he hadn't seen it a few times. But now, in Lin Mo's hand, there were at least 10 boxes. That is, at least a pound or more. This directly was what made even Sun Fu freeze for a moment. However, he was also not the slightest bit skeptical about the truth or falsehood of Lin Mo's words. After all, in his opinion, Lin Mo was in existence that drove a luxury car and lived in a villa. Totally. There's no need to lie about that little thing. Spin. This Sun Fu looked at Lin Mo and carefully said, then I wonder if Mr. Lin, is he willing to sell these second generation big red robes? Hearing this, Lin Mo's heart was happy. Here we go. The fish is hooked. Chapter 19, turned a profit of $7.5 million. At this moment, Lin Mo's heart was in joy. However, it was the same expressionless look. Feigning a look of disinterest, he waved his hand and said, Hi, what to buy? I was all set to use it to cook tea eggs. This thing, if you like it, just go straight to my place and get it. It's not worth a few bucks anyway. Listening to Lin Mo's words, Sun Fu who was there was on the verge of vomiting. God prepares boiled tea eggs. And, with 10 cans, that's more than $7 million, to say the least. You call that not worth a few bucks? Is this the big dog house? Spit it out. However, for Lin Mo to say to go directly to get it, this Sun Fu was completely unprepared and really went to get it directly. After all, where in the world is there a free lunch? One size fits all. Immediately, Sun Fu shook his head and said, if Mr. Lin is willing to make an offer, my side is really willing to purchase a few jars. Listen to the words. Lin Mo still looked indifferent. Shrugging his shoulders, he opened his mouth. Well, so, a chat? And after, with a bit of conversation under his belt. Not for a moment. That's how the purchase was finalized between the two. For each tin of tea, make a purchase of 10 tins of tea for $750,000. As for this Sun Fu, he went upstairs and went to report to someone afterward. The two of them then traveled to Lin Mo's home. 10 canisters of tea lined up in order on the table. Looking at the 10 cans of tea, Sun Fu took a deep breath. And after that, the word, Mr. Lin, if there's no problem, let's sign the contract. Picked up the contract and glanced at it a little. Wait, there's something wrong with this contract. Problems? Sun Fu was stunned. And then, it was listening to Lin Mo, pointing to this contract. The amount here. There's a bit of a problem. Hearing this, Sun Fu's smile stiffened. What do you mean? Can it be that this Lin Mo is planning to raise the price temporarily? But, if the other side is really ready to raise prices, then one seems, there's really not much one can do about it. Mr. Lin, the price. What's the problem? Lin Mo, who was listening to this, just smiled and said, you've got 11 cans written on here, and I actually sold you only 10 cans, so the price here, it's high. Listening to Lin Mo's words, their Sun Fu froze. A free can? This, Sun Fu was a bit stunned, and then, it was a laugh of admiration. Mr. Lin has a pattern. This matter is considered an advantage for my old son. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Brother Sun is polite. We're all neighbors. What's there to take advantage of? Right. Neighbors. Good neighbors. The two burst into a fit of giggles. Immediately, the contract was slightly modified and Lin Mo directly signed it. This Sun Fu did not drag his feet and transferred money immediately. 5 million. In just half a minute, it was in the account. After Sun Fu climbed into conversation with Lin Mo a few more times, it was with 10 cans of tea that he returned to the middle of his villa. Just got back inside the villa. It was the woman who saw, and sat down on the couch. Miss, at once. Sun Fu's face was respectful. The young girl nodded slightly and said, did the deal go well? Smoothly. This Mr. Lin casually strikes out with 11 boxes of superb second-generation Dahongpo. Listen to this. The young girl nodded, her eyes twinkling. What about the identity of the other party? Have you gotten a glimpse or two? Sun Fu shook his head. I'm ashamed to say that I only know that the other party is from Luzhou, and judging from his behavior, I'm only afraid that his identity is even more uncomplicated than we thought. All I said was that I was a housekeeper, and the other guy was putting me on the same level as him. And, after charging us $300,000 for a bottle of wine, he returned a gift of $750,000 for tea. This kind of atmospheric demeanor is by no means something that an ordinary family can possess. Sun Fu immediately spoke out his insight. The young girl who heard this did not speak, just sat there and took a gentle sip of tea. The ensuing one, the corners of his mouth ticked up. It's a bit interesting. It seems that this Lin Mo is a dragon who has crossed the river. A light chuckle followed as he looked at the tea in front of him. Said, send a little to some of our partners. Also, leave 3 boxes. I'm going to send some to the old man on his 70th birthday in a while. Hear this? Sun Fu gently nodded his head and said, yes ma'am. Well, besides, take a box for yourself. At once, Sun Fu's eyes lit up. The corners of his mouth widened with it. Said, thank you, miss, for the Villa 2 thing. Lin Mo was completely unaware at this time. At the moment, he was staring at the balance text message in his cell phone. 13 million. A full $13 million balance. Yourself. That makes you a millionaire? Lin Mo was a bit confused. He was completely out of his mind. Himself originally, he just wanted to go and return the favor. As a result, when you return a gift, you can still earn $7.5 million backhandedly. Let the balance on his bank card skyrocket to $13 million. And all this, just did it myself for 3 pounds of second-generation Dahongpo. This comes to money quickly and profitably. It's almost more outrageous than robbing a bank. Besides, not to mention, there are still 18 boxes sitting in their own storage. These 18 boxes, it's not that Lin Mo doesn't want to sell them. Rather, they can't be sold. It's one. Things are expensive because they are rare. Second-generation Dahongpo is supposed to be in short supply on the market. Out of 10 boxes is basically the limit. If one sells the remaining 18 boxes together, then one can make a profit. But the price will never stay at 15,000 a gram. 2. He himself is now among the upper class. Whether you are entertaining guests in the future or visiting friends and family, you have to carry something, right? This second generation of Big Red Robe, for one thing, can hold up face. 2 makes it easier for yourself if you ask someone to do something. The third, it's because tea is something that his own old man likes to drink. This third point is the most important point. Now, for a short time money is not lacking at all. Wait a while for the full funding of the rental property to arrive. The balance on my card, I guess it can go up a little more. Lin Mo laughed lightly in his heart. But this Sun Fu's identity, I'm afraid it's not just as simple as a housekeeper. Cupping his chin, Lin Mo began to ponder. The reason he sent a box out. One is to return the favor. The second is to cement relationships. And at the same time, he also sensed that this Sun Fu's identity was not simple. Whether it was the middle-aged greasy fat man, who was sucking up to Sun Fu when he was in the Armani store yesterday, or today, this Sun Fu dominated a $7.5 million business, both were revealing that the other, by no means, was as simple as a housekeeper. Forget it, what's the point of thinking so much? Who cares what he is? There are trillions of subsidized apps out there. In the future, no matter what his status is, he can't be my opponent. Shake your head. Lin Mo didn't continue to think about it. Let's go get the car first. Chapter 20, Plastic Sisters. Pujiang Tonga. Lin Mo took a taxi and arrived at the door. The security guard at the door is still the same as yesterday. After seeing Lin Mo arrive, he was greeted with a smile on his face. Mr. Lin, you're here. Come, your way. Lin Mo nodded. What followed was following this little security guard. All the way. He came to Lin Mo's parking space. I'm looking after your car for you. Make sure no one approaches. At this point, on either side of the rear of Lin Mo's car, it's all open to a parking space. Watch this scene. Lin Mo was in a pleasant mood. Well done. Nod. A few more tips were slipped in as they went along. And then, it was time to open the door and get in the car. Drive the supercar all the way out. After leaving the Tang Court restaurant, Lin Mo then drove to the traffic control department. He had been using temporary plates on his car. Now it's time to come to the traffic department for the official license plate. I don't know how app does it either. He was a little shocked himself this morning when the traffic control department sent him a message. And the speed efficiency of the traffic control department in general is slower. But I don't know. Was his car just too expensive or what? Anyway, it was a very fast process for him. But in 20 minutes or so, the process was complete. After installing the license plate, Lin Mo then drove away. There are a lot of colleges in the Magic City. Even the university town has 8 of them. And at this time, Lin Mo was also driving through a university town. All of a sudden, the cool supercars just attracted the attention of many young people. Well, we're still a little low on stuff in the fridge at home, so let's buy some stuff to bring home. Looked across the road at a supermarket. Lin Mo parked his car on the side of the road, while walking into the supermarket. About 20 or so minutes later, it was only then that he walked out of the supermarket with a shopping bag and a cup of Yangji manna in his hand. Get back to the car. Lin Mo, however, realized that there were quite a few people gathered in front of the car, and at that moment, there was a young girl, taking pictures. Looked up and down. The young girl was wearing a white Pooh Bear t-shirt and a pair of denim supershorts. Too long, snow-white thighs were bare, without a trace of fat. The face is quite pleasant to look at. Melon face with very delicate features, especially a pair of Danfeng eyes, which looked very charming. Ooh, that's a face value that starts at 90 points, and it's the all-natural kind. Nothing too much foundation. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Smiling, Lin Mo walked straight towards the supercar. Right at this point in time, a woman dressed alluringly and smeared with heavy foundation immediately pulled Lin Mo with a hand and said, Hey, what's wrong with you people? Can't you see there's a line? Why are you cutting in line? The other person next to him also spoke. That's it. Grasshopper man has no quality at all. Can't you see they're all lined up here? And they're moving up. And you, are you done yet? What's the point of being so slow? The beautiful woman who was taking pictures there. At this point, it was a little awkward and whispered, just a little bit. I'll be done in a minute. Dawdling. You'd better hurry up, otherwise when the owner comes back later, no one will be able to shoot. As these words fell, another person next to him also spoke. Xian, am I okay with my makeup? Will the owner of this car, later on, be able to look at us? Listen to this. The one known as Xian, the heavily made-up woman, immediately said, Don't worry about it. With our looks, wouldn't it be easy to take down this car owner? Listen to this. Lin Mo's expression was odd. Looked up and down. These two figures were as thin as bamboo poles, without a single bit of meat, and their faces were still heavily made up with two women. Inevitably, there was a shake of the head. Can you look at her too? I really don't know where these two get their confidence. And seeing Lin Mo shaking his head for a while, that Xian, on the other hand, immediately raised her willow eyebrows and said, What are you shaking your head for? Do you think you're the owner of the car? In response, Lin Mo only felt amused. Then, from his pocket, he pulled out the car keys. Drip. Car keys held down. The Porsche's headlights flashed with a soft thud. With that, the car door opened. Lin Mo, on the other hand, swept a glance at the two women and faintly said, I'm sorry, but this car is really mine. Said, put the shopping bag inside the trunk of the car. At the same time, looking at the young girl who was taking pictures there, he raised an eyebrow and said, do you want to go in and take some pictures in this heat? At once, this young girl blushed. Then after looking at the beautifully decorated interior of the car, he sat down on the passenger side, and Lin Mo got into the car. Spinning around, the car door closed. As for the outside of the car, the other two women. At this point, his face was already red. The bottom of his heart was even more appalled and confused. This car, I can't believe it's really his? Think of your earlier taunts. For a while, the two were so ashamed that they could not wait to find a crack in the ground. Subsequently, Xian just hurriedly came over to the car window and knocked on it. The windows are down. Something wrong? Lin Mo calmly asked. Yeah, little brother, I'm hot too. Can we get in the car and take a few pictures? This hen bent over. While saying that, she wiggled her ass. The simultaneous pulled the collar down, and Lin Mo only felt a wave of nausea at this. A sneer followed. Oh, I'm sorry, but only humans are welcome up here in my car. Having said that, car windows closed. Lin Mo blasted his foot on the gas and the vehicle drove straight away. Looking at the faraway Porsche. This hen was furious for a while. What did Lin Mo mean by that? Calling her inhuman? Looking at the distant Porsche, this Xian cursed under his breath. It's just a broken Porsche. What's there to be proud of? I don't care to sit down. There are plenty of Ferraris and Lamborghinis to carry the old lady. Who cares about your crappy Porsche? Listen to this. On the curb, one of the boys, at once, just snorted out a laugh. And a Lamborghini Ferrari? Ha ha ha. That was a Porsche 911 GT1-98 just now. That's a, like, $80 million supercar. Boom. One moment. This Xian was completely dumbfounded. She totally just didn't expect it. The Porsche that drove away just now was actually a super god car worth $80 million. Then, she was looking at the other woman. The first thing that happened was a screaming yell. It's all your fault. If it wasn't for you, you stinking, how could I miss? Old me. That little brother just now. Who are you calling a? One moment. Plastic sisters break up. The two wrestled and scratched. The scene, brutal as it was. And on the side, many of the boys watching the battle. There was a smack of their lips. There was also nothing but a chorus of shouts in his mouth that the shrew was awesome. And for all that, Lin Mo didn't know that. At this time, he was driving his sister, driving around the university town. Chapter 21, Xiayuma. Car. The ultra-short girl's face was scarlet. Sitting on the passenger side, he looked a little rushed. Looking at this young girl, Lin Mo immediately burst into a light laugh. Then said, what are you nervous about? Saying that, Lin Mo just glanced at this young girl and said, my name is Lin Mo. I just graduated last year. How about you? Listening to Lin Mo's words, this young girl, at this time, also opened her mouth daintily. I'm Xiayuma, a sophomore at the Magic Theater next door, she said, playing with her fingers and whispering. Brother, I'm really sorry just now. If it wasn't for me, brother, you wouldn't have been mocked by those two sisters just now. After all was said and done, this Xiayuma is just a pathetic look. Looking at Lin Mo who was there, a pair of clear eyes were filled with a pathetic look. Lin Mo, who was listening to these words, immediately just sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Nice guy. Straight up good guy. However, Lin Mo smiled. Then said, it's fine. Don't you want to take pictures? Then take the picture. Driving slowly down the road, Lin Mo said with a burst of light laughter. Listen to the words. Xiayuma, who was here, nodded. Spinning around, he pulled out his cell phone. The knees of his legs closing slightly. After picking an angle, inside the Xiayuma's cell phone screen, a pair of long white legs took up most of the screen. And within the blank area, Herculean, saccharine inclusion, Lin Mo's wristwatch-wearing hand, as well as a steering wheel that happens to reveal the Porsche badge. Look at this well-taken picture. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Oh, nice touch. Are you girls, all of you, possessed of excellent photo-taking skills? Lin Mo looked at Xiayuma in front of him. There was also a soft burst of upturned eyebrows. Teasingly, listen to this. Xiayuma, on the other hand, was there. Slowly. Neither did. What makes you think that, little brother? Listening to this, Lin Mo, on his face at this moment, he also revealed a few moments of playfulness. Then, speaking, I've heard that your Magic Theater has quite a few beautiful women. Why don't you be my tour guide and go around your school? Lin Mo at this time. It could be said that for Xiayuma, the tea master, was coming to a few points of interest. No problem. Xiayuma nodded happily. A few random shots of the view out the car window followed. Then with the picture together, it is sent to the circle of friends. And with the circle of friends update, under Siayuma's circle of friends, the rows and rows of messages just exploded. Wow, Portia, hey, I'm envious. Silent beauty, begging for an introduction. Hiss, silence, you've got a godly man on your side. It's only a Portia, but it's not a cheap watch. This watch is supposed to be a high-end Roger Dubuis model, worth at least $4 million. Good, eating alone behind our backs. /knife. A series of comments directly exploded Siayuma's circle of friends, and some good friends who know something about watches. Even more directly, he recognized the style of Lin Mo's watch. As for the car, as there is not much detail in the pictures, plus there isn't a lot of information about the GT1-98 on the web, hence that is, not being recognized. Meanwhile, on the other side, this Siayuma also saw the comments of the others. Can't help it, just smacking my lips over it. She hadn't really studied much about the watch thing, but now look at other people's comments. Also noticed the Roger Dubuis piece. It was the watch she had noticed earlier in the day. At the time, she just assumed that it was just a slightly better watch. But only now. This watch, it actually costs $4 million. This price, the real one, was a hard surprise to her. What followed, unavoidably, was a sigh of relief. Brother is so rich. In response, Lin Mo just smiled and opened his mouth. It's okay. After saying that, Lin Mo looked at both sides of the street, a lot of beautiful women, and said, the Magic Theater really lives up to its name. This number of beautiful women is just huge. Hearing these words, this Siayuma's face, too, stiffened, yet just then, Lin Mo's words, on the other hand, took a turn for the worse. The corners of his mouth hooked up as he spoke. But the prettiest, in my opinion, is you. No. Siayuma blushed slightly. Keep driving. Wandering around this campus, and just after some loitering, Lin Mo also glanced at this Siayuma and said, want to go to lunch together? Listen to the words. Siayuma's eyes lit up, but then, still feigning hesitation and reserve, at the end of the day, though, there was a gentle nod of the head, saying, this, okay. Listening to this Lin Mo, the corners of his mouth were also upturned for a while. Then let's go. Having said that, Lin Mo turned around in front of him and drove towards the outside of the campus. 30 or so minutes later, inside a mall, the two of them, Lin Mo and Siayuma, it was casual at this point, too, finding an affordable cafeteria to eat at, and Siayuma, who was there, laughed lightly and said, I didn't expect you, brother, to come to this kind of affordable restaurant to eat. Hearing this, Lin Mo also laughed lightly and said, you can get tired of eating too much of something from a good restaurant. Besides, that kind of restaurant is basically a reservation mechanism. Besides, there are very few restaurants that would choose to do lunch. Lin Mo shrugged helplessly and said, listening to these words, this Siayuma at this point in time, couldn't help but, just for a moment, laugh lightly over it. So that's it? Of course, and the bottom line is, a whole lot of etiquette goes out the window when you eat at a restaurant like that. The biggest headache is that the portions of food served are never more than a fraction of what they should be. Every time you eat it, you have to go home and cook yourself another bowl of instant noodles. With that sentence trailing off, Siayuma, who was there, couldn't help but snort. After that, the two of them just grabbed what they were going to eat and headed towards their seats. Meanwhile, upstairs in this mall, inside a hot pot restaurant, a young man, full of chagrin, hung his head, and across from him, a fat man with a bloated body was there to comfort at that moment. Hey, brother Mora, don't look so downcast. Isn't it just a missed opportunity to bond? What's so demoralizing about that? Listen to this. The youth who was there, however, was furious. Immediately, it was the word that continued. You fat. You know, people drive a Porsche 911 GT1-98. Do you have any idea what this car represents? This car, in the whole world, is one of a kind. Being able to get this car means that the other party is not only rich, but also the powerful kind. If last time, I had to compensate the other party, then I was on the line with them. A little bit of favor might trickle out of the other guy's fingers if he's friendly with him. That would be enough for you and me to climb 4 or 5 more floors upwards. However, such an opportunity was given to me to miss. Chapter 22. Who gave you permission to talk to this gentleman like that? At this time, eating here. It's the rich kid who drove the big G that crashed Lin Mo's Porsche last time. Although, last time, Lin Mo didn't ask him to compensate. He did get away with it when he got home. But on the next day, after he had calmed down, and yet it was found. This is a $100 million loss for myself. He was just too nervous and anxious at that time, totally out of the blue. The man who can get his hands on this fabulous car that only exists in legend. Could it be a regular guy? Himself though, he hit his car. But one should take the opportunity and climb up the ladder with others. And he himself was, at the time, actually stupid enough to run away. Thinking about my actions at the time now, he was totally hating it and giving himself a couple of slaps. Hearing this, another tall and thin youth then skimmed his mouth and said, "Okay, there's nothing to be angry about. Our circle in Magic City is so big, there will always be a chance to meet in the future. Alright, hurry up and eat. After dinner, let's go to Old Wang's place for a drink. I've heard that at Old Wang's place, a few beautiful women have been coming over a lot lately." As those words fell, the youth could only sigh and said, "Hey, okay." Having said that, this youthful few just sped up and finished their lunch. After the checkout, the group just headed outside, and at this point, a cry of alarm suddenly rang out. "Murako? Wanchun twisted his head to look, only to see a youth with dyed yellow hair and a large gold chain looking at himself with a face full of excitement. "You are?" Zhao Village was puzzled in his mind. "Murako, it's me. I'm Jiang Chen, little Tatsuwa. The two of us, we met in Young Wang's bar before." Listen to this. Xiaoshun recalled a little. It seems like there really is such a person. This guy is a rich man. His family originally has a few houses in Magic City. After the demolition, tens of millions of dollars were distributed. Then it was with myself at a cocktail party. Because of the special ability to lick, all kinds of dog-licking words are at hand. Took him under his wing himself. "Oh, Tatsu, why are you here too? Hey, I'm not just with the horse. In the side of the Emerald restaurant to eat dinner. Well, village brother, you guys, this is a party it?" Jiangchen said smilingly. "Well, get ready to go to Old King's for a couple drinks later." A few people were talking as they walked in the direction of the elevator. And the other side. "A lunch is finished." Lin Mo went ahead and checked out. As for Xiaoyuma, he went outside first and waited for himself. After settling the bill, Lin Mo left the restaurant. Just after leaving the restaurant, he saw Xiaoyuma was being pestered. Opposite this Xiaoyuma, a girl with heavy makeup and an LV bag was there in the shade. "Yo, isn't this the school beauty of our magic theater? How come a hallowed schoolgirl still comes to this kind of cheap restaurant to eat?" Jiang Qian, looking at Jiang Qian in front of him, Xiaoyuma's face wasn't very pretty. This Jiang Qian, between her and her, is a classmate. Only, between the two men, there is a plain contradiction. At this moment, Jiang Qian's head was held high and her face carried a look of disgust and contempt as she snorted. "I didn't realize you could eat at a place like this where only poor people come to eat." Listen to this. The look on Xiaoyuma's face there looked a little indignant. And just then, Lin Mo walked over and said, "Yummer, what's going on?" Before Xiaoyuma could speak, Jiang Qian, who was there, took the lead. "Yo, you ma, is this your boyfriend? Good looking, but unfortunately, a poor bastard. I can only take you to this kind of cafeteria, where only poor people come to eat." Listen to this. Lin Mo's face was slightly cold. Then, he swept a glance at Jiang Qian who was there. The first thing that happened was a sneer, and a laugh. "So it looks like you just got out of a fancy restaurant?" Hearing this, Jiang Qian was instantly filled with pride. Angling his head, he said, "That's natural. I just came from the Emerald with my boyfriend. After a fancy steak." Emerald restaurant. It's a fancy Western restaurant. Average per capita spending, at least $1,000. In response, Lin Mo nodded and said, "Then it seems your boyfriend has quite an appetite." Xiaoyuma and Jiang Qian, the two of them were a bit confused for a while. "Aren't we talking about the restaurant? This Lin Mo, why all of a sudden? Is he concerned about Jiang Qian's boyfriend?" And just then, Lin Mo, on the other hand, looked at Jiang Qian with contempt and said, "If you have a bad appetite, how can you possibly get down if you're all grown up like this? Aren't you afraid of stuffing your teeth? What's wrong with you? Stuffed?" Jiang Qian froze in her tracks. Xiaoyuma, on the other hand, suddenly snorted a laugh. "Goddamn stuffed teeth." It's obvious that this is undermining Jiang Qian. As for Jiang Qian, she also reacted. One moment, the face was a shade of green and purple. Bent in time, it was just angry. Looking at Lin Mo. "You, what? Am I wrong?" Lin Mo looked at Jiang Qian's face in front of him, which had gone under the knife. Anyone who can go down on you in this mold is really a warrior who isn't afraid of stuffing his teeth. In one sentence, Jiang Qian was so infuriated that she was trembling, and it's at this point in time, she was also seen not far away. A group of people is coming along. One of them, a yellow-haired man wearing a large gold chain, stood out. This Jiang Qian's eyes lit up. Subsequently, "Dao, you wait." After saying that, it was to the yellow hair that was there, shouting loudly, Hubby, this guy scolded me. Come over and help me teach him a lesson. Listen to this. The crowd here, too, froze. Then, looking toward there, the moment he saw Lin Mo, this Shoshon's body, the moment of the moment is to tremble for it. On his face, an indescribable excitement just flooded his heart. It's him, the owner of that Porsche 911 GT1-98. Zhao Village's face, at this point, was agitated. He was completely surprised that he actually could meet Lin Mo here, and next to the yellow-haired Jiang Chen. All of a sudden, the face was just pitch black. Among the expressions that stared at Lin Mo were filled with irritation. Immediately, there was cursing. Looking at Lin Mo, who was there, in 3 or 2 steps, he rushed up, pointing at Lin Mo. He just cursed angrily. You don't want to be a gangster, do you? How dare you mess with my horse? And at the moment the words fell, Zhao Village's face suddenly just changed. Looking at this yellow hair, the anger in his heart suddenly erupted. With 3 steps, he came directly to yellow hair's side. This was followed by a fierce kick. All of a sudden, this yellow hair stumbled and fell to the ground. At the same time, this Jiang Chen's furious words rang out. Who gave you permission to talk to this gentleman like that? Chapter 23, Stun Xieyuma. This yellow hair was kicked hard to the ground. The entire person was also confused at this point. And in the next moment, this yellow-haired whole person. But it was a sudden, icy chill. All the while, slightly dumbfounded, watching what was happening between there and the village of Wang. At this moment, he was looking at Lin Mo in front of him with an exuberant and excited expression. He said, "Brother, I didn't expect to actually meet you here." "You are?" Looking at the Zhao village in front of him, Lin Mo was a bit puzzled. The youth in front of him did look somewhat familiar to himself, but for a moment, it was impossible to remember exactly where they had met. "You are? Brother, it's me. We met in the parking lot before. I was driving a big G at the time." This Zhao village's tone was a bit agitated. Hastily, it was the opening of the mouth that spoke, and listening to these words, Lin Mo also came to a realization. Immediately, on the spot, it was then that he spoke. "So it was you, the one who was crying and saying that you would be beaten to death by mom and dad when you went back?" This one, Lin Mo finally recalled. This is the owner of the big G who, last time, crashed his Porsche. And after Lin Mo's words fell, the Zhao village there looked slightly embarrassed. Scratching his head, he said, "Brother, it's me. My name is Zhao Village. You can just call me Xiao Zhao." This Zhao village's attitude is as humble as it gets. "Well, my name is Lin Mo." But, the yellow hair there, but in his head, was already exploding. The whole person fell into deep despair, looking at Lin Mo who was there. The mind roared with frantic fury. How could this be? What the hell is going on here? Why, even Brother Mora has to call this guy brother? This guy, what the hell is he? And there's Jiang Qian. At this point it was gradually falling into deep despair. As for this moment, Lin Mo's eyes, too, fell on the yellow hair next to him. This guy, you know? A sentence fell. The attention of the crowd, also once again, fell on this yellow hair. At once, this yellow hair poofed and fell to his knees. Hurriedly, he then just opened his mouth. Brother, you spare me. I was wrong. I know it's wrong. I really didn't mean it just now. Meh. Lin Mo sneered and didn't say anything. And next to the village of Zhao, immediately, it was the word. Get out of here yet. Don't let me see you again from now on. Since Zhao village was already prepared to curry favor with Lin Mo, then for this matter, the natural thing is to give Lin Mo a satisfactory explanation. And the moment the words fell, this yellow hair at once, just panicked. Hurriedly, he crawled to Zhao village and hugged Zhao village's thigh, saying, Brother Mora, I was wrong. I'm really wrong. Please, give me another chance. Zhao village, among the rich second generation in Magic City, is still a small reputation. If anything, once he was blacklisted by Zhao village, then in the future, one could say that one could not move an inch in Magic City. Shashon, on the other hand, frowned, and then violently just kicked the yellow hair out of the way. Asterisk off. Don't make me say it a third time. Having said that, this yellow hair was the one who looked at Lin Mo and said, Mo, shall we go? Aha. Lin Mo nodded. The ensuing group headed toward the elevator. As for this yellow hair, he was deeply in despair. Spinning around, a furious slap was thrown out. It's all because of you. When I met you, I was simply unlucky in my 8 lifetimes. If it wasn't for this Jiang Qian, how could he have offended Lin Mo? And how could it lead to himself being hated by Zhao village? As for being on the other side, inside the elevator, Zhao Village looked at Xiaoyuma next to him and said, "This is your sister-in-law, right? She's really pretty." As the words fell, this Xiaoyuma's face flushed. Keeping his head down, he fiddled with the corners of his coat there. And for that, Lin Mo just smiled. Then, glancing at the group of second generation next to him, he said, "These are your friends?" Hearing Lin Mo's words, Zhao Village reacted and hurriedly said, "Oh, right, brother Mo. Let me introduce you, haha. This fat guy is Wu Yong, a good buddy of mine. The family runs a foreign trade company." With some introductions, the fat man there, Wu Yong, was the one who nodded his head at Lin Mo and said, "Hello Mo." Lin Mo responded to this. "This guy is Zheng Yang." The words of the family is open. A round of introductions. Lin Mo did recognize it. And, also at this point in time, Zhou Village, who was there, instead smiled at Lin Mo. "By the way Mo, I have a favor to ask." What's going on?" "Hey, I was telling this group of brothers of mine earlier, about that Porsche of yours. My gang of brothers, all sports car enthusiasts, wanted to see an eye-opener. So say, look, can you listen to this?" Lin Mo froze. Spinning around, he snorted and shook his head. "Just this? I thought it was something big. As it happens, I'm driving that Porsche today, so I'll show you guys around." As those words fell, the crowd that was there looked agitated by it. The heart, however, was, at the same time, somewhat appalled. To know, cars like the Porsche 911 GT1-98, the vast majority of people don't drive them after they buy them. Big probability that are kept at home as collector's items. After all, so much for the $80 million for this car. The bottom line is, this car, but there is only one in the world. This could really cry out if it was scratched. And now, Lin Mo actually drove this car out? And there, Zhou Village trembled. "Mo, you took that car out?" Shashon swallowed hard. Looking at Zhao Village who was in front of him, Lin Mo spoke blandly. "Or what? Leave it there as decoration? Isn't the purpose of buying a car, this thing, to drive it? Otherwise, what's the point of buying it?" Hiss. A sentence fell. Everyone sucked in cold air. Right. That's right. Mo is so aware. Yes. The car was bought to be driven. It's our narrow eyesight. One moment, there was a crowd of second generation there, and immediately they just started to chime in. This scene also made Zhao Village, for a while, stumped by it, and soon, the crowd also made their way to the underground garage. Under Lin Mo's guidance, a group of people, too, came to a pure white Porsche. Looking in front of him, the exaggeratedly styled white Porsche. The crowd there, too, was in a flurry, staggered by it. Boy, this car is awesome. Although in photos, I've seen it quite a few times, but seeing it in the flesh, it's still shocking. Brother Mo is a cow. You can even take down this car. Yeah, this car is less. That's got to be $80 million. As the words fell after that, Xiaoyuma, who was there, was stunned. Chapter 24, Does it matter what you're from? 80 million, the number. It still shook Xiaoyuma fiercely. Original. She was informed that this watch of Lin Mo's was going to cost $4 million. She was still shocked. But now, after learning about the car, it's going to be $80 million. In this moment, Xiaoyuma felt that his worldview was all turned upside down. $4 million watch, an $80 million sports car. Here's Xiaoyuma. The first thing that happened was that there was a staggering for it. The heart was full of astonishment. Brother is so awesome. So young to be able to afford an $80 million supercar. Xiaoyuma, who was there, daintily opened her mouth. It's okay, it's not an expensive car. Lin Mo smiled, shook his head, and said, he's telling the truth. After all, this car, when you buy it yourself, you're spending a dime. However, for this matter, others are unaware. Listening to Lin Mo's words, the first thing that happened was a twitch at the corner of his mouth, especially with the group of rich kids there. At this time, there was even a burst of cursing in his heart. After all, is this talking about people? An $80 million sports car. You call that inexpensive? Spit it out and spit it out. This car is not expensive if you want to be considered. Then these buy a $4 to $5 million sports car. What are the second generation guys who have to hesitate for half a month? One moment. These second generation guys just feel, well, a little self-absorbed. As for Xiaoyuma who was there, his eyes grew brighter and brighter. And just then, Zhou Village, who was there, then spoke. Right Mo, do you want to go to KTV together later? We'll get ready later and go inside an acquaintance's KTV to have some fun. Listen to this. Lin Mo then glanced at Xiaoyuma, who was at his side, and said, together? This? Yeah. Xiaoyuma, who was here, hesitated slightly. Then, still nodding, listen to this. Lin Mo just responded in kind. Alright then, let's go to KTV together later. There was nothing to do in the afternoon itself anyway. Why don't we just go to a KTV and sing, drink or something? Okay. Shashon had a smile on his face. That's fine. Mo, just follow our car. After all was said and done, a few people just got into their cars separately. This Zhao village didn't drive that big G from last time today. Instead, he drove a yellow Lamborghini Maverick. A couple of sports cars hit the road. Watching this one sports car whizzing through the streets, quite a few other vehicles on the road. Watching this scene, they also started to avoid it. When they reached the intersection, the fleet of supercars braked in droves. At the back of this caravan, an empty space, there were no vehicles that dared to go near. I'll go. So many sports cars? So many sports cars? Which second generation is this coming out to blow up the streets? The cheapest supercars here are going for more than $1 million. If this rubs against the touch, won't it cost us a fortune? After the green light, Lin Mo lightly blasted the gas. Soon, it was through the intersection, and with the convoy past, these other car owners, before they dared to start. Soon, Golden Earth KTV. The supercars were pulling into the parking lot in droves, and after entering, KTV's boss, Wang Bin, was already early, waiting on the parking lot, and after seeing the row of supercars pull in, on his face, there were a few smiles, and when Lin Mo's Porsche, after driving in, the eyes ton then were instantly captivated. This is Porsche's 911 GT1-98. This Wang Bin's eyes, at this moment, is straight, looking at this Porsche of Lin Mo's. In his mouth, cold air was sucked backwards. He's also a supercar enthusiast. For all types of supercars, it's more all-knowing, and also as a result of that, the moment this car pulled in, he just got excited. Who is it? Who the hell is it? I can't believe I can take this car. The heart carries doubts. The circle of Magic City playing supercars is that big. So basically, whichever second generation bought a new supercar, everyone is actually able to know. Not to mention, it's something like the Porsche 911 GT1-98, the only top-of-the-line supercar in the world anymore. Whoever buys it, he would definitely be the first to know. But, it's amazing that there was no news before this. It was also deeply puzzling to his mind. And also at this point in time, the car door was opened. Lin Mo stepped down from the car, looking at Lin Mo who came out. This Wang Bin froze at once. Who's this? Haven't seen it. The Magic City circle is that big. So, basically, the top two generations know each other, even if they don't know each other better than that, but also the presence of the other side is known. However, the face in front of me, Wang Bin dares to say that he has never seen it before. In a moment, this Wang Bin's brows just slightly wrinkled, and at the same time, Shoshone stepped down in the car. With a smile on his face, he walked over, laughing out loud. Ha ha, old Wang, here we come. Shoshone smiled and laughed, and Wang Bin, who was there, nodded at that moment. But then, it's just looking at Rimmer who's there. Slightly puzzled, he asked, Mora, this is, oh, I forgot to introduce you. Shoshone introduced himself in a hurry. This one, my brother Mo, Lin Mo. With that, he was looking at Lin Mo and smilingly said, Brother Mo. Introduction. This is my brother and also the owner of this Golden Earth KTV. Wang Bin, listen to this. Lin Mo nodded. Boss Wang, hey, you're out of place. Mo, since you're a friend of Brother Village, you can just call me Old Wang directly. Wang Bin was puzzled despite his heart, but still, he smiled. Brother Mora, I've reserved your private room for you. I'll take you there now. After saying that, the crowd went all the way towards the private rooms inside the KTV. Lin Mo, on the other hand, and Xiaoyuma both, walked unhurriedly at the back of the group. In front, this Wang Bin was asking with Zhao Village. Brother Village, this Lin Mo, what's the story? I remember there's only one rich man with the surname Lin in Magic City, right? But that Lin family, there's only one little princess in the current generation, isn't there? This Lin Mo, where did he come from? Zhao Village, who was listening to these words, looked deeply at him with an intriguing gaze and said, Old Wang, the water in Magic City is deeper than you think, so it's better that you don't delve into these things. The fact that people, Mo, can get a Porsche 911 GT1-98 represents the strength of the other party. So does it even matter what exactly people are coming from? A word fell. Wang Bin, who was there, also stopped continuing to speak. Indeed, the strength of people is already there. So does it matter what exactly is coming? Chapter 25 Global IPAM Building. Inside KTV, the crowd drank and sang. A little bit of time passed. It wasn't much longer. That is, until just after 6 o'clock in the evening. A few people together after dinner. Because of the drinking. So others, too, just flocked. Got a room in a nearby hotel and went to bed. At this point, inside one of the hotel's suites, Lin Mo was soaking in the bathtub, turning on the massage system and playing with his cell phone. He was giving Xiaoyuma a separate suite, worthy of being a 5-star hotel. This configuration in all aspects, just complete nah. For a moment, Lin Mo's heart sighed for it, and just then, the doorbell, however, rang out of nowhere. Looking at the door of the room, Lin Mo's heart was a little puzzled, and at this time, a sound from outside the door rang out for it. Are you asleep, brother? Hearing this voice, Lin Mo sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Then, get up from the tub. Changing into a set of bathrobes, he said, Ma, what's the matter? Walked to the door, opened the door and spoke. Upon seeing Xiaoyuma outside the door, cold air poured out of Lin Mo's mouth. At this time, Xiaoyuma was wearing a wide white bathrobe. The neckline of the bathrobe appeared to be very loose. Looking at such a Xiaoyuma, Lin Mo only felt his mouth dry. In the bottom of his heart, he was also cursing secretly. Goblins. And this Xiaoyuma, on the other hand, showed a look of, well, pity, and said, brother, I'm a bit scared if I'm alone and staying in a big room. So I don't know. Can I stay in the same room with brother? Tonight? Listen to this. Lin Mo cursed angrily in his heart. The goblin. Eyes narrowed slightly. In the next moment, Lin Mo took hold of this Xiaoyuma's white slender hand. Then, a handful of them pulled her in. Boo! A muffled sound. Lin Mo heaved, closing the door to this room. Subsequently, against the door, looking at this Xiaoyuma with a smile. One time, Xiaoyuma's heartbeat thumped faster. Brother. Ha! Lin Mo didn't hesitate in the slightest. A slight bow of the head and a direct print. Just kidding. This Xiaoyuma has cleaned himself and sent him to the door. How can you, yourself, not have a reaction? This night, it was overcast and rainy. Lin Mo was also hollowed out, waiting for the second day. After Lin Mo woke up early, after the shower, gently patting Xiaoyuma awake next to him. Boing! A calling. Xiaoyuma opened his eyes with difficulty, looking at Lin Mo who was there. His expression was slightly sultry. Brother. There was a breathless cry. Listen to this. Lin Mo said blandly. Get up, or the others will be up later. Yikes! Xiaoyuma hurriedly climbed up. Then, under the blush of her face, she quickly put on her bathrobe. Alright, go back and shower and change first. I'll wait for you in the cafeteria. Xiaoyuma nodded, and then, shyly glanced at Lin Mo. Immediately, she stepped on her slippers and left Lin Mo's room with a did-did-did-day. As for Lin Mo, instead, he changed, grabbed his cell phone, and headed straight for the hotel restaurant. After entering the restaurant and choosing your breakfast, he did see, instead, Jockin, who was seated inside the restaurant. Yo, up so early? Carrying a dinner plate and gently patting down this Zhao village, Lin Mo lightly smiled. Listening to Lin Mo's words, Kimura turned back. His face was a little tired, and there were 2 heavy dark circles under his eyes. I'll go. Looking at this Zhao village, Lin Mo was also taken aback. He said, what did you do last night? You've got to be in moderation. Listen to this. Zhao village, who was there, looked more and more sultry. In the end, all that could be done was to sigh and say, nothing, just listen to a duet all night last night. It was until the latter part of the night that I fell asleep. The soundproofing in this hotel, it's really bad. Listen to this. Lin Mo was, at once, a little embarrassed. All one could do was cough there for a while, trying to hide the embarrassment on his face. After all, at this time, Lin Mo, on the contrary, understood why at this time the Zhao village will be this appearance. After eating breakfast, after sending Xiaoyuma back to school, the two of them added WeChat to each other's. Only then did Lin Mo return to the middle of the villa. Back at home, Lin Mo then had the time to pull out his cell phone, start checking out the new products that went live today among the trillions of subsidies, and after opening the app, the 2 items, also at once, appeared in Lin Mo's line of sight. Subsidized price of Rolls-Royce Cullinan, 6.6-inch. Subsidized price of Iapon Tower, $108. Look at these 2 items. Lin Mo's heart. At this point in time, there were also a few moments of surprise. Rolls-Royce Cullinan. It's a 4-seat SUV under the Rolls-Royce name. Price words. It's basically just around $7 or $8 million. As for the words of the Iapon building at the Circle Trade Center, that's one of the, kinda, more well-known high-end international plazas in Magic City. The overall is a large-scale mixed-use project that combines grade A offices, retail, and high-level apartments. The project consists of a 120,000 square meter premium shopping mall, 2 office towers and 2 luxury residential towers with a total of 64 units and a total gross floor area of 380,000 square meters. And, moreover, it is located in Suway, the kind of place where every inch of land is expensive. I didn't realize that these two were actually refreshed. Lin Mo was a little surprised in the bottom of his heart, and after that, there was no hesitation. Solely, it was the purchase of both items. With the purchase completed, both items, on the other hand, were delivered 5 minutes later. After sitting on the couch and waiting for 5 minutes, in front of Lin Mo, 2 file bags, all of a sudden, just appeared on a table in front of Lin Mo. Here it is. Lin Mo's instantly had a jolt. Then, hurriedly, the 2 file bags were opened. After opening it, in one of the bags were the keys to Cullinan's car and the driver's license. As for the other bag, it contained a red book. After opening it and looking at it, cold air poured out of Lin Mo's mouth. Because, in this red book, heck, it's the real estate title for the IAM building at the Circle Trade, and the names of everyone on it. It is just like yourself. It's actually a property right. In Lin Mo's heart, at this time, vaguely, there were a few points of excitement. After all, it's important to realize, this Ring Trade IAM building is a $10 billion mall building. A mall building of this value. And himself, got it for just $100 or so. Chapter 26, this Rolls Royce, it belongs to your boyfriend. One time, Lin Mo's heart was delighted by this. I had thought that it would be for a floor or 2 of my building. As a result, I didn't expect that this entire China World Trade Center IAM actually became my property. Lin Mo swallowed his saliva. At the bottom of his heart, a few points of horror were also set off at this time. Now that's really hairy. A pang of emotion ran through his heart. On Lin Mo's face, a few smiles also appeared at this time. Well, I'm a little hungry, so let's go out for a meal later. When we're done eating, we'll go shopping at this China World Trade Center IAM. After mentally murmuring, Lin Mo's cell phone, however, vibrated. Took out his cell phone and looked at the person who had sent him a message. He fell a little frozen. The person who sent the message to himself. Heck, it was Lily Qian. Lily Qian? What's she doing messaging me? The heart carries a few moments of confusion. Lin Mo's final, still clicked open. This Qian Lily sent WeChat. Qian Lily, Lin Mo. Can you make a trip here to Qianyuan CBD? Watch the message from Lily Qian. This Lin Mo also froze. He hadn't expected that the message Qian Lily had sent herself was actually this. Make yourself a trip to Qianyuan CBD. Lin Mo pondered slightly. This Qianyuan CBD, from their own home, is actually not far. It's also is like 5 kilometers. It's only like 7 or 8 minutes at most if you drive there. And he himself is now, just in time, getting ready to go out to dinner. After a little thought, Lin Mo just replied, okay, no problem. Finish sending the message. Lin Mo grabbed the keys to Cullinan's car and just walked inside the garage. After starting the vehicle, then it is toward this Qianyuan CBD, all the way traveling. Other side, Qian Lily looked at Lin Mo's reply on her cell phone. The bottom of his heart was relieved at this point. At this moment, Qian Lily was wearing a small black suit. Her hair was ably tied back behind her head in a ponytail. In terms of dress, it appears to be very formal. The whole person's temperament was also very different from the previous gathering. She's here today for an interview. Her Maserati, however, was not driven out today, and because of that, it was the HR director of this company that she was pestered by during her interview just now. Said he wanted to have lunch with her. Together. For the sake of that, I hope to be able to talk a little further and get to know Lily Qian. But for this so-called further understanding, Qian Lily was not interested in the slightest, and at the same time, her first thought was of Lin Mo. That's why a message was sent to Lin Mo. After seeing Lin Mo's reply, he was also finally relieved. However, it was also at this time, a sound of footsteps, coming from the rear. At the same time, a voice rang out. Ms. Qian, why are you leaving so quickly? Hearing this voice, Qian Lily's brows furrowed slightly, but on his face, it was the same, heaped with smiles, and said, Superintendent Zhou, what's the matter with you? There was Superintendent Chao, wearing a suit and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, slightly built, he looked to be in his mid-40s. At this point, with a smile on his face, he said, Ms. Qian, didn't I say so? I think you are very suitable for our company, but in order to decide whether to hire you or not, it's still important to get to know you better, and I happen to know that there is a pretty good Western restaurant in the neighborhood. The two of us, we could be in a Western restaurant. eating and talking at the same time. The smile on the superintendent's face this week grew even wider. At the same time, it was also moving towards Qian Lily, a few points closer. To be honest, he just couldn't take his eyes off of Qian Lily a bit when he saw her just now. Beauty. It's just so beautiful. It was because of this that he had been pretending to understand. The one who wanted to invite Qian Lily to join him, to have lunch. Listening to the words Qian Lily, the first thing he did was to shake his head. Thanks for your kind words, Director Zhou, but I have an appointment at noon, and my boyfriend will be here soon. At that moment, the smile on Director Zhou's face, for a moment, but the next moment, it's just a laugh, shaking his head, and saying, hey, it's okay, I think he'll understand if you have lunch with me for the sake of your future. Saying that, this Director Zhou pulled out the car keys in his pocket. After the press, on the side of the road, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class, its lights flashed at once. Here's the superintendent of the week, showing off on purpose here. This Mercedes he has, it's a top-of-the-line S-Class. The price is around $2 million, and, at the bottom of his heart, was thinking that the Qian Lily in front of him was not much money. As for boyfriends, in his opinion, it was completely made up by Qian Lily, which, even if true, so what? This money Lily graduated from college less than a year ago. Even if she did have a boyfriend, he was about her age and couldn't possibly have any money. And yourself? But it was the director of personnel, drives a $2 million Mercedes S-Class. The difference between the two. That's a world of difference, and if he wanted to pick up this Qian Lily, wouldn't he be able to do it? Looking at the scene Qian Lily, it was a roll of the eyes. However, it was not a good idea to have a seizure. After all, this Superintendent Chow is the director of personnel. This kind of character, his connections and contacts in Magic City are still quite deep. If you really tear into him, I guess, one's future interviews will only be made difficult. Hey, I hope that when Lin Mo comes later, he can help himself to drive this guy away. A mental sigh. Qian Lily's look of helplessness was extreme. And just then, in the distance, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan slowly drove by. What followed was a stop not far in front of the two. After the car door was opened, Lin Mo walked down from the car. Watch this scene. Superintendent Zhou, who was next to him, had some envy on his face. Boy, so young and you can afford to drive a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Which rich kid is this? And just as he was surprised, Qian Lily, who was at the side, was also stunned at this time. She was originally still looking for Lin Mo's Porsche 911 GT1-98, but it didn't work out. Lin Mo actually came in a Rolls-Royce. Also with the same time, Lin Mo also walked up to Qian Lily, with a few smiles on his face, and said, let's go. Seeing this, Qian Lily nodded her head in a hurry and let out a Looking at the scene in front of him, Superintendent Cho here, straight away, it's just completely dumbfounded. He hadn't thought of it even in his dreams. This Rolls-Royce actually belonged to Qian Lily's boyfriend. Immediately, the mouth also just exclaimed in shock. This Rolls-Royce, is it your boyfriend's? Chapter 27, Flustered Lily Qian. Listen to this. Qian Lily, who was there, while her face at this time was a little scarlet. As for Lin Mo, he froze. Boyfriend? Glancing at this Qian Lily, the corner of Lin Mo's mouth rose slightly. A seemingly playful smile appeared. Immediately, he gently took hold of this Qian Lily's waist. Taking it into his arms, he wrapped it around him. As for Qian Lily's body, it was a bit stiff. Tried to break free, but couldn't. Lin Mo also spoke at this time. Yeah, that's right. The car is mine. What's the problem? Listening to Lin Mo's tone, Superintendent Zhou, who was there, looked even more embarrassed. A while ago, he still thought in the back of his mind that this Qian Lily's boyfriend didn't have much money. He was also thinking that when Lin Mo came, he would show off a bit to make him know what to do. But I didn't expect it. This Qian Lily's boyfriend drove a Rolls-Royce Cullinan worth $8 million. Such a young age. Drive a Cullinan. This, properly, is the top rich kid, and one has to show off one's wealth to others? Show off my ass. I'm just afraid that my salary for a year is not as much as someone's pocket money for a month. Awkward. Unparalleled embarrassment. This week's director, for a moment, just didn't know what he should say. In the end, it was all that could be said with a harumph. Ha, since Ms. Qian's boyfriend is here, I won't bother you anymore. Hurriedly saying a sentence, this week's superintendent was fleeing from here in a hurry. He was really afraid if he continued to stand here, you'll end up embarrassing yourself. Picking out a 3-room apartment with your toes on the bottom of your shoes. Looking at the departing director Chow, at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth, a slight playful smile appeared. Looking at this money Lily, said, you told him that I'm your boyfriend now? This Qian Lily ruffled her hair as a way to hide her embarrassment and said, "Don't get any ideas, I just made up a random excuse to lie to him because he was pestering me." Qian Lily's heartbeat continued to accelerate. The whole person even looked somewhat incoherent. In response, Lin Mo's face, however, was smiling even more. Said, "Yes?" Said, the two just walked over to the car. "Why don't you get in the car and go to lunch together? It's exactly noon anyway, so we'll just have dinner together." Hesitating, Qian Lily finally, God forbid, nodded her head and got in the car. "Going to eat what? You pick the address." Glancing at Qian Lily who was sitting on the passenger side, Lin Mo casually said, "Well, let's go for some honky-tonk food. It just so happens I know a good restaurant here. I'll treat you at lunch, as a hard-earned fee for helping me." Hearing this, Lin Mo lightly laughed. Then, with an air of interest, he asked, "You invited me to dinner? So I can take that to mean that you're offering to ask me out?" A sentence fell. Qian Lily's heartbeat accelerated. Her face flushed scarlet, and she stammered, What are you babbling about? Who initiated a date with you? I just don't like owing people favors." "Oh, yeah?" The corners of his mouth rose as Lin Mo looked at this Qian Lily. Then, leaned over to this Qian Lily. A male odor came to the forefront. It made this Qian Lily, at this time, a little misty-eyed. What does he want? Is it hard to force a kiss? Qian Lily was flustered and at a loss. If, say, he does try to force a kiss on me, should I resist? At this moment, Qian Lily's heart was incomparably confused and her brain was buzzing. And just as she was confused, Lin Mo, on the other hand, pulled out the seatbelt on the side. Then, crossing her taut body, he fastened the buttons. "Get in the car and remember to buckle up." Rubbing ears and temples, it made this money Lily float, more than a little confused. What's going on here? Touching his cheeks, which were a little hot, Qian Lily's heart couldn't help but murmur, "Why do you look like you're looking forward to something when you're just buckling your seatbelt?" "All right, we're off now." Cullinan launched. Under Qian Lily's guidance, the two of them fell into a place, in a restaurant of local cuisine. After looking up the address of the place a little, Lin Mo did manage to figure out a specific location here. 10 kilometers from the restaurant in this local cuisine. That's the IPAM building. It's not too far for that. It's pretty easy to drive there. Well, then it is possible to drop by later on. The mind was made up. Lin Mo was also the one who followed Qian Lily. Together, they stepped into the middle of this restaurant. The restaurant that Qian Lily picked is still very classy. From the environment alone, the dining room as a whole is a darker sort of place, except for a chandelier above the dining table. Inside the restaurant, there would be no other source of light, and the overall pattern, it's more of a, petit bourgeois kind of thing. A meal, not a fast eater. Soon, it was an hour that passed. "How about going to the mall with me later? Just in time. I'm going to stock my house with something." Listening to Lin Mo's words, Qian Lily hesitated. The one that followed, still shaking his head, said, "Nah, I've got a couple more interviews if the afternoon." "Interview?" Lin Mo froze, then said, "The company's just gone out of business here. Aren't you going to take some time off first?" Qian Lily, who was listening to these words, unavoidably smiled bitterly. The final one, with a sigh and a shrug. "Hey, it can't be helped. I can't compare to a rich guy like you. I'm just an ordinary citizen. If I don't work, I won't have anything to eat." In response to this, Lin Mo snorted. Said the man, "Ordinary citizens can't afford a Maserati." In response, Qian Lily just smiled and didn't say anything more. "Okay, so later on, why don't you send me the address where you're going to be interviewed and I'll drive you there?" Qian Lily nodded. "That would be a pleasure." The two settled the fight quickly and finished their lunch. And then, Lin Mo just followed the navigation and went straight to the location where Qian Lily was interviewing. But after it was delivered, his face, however, was a bit odd. Because, this interview place for Lily Qian was not just any other place. Just like that, it is the university town where Xiaoyuma is located. Looking at this scene, Lin Mo pondered slightly. Well, it's better to ask her to come out and go to the mall with me. Think about it. Lin Mo tapped on WeChat. Then, is to give this Xiaoyuma, sent a WeChat past. Chapter 28. The Porsche is too small for the load. Devil's Play. Among the girls' dormitories, Xiaoyuma was chatting amongst a few of her girlfriends, and also at this time. Instead, her cell phone vibrated. Picking up the cell phone and taking a look, this Xiaoyuma was immediately a jolt. Yikes! Xiaoyuma hastily tapped on WeChat. Looking at such a move, a couple of girlfriends who were there also spoke up. "Yuma, why are you so excited?" "That's right, It's not like you're talking to someone, is it? Don't be quick and recite quickly. All of a sudden, the group of girlfriends who were there had anti-smiles on their faces, and listened to the words. On Xiaoyuma's face there, a few moments of scarlet redness just surfaced. Spinning around, he opened his mouth. No, don't speculate. It's the little brother I met yesterday. He sent me a message. Said he was going to call me out and go to the mall with him. After the sentence fell, a bunch of girlfriends there. The eyes were straight. Oh my god, that little brother from yesterday? Oh my god, is that the Porsche guy? Hiss. UMO. Your luck is too good. Not only did she meet a godly man, but now she's going to be asked out to the mall. Oh, it's just too envious. Right. So have you gotten back to people yet? Xiaoyuma, who was there, shook his head and said, not yet. I'm not sure if I should say yes here. My god, what's this hesitation you're having? Sister, are you being silly? People are taking the initiative to ask you out, so you should definitely say yes. Yeah, people are probably looking at you for this. This is a blessing for you. He's a great man of God. I'm not saying you can marry him, even if you become his lover. It would be a blessing of 8 lifetimes for you. That's right. This kind of godly man serves people comfortably. From now on, you'll have nothing to worry about. If you're still planning to enter the entertainment industry, won't you get your hands on resources? One moment. There was a crowd of girlfriends there, egging it on. Listen to this. Xiaoyuma mused, and then just hurriedly replied. I have time, brother. Looking at this Xiaoyuma's reply, Lin Mo then blandly said, alright then, come here to the gate then. I'll meet you outside your school. After saying this, Lin Mo just didn't continue to pay attention to this Xiaoyuma's news. Instead, he opened the B station and started swiping through the young lady's videos. Inside the dormitory, Xiaoyuma, on the other hand, hurriedly began to make up her makeup and change her clothes. At the same time, it was asking, what do you guys think? Which set would look good on me? You're already in good shape. You can just pick any outfit and change into it. Yeah, don't dwell on it. Hurry over there. Hey, you ma, you can't hide such a great godly man, can you? When we go over to meet up later, why don't you take us over there to meet up as well? Gee, what's the rush? Under this flurry, a handful of changes of clothes and makeup, this Xiaoyuma eventually changed into a light blue dress. The face, too, was painted with light makeup. What followed was a line of people that went all the way, looking towards the school gates, and as Xiaoyuma arrived at the school entrance, instead, it attracted the attention of many people on this roadside. Ha! Look guys, it's Goddess Yuma. It's really the goddess coming out. Hey, it's not just Goddess Yuma. You guys look at the others next to the goddess. They're all so beautiful. It's said that the few roommates who share the same dormitory as Yuma are all acting department flower level beauties. These, I guess, are the ones in the same dormitory as Yuma, the other few beauties, right? And just as the crowd, beside him, was talking, this Xiaoyuma and the others, too, stood on the side of the road at the entrance of the school. One of the sisters was looking around. At the same time, also opened his mouth to ask, Yuma, where's that little Porsche brother you were talking about? Yeah, how come we don't see anyone? There was a flurry of chatter from the crowd. Even Xiaoyuma, too, was a bit puzzled. Just now when Lin Mo sent him a message, he's already at the door of the dormitory, isn't he? But now, how come you didn't see that Porsche of his yourself? You guys wait a little bit, I'll ask my little brother. Xiaoyuma's heart carried doubts. Redirected, scratched the Microsoft, sent a message to Linma. Little brother, I've arrived at the entrance of our school. Where are you? The message went out. It was but a few seconds before a blast of car horns sounded. With the car horn blaring, Xiaoyuma, who was there, as well as a bunch of other people in the congregation, were also taken aback. At the same time, it was also noticed that the Rolls-Royce Cullinan that had pulled over to the side of the road. At this point in time, the power windows slowly came down, revealing Limo who was inside. Get in the car. After Lin Mo's words fell, a smile also appeared on his face. I'll get in the car first. Xiaoyuma, who had said this, jogged all the way to the door of Cullinan's car, under the gaze of a crowd of teenage boys and girls, opened the door and got in. And then, Lin Mo kicked the gas, and Cullinan straight out. All that was left was a crowd of teenage boys, full of heartbreak. Whoops, the goddess has gone off with someone. It's just a broken car. What's the big deal? When I'm rich, I'll buy a car to pick up girls here too. Ha, waiting for you to get rich? Know what kind of car that was? That's a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, an $8 million luxury car. Hiss, 8 million, my god, does it mean that just because you have money, you can do whatever you want? Sorry, but with money, you can really do whatever you want. Cam. In an instant, a lot of young men have just sour, and their Sia-Yuma's group of girlfriends. Their faces also revealed a stunned look. Other side, inside the Cullinan car, Lin Mo drove his car, carrying the Sia-Yuma, straight to the IPAM building, and this Sia-Yuma was a bit puzzled, looking at Lin Mo, saying, "Brother, why aren't you driving that Porsche today? I see you have this car. It's a Rolls-Royce, isn't it?" "Oh, there's too little room in that car for that," Lin Mo said casually. "I was going to go to the mall later to pick up a few things, and it's inconvenient to bring goods with me if I'm out in that car. This car, if it's going to be a van later, is going to hold a lot more stuff." A sentence fell. Sia-Yuma, who was there, was filled with confusion at this time. The Porsche has too little room for stuff. Is the Rolls-Royce roomy enough for the right stuff? This, spit it out and spit it out. Taking a Rolls-Royce for a van? This is simply trenchant. Chapter 29, no takeouts or deliveries allowed? What kind of bull **** rule is that? Car. Sia-Yuma spat out his tongue. Spinning around, he asked, "Brother, where are we going to play now?" "IPAM ITC. Lin Mo spoke calmly. Spinning around, he also continued his question. "If you see anything you like later, just buy it." For this Sia-Yuma, Lin Mo had a very clear perception. Sia-Yuma is going to get what he wants on his own. And yourself? It is also natural that one will get what one wants. The other side wants nothing more than money. But for Lin Mo, the thing about money is that it is among the cheapest and least necessary for oneself. Pay up. Then it pays too. And listening to Lin Mo's words, Sia-Yuma's eyes were suddenly brightened. Spin. With a dainty look, he said, "Thank you, brother. The vehicle soon is to come to the underground parking lot of the International Trade Mart." Afterwards, Lin Mo was the one who held hands and walked inside this mall. In the mall, a variety of high-end luxury goods can be said to see this Sia-Yuma dazzled, surrounded by all kinds of big brand clothing bags, are looking at let him incomparably moved. Here all kinds of big brands, looking at his Sia-Yuma want to buy. She held back though. She's a smart one. Although just now, Lin Mo did say that he could pick whatever he wanted, but in the back of her mind there was actually a yardstick. No, where is the 1 degree that you can claim? Final. This Sia-Yuma is in a Gucci store, bought a white printed t-shirt, a plaid tweed overskirt, and a pair of black low heels. Very nice. Looking at Sia-Yuma who walked out wearing this, Lin Mo's eyes couldn't help but light up. This Sia-Yuma herself was studying acting, and her body itself was very good and moist. Now that it was paired with such a set, it was even more so that its delicate figure was completely emphasized. Especially the pair of long, white and straight legs were mesmerizing. Well, that's nice. How about this? And with this bag, after all was said and done, Lin Mo casually picked up a black and white checkered handbag. The bag isn't that expensive anyway. It's only $10,000, but it is what makes the Sia-Yuma's eyes light up. Among the looks, the excitement was incomparable. Hectic. That is the word. "Thank you, brother. The set cost just over $20,000 overall." And after this, Sia-Yuma just didn't take the initiative to ask Lin Mo for something. This was also what caused his recognition of this Sia-Yuma to increase by a few points. The two of them wandered so far along. Unconsciously, it is back to the gate of this IPAM International Trade. This IPAM ITC is still very big, and the main part is also divided into 2 pieces. One of them is this IPAM mall, and the other piece is in the office building that's above the 6th floor of this mall. Lin Mo swept around this mall. Spinning around, his eyes fell on the Starbucks next to him. "Would you like a cup of coffee?" Good. Said. The two walked inside Starbucks. Lin Mo asked for an iced Americano, while Sia-Yuma ordered a Frappuccino. The two were then separate again and asked for a cupcake. After coming to the seat, Sia-Yuma was taking a few quick pictures, ruffling the ends of her hair. She swirled, taking a bite of the cupcake in front of her. A few moments of enjoyment showed on his face, and then, it was to look at Lin Mo and said, "Brother, would you like a bite of my cupcake?" "It's delicious," said this Sia-Yuma just used a spoon and dug a spoonful of his own cupcake. Then, it was handed to Lin Mo. The bright eyes were full of anticipation and innocence. In this regard, Lin Mo was not surprised. After all, Sia-Yuma has always been a good girl who only cares about geishai. After eating it with an open mouth, he nodded. "Well, it tastes good. He. There was a smile on his face. "Then I'll try a bite of my brother's too." After saying that, Sia-Yuma was the one who immediately dug a spoonful of Lin Mo's cupcake. A sweet smile appeared. "It's delicious. Smell the air. The strong smell of tea." Lin Mo's eyebrows shot up for a moment. The two of them left Starbucks after their coffee and cake. And also at this point in time, a delivery boy who was rushing towards the mall at the entrance, but at this point, one of the security guards who was there, on the other hand, stopped it in a hurry. I'm sorry, but we don't allow takeout or delivery in our mall. Listen to this. The delivery boy was also in a hurry. Hectic. That is the word. Brother, you can be more accommodating. I have 5 minutes left in my order and I'm going to exceed the time limit. Please let me in. Listen to this. This security guard was all but unfazed, saying, no, that's our mall rule. If I let you up there today, I'm going to get my paycheck docked. No, big brother. This order is sent upstairs to the 17th floor. Big brother, you just accommodate once. The delivery boy who was there was on his knees at this point. This order he was to deliver to the 17th floor. There are only a few minutes left until timeout. And he was also aware that this IPAM building was not allowed for takeaway boys to enter. Called the client's phone number when he was at the door earlier, ready for him to come down and take it off. But after calling several times in a row, he couldn't get through. And as we watched, the order was about to run out of time. The heart of the delivery boy was just as anxious for it. So it was thought, could we send it in? But now it is being blocked. This made the takeaway boy anxious to cry out. And at this point, Lin Mo also walked over and opened his mouth to ask, what's going on here? Hearing these words, the takeaway boy there, however, was instantly anxious. This little brother. I just wanted to go up and deliver a takeout, but they wouldn't let me in. The security guard was also in a hurry. It's not that I'm not allowed to. It's mainly because that's the way it's written up there. No takeouts or deliveries are allowed in there. I'm just a part-timer here. I wouldn't dare violate the rules above. Hearing these words, Lin Mo's heart came to life. What kind of bull **** rule is that? No takeouts or deliveries allowed in? That's a rule that's practically discriminating in the industry. It seemed that he himself, later on, would need to knock this property company around a bit. But look at the anxious look of this delivery boy. Lin Mo also hurriedly said, bro, you go in first. I'll take care of this side. Listen to this. This takeout boy is the one who said in a hurry, thank you little brother. Thanks. After all was said and done, he was just about ready to head inside. And at that moment, an arrogant voice was violently resounding. Stop that delivery guy for me. Who told you to let him in? Chapter 30. I'm the owner of this IPAM building. Listen to the voice. Lin Mo's brows, too, were slightly furrowed. And then, it was to turn his head and look toward the rear. Only a man dressed in a well-tailored suit and dressed like a man walked over. The security guard saw this, and hurriedly stopped the delivery boy. At the same time, it was loud. Manager Chui. You're here. This manager Trey took it in stride. At the same time, it was loud. Who let you in? Don't you know that letting these guys in tarnishes the image of our mall? Hearing these words, Lin Mos immediately opened his mouth. Tarnish the image of the mall? Ha! It's a joke. As Lin Mo's words fell after this, Manager Chui, who was there, also noticed Lin Mo. Immediately, frowning, he opened his mouth. What are you? What do you care who I am? I just want to know who gave you the right. Can you keep the delivery boys and couriers inside the mall? There's Manager Choi there. At once, it was cold, and opened his mouth. This is a decision that our company's board of directors, after much discussion, has come to. Besides, this is, in itself, for the image of our mall. Besides, what kind of person are you that you dare to dictate our company's decisions? Me? Lin Mo sneered, and then the one after that was the one who spoke indifferently. I'm the owner of this IPAM building. Who do you think I am? After a sentence fell, there was Manager Choi and others there. All of a sudden, it's just dumbfounded. The owner of the IPAM building? This. As for this Xiayuma, his mouth was also wide open. On his face, consternation could be written all over it at this point. Lin Mo he, actually, is the owner of the IPAM building. Just kidding. In the meantime, Manager Choi, who was there, had a sudden poof of laughter. On his face, he also revealed a few moments of a sneering smile. The owner of the IPAM building? Ha! Just you? If you're the owner of the IPAM building, then I'm still the richest man in Mordor. Gee whiz. Saying you're the owner of the IPAM building is really SB. On this Manager Chui's face, the sense of mockery was a few points thicker. Listen to this. Lin Mo, who was here, didn't say much, just calmly pulled out his cell phone. Then, dialed a cell phone number. Other side. On the top floor of this building, IPAM Mall Properties, Inc. Inside the conference room, more than a dozen executive directors of this property company. At this point in time, it is gathering here. For the first, it's the chairman of this property company, He Tianing. At that moment, it was there, full of solemnity. Gentlemen, I'm sure you all know about this matter of the IPAM building changing ownership. What exactly the new owner, Mr. Lin, is like, we have no idea until now. And we don't know when this new boss, when he's going to visit the building. So I hope you can restrain your men and make sure to give Mr. Lin a good impression, so as to be able to successfully, between this Mr. Lin, renew the contract. Listen to this. One of the people at the bottom, at this point, also nodded his head and said, yeah, the property work of this IPAM building is taking up 40% of our company's net income. If this contract renewal doesn't work out, it could be a very serious blow to our company. Don't worry, after we go back this time, we will definitely discipline our subordinates properly. No matter what, make sure to do as much as possible to leave a good impression on Mr. Lin. A group of executive directors, one after another, just opened their mouths, and also at this time of the year, Tianing who was there, but his cell phone suddenly rang. Listening to the ringing cell phone, this Tianing's brows furrowed, and his heart was somewhat annoyed. He's in the middle of a meeting himself. Before the meeting, he or she was in the circle of friends. By all rights, no one should be calling themselves at this hour. But who, exactly, would be so ungrateful, calling yourself at this hour? For a moment, in the bottom of this Tianing's heart, he could be said to be somewhat annoyed. Then it was just a matter of picking up the cell phone. After seeing the incoming call displayed on his cell phone moments later, this Tianing's face changed. Spinning around, it was a jerk to stand up. Then, respectfully, he put the phone through and carefully said, hello Mr. Lin, why are you calling me? A sentence fell. All the directors who were there, one after another, just looked this way. Mr. Lin, the new owner of this IPAM building, Mr. Lin, actually called. For a moment, everyone was quiet. Looking at Tianing who was there, his expression looked tense, and also at this time, Lin Mo's cold and icy voice also sounded over the phone. You have 3 minutes to get to gate D of the mall immediately, otherwise, there will be consequences. With the words falling afterward, Lin Mo was also straightforward. Hanging up the cell phone call, I heard a beep, beep, beep on the other end. Tianing, who was here, also had a somewhat pale complexion, and others in the room. At this time the body, too, looked a little soft. Through the voice on the phone, they could clearly feel it. On the other end of the phone, Lin Mo, now, is extraordinarily angry, and Tianing, who was there, reacted violently. Immediately, it was a loud chorus. What are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry over and take a look? Who, exactly, has messed with Mr. Lin? After saying that, this Tianing was the first to rush out of the room. Thens, all the way up towards the first floor, and the directors, who were in the back of the room, were also in a flurry, following in their footsteps. At this time, mall entrance, looking at Lin Mo who hung up the phone, Manager Chui, who was there, was also a bit stunned at this time. But what followed was a proof of laughter. He said, oh, pretending is pretty much the same thing. If you don't know, you'd think you're really the owner of this IPAM. Hearing this, Lin Mo just coldly glanced at this Manager Chui and stopped talking. Manager Chui, on the other hand, looked at Xiaoyumo, who was on the sidelines, and said, Beauty, I'm telling you, you don't want to be fooled by such people. I've seen a lot of bluffers like this one. This kind of people, they look like they don't have any money, and they are pretending to be big spenders here. And I can tell you very responsibly that this guy, in no way, is the owner of any IPAM. After all, my uncle, that's a director of the property company. Even more so, with my own eyes, I've seen the owner of this IPAM building. So if he is or isn't, I'm still not sure. Manager Chui, who was there, immediately said loudly. And also at this time, this Manager Chui, too, heard a burst of footsteps, sounding in the distance. Hearing the commotion, he also raised his head and looked towards a short distance away. Upon seeing the crowds of people coming in, he was also momentarily confused. Immediately, trembling, he said, He-dong, why are you here? Chapter 31, The Desperate Chui Family 2. This Manager Chui, at this time, was trembling for it. Looking at the chairman of the board, Tianing, who had suddenly hurriedly walked over, as well as a host of executive directors. Manager Chui was pale as a sheet for a moment. Tianing, who was there, didn't even look at Manager Chui. In a hurry, he just walked up to Lin Mo. He said, Lin, Mr. Lin, why did you come all of a sudden, without even informing me in advance? And watch the scene. This Manager Chui, on the other hand, was a bit confused. Then, in a hurry, he came up to one of the executive directors and said, Uncle Sam, what's going on? This kid, isn't he just a brat? He has the need. So respectful to each other? Listen to this. At that moment, that third uncle just glared at this manager Chui and said, "You shut up. I can warn you. This man in front of me, that's the new boss of our IPAM building. People's rent alone is more than $1 billion a year. More than that, our company, the biggest customer. If people are brats, then what am I?" A sentence fell. Manager Chui, who was there, was also a bit flustered, looking at Lin Mo who was standing in front of him. This manager Chui was as cold as an ice cellar. He knows, he's finished, he's completely screwed. The man in front of me, actually, it really is the owner of this IPAM building, and himself just a few moments ago. I can't believe I went so far as to taunt the other side. This manager Chui appeared, a little hexed up, and there was Lin Ma, and there was a sneer. Immediately, he opened his mouth coldly. "Oh, I really wouldn't have known if I hadn't come. You guys have taken my mall building and managed it so well. It seems that for this building of mine, the matter of whether or not to renew the lease with you or not, I really do need to, on and on and on, to think about it." Lin Mo's cold words fell. He Tianing, who was there, couldn't stop his body, just trembling for it. On his forehead, there was constantly a fine sweat that flowed for it. Immediately, it was the one who, in a hurry, opened his mouth and said, "Lin, Mr. Lin, please still ask for Mr. Lin's clarification. I wonder, which person has provoked you?" Listen to this. Lin Mo just sneered and opened his mouth. "Oh, but I've heard that there's this rule in the IPAM building. Anyone who is a delivery boy or courier is not allowed to enter the IPAM building. Is that correct?" As the words fell after that, there's he Tianing there. The first thing that happened was that it froze, but what followed was a sharp look behind him, looking at one of the directors who was there, a dry and thin director. He shouted angrily, "Director Choi, what's going on here? Building security. You're in charge. I'm asking you what the hell is going on here?" As the words fell after that, Chui Jianwei, who was there, was in a cold sweat, spinning around. It was to turn around violently. A slap, directly and violently is thrown out. Pow! A crisp sound rang out. This Chui Jianwei, gritting his teeth, unrelenting burst of punches and kicks. Under his breath, he was even cursing. He said, "I'll beat you to death. A thing that can't make things happen and can't make things happen. Who told you to take the liberty of making such rules?" Ah, there's Chui Jianwei, frantically punching and kicking. In response, Lin Mo was laughing coldly for a while, and then, that is, slowly. "Ha, that's all right. There's no point in continuing this bitter trick." Saying that, Lin Mo looked at the takeaway boy beside him and said, "Let me ask you, little brother, how long has this rule of no takeout workers been in place?" Listen to this. The delivery boy who was there, almost half a year. In response, Lin Mo just nodded, then indifferently looked at the uncle and nephew Chui Jianwei who were there. He said, "This rule, it was not set for a day or two, but for a full 6 months, half a year. I really don't believe that this rule, you, as an uncle, can be unknown," said. Lin Mo just coldly glanced at He Tianing and said, "Dong He, these two people, I don't want to see them anymore. Otherwise, I have a property company in this building. It's necessary for me, to think it over." Along with Lin Mo's words fell. He Tianing, who was there, hurriedly just nodded his head. Yes. I understand. Don't worry about this, Mr. Lin. I will certainly give you a satisfactory solution." There was a burst of nodding and bowing to Lin Mo. Then, there was the turnaround. Looking at the crowd in the back, his face was cold. "Gentlemen, I feel that it is somewhat inappropriate for Director Chui Jianwei to continue to be the executive director of our company. I suggest that Chui Jianwei be stripped of his executive director status and kicked off the board. As for this security manager, Ken Choi, he will be fired from the company and never hired." After the words fell, this Chui Jianwei's face changed abruptly. In a hurry, it was a loud voice. Please don't deprive me of my status as an executive director. Please, high heaven, spare me." Listen to this. There's He Tianing there, shaking his head. He sneered. "Ha, looks like you still don't get it. Who, exactly, have you offended?" Having said that, He Tianing just said loudly, "Now, let's have a show of hands." The words are gone. A bunch of executive directors there. The one thing that has come up is a show of hands. More than a dozen executive directors, without exception, raised their hands. After all, what this Chui Jianwei did, it can already be said that it is completely touched their bottom line. It's destroying them now. Now take this Chui Jianwei. kicked off the board and stripped of executive director status. In this way, to appease Lin Mo. Undoubtedly, the least expensive decision. And look at the results so far. There, Chui Jianwei stumbled over his feet. With a pale face, he dropped to the ground. Desperate, a deep sense of despair. At the moment, it was also as much as it could be, surfacing in Chui Jianwei's mind. As for manager Chui who was there, he also looked like he was in a six-pack. Then, it was to look at his third uncle, Chui Jianwei, who was beside him, said, Uncle Sam, we are, now, listening to this manager Chui. Chui Jianwei's face was dark and cold. Immediately, the eyes were crimson. It was a hard slap, a hard whip, pow. It was accompanied by a crisp sound. This Chui Jianwei, too, could no longer hold back, roared angrily. Why do I have you as a pitiful uncle's damned nephew? If it wasn't for you assholes, how would I have been removed from my post? I'll whip you to death. You, accomplished asshole. A moment of miserable screams. It was at the front door of this mall that it rang out. Chapter 32, Star Scout. Are you interested in being a star? Not for a moment. The two men here were just thrown out by security. With the two being thrown out by security afterward, He Tianing, who was there, just smiled and walked up to Lin Mo. He said, Mr. Lin, these two tumors have already been liquidated by me. And, I also assure you that such ridiculous rules will never be repeated. So with that said, look, the renewal of the contract between you and our property company. This He Tianing smiled fawningly. Turning to Lin Mo, he said with a smile. Lin Mo listened to this. That is to say, calmly, the contract renewal thing, naturally. It's just that I don't want it to happen again. Like today, if it happens again, when the time comes, just terminate the contract. Yes, He Tianing, who was there, hurriedly answered. Then, just grinning, he continued. Then, on our side, we won't continue bothering you, Mr. Lin. Have fun at the mall, and if you need anything, just ask. Aha. Watch this He Tianing leave. Xiaoyuma, who was there, just smiled and said, I didn't realize it. Brother, you're actually still the owner of this IPAM building. Listening to the words of this Xiaoyuma, there's Lin Ma there, also smiling. He opened his mouth. What? Surprised? After finishing with a light smile, Lin Mo, that is, continued. To this Xiaoyuma, asked, want to get together later, and go to Pleasantville? Pleasantville? At once, Xiaoyuma's eyes lit up. Afterwards, it was natural to just hug Lin Mo's arm. In Lin Mo's mouth, there was also a mouthful of cold air that was violently sucked backwards. And there was Xiaoyuma. A few moments of expectation also surfaced amongst a pair of clear pupils. Looking at Lin Mo, he said, yeah, I want to experience it too. What about those exciting programs? Before that, people have been afraid to go alone. Listen to this. Lin Mo also smiled. And then, it was looking out, said, but it's just after 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It's a bit of a hot sun out here. We'll have to get some protective gear for that. Said the, Lin Mo was the one who brought Xiaoyuma, and the two of them were within this mall. Bought 2 sun hats, as well as some Anarose sunscreen, and 2 pairs of sunglasses. The stuff is small though, but, it also cost Lin Mo $6,000 or $7,000. Subsequently, Lin Mo was the one who drove the car and went straight to Pleasant Valley, and along the way, Lin Mo was also holding the steering wheel with one hand. The right hand, too, was placed on this Xiaoyuma's big white leg, gently, just touching. For a moment, Xiaoyuma's face was slightly red, but yet she didn't push Lin Mo's hand away. It didn't take long. The two then made their way to Pleasant Valley right then and there. After applying sunscreen, bought 2 tickets. The two of them just walked all the way to inside Pleasant Valley. How about we go play with the sledgehammer first? Looking at the sledgehammer in front of him, Lin Mo lightly smiled. Aha! Yeah! Xiaoyuma had some expectations. Then, pulling Lin Mo's hand, he quickly ran towards the big pendulum. It didn't take long before the two were the ones sitting on the sledgehammer. Sitting on it, Lin Mo held Xiaoyuma's hand and said, What? Nervous? Xiaoyuma blushed slightly. Then, after a soft just a nod. If you're scared later, yell out. Aha! Not for long. The great pendulum began to turn. As it spins faster and faster, Lin Mo, too, felt it. Xiaoyuma's grip on his hand was also getting tighter, and her breathing, too, slowed down a few moments. And also at this point in time, the big pendulum was also rising to a height of almost 90 degrees. Subsequently, it was a downward spiral. Ah! Xiaoyuma couldn't hold back any longer and violently just screamed out. Quite a few of the girls next to me, likewise, Subsequently, as the sledgehammer continues to swing, Lin Mo, on the other hand, smiled, and then, just gently, to gently embrace. In an instant, the color of Xiaoyuma's face was reddened. Soon, the great pendulum, in turn, ended its rotation, slowly, stopping there, with down the sledgehammer. Next to Xiaoyuma, his legs were already weak, eyes, looking lost. Look at you. Your legs are weak. Shaking his head, he helped her straighten her hair. Xiaoyuma, who was there, blinked. The depths of his eyes were even more intense. And the aftermath. The two were playing a few more programs. Almost every project. This Xiaoyuma, are scared to death, especially when playing jumpers. Xiaoyuma's small face was miserable. The whole person hid in Lin Mo's arms, and the screams were close to piercing Lin Mo's eardrums. It was also something that made Lin Mo think taking her to play in Pleasantville by herself was purely a bad decision. Hey, you really are. Lin Mo shook his head helplessly. Subsequently, Dao, so gutsy, and you had to come inside Pleasantville to play. Listen to this. Xiaoyuma, on the other hand, spat out her tongue and said, I didn't know that the facilities in Happy Valley were so exciting. Listen to this. Lin Mo looked helpless, and then, that is, pointing down, at a cold drink store there, said, alright, let's go over to the cold drink store over there and take a break. Then we'll head back later. Nodding gently. Here's Xiaoyuma. It was to follow Lin Mo and walk to the cold drink store not far away. Separately, after buying a cold drink, Xiaoyuma, on the other hand, took out his cell phone and snapped a few pictures. Then, it's braided into a 9-pack. Even with all the fear in your heart, you still feel safe in a warm embrace. 1 paragraph, plus 9 frames. After sending it to a friend, it's almost the equivalent of an official announcement. Moreover, this Xiaoyuma was still special, highlighting the set of clothes he was wearing. After all, it's a whole set of international brands. Naturally, one has to flaunt it hard in front of one's group of girlfriends. In response, Lin Mo only smiled gently. This was Xiaoyuma's character and habits. Naturally, he wouldn't bother to say anything. Besides, it's a trip down to Pleasantville. This Xiaoyuma was, on the contrary, more dependent on him. And this time, Lin Mo had finally figured it out. In the world, there is no such thing as green tea. Some of them are just good sisters who only heart Gigi. And also at this point in time, a well-dressed middle-aged man. It also came in front of Xiaoyuma. With a smile on his face, he handed out a business card in his hand. Then, opening his mouth. Hello, I'm a talent scout for 91 Entertainment on my side. Excuse me, you too, are you interested in being stars? Chapter 33 Invitation from the owner of Villa 2. Jiang Siwei felt lucky. Today originally, he came to this Happy Valley, bringing his wife and children over to play. But then I didn't expect to run into 2 of them. In his opinion, the sample condition is extremely good. A diamond in the rough that can debut as an idol with just a few months of tutoring. To this, Lin Mo, who was there, looked odd. Dig yourself up to debut as a star? You wouldn't choose to go out and become a star yourself unless you had cerebral palsy. Subsequently, Lin Mo just glanced at Xiaoyuma, who was there, and smiled. Well, are you interested? To go out and become a big star? Don't want to. Immediately, this Xiaoyuma was shaking his head repeatedly. After all, she was at least a student of the magic theater. Even if it's true and wants to come out as a star, that wouldn't be foolish to run to such a small, disreputable company. And again, he himself was now on the side of a big gold master like Lin Mo. The most prioritized option, surely, is to serve your own gold master. Debut as a star? Looking at Xiaoyuma's reaction, Lin Mo just smiled, said, this gentleman, as you can see, we're not really interested in becoming some kind of star. You should find someone else. Having said that, Lin Mo was the one who held this Xiaoyuma and walked towards the outside. See this, Jiang Siwei was also in a hurry. Hectic, that is, said, too, the 2 of you should consider it. Although we, 91 Entertainment, are a newly established company, we have strong capital behind us, and is currently set to launch a couple of staple shows. I can guarantee that, given the conditions of the 2 of you, as long as the 2 of you come to our company, we can push the 2 of you to the top stream in a year. No, 6 months. When that time comes, I can guarantee that the 2 of you will earn no less than $10 million a year. With these words falling after, a number of people in the neighborhood just noticed it. They were also going to look at it. Here's how these 2 were going to respond. As for the 2 of them, Lin Mo and Xiaoyuma, they didn't pay too much attention to this Jiang Siwei. At this point in time, the 2 men came out onto the parking lot. Then, pulled out his car keys. Press gently. Drip. At once, the lights of the parked Rolls-Royce Cullinan were just a flash. The two of them, Lin Mo and Seayuma, sat inside the car. Subsequently, a foot on the gas. With a roar, it was soon dusty, and in place, Jiang Siwei, the business card in his hand, fell to the ground. The face was a little red. It only felt that the promise he had just made, that was a joke. After all, so young to be driving an $8 million Rolls-Royce Cullinan. That's obviously a super rich kid. He's a super rich kid. Does he need to go into showbiz and work his ass off? It's still making $10 million a year. People, they simply don't care. And the others who were there, looking at the Rolls-Royce's taillights was also utterly dumbfounding. I'll go. A Rolls-Royce Cullinan? Hiss. No wonder people don't care about being a star. People want $8 million for a car. Why tire yourself out and become a star again? That's right. I didn't expect that little brother, actually still a rich second generation. For a moment, the crowd, for a moment, was staggered. As for Lin Mo's side, the two, in the afternoon, go hiking and play video games together. Wait for the night. Lin Mo then looked at this Seayuma and said, tonight, how about staying out? Seayuma's face was a slight blush as she listened to this. But then, it was just a whisper. Why don't you do it in a few days? One of these days, I'm going to be in a theater performance by then. If you stay out tonight, when the time comes, you won't be able to attend the play. Listen to this. Lin Mo just nodded. Okay, a couple days then. By the way, remember to contact me when you're performing. When the time comes, I'll be there to cheer you on. Aha! Seayuma nodded his head repeatedly. Then as soon as he pounced, he kissed Lin Mo on the cheek. To this, Lin Mo also just smiled, and then, hooked this Seayuma's chin. Immediately, he just met them. It wasn't long before there was a noise in the car, munching on a lollipop. A full half hour later, it was only then that Seayuma reddened her face and sat there with her head lowered, not daring to speak. In response, Lin Mo just smiled. Tidying up his clothes, he sent Seayuma back to school. Looks like it's going to be a one-man night. Laughed softly. Spinning around, it was to take the car and drive towards home. It came with the territory on the way home. At the supermarket down the road, I bought some snacks and drinks. No way. The refrigerator in the house is just too empty. Plus, Lin Ma is just home alone. He didn't bother to cook anything. Big head. Drove back to the house. In the bottom of Lin Mo's heart, he was also sighing helplessly at this moment. It seems necessary to hire yourself a butler. Looking at the empty huge villa, the heart murmured. In the bottom of Lin Mo's heart, he had made up his mind. The villa is too empty. And, on weekdays, hygiene and all that needs to be cleaned. A few days before that, there wasn't much to it. But now take a look. It does need to be done. Well, get the butler tomorrow. Putting things away. Just as Lin Mo was about to start cooking the noodles. Instead, the doorbell rang. Some doubt. Lin Mo opened this gate, only to see that the one standing outside the door was none other than Villa 2's Sun Fu. Butler's son? Somewhat surprised, Lin Mo looked at Sun Fu and said, and Sun Fu, who was there, said with a smile on his face, Mr. Lin, our young lady, would like to invite you to dinner. Dinner? Lin Mo couldn't help but freeze. Then, just nodding his head, he said, well, if that's the case, then I'll respectfully disagree. After all was said and done, the two of them also just walked all the way inside the second villa. Among the villas, the servants are serving food there. As for being on the second floor, a young girl in a floral dress was standing there, looking at Lin Mo who walked in. The young girl shifted uncomfortably. So handsome. Looking at Lin Mo from a distance, her mind murmured. But then, it was all the way downstairs. With a smile on his face, he said, hello, Mr. Lin. Extending his hand, the two shook gently. This young girl was also the one who continued, I am the owner of this second villa. Mu Nanji. Rimmer. Said it succinctly. Mu Nanji was the one who greeted Lin Mo and sat down. Soon the dinner was served. After a brief bite to eat, after a bit of heavenly chatter, Lin Mo put down the cutlery, wiped his mouth, and calmly looked at Mu Nanji, saying, I think, Ms. Mu, inviting me to this dinner today is not just as simple as wanting to meet me, right? Chapter 34, Strengthening Potion. As Lin Mo's voice fell, there's Mu Nanji there, also put down the cutlery in his hands, and then, it was to look at Lin Mo who was there. A light chuckle went up, and said, indeed, this time, Mr. Lin was invited as a guest. Actually, it's that there's another thing that I need to ask of Mr. Lin. Oh, what is it? Raised an eyebrow. Lin Mo, somewhat curious, looked towards Nunanji who was there. It's like this. I hope I can buy some more second generation Dahompo from you. Listen to this. Lin Mo, who was there, looked a little stunned. Buy some more? Well, yeah, it's like this. Actually, wasn't Sun Fu at your place a few days ago, buying some second generation Dahompo? Speaking of this, Lin Mo froze slightly, spinning around, that is, nodding his head. He said, yes, that's right, Butler's son did, some time ago, buy some second generation Dahompo from me. Nunanji smiled awkwardly, and then it was there, slowly. It's like this. A few days ago when my old man celebrated his 70th birthday. At that time, I was using your second generation big red robe and gave it as a gift. I didn't realize that my old man was a million times happier and wanted to buy some more. So, I am also hoping that you, Mr. Lin, will be able to cut me some slack and sell me some more. Listen to this. Lin Mo was also enlightened. Then, that is, he smiled, and said, so that's how it is, but since the old master likes it, then I'll just give some away. Consider this, my gift to congratulate the old man, on his 70th birthday. Listen to this. Mu Nanji, who was there, instantly just froze. This, what? It's my gift to the old man. What's wrong with it? Seeing Lin Mo say that, the Mu Nanji there, in the end, could only give a bitter smile and said, since you said so, Mr. Lin, then I won't push it. In this matter, it is our Mu family that has taken advantage of you. Talking and laughing, Lin Mo was also the one who sent a serving of tea out, and then, looking at Nunanji who was there, he said, right, Ms. Mu. Hearing these words, Mu Nanji's immediately said, hey, Mr. Lin, don't call me Miss Mu either, just call me Nanji directly. Lin Mo nodded. Then, Nanji, you can just call me Lin Mo. I actually have something I was hoping to ask you guys to get off. You say, well, on my end, I just came to Mordor not long ago, so it's not like I'm very familiar with this side of Mordor. However, what about my villa? It's too busy to clean and stuff if I live alone, so I was also hoping to ask you guys for a favor and introduce me to a housekeeper-sitter or something. Lin Mo said awkwardly. Indeed, it is true that one is not very familiar with these. If you go looking for it on your own, then whether you can find a good one or not doesn't matter. That's a big, in terms of nanny credibility alone. No, and with it, it would be better, then, to have Munanashi and the others help look for it. Listening to Lin Mo's words, Mu Nanji and the others had a moment's stupefaction. The next moment, it was a smile, and he spoke. Hi, I thought it was something. So Lin Mo, you want a housekeeper? Don't worry about this. I'll arrange for Uncle Fu to take care of it for you tomorrow. Thanks a lot then. After a bit of conversation, after drinking and eating, Lin Mo returned to his house, and inside Villa 2. For her part, Nunanji's eyes flickered. The whirlwind is the word. It seems that this Lin Mo, his identity is not simple nah. Uncle Fu, do you think we should bring him in on the East China Sea project? Sun Fu, there, was all of a sudden, brooding over it. The project in the East China Sea is worth more than $3 billion. This Mr. Lin looks quite a bit like he's from somewhere, I think, and it's possible, only, it's the Wood Source Group side. It's not easy to get. Listen to this. This Mu Nanji's brow furrowed. Has the gift arrived? On my side, I did meet the Wood Source Group, Chairman Jiang Hai's wife, only she completely refused to let go. A moment in time, Nunanji was silent for it. At the bottom of his heart, he was a little annoyed. On the other side, at this time, Lin Mo was nestled in the sofa, brushing up on his dramas. It was oblivious to Munanji's plan for them. A little bit of time passed. It wasn't long, which meant it was 12 o'clock at night. It's 12 o'clock again? Under Lin Mo's eyes, a few moments of excitement also swept over. Spin, just took out his cell phone. Strengthening potion. Subsidized price, 23. 3. Charm max card. Subsidized price, 19. 9. Look at these $2 trillion subsidized commodities. Lin Mo was a bit confused. What the hell is all this? The heart carried a few moments of confusion, but then of all things, Lin Mo's fingers still landed on the screen, chose to take both, and made the purchase. Purchase successful. Product delivery in progress. Estimated delivery time, 5 minutes. Please wait for the receipt. 5-minute delivery? Then wait. The heart murmurs. Lin Mo just sat down on the sofa and waited quietly. About 5 minutes later, on the cell phone, but once again, there is a prompt emerged. Your purchased item has been delivered. Please go to the item bar to receive it. Lin Mo froze. Immediately, that is, he tapped on the item bar interface. after entering the item bar screen. Lin Mo was also the one who saw that the 2 items were hefty, lying inside. Body strengthening potion. After taking it, it can greatly improve the user's physique, and the user has to dig it out by himself for subsequent enhancement. Charm Max card. After using this card, the user's charm value will be increased to the peak, and the user can control whether or not to emit charm. Look at these 2 items. Lin Mo could not help but just froze on the couch. That's kind of interesting, mentally muttering. Subsequently, Lin Mo was also the one who used both, in droves, and after the body strengthening potion was taken, a strong sense of tiredness suddenly struck Lin Mo's mind. Yawning deeply, Lin Mo directly passed out. I don't know how much time has passed. Only then did Lin Mo slowly open his eyes, just see the sky outside, already lit up, and himself, still, lying on the couch. This feels, having just woken up, Lin Mo immediately sobered up, sensing a terrifying power contained within his own body. Is this the effect of the strengthening potion? Squeezing his fist, Lin Mo only felt that his punch, I'm afraid it can reach the effect of a top boxer. A full blow. Try it. I'm in shape now. Think about it. Lin Mo was just walking towards the downstairs gym. Chapter 35. I'd like to see where his limits are. An hour later, downstairs in the gym, Lin Ma is still on the treadmill, at an even pace, running on the treadmill. The treadmill's gear, on the other hand, is still, at this point, in top gear. However, Lin Mo is still the same. Breath is smooth and even. It went on for a few more minutes. Only then did Lin Mo end his run. A heartfelt murmur. It's definitely not the pinnacle of what I'm physically capable of tapping into. When I was on the treadmill just now, it was obvious to me. I was being gradual in tapping into the potential of the stronger potions there. But now it looks like you can't continue to tap into the potential if you just keep running. Lin Mo murmured in his heart. After all, for an hour just now, Lin Mo, however, had taken the treadmill, adjusted it to the highest grade, and ran for a full hour. And the result? One is still swimming in it. Not enough gym equipment at home. Looks like I'll have to try the gym after all. Lin Mo had a decision in his heart. Then, got out his cell phone and searched it. Heck, it's the discovery of a high-end fitness center not far from your own home. Liga Fitness Center? Look at the name of this gym. Rimmer did a navigation. The gym is not far from your own place. It's only about 10 minutes if you drive there. Afterwards, went upstairs and took a shower first. Spinning around, he followed the navigation and drove to this gym. The gym, which is more upscale, is decorated in largely logs, and the environment is very elegant. The interior is very well equipped with fitness equipment and is equipped with a pool, jacuzzi, sauna and steam room. In general terms, instead of this being a gym, how about a fitness club? With a walk to the front desk, where the front desk clerk, immediately, a smile appeared on his face and he enthusiastically said, "Hello sir, are you here to work out?" Yeah. Lin Mo nodded his head, then continued, "But I need a private tutor on my side." Lin Ma comes to the gym. One of them is the desire to borrow gym equipment. The second is the desire to find a private tutor so that you can maximize and unlock your potential. Yes sir. This way then. The waiter led Lin Mo inside the gym, and at this point, a voice but suddenly rang out. Rimmer? Hearing the voice, Lin Mo looked back. Only Mu Nanji was coming from downstairs. At this point in time, Mu Nanji was wearing a bunch of ponytails, and was wearing a tight white tracksuit. The slender figure appeared to be front and center under the confines of her gym clothes, and there wasn't the slightest bit of flab on the exposed belly. Snow white skin, more blown out. Nani? Why are you here? Lin Mo's voice rang out. Hearing Lin Mo's voice, Mu Nanji, who was there, was instantly flustered by it. The look on his face, he looked a little disoriented, staring at Lin Mo's cheeks. It was difficult to move away. Somehow, as soon as she saw Lin Mo today, this Mu Nanji only found it hard to move her eyes away, as if it was attracted to him. And even more so, he felt that today's Lin Mo, compared to last night, was a few points more handsome. See so, Lin Mo frowned slightly. Then, it was said, "Nani, what's wrong?" Hearing Lin Mo's words, this Mu Nanji hurriedly came back to her senses. He said in a hurry, "Oh, nothing much. Rimmer, are you here to work out too? Well, come over here and get a gym card." Lin Mo smiled. So, Mu Nanji nodded. Afterwards, it was to that waiter beside Lin Mo that he said, "You go back first. I'll take Mr. Lin inside and experience it first for good." Waiter on the sidelines. Then, just nodding his head, he said, "Okay Ms. Mu." After saying that, this waiter hurriedly just ran away. I didn't think that I would actually be able to run into you. Here, Munanji laughed. After searching around the house, this is the only gym in the neighborhood that's relatively close. Shrugging his shoulders, Lin Mo blandly said, Nani, since you work out here, then I wonder if there is a familiar personal trainer that you can recommend? Listening to Lin Mo's words, this Mu Nanshi pondered. And after that, the word, tell you what, I happen to have one private lesson experience spot left here. Why don't you try it? That. Good thing too. Well, why don't you go change first then? This gym does provide workout clothes. Lin Mo nodded, then grabbed a gym outfit. After changing into it, it was to follow Mu Nanji into the gym. Soon, Lin Mo was the one who saw Mu Nanji's private tutor. After Mu Nanji said the situation, that private tutor was the one who came in front of Lin Mo. Then, Mr. Lin, I'll test to see how your physical strength is. After that, the three of them came to an apparatus. This is a flat bench press rack, mainly used for strength training. The area that is worked on is the overall pectoralis major, triceps brachii. Mr. Lin, you lie down on it and just hold the barbell and push up. Lin Mo nodded his head, then it was just lying on top. After the explanation, the workout began, and because he was after drinking the strengthening potion, the quality aspect of his body was terrifying. So, the overall movement is very easy to do. Looking at Lin Mo's relaxed appearance, this private tutor was a bit surprised, and then it was, I'll add the weight on my side. After adding weight, it was still very easy. Keep adding. Lin Mo still had a casual demeanor. Looking at this scene, the two people, the private tutor and Mu Nanji, were both somewhat dismayed in the bottom of their eyes. Plus, continue to, after increasing the weight several times in succession, the weight of this barbell is a very impressive one. Lin Mo, however, remained relaxed and cozy. Looking at the scene, the two of them, the private tutor and Mu Nanji, were already a bit nonplussed, and nearby, the rest of the crowd that was working out noticed something different about the place. At this time, it was also gathered around. Upon seeing the barbell figures in Lin Mo's hand, there was also some shock in his expression. To know, at this time, Lin Mo's bench press data was already 100 kilograms. That number, so to speak, it's already at, well, a more shocking point. But looking at Lin Mo's appearance, it was obvious that he still hadn't reached the limit point, and at this point, next to him, a youth, whose body was full of swollen muscles, also walked over at this moment. What are you all gathered here for? Listen to the voice. The surrounding crowd, too, parted. Coach Wu, you're here, Coach Wu. Listening to the voices around him, the youth nodded. This youth was among the top personal trainers in their gym. He is also a former champion of world-class bodybuilding competitions. It's the town treasure of this Liga fitness center, so to speak. Mu Nanji's private tutor, at this time, also ran over and said, Teacher Wu, it's like this. What followed was a recounting of what had happened. Hearing this, a few moments of interest surfaced on Wu Jia's face. Oh, immediately, it was to look at Lin Mo who was there. A few moments of interest came under his eyes. Kind of interesting. Muttering under his breath, I'd like to see his limit. Where it is. Chapter 36, Breaking the World Record. The weight of the barbell. Then, also continued to start increasing. 110 kilograms. 120 kilograms. 130 kilograms. The data keeps growing. It was only for 3 minutes. Lin Mo's barbell stats just reached a terrifying 180 kilograms. Look at this horrible data. The two people there, Munanji and the private tutor, were both scared silly at this point. The personal trainers, in particular, were swallowing hard. Looking at Munanji who was there, he said, Ms. Mu, your friend's body physique, pervert, it's really perverted. Munanji was already shocked, beyond words. At this time, the mouth, also cannot help, a murmur, in the midst of its demeanor. It was even more full of consternation. After all, this performance of Lin Mo's was truly astonishing. As for the crowd beside them, they were all exclaiming over it. Is this one a pervert? This stamina, it's horrible, isn't it? This is 180 kilograms, obviously on his body. Can't see any too prominent muscles? There's Wujia there. At this time, the mouth was also a staggering for it. Road. This physical strength, it's really a bit scary. 180 kilograms, pushing it is actually so easy. Teacher Wu, what's wrong? Isn't this only 180 kilograms? Yes, Sect Wu. This is terrifying. But it's not so terrifying that you're even surprised, right? That's right. This 180 kilograms. You can do it even if you teach Wu, right? For this statement, Wu Jia couldn't help but just shake his head for a while. Then, it was just a slow way of saying, 180 kilograms. I can indeed do it, but I could never do it with such ease and comfort. The expression on his face, as I see it, is clearly just very casual, and it's obvious that this is far from his limit. A sentence fell. Everyone also noticed Lin Mo's expression. Indeed, Lin Mo's expression looked very casual and natural. It was as if, instead of lifting a 180 kilogram barbell, he was lifting a 180 kilogram barbell. Instead, it's an 18 kilogram dumbbell in general. For a moment, many people looked moved. Wu Jia, who was there, continued to speak at this time. You go ahead and try raising it. First to 200. Listen to this. The personal trainer nodded and then informed Lin Mo that it was time to continue the weight increase. The weight increases to 200. Lin Mo remained casual. And after that, the weight continued to increase, with the addition of 2 more times after that. In Lin Mo's hand, the movement was a beat. Looking at this scene, the crowd there was a bit confused. The private tutor there, in particular, looked at Lin Mo and asked, Mr. Lin, what's wrong? The others were also a little curious. After all, just now, Lin Mo was, obviously, just a tour de force. What was the sudden pause intended for? Just as they were wondering, Lin Mo then opened his mouth and asked, how much do I weigh now? 260 kilograms. Well, Lin Mo mused, said, it's a little light. Try raising it to 300 for me. A sentence fell. Everyone on the side. For a moment, everyone was on their knees. Speak of the caller's words. 260 kilos. Is that called a bit light? And add up to 300 kilograms? The faces of all the people were frozen. And Wu Jia, who was there, came over at that moment and said, increase it to 300? Are you sure, Mr. Lin? To know, Lin Mo's current weight has reached 260 kilograms off. Bench press without equipment. The weight, already, is terrifying. Add it. I want to try and see where my limits are. Lin Mo calmly said. After all, himself is totally just very relaxed right now. And if you can't make yourself feel the pressure, then the effects of the body strengthening potion just can't be energized. Okay, Mr. Lin. Wu Jia nodded his head. Subsequently, start adding weight. Soon, the barbell reaches 300 kilograms. Many people swallowed their saliva. Lin Mo, however, remained relaxed. Lin Mo frowned and said, add 15 kilograms. A sentence fell, causing everyone around them to have their hearts skip a beat. Good. Even Wu Jia was trembling a bit at this point. Then, carefully, add weight. As for the Mu Nanji next to him, he doesn't know very much about bench press, though she knew that the weight was very scary. But still, puzzled, he turned to his personal trainer and asked, Coach, this weight, is it scary? The private tutor glanced at Mu Nanji and then said, let me just put it this way. The newest world record in the world for 2019. Unequipped bench press that can reach up to 337 kilograms. And the world's top 5 record, which is at 322.5 kilograms. In other words, Mr. Lin is closing in on the world record if he increases to 315 kilograms. A sentence fell. Mu Nanji was appalled by this. Subsequently, the gaze that looked at Lin Mo was even more complicated. After increasing to 315 kilograms, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. This weight, Lin Mo vaguely felt, was already on the verge of touching his limit. But, there's still upside. Increase. Wu Jia nodded. Don't dare hesitate for a second. The weight is increasing a little bit. 320 kilograms. 321 kilograms. 5 kilograms under 5 kilograms of increase. The crowd around them looked a little agitated. Some people even took out their cell phones and started shooting video. Wu Jia's breathing was also shortened for it. 336 kilograms. 337 kilograms. 338 kilograms. With an increase to 338 kilograms instantly. Everyone who was there was just cheering. World record broken. The world record for the unarmed bench press. Broken. For a moment, inside the gym, there was a buzz. Under this burst of cheering, even the crowds that were in the other fitness areas were attracted to it. After all, 338 kilograms, unequipped bench press. It may be said that this data is meaningless to the unusual, but for people like them, who are into fitness and bodybuilding, but it's an almost faith-based existence. And at this point, Wujia despite the excitement, but still, he bellowed, quiet. He could clearly see it. 338 kilograms was not Lin Mo's limit. Next moment, the weight continues to increase, all the way up to 343 kilograms. The weight, only then, stopped continuing to increase. 343 kilograms. Lin Mo was able to continue though, with the bench press. but already, it is felt, is a bit strained. This, then, was the extreme degree of his arm strength? Chapter 37, The Hot Video. In this moment, in the middle of the gym, all the fitness enthusiasts, their faces were filled with excitement. Because, in the moment, they know, a brand new world record has emerged in the unequipped bench press, 343 kilograms. This record, compared to the original world record, it was a straight-up pull of as much as 6 kilos. And, most importantly, this level of weight was created by their god, the Chinese. To know, before that, Manhwa has never had a person, unequipped to bench press, reach the figure of 300 kilograms. For a moment, the whole place was abuzz. Brother, from now on, you're my big brother. From 180 kilograms in the beginning, all the way up the weight, it climbed to 343 kilograms. Nima, brother, no, dad, grandpa. This moment in the gym, everyone looked at Lin Mo with a different expression. All of them were very clear at this point. Right in front of this, not much of a muscular-looking youth, inside the body, was contained a unparalleled and terrifying power. And Lin Mo was also a bit pleased. Honestly, even he was not expecting it. The strengthening potion could actually be so terrifying for the physical aspect of his body. One reinforcement. Straight away, he let him break the world record in the unarmed bench press. That, if anything, subsequent to that one can continue to explore one's potential. His own body, again, could be strengthened to, what kind of a point? One time, in the bottom of Lin Mo's heart, he was vaguely looking forward to it. Next to Wujia at this point, looking at Lin Mo's face, he also looked a little excited. Mr. Lin, congratulations on breaking the world record for the unarmed bench press. To this, Lin Mo just smiled, said, hey, it's not worth it, and besides, it's not like I'm doing this bench press at a competition. Waving his hand, Lin Mo's face just wore a few light smiles. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Wu Jia just smiled, but in his heart he understood. Lin Mo was just being modest. Even if it does make it to the IPF bench press championships, Lin Mo is still easily capable of breaking another world record. As for the Mu Nanji next to him, she walked over with a sly grudge. He said, Lin Mo, with your physical fitness, what are you talking about coming to the gym? Being able to bench press 343 kilograms of barbells is completely unnecessary for you to work out, okay? To this, Lin Mo just smiled gently and said, that's for the average person. I still need to keep working out. Listen to this. Mu Nanji only thought that Lin Mo was joking. It was followed by an involuntary roll of the eyes. Said, TCH, ghost letter. Lin Mo lightly laughed. Then, said, I'll be training with you guys from now on. Take me to get a card? A sentence fell. Wu Jia there said in a hurry. No. Since Mr. Lin intends to work out at our gym, then this can be considered an honor. In that case, I'll take it upon myself to give you, Mr. Lin, a black and gold VIP card. From now on, everything Mr. Lin spends in our gym, all of it will be free. Wu Jia, who was here, hurriedly said, he's one of the shareholders of this Liga Fitness Center. The right to give away a VIP card is still there. Moreover, Lin Mo's behavior of breaking the world record just now was still visible to him. In this, it is actually profitable. This, then, is much appreciated. Lin Mo quickly also figured out this Wu Jia's intentions, just smiled and took the VIP card. Then, that's when it was time to start experimenting with, well, other fitness programs, and soon enough, it was the afternoon that passed. Wait until about 5 in the afternoon. Lin Mo spent the whole day in the middle of the gym. That's what brought us back home. In the meantime, a video is also on Weibo, gradually starting to catch fire. That's exactly what just happened. Lin Mo performs a bench press barbell, and at this point, the video, too, quickly began to skyrocket, but it's in a day's time. It just has a full 300,000 likes, and, even more, there are 50,000 comments, and the comments section, it's blowing up now too. I'll go, is this for real? A guy pushed up 343 kilograms? Seriously, broke the world record? That's the divine Wa power. This little brother. Awesome. I remember before, the world record was 337 kilograms, right? Ha, this is absolutely fake. How can someone so skinny have so much strength? Disgusting. How about a little common sense in counterfeiting? Our best record in Manhwa is 235 kilograms by Mao Chengyu. And internationally, it's all Europeans and Americans who can bench press 300 kilograms. That's it. This counterfeiting is so disgusting, isn't it? Besides, if you look at the way people are powering up, it's all wrong alright. Nima, Is it really just a bunch of sheepdogs? What? We Xinhua people can't show up and be able to push out 300 kilograms? Twitter fitness experts per capita? At this point in time, within the Twitter platform, the comments section can be described as a state of extremely strong polarization. Many people are in a state of doubt about the authenticity of this video, and the heat of this tweet has skyrocketed like crazy, from 48th place at the start, all the way up to number 6, officially breaking into the top 10. Meanwhile, within the province of Dongshan, a stocky young man is pushing up a barbell, and just then, instead, his cell phone rang with a burst. After placing the barbell, the youth's cell phone picked up. Sung Woo, did you read the tweets yet? After the connection, an excited, anxious voice rang out. I haven't looked yet. Is something happening? Mao Chengyu asked into the other end of the phone. On the other end of the phone, also a friend who plays fitness named Yu Yang. Check it out. Someone on Twitter exposed the video and said, someone has broken the world record for the unarmed bench press. What? Lao Yang? You're not kidding me, are you? Mao Chengyu's face was filled with shock. I'm not kidding. It's true. Yu Yang's tone was serious. Really? Who broke it? A godly Chinese man in Mordor who bench presses up to 343 kilograms. How? Shasta. This Mao Chengyu stood up. The expression was filled with shock and dismay. He's the Asian champion of the bench press, so he knows better than anyone. An Asian, a Shenhua man, wants to bench press a weight of 300 kilograms or more. This is difficult. Just how difficult it is. Just hurry up and look on Weibo. The heat of that video is now at the 4th of the hot searches. Listen to this. Mao Chengyu hurriedly opened his cell phone microblogging. Just opened it and it was a series of ads. Didn't care for any of that. He was direct. Clicking on the hot list. Then it started to look like a video on Twitter. The look on his face. Serious as hell. Chapter 38, Unexpected Gains. I can't believe. It's true. There is no suspicion of cheating judging by the power-ups. Sit in the chair. Mao Chengyu there had a slightly dazed look on his face. And what followed? Just thrilled by it. 343 kilograms. This is a brand new record. Though, that said, the record was not produced at the IPF championships. But still, there was no denying the strength of the other side. At that moment, he just picked up his cell phone, opened his microblog and knocked down a text. Mao Chengyu, congratulations to Mr. Lin for setting a brand new world record of 343 kilograms. The moment the tweet went out, the comments section below Mao Chengyu exploded. The hairy big guy showed up? Bull. That's a gross bigot. Ha ha, where are those spammers? Where did they go? Where are the jets who say people are faking? Now that Big Brother Mao has spoken out, you guys keep on coming out and spraying. Big Brother Mao endorsed that video, so you can see that Big Brother's accomplishments are definitely not fake. With Mao Chengyu's tweet, Lin Mo's popularity for this video, which was already hot in itself, was surging even more crazily at this time. And for all that, Lin Mo, however, didn't know the slightest thing about it. At this time, he was at home playing a game. Also, waiting for 12 o'clock. And also at this point in time. Instead, there was a WeChat banner pop-up that appeared. Just like that, it was a message from Munanji's. Opened it and looked at it. Munan Banch, you're on fire. Looking at the message, Lin Mo froze and immediately replied. I'm on fire? What the hell? Munanji, microblogging hot search. You are now number 1. For the words of this Munanji, Lin Mo was now filled with confusion. Immediately, is opened the microblogging, full of doubt and began to check. And after opening up Twitter, the entire person, at this point, also froze. At this point, the number 1 hot search on this microblog is, quite literally, his own, unequipped bench press world record set. Nice guy, after breaking the world record. And incidentally, send me a Twitter hit? Lin Mo was stumped for a moment. On his face, there was also a few moments of consternation. And what came after, was a smile, while gently shaking his head. A little bit of a look at what's going on Twitter. Lin Mo, who was here, also looked calm. The time was fast and it was also 12 o'clock sharp. Closed the tweet. Immediately, Lin Mo opened the $1 trillion subsidy app, refreshed the interface. Today's item, which is what appears on the app's interface. Prestige Punch list subsidy price, $18.80. Subsidized price of Have a Say spray, $9.99. Look at these 2 items. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, and the ones that followed were decisively purchased. Purchase successful. The product is being delivered. Estimated delivery time, 15 minutes. Please wait for the receipt. Look at the alert on your cell phone. Lin Mo's eyebrows, gently raised for 1. Under his breath, he couldn't help but murmur as well. A quarter of an hour? Eyes flashing. What followed, then, was the closing of the app. laid back on the couch, ready for a tense and exciting game of king. 15 minutes passed quickly, looking at the victory logo that appeared on his cell phone. Lin Mo's eyebrows rose gently. The corners of his mouth, too, ticked up with it. Nice, pleasant mood. The next step is to reopen the $1 trillion Subsidy app. 15 minutes is about right, and the stuff, if anything, should be arriving. Mentally, he muttered, after tapping the app. Sure enough, it's in the item bar. There were already 2 items that were being placed in the item bar. Prestige punch list, for everyone, 000, 000 prestige. A random reward will be awarded, and the prestige punch list will automatically disappear after 3 rewards are received. Tell 1 spray. After using the spray on a specific person, the person will tell the truth for the next 5 minutes, and the spray will disappear automatically after use. Look at these 2 items. Lin Mo couldn't help but be just staggered. These 2 things. For a moment, Lin Mo cried and laughed a little. Immediately, the finger then just landed on the prestige punch list, and after the finger falls, a pop-up window, all of a sudden, just popped up. It is detected that the user's reputation has reached the standard. Will she receive the first stage reward? Reputation up to scratch? At this moment, Lin Mo was somewhat puzzled. My reputation. How come I'm up to par? Scratching his head, Lin Mo's expression was puzzled. Could it be? Suddenly, in the bottom of Lin Mo's heart, in a vague way, there were a few guesses, spinning around, that is, tapping on Twitter. Looking at that hangs in the microblogging hot search first topic at this time of the heart, is also for it. Sure enough, eyes flashing. At this moment, the corners of Lin Mo's mouth gently rose. I didn't realize that this microblogging hot search actually gave me a direct first stage reward for this prestige punch list card. Rubbing his hands together gently, Lin Mo had some expectations for the rewards of this prestige playing card. Pick up, fingers fall, the queue resurfaces. Stage 1 reward, claimed successfully. Obtains, Pagani Windjammer Emola *1. After the system prompt fell, Lin Mo only felt that his pockets were heavy. And then, there was the pulling out of a very differently shaped car key. Car keys to get started. Lin Mo was still a bit confused about this car. Subsequently, then just started searching on my phone. When saw the information about the car for a moment, Lin Ma's mouth, the cold air was sucked backwards. Pagani Wind God Emola. The car. It is a limited edition model worldwide. All over the world, there are only 5 of them, and the asking price in the EU is a terrifying 5 million euros. Converted into Manhwa coins, that's 3,934.35 million. This kind of sky-high price is even enough to buy 2 houses in the center of Magic City. Not to mention, it's still one of only 5 super luxury cars in the world. That's a value. Then, that can't be measured in money. $39 million supercar. Lin Mo was at this point, a burst of just being staggered by it. I didn't realize that going to the gym to get fit could actually backfire and make almost $40 million. A light chuckle underneath. The eyes, too, narrowed slightly. The rewards of the first stage are just so horrible. Then the next 2 stages of rewards. One time, Lin Mo's mood looked a little excited. Fingers, spinning, also fell again. Chapter 39, see if it's His Highness Joe. Have not yet met the requirements for the second stage of collection. Current progress, $1. 83 million / $5 million inch. Stage 2, requiring 5 million in prestige? Looking at the scene, Lin Mo's heart was also sinking for it. What does it take to reach the second stage of the prestige value? Cupping his chin, Lin Mo's brows were also furrowed by this. At the same time, he opened his mouth and asked, this reputation value, how exactly is it judged? As the words fell, the cell phone screen, a row of messages appeared. The reputation value is determined after an event that is formed because of a user's behavior has been noticed by other people. This results in effective feedback, which is the corresponding prestige value. Listen to this. Lin Mo's brows furrowed. Like this? And what is effective feedback? Other people are liking and commenting on it. This one, Lin Mo did understand. But then, the heart sank slightly. After all, if anything, the rule for the prestige value judged by this prestige punch list is something like this. 5 million reputation values were still a pain in the ass to achieve. It seems that next, this second stage of prestige value acquisition, we have to think of a more direct way. Cupping his chin, Lin Mo's heart sank for it. At the same time, the fingers are aimless, swiping randomly across the screen. And just then, his gaze, however, suddenly, landed on the fighting shark app that was there. Live shark fight? Lin Mo pondered in his heart. Perhaps. Eyes flickered after a while. His finger, too, tapped into the app. And then, it was also a smooth click into the live room of the female anchor that he had been following. The anchor woman's name is Faye is not a rabbit. At this time, there's a live outdoor broadcast going on. In his mouth, he also spoke. Hello fellow water friends. Faye is now doing an outdoor live broadcast. Next, let's play a game together. I'm in Magic City. I'm not going to tell you exactly where it is. Feel free to snipe at me for the next hour. I'll send my micro signal if everyone snipes me within the hour. As the words fell, in the middle of this Faye's live broadcast, the pop-ups were also finally abundant. I'll go. Seriously? Then I'll go snipe you right now. I happen to be in Magic City. Woohoo! Is this the start of a whole job for Faye? Giving away micro signals? That's the equivalent of an overfire. For a moment, quite a few people in the Magic City of Water Friends, one after another is ready to snipe this Faye, and Lin Mo's eyebrows were raised lightly. Sniping to send a micro signal? That's kind of interesting. But, look at the background inside this Phil's live room. Lin Mo only felt that something looked familiar. This was followed by a soft eep under his breath. This looks like. At this moment, he only felt that the background of this Faye's live broadcast room appeared somewhat familiar. With some careful identification, Lin Mo poured out a laugh. Ha, that's a distance. Not far. At this point, he did recognize it. This Phil is located. It should be their own one east suburb villa, not far behind a square. Want to go sniping? Cupping his chin, Lin Mo had some pensive moments afterward. Anyway, it's so close, just go over and take a look. Think about it. Then he just walked out of the villa, because it's not far. Therefore, there was no driving. A few minutes later, he just came to the square not far from here. A side-by-side look at the livestream while the search is underway. And with some searching, Lin Mo also laughed at once. At the moment, at a distance of less than 100 meters in front of him, just like that, there is a young girl who is broadcasting live there. This person was none other than Faye in the middle of the live broadcast. At this time, she was wearing a white dress. Under the illumination of the street lamp, the features are very delicate. I can't believe it's not a beauty monster. Lin Mo was surprised in his heart. At this moment, she was amazed by the true face value of this Faye. To know, most of the anchors these days, most that are beauty monsters, but this Phil, even the real face value, that belongs to a very capable group. Not to say it's 100% similar, but at the very least it's at 99%. The remaining 1% is a matter of hitting the light. Phil? Lin Mo opened his mouth. As Lin Mo's words fell, Faye, who was still there live, just froze. Then, it was just a matter of looking up. Looking at Lin Mo who was there, at that moment was a bit dumbfounded. You are here to snipe the water boy? Glanced at the time on his cell phone. It had only been 10 minutes since he had spoken out and had someone snipe at him offline. As a result, this was sniped at? It wasn't just Faye who was confused. Inside the live broadcast room, a group of water users were also confused. Sniping? Snipe a hammer. Oh. Spit it out. I just analyzed it. Where this Phil might be. Ready to go over. And you're telling me that someone sniped it? Spit it out and spit it out. This is definitely ATO, isn't it? In this moment, inside the live broadcast room, a bar of pop-ups quickly crossed from the screen. Quite a few people were spouting off at this point. Some people were even suspecting that Lin Mo might be ATO. After all, this is just too fast. Even Faye was looking a little unnatural. Said, little brother, this speed of yours, isn't it too fast? Oh, I just happened to be in the neighborhood, and I felt that there was something familiar about this outdoor scene of Faye's. So I came over to take a look. Lin Mo, who was here, smiled and opened his mouth. A sentence fell. Faye was a little confused. Blinking his eyes, he looked a little confused. Just around the corner? This Chin Faye was very clear about. This square where he is now is in a rich neighborhood. In this neighborhood, there are basically some rich businessmen. And the water boy in front of us. How dare you say that you were in the neighborhood before? Could it be that? And before this Chin Faye could think more, Lin Mo's voice, however, sounded once again. I had thought that Faye was a beauty guru, and that the real person offline was actually Her Highness Joe. But I didn't realize that the actual real person was actually no different than in the live room. At all. After a sentence fell, inside the live feed, everyone just sputtered at once. Ha ha, this little brother is so funny that he can actually think that Faye is a tank? Put. Look guys, Faye's face is black. Ha ha ha, really laughed my ass off. There it is, Chin Faye. At this point it was pink fists clenched. Then, a burst of gnashing of teeth. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Lin Mo with a deadly stare. His Highness Joe? You're Your Highness Joe. It's your whole family that's His Highness Joe. She's a real beauty queen, okay? This one was exasperated with a wild heave of the heart. Chapter 40, 5 rounds of super fire just to watch a radio gymnastics session? Silver teeth clenched. Looking at Lin Mo in front of him, the young girl looked a little indignant. The mind is even more of a single thought. The little brother in front of me was obviously so good looking, but alas, how come it's just off the charts and not a dud? Subsequently, took a deep breath, trying hard to pile on a smile, he said, since I let you find me, then according to the rules just now, I'll add your WeChat. Good. Lin Mo nodded his head, and then the cell phone was handed out. After scanning the code plus WeChat, Jean Fair waved her hand towards Lin Mo and said, then I'll go ahead on my end. I have a PK later at 12:30. TSK, still PK. Your monthly water flow is less than $1,000. Go up to PK that is not looking for abuse? Lin Mo said casually. The words fell. Jean Fair's eyes went wide. Looking at Lin Mo, he almost didn't spurt out a mouthful of old blood. Inside the live broadcast room, inside and outside at this time was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Ha ha ha. Faye, this is disliked. 666. That spit. Put. All that talk. Phil, I don't want a feisty. Ha ha ha. Laughing my ass off. This little brother is a talent. And also at this time, Lin Mo casually took his cell phone and tapped on the app, asking in his mind, if I make a GIF swipe to cause a stir while I'm live streaming, can it be counted as prestige value? With the thoughts falling afterward, the dialog box appears. Count. Watching gave an affirmative answer. An idea, too, was gradually taking shape in Lin Mo's heart. Forget it, look at you poorly. I'll send you to the first later. A sentence fell. Jean Fair's momentary stupefaction. There was also a moment of silence from the water users in the live room. Jean Fair, who was here, was asking with a few moments of doubt. Little brother, what's your fighting shark account number? Oh, a White John number. A sentence fell. The corner of Jean Fair's mouth twitched. He said, forget it, little brother. Don't make fun of me. Now first place is a complete no-brainer for me. And a win would be nice. Obviously. Jean Fair didn't take Lin Mo's words seriously. Spinning around, he waved his hand and left on that note. And in response, Lin Mo just shrugged his shoulders without explaining anything. It was just slow and easy. Back home, after a shower at home, that's when he picked up his cell phone and looked at it. At this point, it's already 12:30 p.m. Inside the live feed, Jean Fair is already PK. Hello miss, the first round is for the two of us PK. And please be a little bit lighter yet. The other side of the screen, a female anchor dressed in a cool, alluring outfit, said in a pitiful manner there. Hello Hope, I've lost so many games in a row. Just please, Hope-san, don't let me lose too badly. This Jean Fair's expression looked somewhat bitter. With a somewhat helpless smile, he said, just now she was looking at the data of the opposite anchor. Not at all comparable to myself. The other party's live room has more than 100 VIPs. The first big brother on the list has, this month, swiped more than 10,000. And on your own side? The VIPs were scattered about a dozen or so. The flow of the first big brother on the list is only about $100. The bleakness of this comparison is evident. Subsequently, PK starts. Lin Mo saw the other party's anchor and straight away started a burst of hot dancing. Cool dress. Hot dance. Such performances do make one, indeed, seem a little topsy-turvy. And on Jean Fair's side? Instead, they simply sang. Other than that, nothing more fancy. A PK is 10 minutes. Wait until the 7th minute. PK bars can be crushing. The gifts Hope had received were already up to $800. As for Jean Fair's side? Just under $30. It would be weird to win this. Lin Mo rolled his eyes, just as he was about to charge up. A Duke's account, named Solo Love Little Hope, entered the live stream. I'll take this hand. Thanks for the support Missy. A message was sent, followed by a swipe of $100 worth of airplanes. But then he just went back over to Hope and swiped a $500 rocket. Watch this scene. Lin Mo frowned slightly. Who is humiliated by this dismissal of callers? Jean Fair's face was also a bit dark. After all, this behavior is so humiliating. Inside the live feed, a lot of the Waterboys were also pissed off. Where's the humiliation? Can you do whatever you want with money? Looking at the comments in the live broadcast room, the only love little yuan is directly said. Ha! Being rich means you can do whatever you want. You don't like it? If you have the guts, you can do it too. This one's too loaded. Didn't that roadie waterbender from before say he was going to send Fair to number 1? Where is the person? Come on. You really expect the other guy to brush it off? It's obviously a mouthful. Inside the live feed, quite a few people, at this time, were in a state of righteous indignation. And at the moment, Lin Mo, on the other hand, is still recharging his shark fins in the background. Let's charge 100,000 to start the bottom. Soon, the recharge was successful. 100,000 shark fins arrived. Subsequent. Lin Mo was also the one who returned to the live broadcast. Immediately, Lin Mo was the one who sent 5 rounds of Ultra Fire at Gene Fair. 5 rounds of Super Fire delivered. What PK just happens to be is officially over. Gene Fair, the winner. Inside the live broadcast room, it just exploded. 5 rounds of Super Fire? Which big brother is this, to actually give away $10,000 directly in such a generous manner? Hiss. 5 rounds of Ultra Fire, and the level of this godhawk. It's actually so low? Up here is a gift of 5 rounds of Super Fire. And the gift has gone straight back up. Phase meta hidden bigot here? As for this Gene Fair, at this time, she also hurriedly said, "Thank you to the Crouching Dynasty big guy for the 5 rounds of Super Fire." Gene Fair looked at the 5 rounds of Ultra Fire that appeared on the screen. At this moment, his expression also looked a bit stunned. But then, it was the opening of the mouth in a hurry that thanked him. She had all thought that she was going to lose this round, but I didn't expect it. In the live broadcast room, such a superstar actually appeared all of a sudden. Without a word, it's a 5-shot Superfire brush. And on the other side of the live feed, at this point everyone was already blowing up, especially the anchor. Hope, the whole person is now in a trance-like state. She hadn't even dreamed of it. It's amazing how dramatic the end is. Original. On my own side, I should say the situation is great, but who would have thought? The last few seconds, a hidden godly man actually appeared in the other side's live room. Out of the gate was a 5-shot swipe of Ultra Fire. The whole thing flopped right out of the gate. How is this possible? Hope looked at the PK failure prompt. The whole thing seemed to be in a trance. But then, this Hope was the one who hastily piled on a smile and said, "Yeah, I didn't realize that Missy's family actually has such a great god. We've been beaten up by your big brother. I wonder if Crouching Dynasty big brother, can you give some medical expenses? Hope is really in too much pain." Hope, who was here, was instantly petulant. There was a flurry of the whole thing, too, scratching their heads. After all, medical bills are real money, so why not? And to this, Lin Mo responded directly, "Sorry, not in the habit of dispatching callers." Looking at Lin Mo's response, this Gene Fair instantly just sprayed. Subsequently, that is, without the slightest euphemism, immediately, it was a response. "Miss Yuan, our big brother said that he's not in the habit of dispatching callers." A sentence fell. Here's Hope with a stiff, ugly face. Yet, it was not good to have a seizure. Now she was the one who had lost. And even if she wasn't convinced, then she had to hold it in. And in the middle of Gene Fair's live broadcast, many people were saying, "Awesome, Crouching Dynasty big brother is awesome. Ha ha, there is no habit of sending out the caller. Lying towards the big brother just a batch. I haven't been able to come back from it until now for that matter. Those last few seconds were the ultimate save. Come and worship the 5-shot Superfire godly bigot. I just came in and saw such a wonderful scene. I must get a card. I can't whore myself out for nothing." At this point, inside the live feed, not only do we have old water friends, but we have a lot of them. A new audience of waterbenders attracted through 5 rounds of Superfire. And anchor Philip Chin, now also smiling. He. Thanks to brother Crouching Dynasty. I'm just so excited about these 5 rounds of Ultra Fire limit saving. I just don't know. Is there anything that brother Crouching Dynasty has, that he wishes Faye to do? Looking at Gene Fair's words, Lin Mo mused. What followed was on the screen. Typing. The word. Well, it's nothing special. Do you know how to dance on your side? Is Crouching Dynasty big brother hoping for Faye to dance? This Faye isn't very good at it, but she can still dance. Well, in that case, why don't you do a radio gymnastic dance? Lin Mo was there, casually sending out messages. After the sentence fell, many of the people there were confused at this point. What the hell? 5 rounds of Superfire just to watch a radio gymnastic exercise? This, big brother capricious. Is that how the big boys play anymore? 5 rounds of Superfire just to watch a radio gymnastic exercise? My people are already stupid. This radio gymnastics, could it be some kind of code word? Even Gene Fair, who was there, was a bit confused at this point. Then, without being able to help it, it was inquired. This, brother, are you kidding me? No, just radio gymnastics. Lin Mo casually sent the message. Begin. A simple sentence fell. Gene Fair is somewhat helpless, but considering that, after all, Lin Mo had swiped 5 Ultra Flames, worth $10,000. You, yourself, have to fulfill this request, right? Well, since Big Brother Crouching Dynasty wants to see it, then, the 8th set of radio gymnastics, arrange it. Chapter 41, were you here to snipe me then? When Sheen Fair started jumping around in radio gymnastics, Rimmer was completely not bothering to pay attention. At this point in his life, was checking out the data on the app. Have not yet met the requirements for the second stage of collection. Current progress, 2.72 million/5 million inch. Look at the data on the app. Lin Mo's eyebrows, too, were gently raised. Is it up that much after winning the first game? That seems to send the little anchor to the number 1 spot. Should be able to collect this second stage reward. Lin Mo's heart. Unavoidably, there was just a murmur. And in the middle of the broadcast, many people were swallowing their saliva at this moment. I finally understand why Big Brother God Ho has to watch jumping radio gymnastics. The city will play. Type with both hands to show your innocence. I think I can do it. The poor monk has no such worldly desires. The poor monk is going to return to the world today to subdue the demons. Even Buddha can't stop it. I can't. Not a drop left. Inside the live feed, quite a few people watched on the live video. That got to the 8th section of the jumping motion. The constant up and down picture. Constantly. Just swallowing. Who can handle it? And a radio gymnastic jump is over. This Sheen Fair wiped the fragrant sweat on the corner of her forehead and said, Brother Crouching Dynasty, still there? Because a radio gymnastic end. This second round of PKs, that is about to begin. However, with one call after the other, Lin Mo, however, did not respond in the slightest. The moment. Sheen Fair was just a bit anxious. Hectic. That is, shouted. Is Brother Crouching Dynasty not here? She looked at Lin Mo's account, and it was clear that she was still in the VIP seat, but there was no response to the questioning. Could it be that? Is it hanging? That own second inning. Just as Sheen Fair's mind was tense, Lin Mo also paddled back to the Fighting Shark app. Said, so soon? I just took a sip of water and haven't looked at it yet. A sentence that instantly made everyone in the live broadcast room spray. Does this man speak? Show. 10 Shu. A bigot is a bigot. Ordering radio gymnastics and turning around to get a drink. Even Sheen Fair was choked by these words. This is really sure. A smile stiffened his face. Spinning around, it was the continuation of the word. So, Brother Crouching Dynasty, our second game. What do we say? Lin Mo typed calmly. Go on, didn't I tell you? I'll send you to number 1 tonight. A sentence fell. There was a brief window of silence in the live room. Even Sheen Fair was shocked by these words. Spinning around, it was the same thought that had come to mind earlier in the day. The one you met yourself, sniping at your own water friends. At the time, he said he was in the neighborhood, which is why he came so quickly. And in the square, one didn't think much of it. It was only assumed that the other party had come to play in the square as well. But, actually, the other side, really, is the Godhawk? The moment. Sheen Fair was shocked, swallowing her saliva. Sheen Fair said with some disbelief, Crouching Dynasty Big Brother, are you the little brother who sniped me just now? Yeah, it's me, Lin Mo said succinctly. A sentence fell. The comments section, boiling. That waterboy at the time, wasn't joking? Hiss. This luck of Fair's, it's too fierce. I didn't realize that the one who sniped Fair just now was really a big shot. I was wrong. I apologize. I even taunted the Crouching Dynasty big man earlier, thinking that the big man was mouthing off. Kneeling. Crouching Dynasty Big Brother is awesome. One moment, inside the live feed, countless people were shocked. At the same time, there were even more people with fiery pain on their faces. And also at this time, an emperor from one of the other live streams popped up as well. I'm on my knees. That's a great move. Go meet the anchor offline first and confirm it before swiping the gift. Hey, indeed. Why didn't I ever think of that one? At that moment, another diving emperor, too, emerged. However, since the reclining dynasty bigwigs have confirmed it, I'll give a little gift as well. After saying that, these two emperors sent a shot of ultra fire from each of them. After all, one has to give some face, right? Watch this scene. After Sheen Fair thanked the two emperors, and the mind is alive for it. Weekdays, super fire this pricey gift. By myself, that would be unthinkable. But now, how long has it been? Received 7 rounds of super fire myself. Even. And a whole bunch of swag. And how it all came about. Sheen Fair knew very well. It's because of Linma. If it weren't for his words, himself. I'm just afraid. It's just ready to quit the live broadcasting world. Right? Think about it. Sheen Fair was also in a hurry, opening her WeChat. Then, found Linma's chat. Thank you for the gift and support from Big Brother Crouching Dynasty. Fair didn't know just now that it was Big Brother Crouching Dynasty that she met. Sorry ha. After whoring around for so long, you have to support it, don't you? Lin Mo smiled and said, well, get ready and send you to number 1 tonight. Looking at Lin Mo's words, the gaze underneath this Qin Fei's eyes gradually became firm. Then, it was sending an address over. Building 7, Xincheng Garden, Mordor. Look at the message. Lin Mo instantly laughed. At the bottom of his eyes, a few moments of playful light also surfaced. Everyone is an adult. Would he not understand what this Qin Fei meant? And how could she not understand what she was planning by sending her position? But, so what? After all, why wouldn't you have that intention yourself? What you give, you get. It's nothing more than an exchange of equals. Since he himself said that he would send her to the first of the list, is it realistic for the other side not to give something? Don't worry, this first place is yours today. No one can take it away. Lin Mo said one sentence. It made this Qin Fei's heart feel great. Soon, the second PK begins. The picture is split in two. The opposite side is still a young lady. Hello Miss Fei. I'm Blue Cloud Guild's anchor Xiaojiu. I'm very happy to be able to connect with Miss Fei. A side note. This Xiaojiu was the one who covered her mouth and said with some surprise. Wow. Miss, you this list of Big Brother a bit fierce newcomer numbered direct weekly list of 10. 000? Hello Miss Cow. Our Big Brother just swiped it a while ago. As the sentence fell, the eyes of Xiaojiu, who was on the opposite side of the room, lit up. Wow. Miss your family's Big Brother is so fierce lying towards the Big Brother I am Xiaojiu. If you're free in the future, you can come and play in my live room Listen to this. Qin Fei was a bit upset, but her heart was also a bit worried. And just then, Lin Mo's message also surfaced. Tell me more. Let's just get right to the PK first. Chapter 42, 5 shots of ultra fire to warm up the scene. A sentence fell. Qin Fei breathed a sigh of relief, and then, started piking, and just click start for a moment. Without hesitation, Lin Mo slammed down 5 rounds of ultra fire. Let's start with 5 rounds of super fire to warm up the field. And as for the opposite side, to follow or not to follow? A plain sentence, but it caused everyone to be stunned. 5 rounds of super fire to warm up first? I'm afraid you're not here not to warm up the field, but to burn it. 5 rounds of super fire, $10,000. Who's the anchor's Big Brother? Warming up the house is so warm. The moment. Everyone is straight up squirting. Awesome. 5 rounds of super fire to warm up the field. Is this how the gods play? Spit it out and spit it out. This kind of operation. Learn to waste. Holy, burning 10,000 bucks to warm up? Big Brother operation. Simply invincible. You wouldn't dare to burn like this even if you have a mine at home. For a moment, everyone was given an E. And across the street in the live room, the Big Brother who was preparing to swipe the gift, then the corner of his mouth just jerked hard. What followed was a private chat with messages. Xiaojiu, let's give up this one. We can't fight the opposite side. Let's wait for the resurrection round. This Big Brother also did prepare more than 10 rounds of superfire. If you meet some, they are still considered normal opponents. A dozen rounds of superfire, that would indeed be enough. But, it's not normal to be on the other side of this bias. Starts with 5 shots of superfire slammed down. Who dares to follow this? Even if your family has a mine, you can't afford to keep up. So this little 9 live in the room. Big Brother directly conceded. Xiaojiu was also filled with helplessness in his heart. But what can be done? All that could be done was to squeeze in a smile and say, okay. Soon, the second round of PKs ended. Because of the 5-shot superfire, the second round was a crushing victory. A simple victory. Lin Mo was tasteless, but Qin Fei was excited. In this regard, Lin Mo didn't care too much, and the netizens are up in arms. Prepare for Qin Fei to do radio gymnastics again. As for Qin Fei, she also opened her mouth. Crouching Chow Big Brother, what are you going to let people do? In response, Lin Mo spoke casually. Well, have a lollipop. After these words fell, the crowd in the live room was still a bit confused. I don't understand why Lin Mo wants Qin Fei to eat lollipops. But then, as Qin Fei started eating, everyone was however boiling over. So it's here? Hiss. This wave of Brother Shenhao. It's in the atmosphere. 666. So that's what eating a lollipop means. Is that it? On your knees. And at this time Lin Mo. Instead, he came inside his own underground garage. Looking at this Pagani Windjammer in front of him, his eyebrows raised gently. Frosted silver gray body with a tall tail fin. It gives a strong sense of the future. For active spoilers on the front and rear of the body. Front end splitter, side skirt deflectors, back splitter fins, and a huge rear diffuser. None of it is making this whole car less wind pressurized. A masterpiece. Lin Mo lamented in his heart. Then it's just a little bit of navigation. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. The location of the Xincheng Jiayuan 7 building is not far from his own place. Plus it's in the middle of the night again. Driving there on your own would take you 7 or 8 minutes at most. Just right. It's time for another break from live PK. Himself completely. There is just enough time to go over. Think about it. Lin Mo then got into the car. As the furious roar of the supercar echoed. In a flash, the whole car just leapt out. Inside the live feed, one lollipop finished. Qin Feier at the moment. Taking a sip of water, he opened his mouth. Alright, the lollipop is finished. What else does brother Crouching Chow want to see? And at the fall of those words, this Qin Feier's cell phone was suddenly ringing. Pick it up. It was clearly a message from Lin Mo. Your house is a couple zeros in building 7. Look at the message. Qin Feier, obviously, hadn't been able to react. Subconsciously, it was the reply. Building 7, 1803, just replied to the past. The news of Lin Mo also came again. Prepare to open the door. This one. Qin Feier came back to her senses. The heartbeat, all of a sudden, just started to speed up. The whole thing was a little flustered. She didn't expect that Lin Mo would actually come right at this time. Original. She thought that no matter what, Lin Mo would come after she went off the air. But what she didn't expect was this. I can't believe he came while he was still on the air. So it was that she rushed and spoke. Hold on a second everyone. I'm going to go to the bathroom and pour some water by the ways. After all was said and done. Hurriedly, with a glass of water in hand, he just left the live zone. Come to the door. A deep breath was all it took to open the door to the room. Hello again. Lin Mo had a few light smiles on his face. Looking at Lin Mo standing in the doorway, this Qin Feier's heartbeat accelerated. The face, too, was somewhat scarlet. Crouching dynasty big brother. Qin Feier whispered. The whole thing was slightly tense. After all, before that, Lin Mo and her were nothing more than the relationship between an anchor and a water friend. But it's different now. Lin Mo is his gold master. I'm not that old. Just call me Lin Mo. At this moment, Qin Feier didn't know how to deal with this. Inside my head, I'm still a little confused. Just subconsciously nodding his head. Lin Mo, on the other hand, casually, walked inside the room and closed the door, sweeping down the 1-bedroom, 0-bathroom rental. Then, a few playful smiles tugged at the corners of his mouth. Casually, he pressed it against the wall and said, after helping you through 2 rounds, don't you have to show something? Listen to this. Plus the fact that Lin Mo was plastered so close to himself, this Qin Feier's eyes were mesmerized. Breathing, too, was rapid. And then, quickly was kissing on Lin Mo's lips, although the speed was extremely fast, like a dragonfly pointing at water. However, the corners of Lin Mo's mouth rose for a moment. At the same time, let go of this Qin Feier. Anyway, the night was long and he had plenty of time for himself. Come on, if you don't go back, the water boys are going to get curious. Aha. Qin Feier tidied up, then flew back into the broadcast room. Sitting in front of the camera, the live stream continued. As for Lin Mo, he was casually sitting on the opposite side of the sofa, looking at the screen in the live room. He laughed softly at the bottom of his heart. And after that, it's just continued piking. Soon after, in the 3rd and 4th rounds, Lin Mo consumed 10 or so ultra flames and brought the whole through peacefully. 4 rounds of PKs down. Lin Mo's reputation value, too, had reached 4.89 million. Looking at the prestige value which was not far from 5 million, Lin Mo's eyes, too, flickered for a while. As long as we take this final round of the finals, this 5 million prestige value will be officially reached. Lin Mo's heart murmured. The mood, too, was somewhat agitated. And also at this time, the final, it's officially here. Chapter 43. With the final connected. Opposite. A young girl dressed in an old-fashioned Chinese dress appeared in the middle of the camera. Hello, Miss Feier. I'm the anchor of the One Leaf City Guild. Lulu. The other man took the lead in the greeting. The rookie anchor who came out of nowhere and made it all the way to the final round. She had noticed it earlier in the day. Didn't put too much stock in it. But ultimately, you have to be careful. And that's why this Lulu was the first to greet. And on Qin Feier's face at that moment, there were also a few smiles on her face. Then, just smiling, he spoke. Miss Lulu, how are you? Please be gentle when you PK later. Ha ha, Fei, you're joking. Still need to ask you guys to go a little lighter. And just then, a King's account from the other side's live broadcast also entered the live broadcast room at this time. Immediately, it was sending a message. I'm sorry, but in this round, you're still going to have to admit defeat, and I'm going to take Lulu to the championship today. This was followed by a rocket of reward. The provocative intent of this is self-evident, and sitting there was Lin Mo. The eyes see so. The bottom of his eyes were also vague and icy. Immediately, it was just straightforward, and said, "Yeah, you're going to bail Lulu out? Then excuse me, I am, today, prepared to bail on Phil. Rocket back to you guys, peek later, just go straight to the line." Having said that, Lin Mo went back and replaced the rocket. At the same time, silently tapped on the recharge screen. After all, this one is the final. If you're not a little prepared yourself, there's also a real possibility that it could roll over. After a slight pause, Lin Mo just went along for the ride and charged $600,000 into it. $600,000 should be enough to help this Faye to the title. After all, it's not like this is a big PK event. Across the street from Lulu's VIP table, that's only about 500 people. The first big brother of the list, the weekly list, is also brushing 100,000 or so, and the other side, inside Lulu's live stream, quite a few water users had also noticed Lin Mo's words. At once, that is, they began to taunt. "Ha ha, the little white ship comes to call the shots too? Laughing my ass off. I suggest you take a look at the stats of our family's list. One big brother. The weekly list is brushed with 100,000 or so. It can't be a little white number like you that can come and clamor. That is, how dare the little white ship come? Why don't you get the hell out of here? One rocket is probably 4 or 5 days worth of your living expenses. Ha ha ha." A moment. Inside this Lulu's live room, a number of people spoke up in mockery. As for this, Lin Mo had a bland expression on his face. With a heartfelt contemptuous laugh, he just shook his head. Without paying too much attention to the taunting words, he just spoke calmly. "So, start?" As Lin Mo's message went out, both sides instantly just started piking. And the moment the PK starts, in the middle of Lulu's live broadcast, more than a dozen superfires were instantly swiped. Under a series of superfire swipes, the PK strip just crushed it straight away. As for being on Phil's side, yet there were only a few scattered gifts swiped. Occasionally there can be an airplane or two, but simply powerless to resist. Look at this situation in front of you. Inside Lulu's live stream, the arrogance was louder now. "Ha ha, where's that little white number? Brush it instead. That's just it. You're still guaranteeing Faye the title? Don't even look at yourself. Put a little white number in the district, and you're still so arrogant?" Among the pop-ups, there was contempt. And just then, a scrolling pop-up screen, however, suddenly appeared above all the live broadcasts. "Congratulations to Crouching Dynasty for opening Super Emperor in Faye is Not a Rabbitess live room. Click to enter the live room." A message popped up, both in Lulu's live room and in Faye's live room. Everyone, for one, was quiet. "Open the Emperor. To know, it's $180,000 for the first opening of one of Dushark's Emperors. Even with a $120,000 voucher rebate, that's a $60,000 cash drop. 2. Before the crowd could be surprised. At this time, there were several messages that were continuously swiped on the screen. "Congratulations to Crouching Dynasty for renewing Super Emperor *1 on Faye is Not a Rabbitess livestream." Such a message. 4 in a row. This one. The whole shark fighting platform. A boil. Countless water friends who are still online, one after another, just flooded into Faye's live broadcast room. After all, renewals are not as expensive as opening though, but that's still $120,000 for a month's worth of renewals. After the fact, despite the $120,000 voucher rebate, but the $120,000, after all, can't be withdrawn. Not to mention, Lin Mo opened it once before. That is to say, in this short minute, Lin Mo was already swiping out $660,000. The moment, fighting sharks boiling. As for Lulu's live stream, the Emperor's 5 in a row? It's over the top. What a joke. The Kahaku helicoptered the Emperor? What is this play? Neil, I was wrong. Don't you go look at your opponent's weekly list before picking on them? Even though this little white number is a little white number, the weekly charts are swiped with the presence of tens of thousands. Lulu, who was there, was also in the wind at this point. Honestly, she had thought that the wave was 10-1, even if there's a dirtbag bottom on the other side. So what? The other guy, a dirtbag, just swiped a few tens of thousands of dollars. And on your own side? The top 5 on the weekly charts are all swiped for tens of thousands of dollars. The first big brother of the list, but also brushed 100,000 or so. This disparity in volume is not something a tycoon can fight against. But who would have thought? The opposing tycoon turned his hand and opened the Emperor 5 times. A wave of 660,000 swiped right out. Is this still going on? Continue a hammer. Oh. This wave, Lulu went straight to her knees. And on the other side, Lin Mo was also smooth and swiped all of the vouchers that Fighting Shark had given away. Subsequently, that is, he ran into Lulu's live stream and opened his mouth to ask, "Continue?" Two simple words, but with boundless dominance. Inside Lulu's live stream, everyone also saw the message. On his face, humiliation could be written all over it. The look on anchor Lulu's face was also a bit bitter. As for this Lulu's rank 1 big brother, at this time, he was also sending messages and chatting privately with Lulu. "Lulu, let's forget about this one and just build up our strength for the next one." No way. This list of big brothers, despite the money, but there is no money to, can brush hundreds of thousands of dollars without blinking. And again, his rank of nobility up to this point is also king, or one that was only renewed once. And the other side? That's 5 emperors at the drop of a hat. Is this a level? It's not at all. One is a bite-sized drive. And the other? That's only played by godly men who don't think of money as money. That's totally, arguably, a descending blow. Lulu was also aware of the situation and could only smile bitterly, saying, "This time, we admit defeat." Chapter 44, Second Stage Reward, Arrival. With the admission of defeat on Lulu's part, on the air, at this point, the heat was even more boiling. Invincible. 666. I would call this operation of the crouching dynasty Big Brother the strongest. Hiss. Directly opened the Emperor 5 times at once. This operation. There's no one else. Okay. Catechized. 5 times Emperor. Invincible. Inside the live stream, quite a few people belong to the catechism at this time. After all, open the Emperor 5 times at once. How can one not be appalled by such an operation? And 5 consecutive rolls of the Emperor in a row. Even more so up and down the Fighting Sharks. Many of the water friends who were still online at this time, all flocked in with a brain. And there was Chin Fair. Then there was a pang. For which the trance. This is what I. Winning? Chin Fair's mood was extraordinarily complicated. I'm laying down a win here? Become number 1. Become a champion? For a moment, Chin Fair's mood could be described as overwhelming. Previously, first such thing, they are not even thinking about it. But now what? She did. At the same time, this Chin Fair was also very clear. You can take first place yourself. All by Rimmer. Moreover, as long as one listens to Lin Mo, pleasing Lin Mo, that's not to mention a PK for first place. Even if it's the annual FanFest and gets first place in PKs. Hinged, and not in the least. And this opportunity, it's right in front of your own eyes. Whether or not you can take it yourself depends on tonight. Immediately, this Chin Fair turned to the camera and opened her mouth. Well, that's it for today's broadcast. Everyone remember to take an early rest. I'll go down first. Take an early break. Lin Mo was also posting pop-ups. And look at the biggest gold digger of all, who has sent word to take an early night. Everyone at this point. Naturally, that means there's nothing to say. The live feed on the cell phone screen then just came to a screeching halt. Lin Mo also, in this regard, withdrew from the shark fight. Ended the broadcast. Looking at Chin Fair who was there, Lin Mo smiled. How's it feel to be number 1? Without hesitation, Chin Fair just nodded her head and said, "Very good." In response, Lin Mo just laughed lightly for a while and said, "Behave, and if you satisfy me, from now on, I'll make sure you're always number 1. Lin Mo laughed lightly and said, a sentence fell. This Chin Fair's eyes were filled with light. Spinning around, he nodded his head heavily and said, "Aha, I'll do as I'm told." Watching the scene, the corners of Lin Mo's mouth rose. Said, "Okay, go take a shower." This Chin Fair blushed. Then, grabbing a change of pajamas, he just walked to the bathroom. As for Lin Mo, on the other hand, it didn't matter too much. At this time, he is clicking on the Trillion Subsidies app. Started checking out his rewards. As the finger falls, the reward is instantly. Then it is a successful claim. Stage 2 reward. Claimed successfully. Get, reward 1, 10% of the shares of Fighting Shark Network Technology Company. Reward 2, triple the amount of consumption cashback card. *1. Shares will be credited within 12 hours. Triple spending cashback card has been credited. As several prompts appeared in quick succession, Lin Mo's expression, on the contrary, had a few moments of dismay. This time, it actually gave 2 direct rewards? A stagger underneath. Lin Mo's expression, too, looked a little surprised. And, one of the rewards is actually 10% of the shares of the Fighting Shark Network Technology Company? To know, do Shark live in the country? Is considered to be one of the super big companies. The platform is valued, moreover, at 388 billion Mikan. 10% of the shares. That's 238 million Mikan. Converted into Shenhua dollars. That's 61 billion. Lin Mo swallowed his saliva. he hadn't even dreamed of it. This second stage of the reward. It would actually be straightforward. A gift of such magnitude. I didn't expect it to cost $700,000. In return, it was actually more than $1 billion in share awards. The rewards of this second stage are already so terrifying. And what will be the reward for the third stage? For a moment, Lin Mo was a little curious at this point. Also checking out another reward. Triple spending amount cashback card. After using the card, you can get a cashback of triple spending amount once, with a maximum amount of $1 million. Look at this cashback card. Lin Mo's demeanor appeared to be a bit casual, if anything, not without that Fighting Sharks 10% share bonus up front. Maybe this card, for Lin Mo, might be okay, but the jewels are there. This spending cashback card, too, just seems to have fallen flat on its face. After all, spend $1 million, and it's only $3 million back, netting $2 million at best for myself. A mere $2 million. It's so fragrant. Regardless, netting $2 million still smells real good. And at this point, Qin Feier also finished her shower, came out in this bathroom wearing loose white pajamas. There were still droplets of water dripping from the wet ends of his hair. Can I get you a drink? Qin Feier opened her mouth daintily. The words were full of tension. Listen to this. Lin Mo just laughed lightly over it for a while. Spinning around, he opened his mouth. Just have some random ones. 1 hour later, the couch. Lin Mo sat there, holding the beer in front of him and drinking it. Qin Feier was, at this moment, taking a shower in the middle of the bathroom. Meanwhile, looking around the small, dimly lit room, a frown was unavoidable. This room is just too small. Moving around, that's all but inconvenient. And at this point in time, in the middle of the bathroom, Qin Feier also walked out. Just now, again, I was sweating profusely, looking at Lin Mo who was sitting there. This Qin Feier's face, too, was unavoidably scarlet for it. It was hard work just now. Lin Mo's mouth, with a playful smile, said, "Poof." Qin Feier recalled everything that had just happened and hummed softly under her breath. Then wrapped in a towel, he trotted over to the bed and plopped right down. Blushing red, he said, "You're getting people's pajamas shredded." To this, Lin Mo just laughed lightly, said, "Sleeping, what pajamas?" With that said, Lin Mo was also lying beside Qin Feier, looking at the room. "Dao, this house of yours, though, is really a bit too small. Listen to this." Qin Feier was also in a state of panic. Then, with eyes a little darker, he said, "Actually, I rented this rental house. It was supposed to be because of the company I work for, which is in the neighborhood. Then after leaving, there was no option to change. It's just been, like, rented until now." Chapter 45 shocked Qin Feier. Listening to the words of this Qin Feier, Lin Mo was a bit curious. Then, it was to ask, if that's the case, what made you think that you'd quit your job to become an anchor? At the bottom of Lin Mo's heart, there were still a few doubts. After all, how much competitive pressure is there to be an anchor these days, since you have a stable job? So why, again, did you choose to quit your job to anchor? Listening to Lin Mo's words, Qin Feier there, her face looked just a little bit bitter. After a sigh, shaking his head, he said, "To be honest, it wasn't really that I quit my job to be an anchor, it was that I was fired." The words fell. Lin Mo did come to be a bit more interested. Fired? With Lin Mo's inquiry, Qin Feier, who was there, sighed in return. Then, it was the experience of being fired that was told. In a nutshell, it's when Qin Feier is working, it was discovered that the company's CFO was embezzling money, ready to report it to the company's old man, but it has crashed through the old director of his own company, and the chief financial officer, some unspeakable secrets between them. From there, it's just being fired. Results: the wages and N1 compensation that the company should have paid have been in arrears, and he or she has been shut down by the industry. There is no choice but to become an anchor to earn a living. But who would have thought that the anchor industry is no good? Unemployed for 2 months. If I hadn't signed myself up with the platform and had a guaranteed $600 paycheck, I'm afraid I would have starved to death a long time ago. And even then, this Qin Feier, too, had previously planned to leave Mordor and return home. As a result, I didn't expect to run into Lin Mo. In your case, Lin Mo's expression was slightly helpless. That's really bad luck. Shaking his head, Lin Mo was at a loss for words. Tell you what, tomorrow you'll move inside one of my empty houses. How hard it would be to live in a small place like this. Immediately, Lin Mo also said, his own rental house in Grand Hyatt is now more than 90% rented out, but there are still a few sets. The larger area is not so good to rent, since it's not very rentable. So why not, then, just give this Qin Feier a set to live in yourself? Whether it's time for a larger house with a larger area, it's easier to exercise at night and there are more scenarios. Or do you want the colors to fly in the future and everyone to live in harmony? It's all about needing a few extra houses. That's all it takes for a perfect time management. Shin Fei, on the other hand, was taken aback. Hurriedly, he just looked at Lin Mo with excitement and said, "Really? Of course it's true." Lin Mo nodded with a smile. "Listen to this." Shin Fei also gave Lin Mo a kiss on the cheek. Lin Mo, on the other hand, smiled gently. Then, the two just continued the exchange. This is a night that will end with a high song. 12:30 the next morning, the two of them, Lin Mo and Shin Fei, woke up. After all, Lin Mo's body had been strengthened by a body-strengthening potion. Physical qualities that had long since reached the peak of ordinary people, totally capable of tamping down their clear skies. And Shin Fei was different. It's completely mortal. Therefore, it is still in a state of exhaustion. Watch this scene. Lin Mo looked at Shin Fei and said, "Why don't we move tomorrow?" Listen to this. Shin Fei instantly shook her head and said, "It's okay. I can do it. That's fine. You get up first." Saying that, Lin Mo just dialed the phone number of his lover, Zhou Wankai. After explaining the situation to him, Lin Mo then shuffled around a bit, and then the two of them went out the door together. "Get in the car." Lin Mo took out the Pagani's car key and pressed it. The headlights flashed on for a moment. Subsequently, the seagull gate rises automatically. "Look at this cool silver gray supercar." Shin Fei, who was here, her eyes also lit up violently. That was followed by getting into the passenger side. Look at the leather interior and the circle of ambient lighting around it. The mind is full of excitement. With her palms touching on this car body, Shin Fei, at this time, could be said to be greatly satisfied. And after that, the word, "Wow, brother, this sports car of yours, it's not cheap, is it?" Lin Ma lit the fire, spinning around, that is, casually. "It's not bad, it's just over 39 million, less than 40 million. A simple sentence, but it was straightforward, and it made this Shin Fei scared silly. 39 million, less than $40 million. That said, it's almost like, this car isn't $39 million. Instead, it's as random as $3,900. As for Shin Fei who was here, she was also looking a bit restrained at this time. Sitting in the car, not daring to move. "Let's get some lunch first. It's 12:30 now. After we eat, I'll take you shopping for a set of clothes and then we'll move." Listen to this. Shin Fei nodded and said, "Yes." Immediately, this Shin Fei also just rolled her eyes and said, He, brother, why don't I do a live stream then?" Lin Mo, who was listening to these words, pondered in his heart. Spinning around, that is to say, "That's fine, then when we get there later, you'll be on the air." Lin Mo was looking at it last night too. If you want to get the stage 3 reward yourself, that's 8 million reputation points needed, 8 million prestige values. Himself is now with $5 million. Make another 3 million. For Lin Mo, then this was simply not a matter. Yes, the supercar went all the way. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive at IPAM's underground parking lot as well, with the vehicle at a standstill. At this time, this Shin Fei also started a live broadcast. Last night's live broadcast made her fan following, was breaking 500,000. With the opening, then there were a few thousand fans, all of a sudden pouring into the live broadcast room. Shin Fei had a smile on her face as she held the head, saying, "Hello everyone, my live broadcast today is to bring you to the world." A sentence fell. Many of the water friends in the live broadcast room also started laughing and scolding one after another. "Yeah, I haven't seen you overnight." The anchor has swelled up quite a bit, with the crouching dynasty big man at the back supporting him. The little anchor is directly inflated. That's right, how dare you even call us out for not having seen the world. Listen to this. Shin Fei, who was there, was in a state of nonchalance, with a smile still on his face. He said, "Come on, wait till I show you guys, crouching dynasty big brother's sports car." After all was said and done, this Shin Fei is also the one who rotated the head, aimed the camera of the head, at running the car there, with the sports car in the picture. Once again, the live broadcast room just exploded. Chapter 46 Shares in Hand. Fighting Shark Shareholders Reaction. Inside the car, Lin Mo was oblivious to what was happening in the live broadcast room. At this point in time, he was following up on a phone call. Hello, are you Mr. Lin Mo? On the other side of the phone, a middle-aged man's voice rang out. The voice on the other end of the phone seemed to be very cautious. "Yes, I am. Who are you?" For this unfamiliar caller, Lin Mo at this time, could be said to be very puzzled. "Hello Mr. Lin, I'm the CEO of Fighting Shark Live, Chen Jie." Chen Jie listened to Lin Mo's words. At this point it appeared to be much more tense. After all, just a moment ago, he got the message out of the blue. It said that someone had acquired, from the market, 10% of the total equity of their fighting sharks, and raised his hand to become a major shareholder in their Do Shark Live. To know, as the CEO and founder of Do Shark, among the fighting sharks, that is, it occupies 14.8% of the equity. And now, it was a Lin Mo that had suddenly appeared. Without a word, they acquired 10% of their fighting sharks. In one fell swoop, it became the second largest natural person shareholder of fighting sharks. More so, the ability to question/investigate/prosecute/liquidate/dissolve a company. How's this for not being confused and careful? And after that, and urgently, a shareholders meeting was called. In the end, it was decided to give Lin Mo a call, probing Lin Mo's mouth, wanting to see what exactly he was planning to do. And Lin Mo listened to this, the moment of the moment. It was also understood that this Chen Jie gave himself the meaning of this call. Immediately, that is, smiling, said, "Ha ha, so it's Dong Chen, long time no see. I wonder if Dong Chen, who gave me this call today, has something to do?" Despite guessing this Chen Jie's intentions, Lin Mo was still pretending to look puzzled. "Mr. Lin, it's like this. Our company saw that you acquired 10% of our company's shares on the stock market. Does this matter ring a bell?" 10% of the shares. Lin Mo feigned contemplation. And then, Dao. "Oh, yes, there is indeed such a thing. What is the matter?" Pretending to be contemplative, Lin Mo was here, asking very calmly. "It's like this, Mr. Lin. Your acquisition of 10% of the shares is prepared." After the words fell, Lin Mo also laughed. Sure enough, immediately, it was there, very casually, that he said, "Hey, it's nothing, just a random acquisition of shares for fun. The other thing is, I have a woman that's live at your place. To avoid being bullied, I just bought some shares in passing and kept them on hand." Quiet, deadly silence. As the words fell after that, everyone who was there was dumbfounded by it. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Lin Mo, on the other hand, said calmly, "So, anything else?" "Nope, nope." Chen Jie swallowed his saliva and said, "Okay then, I'll hang up now. Remember to put it on my card when you get your dividend." After all was said and done, the phone hung up. Inside the conference room of fighting sharks, a group of shareholders sat there, listening to the beeping sound that came from Chen Jie's cell phone. Everyone is in a state of limbo. They just, what do you hear? Acquiring a 10% stake just for fun? It's the fear that your woman will be bullied while on air? This TM. It's too much bull ********. To know, that's 10% of fighting shark shares worth $1.61 billion. And the reason for acquiring so many shares turned out to be this one time. All the shareholders are at a loss as to what to say. Inside the conference room, more so, a pin drop, until half a day later, Chen Jie, the chairman of the board, which broke the silence. "That, everyone, I'm sure you heard what Mr. Lin said just now. I wonder if you all have any thoughts on Mr. Lin's words?" Listening to Chen Jie's words, a minor shareholder there, at this time, it was also a bit unable to hold back, and said, "That's a reason. TM is teasing? That's an outrageous reason for him. Okay." And at this point, one of the shareholders sitting close to the front of the room, on the other hand, knocked on his desk and said, I guess, that what this Mr. Lin said is not all true though, but the bit about his woman in his mouth is still worthy of our attention. We don't have any specific information about Mr. Lin at this time, that's why we have to find the woman he says is his. Then, for the other side, and enabling, in this way, we can show our attitude towards Mr. Lin and avoid making enemies with him, regardless of the identity of the other party. Someone who can acquire 10% of the shares in a quiet manner. This person is by no means any ordinary person, and by no means an existence that we can be at war with. After these words fell, inside the conference room, there was silence, and then, Chen Jie nodded his head and said, "Old Zhang is right. We must, immediately, find out the identity of the other party." Alright, dismissed. Other side, inside the live feed. At this point it can make a big wave of proclamation. "I'm going? Awesome. This supercar is awesome. There's something about this car. If you look at the license plate, it's a Pagani? This is supposed to be a Pagani Windjammer, but I've seen a Pagani Windjammer before. There's one in the Magic City's Zhao Village Duke, but how come I haven't seen this wind god of Brother Crouching Dynasty? Indeed, I just searched Pagani's Windjammer on the right grid at the back of the car. It's supposed to have a string of Huayra letters, but this car doesn't. Ha! It can't be an imitation, can it? The words came out. Inside the live broadcast room, there was a moment of silence, and Chin Fair, who was there, looked at the words at that moment. He was also panicked. Then, too, there was a rush of words. Don't talk nonsense, okay? This sports car of Crouching Dynasty's big brother costs $39 million. How can it be an imitation? As these words of Chin Fair's fell, the crowd of waterbenders who were there were first quieted by it. And then, that's when it erupted into a much more violent discussion. A Pagani Windjammer for $39 million? No, Faye, you're definitely being tricked here. I just checked, and the price of the Pagani Windjammer is at $25 million, and the most expensive is $29 million. A $39 million Pagani Wind God? Fair, you're definitely being tricked by someone. A word fell. Chin Fair froze. At this time, the whole person was also confused for a while. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Lin Mo. Is this Pagani Wind God a fake? At this moment, Chin Fair's mind was a mess. And, just at this time of year, in the parking lot, yet another burst of supercar sounds followed. And among the sports cars that came, leading the way, was a Pagani Windjammer. Chapter 47, Zhao Village, my Pagani. In front of this car, that's a younger brother. With this Pagani Windjammer, Chin Fair also turned the camera, and took this Pagani Wind God into the middle of the shot, with the vehicle in the frame. Within this live broadcast, there was a burst of, for that matter, exclamations of surprise. Another Pagani? The license plate number of this Pagani is the car of Mr. Zhao of Magic City. Mr. Zhao, is that the Zhao Village? I didn't expect the anchor to actually be here and run into Zhao Village. Wait, what Mr. Zhao drove today was also a Pagani. Ha ha, now there's a show. Real or fake Pagani? For a moment, inside the live room, there was a gasp of surprise. And at the moment, Jockin's Pagani, at this point, is parked upside down, and behind Zhao Village's vehicle, in turn, followed two supercars. At this point, there was also a flurry of stops, and then, the two of them, Zhao Village and Wu Yong, walked down in this car, and beside the two, there was still one, a youth wearing a large gold chain. After the three of them got off the bus, they were just talking and laughing, ready to walk towards the elevator room not far away. And at this point in time, here in Wu Yong, the gaze was sudden. It landed on the one Lin Ma had, the Pagani Imola. At that moment, this Wu Yong also just came to a few points of interest and said, Mora, look, there's a Pagani over there too. Hey. Listen to the words. Shashon, at this point in time, also saw the Pagani parked there. The moment this Pagani body was seen, Zhao Village's body, unable to help it, just started to tremble for it. This car. The next moment, Zhao Village was just taking quick steps, approaching towards this side, looking at the scene. Wu Yong was a bit confused. As for many water friends in the live broadcast room, at this time, they are in succession, began to rise up for it. Woohoo! Interesting. Ha ha, it seems that Mr. Zhao, this is the high fashion car that he noticed. TSK, 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 here comes the fun. I guess later on, the car is just going to be demolished. I did not expect this list a big brother, obviously can brush a few $100,000 a night. It turned out to be driving a car that was actually a high fashion fake. In an instant, within this live broadcast, a sigh rang out for it. As for Chin Fair who was there, she was a bit terrified at this time, not knowing what to say. One can only point the camera at Kimura who was there, and Shoshone was coming to the rear of Lin Ma's Pagani. The whole look of the person appeared to be somewhat agitated, palms gently touching the tail of this Pagani, as well as the bodywork. Breathing, it seemed heavy, and after looking around, it was when he noticed Chin Fair, excitedly. Miss, may I ask who owns this car, and could you introduce me? The moment those words fell, Chin Fair, who was there, froze. The water friends in the live room, too, froze. This situation, seemingly, something is not quite right. This Shoshone, shouldn't he be acting angry right now? But now how? But a look of excitement, as if he had seen a rare car? Everyone froze. After all, it's not like the promised script. And also at this time, Wu Yong there also came over and said, what's wrong with you, Mr. Village? Isn't this car similar to your Pagani Wind God? Why are you so excited? Listening to Wu Yong's words, Zhao Village was, at once, just thrilled. Then, loudly, he spoke, don't compare my junker to this godly car. That piece of crap wind god of mine isn't even worthy of this car's shoes. A sentence fell. Everyone was confused at this point. Jean Fair and everyone in the live broadcast room were all a bit dumbfounded at this point. What's going on? You don't even deserve a shoe? This is a joke. Wu Yong was also confused at this point, looking at the parked Pagani. Dao, brother village. Are you kidding me? Do you think it looks like it? Shashon shook his head. Then, pointing to the Pagani Windjammer Imola that was there, said, this car, it's the Pagani Windjammer Imola. In the world, there are only 5 of the top supercars. This is a car that belongs to the ultimate version of the Windjammer. When it was released in the EU, the price was 5 million euros. And this wind god of mine, which is the regular version, in front of this Imola? Oh, that's a brother. A word fell. Everyone on the scene, the flurry of them was just swallowing. There was also a rare empty screen in the live room. Fully, after 4 or 5 seconds. That's what made the waves. On your knees. Where's the person who said that this car was a high-fashion imitation of the big guy before? Why don't you hurry up and get out and give thanks? I thank you. Just now, it was me who said it was a high-fashion model. I just did 1,000 degrees and the Pagani Windjammer, indeed, has a newest model is called the Imola. This model, if you will, is a new model that came out in 20. The moment, the live feed was also in an uproar, and a few people who said earlier that Lin Ma's car was a high-fashion imitation. By now, his face was on fire. As for Jean Fair who was there, at this moment, she was also completely dumbfounded. Looking at Imola's bodywork was a bit of a panic. As for Wu Yong on the side, the eyes also lit up. The mouth, at that moment, also murmured for a while. Boy, this car, is it actually an Imola? I didn't realize that this car was in the country and that someone had gotten their hands on it. I just don't know. This Imola, whose car it will be again. And after some words fell, in Zhou Village's heart, there was some anticipation at this time, and it's at this point in time. There the Gull Gate, on the other hand, rises slowly. As the Seagull Gate rose, Zhou Village and Wu Yong, both of them, now looked away at once, and under the watchful eyes of these two, Lin Mo's figure, too, got off in this car. The moment Lin Mo appeared, 2 people here, at once, it just froze. Shoshon's eyes widened, somewhat incredulously. He looked at Lin Mo who was there, in his mouth. At this time, he also exclaimed for it. Mo? Lin Mo froze. The whirlwind, that is, saw, there, Zhou Village and Wu Yong. And with the fall of Jockin's epithet, the water friends in the live room were, once again, viciously shocked. What the hell? Mr. Zhao actually called Big Brother brother? That's a little scary. As I recall, Mr. Zhao belongs to the top-tier rich second generation in Magic City, right? And if Big Brother can be called brother by Zhao Gongzi, then his identity, at this moment, all the water friends at this time is also a burst of the heart and mind for the shock. As for Jean Fair, she was also ruthlessly surprised at this time. Chapter 48, if you like what you see, just take it. At this time, Wu Yong, too, greeted him. He said, I didn't expect that this car would actually be Mosa. I was wondering who would own one of these top-of-the-line luxury cars that are rare in the world. I didn't expect that it would actually be you again. Mo. Wu Yong was on the sidelines, smilingly. Then, glancing at Jean Fair who was there, he said, you're diligent enough to change it at this rate. Mo. Listen to this. Lin Mo just laughed. Then, looking at the 2 men here, said, what brings you here? Listen to this. The Zhao Village who was there in a hurry, then just said, oh yeah, well, we came here to do some shopping in the grocery store. If you're going to be there later, go inside the Magic City Raceway and take a couple laps. Speaking of which, Zhao Village also glanced at the Pagani Wind God Imola that was parked there. The bottom of his eyes also held a few moments of envy, as well as a longing gaze. Said, Mo, do you want to go for 2 laps together? Well, never mind. Things got a little hectic today. You guys have fun and we'll run together next time. Lin Mo thought about it. It was followed by a bout of head shaking. Listening to Lin Mo's words, Zhao Village also glanced at Jean Fair who was there. A look of I understand appeared on his face. Spinning around, he then said, alright, then I won't continue. I'll bother you here brother Mo. Have fun brother Mo. After saying this, these 2, Zhao Village and Wu Yong, were the same 2 who brought another rich kid with them, leaving the parking lot. Lin Mo, on the other hand, smiled and looked towards Jean Fair who was there and had long been in a state of confusion. Said, alright, let's go in. Smiled. Lin Mo was the one holding this Jean Fair's hand. Then, towards the mall. Entering the mall, all kinds of big brands are appearing in this Jean Fair's eyes. For a while, it made this Jean Fair feel a bit dazzled. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was here and said rather casually, let's go shopping for 2 outfits later. Otherwise, just this set on you. I'm afraid that later, you won't even be able to get into the restaurant. As the words fell, Chin Fei, who was there, appeared to be slightly embarrassed for a few moments. Taking Chin Fei with him, he casually strolled around the mall. Lin Mo's cell phone was also suddenly ringing at this moment. Took out his cell phone and looked at it. It was Sun Fu who called himself. I'm going to take a call while you go inside Hermes. If you see anything you like, just take it, and I'll check out later. After speaking to Chin Fei, Lin Mo just took the cell phone, walked to the side of the fire escape, and picked up the phone. And after those words fell, inside the live broadcast room, many water users were also sending out pop-ups. I'll go. That's such a bossy thing to say. Take whatever you fancy straight away and come and check out later. Is this really going to be Hermes shopping? Sure it's not Hermes? With that statement, Hermes feels to me like a $20 address roadside stand. However, it seems that the other lying dynasty Big Brother really has the qualification to say this / laugh and cry. It was supposed to be a hot live room. At this point, it's more pop-ups all over the place. As for Chin Fei at this time, she was also walking towards the Hermes store. As for this moment, a new clerk in front of Hermes, looking at Chin Fei, who was holding a head in her hand and wearing a set of affordable clothes. Immediately, that's when it was stopped. Then there was a serious look that said, I'm sorry ma'am, inside our Hermes store, live streaming is not allowed. Please also put away your cell phone. At this moment, Chin Fei looked embarrassed. For a moment, it was not clear what to do. At the same time, she was glancing at the live feed on her phone. At this point in the broadcast, the heat is already at 2 million. This kind of high heat, you have to turn off the live feed and go back in yourself? Then one really is a cutie. Now, woohoo! Straight up rollover. Ha, the anchor store intercepted it. But to be honest, this is normal. After all, Hermes is among the top luxury stores, and it's understandable that live broadcasts are not allowed. Now, I wonder what the anchor is going to do with this one. This moment was also filled with a fastidious atmosphere in the live room, and Chin Fei mentally hesitated. Afterwards, it was still ready to wait until Lin Mo had finished his call. Other side. At this moment, Lin Mo picked up Sun Fu's phone. Butler's son, what can I do for you? Lin Mo smiled. Mr. Lin, it's like this. The housekeeper and nanny you entrusted to Our Lady, to help you find. On our side, we are already looking for you. The other party's specific information was also sent to you via WeChat from my side. Listen to this. Lin Mo's face, too, showed a few moments of joy, and after that, it was just a rush of words. Ha, so it's this matter. Butler's son, thank you so much for this. You also say thank you to Nanny. For me. Listening to Lin Mo's words, Sun Fu, who was there, just laughed lightly and said, You're welcome, Mr. Lin. It's just our honor to help Mr. Lin. Hey, that's saying something. Then I won't continue on my end and bother you. Mr. Lin. Okay, bye. After saying this, Lin Mo just hung up his cell phone as well, and then, opened his WeChat. At this time, among the Microsoft, Sun Fu heck, that's what sent himself 5 documents. After receiving it, what followed was Lin Mo opening it up. Inside the resume, it was a 30-year-old woman. Lin Mo briefly looked at the resume. The woman's name is Hope Wong, and she has always worked as a housekeeper. For education, it's also a bachelor's degree. When I was in college, I read management. This butler is, basically, there to take care of the management and assign the nannies below, as well as going to help with some of Lin Mo's interpersonal things. After reading it, Lin Mo then nodded his head in satisfaction, and a couple other resumes. Instead, there are 3 nannies and a florist. After all, the villa that he owns is with more than 700 square feet, and it comes with a front and backyard. It definitely needs a florist. The 3 aunts, on the other hand, are there because the daily is so much needed. Otherwise, it's simply too busy. Nice. Looked at the resumes. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, that is, according to the contact information given by Sun Fu, contacted the guys. Tell them to come to work tomorrow and sign the contract. Subsequently, that is, towards the Hermes store. When it came to the front of the store, Lin Mo was also puzzled and looked at Chin Fei, who was standing outside the door, and said, Why are you out here and not going in? Chapter 49, Can you really do whatever you want with money? As Lin Mo's voice fell, there it is, Chin Fei, looking at Lin Mo who was walking towards him, his expression looked a little awkward, said, I was stopped by people. People's stores, no one is allowed to go in with a cell phone and live stream. listening to Chin Feier's words. Lin Mo, for a moment, was a bit teary-eyed. He didn't really think about it. This Chin Feier would actually be stopped by the store because of such a trivial matter. The first thing that happened was a helpless shake of the head. Spinning around, he opened his mouth and spoke. Tell you what, just follow me and I'll lead you in. After all was said and done, Lin Mo held Chin Feier's hand and just walked towards the Hermes store, and the clerk who was there, looking at Lin Mo, who was walking over, he immediately frowned and then opened his mouth. Why are you here again? Didn't I tell you? Our store. This time, however, before he could finish his sentence, a passing tall-dressed female store manager also noticed Lin Mo, as well as holding Chin Feier's hand. Immediately, the face just changed. In a hurry, he came over in 3 or 2 steps. One pulled the clerk behind him. A smile came to his face and he bowed. Mr. Lin, are you bringing your friend over to buy clothes? Lin Mo nodded. Well, you guys are in charge of making her beautiful. As the words fell after that, the female store manager who was there immediately was in a hurry. Ha ha, good. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. We promise to make your friend beautifully dressed. After saying this female store manager was the one who looked at Chin Feier next to her. In the bottom of his eyes, there were a few glances of envy, and then it was with all due respect, opening his mouth. This lady, just now, when our interns were abrupt with you, please bear with me. After all was said and done, it was to the clerk behind her, who had long been a bit confused, that she looked. Hurry up and apologize to the lady. Listen to this. This clerk had a jolt. Hastily, that is, to Chin Feier, he bowed and apologized. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry for the many offenses just now. Looking at the scene, Chin Feier was a bit confused. For a moment, it was hard to know what to say. And seeing both Chin Feier and Lin Mo, neither of them said anything at this time. The female store manager there, at this time, also clenched her teeth and said, Mr. Lin, this lady, to show our apologies, I'll give you both 20% discount on your purchases in this store today. Plus, I'm taking it upon myself to give away a new to the store satchel to the lady. A word fell. Lin Mo was also a bit surprised. He hadn't expected that this female store manager would actually make this kind of decision. As for Chin Feier, her small mouth was slightly open, her mind stunned. That attitude change, it's like a 180, and it's all because Lin Mo's appearance. At this moment, Chin Feier's heart set off a wave of shock. At this moment, Lin Mo who was there then looked at Chin Feier and said, What do you think? Ha! Chin Feier froze. Then, with a quick nod of his head, he said, Can. Listen to the words. Lin Mo also looked at the female store manager and said, Well, that's that then. Looking at Lin Mo agreed. The female store manager here, at this point, was also finally relieved. Then, it was with a smile that he looked at Chin Feier and said, This way, then, ma'am. After all was said and done, the two of them, Lin Mo and Chin Feier, then just entered the store. Inside the live feed, the waterbenders who witnessed this were dumbfounded at this point. This, awesome. My people are already stupid. I've thrown up. The anchor tried to go in earlier and was stopped. As a result, when the lying dynasty Big Brother came, this immediately piled up a smiling face, and then obediently get out of the way. And by the way, a 20% discount on a new bag. Spit it out and spit it out. Is this the power of the god ho? Is this really a case of having money and being able to do whatever you want? In this moment of time, the water boys were all completely brought to their knees, so to speak. Lin Mo, on the other hand, smiled and glanced at Chin Feier and said, Just take whatever you see, and I'll help you live. After saying that, Lin Mo was the one who took over the head, then wandering around the store. And even if he was just wandering around, there was still a sales that followed Lin Mo around. Turning to Lin Mo, he kept explaining the designs of the clothes in this store, along with the explanation. A lot of the female watermen are a bit of a heartbreaker at this point, but after looking at the prices, they all hit the goodbye button on the public screen in droves. On the other side, doorway, the female store manager was always relieved. The clerk who was there, at this point, was extraordinarily perplexed and puzzled. Looking at the female store manager who was on the sidelines, she just asked, Store manager, according to the rules, isn't it not allowed in our store for someone to go in and broadcast live inside? Listen to the words. This female store manager's face was complicated. Then, shaking his head, he said, You're right, it is indeed not allowed if you follow the rules. But rules are made by people, so surely they need to be flexible. That Mr. Lin just now, do you know what he is? The clerk shook his head and said, I don't know. Our store, this IM building we're in now, is owned by that Mr. Lin just now. A simple sentence. Straight away. It just made this clerk giggle. I up my whole building. Surprisingly, that Mr. Lin's just now? Ming. The other guy looked so young. And it was about the same age as him. But to actually be the owner of this $10 billion IM building? This. The clerk had mixed feelings. At the same time, the heart was afraid for the aftermath. If only he hadn't been stopped by the store manager earlier. Wouldn't he, then, have already offended such a great Buddha? Then at that time, even if the other party didn't take this matter to the heart, he himself is from now on. Don't want to continue to mix in the magic city. As for being on the other side, at this moment, Lin Mo returned to Qin Fei's side, and at this point, Qin Fei, who was also just in time, stepped out of the fitting room on the side. At this moment, on her body, was wearing a beige dress, tall figure. After wearing this dress, this Qin Fei's temperament, all of a sudden, was just highlighted. Nice. Under Lin Mo's eyes, a hint of amazement swept through. No wonder. People say that if you look beautiful, you look good in anything. Now it really seems to be the case. Besides, Qin Fei had a great body. Now so look. This Qin Fei completely is walking clothes rack. Chapter 50, Sky High Menu. Inside the live feed, many people were indignant at this point. Sucking in cold air. This outfit. It fits Fei so well, doesn't it? It's beautiful. For a while, there were countless pop-ups for it. The female store manager, who was on the sidelines, also spoke up at this time. This dress, it really suits the young lady perfectly. This dress is a seasonal favorite at Hermes. At the moment, if you look at it, the asking price is $23,000. After a sentence fell, pop-ups in cell phones. In an instant, at this point, it was just quiet. A few breaths later, a series of pop-ups, of the moment, appeared on the screen. I go? A dress for $23,000? This price is a bit scary. $23,000 for a dress is worth 5 months of my salary. On your knees. And Qin Fei, who was there, was now also directly dumbfounded. After hesitating, said, or, let's just forget about it. Listen to this. Lin Mo smiled. Then, snapping his fingers, he looked to the store manager who was there and said, wrap it up. A sentence fell. The store manager hastily just nodded his head and said, okay, Mr. Lin. And there was Qin Fei. At this point it was looking, with a few moments of nervousness, and said, this. Lin Mo smiled and said, it's only $20,000. It's not worth much. A simple sentence, but it was straightforward, so that the crowd in the middle of the live broadcast, all choking at this point, totally, don't know how to say it, but a $20,000 dress? Does that speak like a human being? Okay, let's look at the rest. Subsequently, the two of them then just continued, looking around the store, started picking away, and it didn't take long. Lin Mo just helped Qin Fei pick out a few other pieces of clothing jewelry. It didn't take long, that's all in all, to buy 3 dresses, 2 pairs of heels, and 3 silk scarves, plus some accessories. Mr. Lin, the total is $183,000. Lin Mo listened to the amount. As for the specific list, it is not even a glance. Solely, straight away, he pulled out his cell phone. Then is to use up the triple spend cashback card. After doing this, that's what started the payment. Qin Fei, on the other hand, was holding the list and looking at it. The water friends in the live room were also shown a detailed list. I'll go. Those high heels, they actually cost $38,000? That bustle in the back, it's actually $19,000? Hiss. A silk scarf just costs $5,000. Wait a minute. The bracelet that was bought in the back, it wasn't cheap. A bracelet cost $33,000. This is really burning money. For a moment, all the watermen were appalled by it. And what's more, a straightforward screenshot of the list was taken and shared. And with the screenshots of the list sent out, the heat in the live broadcast room was also a burst of crazy soaring. It didn't take long to break through 4 million. At this moment, Qin Fei froze. The whole thing froze in a trance. Once geometry. She was also the one who used to fantasize about coming inside a store like this to buy clothes and jewelry after making money. However, even fantasy, she is also limited to just, well, buying tens of thousands of dollars worth of stuff. As for this kind of throwaway money and buy more than $100,000 of luxury goods in one day in one breath. Instead, she couldn't even think about it. However, now, it's the real thing that's happening. What's wrong? Glancing at Qin Fei, Lin Mo looked puzzled. Is it too much to buy? Qin Fei said with a nervous expression. Much? It's okay, if I don't dress you up. I'm afraid that if you stay, you won't even be able to get into the dining room where you eat." As the words fell after that, Chin Fei, who was there, looked embarrassed. Inside the live room, a number of waterbenders. At this point it was a burst of laughter. "Ha ha, I'm afraid I won't be able to get into the restaurant where I'll be eating later." "That's so true. Ha ha ha." As for Lin Mo at this time, looking at these things in front of him, then, he pondered slightly. Your own triple spend cashback card, which is currently still open. Currently one is spending $180,000. As for myself, I still have $820,000 left in cashback. This card is valid for, what, 24 hours? Watch the countdown on your cell phone. In the bottom of Lin Mo's heart, he also began to think, how in the world is one supposed to spend the remaining $820,000? Never mind, let's eat first, and afterward, we'll think about all this. Shaking his head, Lin Mo put his cell phone away. Immediately, he then just turned to Chin Fei and said, "Let's go to lunch." "Aha," said the two were the ones who took the shopping bags in their hands and returned them to the car afterward. Then, on foot, outside the mall, and under Lin Mo's leadership, came to the back of this IATN building, in a restaurant called Latelier. Looking at this restaurant, Lin Mo also spoke calmly. This restaurant, it's a 2-star Michelin restaurant. The main focus inside is creative French food. Listen to the words. Inside the live room, many people came to have a few moments of interest. After all, 2 Michelin stars. It is still very attractive to many people. And at this point, the two also walked into the restaurant. The red color scheme of the dining room is very visually appealing. "Welcome to Latelier. Do you two have a reservation?" "No." Lin Mo shook his head and said, "Okay, then both of you please choose your seats for dining." The waiter who was there handed over a tablet. Above that is a diagram of the seating layout of the restaurant, as well as the price of the marked meal. With this flatbed in the picture, inside the live feed, you want more money for the dining room? People are stupid. The price of a table in the lobby, it actually costs $1,888 a head? This is outrageous. This, and there's a bar? And the bar seats, they need to be reserved and are $58.88 a person? The moment. A lot of waterboys have just been straight up dumbfounded. Lin Mo, on the other hand, didn't care about this. Just casually, he chose a seat against the inside of the restaurant. Then, led by the waiter, he came to sit behind the dining table. Then he flipped it open and set the flip menu on the table. And with this menu turned over, Chin Fei looked at the price on it. And then, with a burst of shock, it's not just her. Everyone in the live room, too, saw what was on it. This menu, the prices on it are correct, right? A salad $998? Is this watermelon juice spiked with gold? It actually costs $298? I'm humanly stupid. A gumbo $648 for that price. Hiss. The steak actually costs $2,800? The moment. Everyone was just completely dumbfounded at this moment. After all, at these prices, I'm afraid that even if the Michelin chef made it himself, it would still be a bit too expensive, right? Chapter 51, A Spray for a Saying. Soon, Lin Mo and the two of them just started ordering. And with Lin Mo under a series of orders, Chin Fei was getting more and more alarmed. 2 pastas, bread, 2 steaks, gumbo, and 2 drinks. The stuff isn't much though, but just a little something. The total consumption, surprisingly, is just up to $12,000, plus a 10% service charge. In other words, this was a meal alone that ate up $13,200, and that's without ordering a drink. If you order a wine pairing, I'm just afraid the price of the meal is going to be tens of thousands of dollars higher. And this, however, it is also a lot of water friends in the live broadcast room. Watching is for the staggering. Soon, and the meal just started to come on. Chin Fei also didn't continue the live broadcast. For the time being, the choice was made to go off-air. With the aftermath of the off-air broadcast, Chin Fei was also relieved. Afterwards, the whole person also just patted his chest and said, "Take a break. Being in front of the camera on my end all morning is really wearing me out." To this, Lin Mo also just smiled, just opened his phone app and checked the prestige punch list. Look at the numbers on this prestige punch list. Under Lin Mo's eyes, there were also a few moments of astonishment. This has been on for less than an hour alone. One's own reputation value was actually raised by more than $1 million. 8 million from the third stage of the reward. Instead, there's still less than 2 million left to go. Then it seems that an afternoon today should be all it takes to obtain this third stage of rewards. The heart murmurs. Lin Mo, who was here, also had a few flashes of light in the bottom of his eyes. And there was Chin Fei. At this point, on the other hand, they are ready to eat. The whole thing was in a good mood. and it looked great, too. Watching the scene, the corners of Lin Mo's mouth, in turn, rose slightly. Soon, however, the good mood of the two was gone. Right at this point in time, a rather shrill voice, behind them, it slammed. Yo, isn't this Manager Chin? It seems that Mordor is really small enough. Lin Mo frowned as he looked. A tall woman wearing a white dress and a LV bag was seen standing at the back of the room. The woman's arm, on the other hand, was holding a fat man in his 50s who was slightly overweight. Chin Fair looked at the visitor in front of her, and her face was not very pretty. Ginger 1. This Jiang 1, then, is the financial director of his former company, and this CFO, embezzlement notwithstanding, and also with the company's old director, has an incestuous relationship. After the company fired itself, it even went so far as to shut itself down. In the industry, thinking of this, Chin Fair just became more and more irritated. As for being around this Jiang 1, the old man in his 50s, as it were, was the former chairman of the company, the old director of the Wood Source Group, Jiang Hai. This Jiang 1 swept a glance at Lin Mo. Then, it was with a cold smile that he said, He, it seems that Manager Chin, this is the second generation that has fallen for the second generation. Even the clothes have been changed into the latest Hermes models. Listen to this. Chin Fair, who was there, immediately laughed scornfully and said, I'm not like some people who won't go around some old man, and after evening out, it's still about embezzlement. A sentence fell. Jiang 1, here, was instantly anxious, looking angrily at Chin Fair who was there. You, and next to Jiang Hai. At this time, he also said coldly, Ms. Chin, I advise you to pay attention when you speak. Everything you yourself say right now, that's all about evidence. We, Muyuan Group, are a big group anyhow. You'll be held responsible if you make empty promises and talk nonsense here. Honestly, at this time, Jiang Hai's heart was also a bit flustered. The hand holding Jiang 1 next to her was also quietly drawn out. No way. The relationship between himself and Jiang 1 was, after all, unseen, and that relationship, once it's been brought out into the open, that tigress in her own house, one thought, he just couldn't stop it, and winced, but verbal, still there with the threat. Miss Chin, if you ever dare to make such empty promises and talk nonsense again, then we, the Wood Source Group, have no choice but to, well, send out our legal department. Bottom line, at that moment, Chin Fair was just clenching her teeth for a while, and Lin Mo stood up at that moment. Afterwards, he walked up to this Jiang Hai, said, Jiang Hai, right? I think that we need to go aside and have a chat. This Jiang Hai listened to this. He just froze, and then just as he was about to say something, Lin Mo, however, had already held his hand. Then, a huge force came. The whole thing was straightforward, just yanked and dragged from its place, the immense power coming from his wrist. It pinched him even more, grimacing in pain, and the two there, Chin Fair and Jiang Mao, there is not much attention paid to these subtleties. In their eyes, it was this Jiang Hai and Lin Mo, leaving together, and Ginger N snorted at that moment, saying, oh, it seems that the person you've fallen for isn't very good either. After meeting Chairman Jiang, don't you still have to be honest? Chin Fair didn't say anything, just a slight frown. She always felt that there was, well, something weird about this, but for a moment, it was impossible to say what was so strange about it. And at this point in time, Lin Mo was already dragging this Jiang Hai into the middle of the bathroom. Throw it out randomly. Jiang Hai's entire person, all of a sudden, just crashed into the wall. As for Lin Mo, he backhanded, closing the door of this bathroom. And, by the way, also locked the bathroom door. Jiang Hai, who was left inside the bathroom. At this point there was also panic, but then just regained his composure. Threateningly, kid, I'm warning you, this is a society of law and order now. You definitely won't be able to run away if you mess up. And do you know who I am? I'm Jiang, of the Wood Source Group. Before Jiang Hai could finish his sentence, Lin Mo just slammed his fist on this Jiang Hai's stomach. At once, this Jiang Hai was in pain, trying to scream out. He was covered by Lin Mo. Fundamental, unable to vocalize. What a lot of crap. Letting go, he casually dropped it in the corner. Lin Mo pulled out his cell phone, tapped on the app and took out the Have a Say spray. Try it. Raised an eyebrow. After shaking the can, Lin Mo just sprayed it directly at this river and sea, and after spraying, the bottles and cans simply disappear. As for this Jiang Hai, his eyes were gradually losing focus, sitting there, looking at Lin Mo as if he were a puppet. Lin Mo, on the other hand, tapped the camera on his cell phone and recorded a video. Simultaneous. Next, I ask. You answer. Chapter 52, The Lowly Jiang Hai. 5 minutes later. Lin Mo's face was odd as he looked at Jiang Hai in front of him. Have to say, this Jiang Hai is really talented. He doesn't just have this ginger end as a lover. There are actually 3 more out there. And here's the kicker. This grated ginger. Pregnant. Now. It's been a couple months. Jiang Hai is already 55 years old this year. He was childless. The reason for this is that the wife of the family is unable to bear children. And after learning that Ginger End is pregnant, he was also trying to get her to help him give birth to the child. So he had been giving her what she wanted. Even if this Ginger End secretly misappropriated the company's public funds. Only did not bother Ginger End what? And again, he was aware of it. You can't let your wife know about this. His company, after all, is as big as it is today. Behind the scenes is the support of the wife's family. Herself. If this gets out to his own wife, Jiang Hai dared to guarantee it. In time, it's not just his own company that's gone. Fear only yourself. That's also going to be the end of the line. Oh, Boss Jiang, it's still really powerful. I have to clap my hands at this red flag in the house and colorful flag flying outside. Listen to this. There was a talk of a spray effect that faded. And Jiang Hai, who was there, reacted. Yourself just now. What was all said? All at once, Jiang Hai's pupils dilated. On his face, he was filled with despair. Cold sweat, like a tidal wave, continuously flowed out behind his back. Then, this Jiang Hai bitterly looked towards Lin Mo who was there and said, are you a human or a demon? Lin Mo didn't answer, just sked twice, playing with the phone in his hand, and said, Boss Jiang, I think, you don't want it either. This video I have in my hands has gotten into your wife's hands, hasn't it? A sentence fell. Jiang Hai, who was there, stared at Lin Mo and said in a deep voice, what do you want? Money, or something else? This video, under no circumstances, should get into the hands of his own wife. And Lin Mo just laughed, shook his head, and said, money? Do I look, to you, like I'm short of money? The corners of Lin Mo's mouth rose slightly. With a few, playful smiles, a sentence fell. This Jiang Hai's face was even more unsightly. My request is very simple. From now on, I don't want to, again, continue to see Ginger End in Magic City. That's it? It's that simple. After Lin Mo finished saying this, the eyes, too, narrowed slightly. Then casually, he just gripped the faucet and twisted it hard. Click. This faucet was screwed right off. Water spurts out. Lin Mo, on the other hand, threw the faucet in his hand, which was already being held into a ball, onto the ground, saying, a word to the wise, don't think of anything wrong, or else you'll suffer the consequences. After saying that, Lin Mo shut the valve on the side and just turned around and left. And Jiang Hai who was there, his pants were already soaked at this point. Looking at the one in front of him, it was already a screwed up balled up faucet, and his body couldn't stop trembling. Afterwards, he looked at Lin Mo's back. In the bottom of his eyes, he was filled with awe. Inside the restaurant, Jiang Mo sat down and looked at Qin Feier proudly. In his mouth, he was constantly sneering, and the face, at this point, was filled with a look of, complacency. For her part, Qin Feier remained silent and restrained. The words of this Ginger End fell on deaf ears, and at this point, Lin Mo then returned to the dining table. Look at this Ginger End, sitting in his seat. A frown was also uncontrollable. Subsequently, Dao, get out of the way. Listen to this. Ginger End, on the other hand, was unimpressed. Looking at Lin Mo, he just said, yo, you're back? Still tugging at this place. I tell you too, if you two make me happy today, when our chairman Jiang comes back later, maybe I can get him to let you off the hook. Otherwise, later on, there's absolutely no good fruit for you guys. Ginger End had a haughty look on his face. Lin Mo's eyes, on the other hand, narrowed slightly, and just as he was about to say something, this Ginger End's eyes, however, brightened violently. Afterward, in 3 or 2 steps, he was walking to Jiang Hai's side. He said, Jiang Dong, why did you just come back? And got covered in water. She didn't notice. At this moment, Jiang Hai, with his head lowered, had a strong look of fear under his eyes, just continued to wax eloquent there. Jiang Dong, you don't worry. This little over here, I am already taken care of. Before she could say anything further, pow, a crisp sound rang out. Jiang Hai fiercely was throwing out a slap. The scene, directly, Qin Feier who was there was taken aback. The whole thing was already dumbfounded. Ginger End's face, at this point, was high and swollen. Teeth, all of them, were thrown off a few. The whole person, at this time, had a dumbfounded look, and did not dare to speak there. You shut up. Jiang Hai let out a roar. The heart was already cursing. It's all about this woman. All day long. Flailing around. There you go. Offended the wrong person and still here all unaware of it. Even more nearly. Letting himself be destroyed. And now, even if you didn't destroy it yourself, a handle that big is in someone else's hands. To own it completely, is to be subject to it. The moment, Jiang Hai's heart was incomparably indignant. But when you think about it, the other person is still pregnant, and there's just nothing you can do about it. And at this point, this Jiang Hai, on the other hand, took a quick step and came to Lin Mo and Qin Fei, saying, Ms. Qin, I was wrong about what happened before. I hereby apologize to you. I also hope you will be magnanimous. As for the compensation owed to you before, my side will also call you as soon as possible. A word fell. This Qin Fei was dumbfounded. What's the situation? This Jiang Hai, how come all of a sudden, there was this degree of attitude change? And, in front of himself, apologizing to himself? This Jiang Hai he knew well, himself in that period of time in the Wood Source Group. It has always been the others who have begged him. Has he ever been seen to stoop so low to the level of a man? And, this Jiang Hai's character suddenly changed. Looks like, it was after leaving with Lin Ma that it happened. So what happened during the time away? Qin Fei was a bit puzzled. Afterwards, it was to look at, there, Lin Mo, but only to see, at this moment, Lin Mo, was there casually cutting the steak? As if all this, and he has absolutely nothing to do with seemingly cloudy and light. And hear the voices here. The store manager who is on his way. Looking at this scene, he was also dumbfounded at this point. He does know Jiang Hai, knowing the other party's identity. He was the boss of the top group in Magic City. It was a character who belonged to the category that, when he stomped his foot, the Magic City business community would tremble 3 times. And now, this kind of character actually to these two youths. So lowly? For a moment, this store manager was completely confused. It was more than a little skeptical. Chapter 53 Mr. Lin, do you think it's okay if I handle it this way? The moment. The store manager stood silent, but, his gaze as he looked at Lin Mo was a flickering one. I don't know. Thinking about something here. And then, it was to beckon a waiter to the side. After a few instructions, this waiter just left in a hurry, before the dinner table. Jiang Hai, on the other hand, was vicious, glared at Ginger End, who was on the sidelines. Then, the mouth just roared. Asshole. Why don't you hurry over and apologize to Miss Qin? At this point, Ginger End was already dumbfounded. Being yelled at like that, the body shuddered a few times. Then, walked up to this Qin Fei, biting her lower lip still. Ms. Qin, I'm sorry, please also forgive me. To this, Qin Fei just shook her head and said, I have, right now, only one request. I don't want to see you again, in my life. After these words fell, Jiang Hai, who was there, instantly swore, you can rest assured on that point. Ms. Qin, I'll arrange a plane tonight and send her away. The words came out. Here Ginger End's face was pale. In a hurry, it was a poof of paralysis. The look, the loss of soul. The meaning of this statement is already obvious. Himself, in the second half of his life, he may never return to Xinhua. Yourself. Done. And then, she was the one who grabbed this Jiang Hai's pants leg and said in a hurry, no, Jiang Hai, you can't do this. I have, in my stomach. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Hai, who was there, changed his face. You shut the up. You. At this moment, Jiang Hai couldn't wait to strangle this Ginger End. One was absolutely blind in the first place. Only then would they look at a make it or break it asshole like her. Doesn't she have any idea what's going on right now? And you're going to use the baby in your belly to threaten yourself? And think of this. He just straightened up and drew his leg out hard. At the same time, he roared angrily at this Ginger End. After shutting it up, just being careful, looking at Lin Mo who was there, apprehensively, he said, Mr. Lin, do you think it's okay if I handle it this way? Lin Mo nodded and said, not bad. Jiang Dong is a character. Even he, too, hadn't been able to think that this Jiang Hai would actually make it to this point. He himself was originally just thinking of letting Jiang Mu leave the Magic City. As a result, I didn't expect this Jiang Hai. It was actually prepared to send it straight to the EU. And there's Jiang Hai. It was a relief to see that. Immediately, that is, he rushed out of here. And before he left, he said something to the store manager, who was there. That's what makes this store manager. At this point, it was a few moments more surprised. As for Lin Mo, the bottom of his eyes also became more and more solemn. With the departure of Jiang Hai, inside the restaurant, Once again, there was silence, and Lin Mo obviously was somewhat aware that there was something wrong with the atmosphere around him. At this hour, the restaurant is not crowded though, but there are still a few customers, plus everything that had just happened, the commotion that had been created, and again, it was so big, naturally, it will raise quite a few eyebrows. At this moment, these people were looking at Lin Mo with curiosity in their eyes. They are nonetheless at this point. Curiosity arose about Lin Mo's identity. After all, chairman of the Wood Source Group, this identity still had a few points of weight in Magic City, and the mediocre teenager in front of him. I can actually get the other guy to bow and apologize to himself. How? Can this not make the crowd here? Curiosity about who the other person is? As for Qin Feier, who was across from Lin Mo, at this moment, he was looking at, in a daze, Lin Mo, who was here. Out of the corner of his mouth, he couldn't help but ask, Mr. Lin, what exactly happened between you and Jiang Hai? Listen to this. Lin Mo just smiled and said, nothing, just a friendly exchange with him, in the bathroom. The other side also just decided to change their ways and apologize to us. For Lin Mo's words, Qin Feier naturally wouldn't believe it. After all, after a few words, the other person changes their ways and decides to apologize? I'm afraid a 3-year-old wouldn't believe it if I said it. The two were in the bathroom and something definitely happened. Moreover, Lin Mo had definitely grabbed the other party's handle and made the person throw in the towel. Don't say never mind. Qin Feier bristled. Then it was on with the steak, and after less than a minute, this Qin Feier's cell phone, however, suddenly rang a beep. Somewhat puzzled, he picked up his cell phone. Upon seeing the message above instantly, this Qin Feier, her mouth grew in disbelief. The look, moreover, seemed to be in a trance for a few moments. What's wrong? Jiang Hai he transferred $3 million to me. To this, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. The next moment, it was also figured out. This Jiang Hai at this time was truly afraid of himself. That's 3 million. It's just something you do to please yourself. Immediately, that is, he smiled and said, it seems that this Jiang Hai is still quite fast. And Qin Feier was unaware of this. Just a little hesitant. Dow, but I was just fired from the company. Isn't this transfer of $3 million too much? It's only 3 million. It's not that big of a number. Since Jiang Hai transferred it to you, just take it. If you don't take it, this Jiang Hai will still continue to harass you in the back. Lin Mo said calmly. After all, he was very aware of it. This money today, Jiang Hai seems to be transferred to Qin Feier, but the real target is himself. If Qin Feier doesn't take it, then Jiang Hai would definitely be worried if he didn't let her take it. After that, it's only going to be endless. It's kind of normal. After all, a handle as big as Jiang Hai's was held in his own hands. It's natural to panic. This, in response, Qin Feier was a bit hesitant, but the next moments, still nodding, said, okay then. And at this point, the store manager, at this point, was also coming around again. Behind him followed a young waiter. The waiter was carrying a silver tray covered with a red cloth. Mr. Lin, I'm disturbing your meal. The store manager bowed slightly to Lin Mo. The tone seemed respectful. Lin Mo put down the knife and fork in his hand. Then, rather curiously, he looked at the store manager. And this store manager clapped his hands. And the young waiter who was there handed over the tray. Uncover the red cloth. It's on this tray. Herculean. It's a wooden wine box. As well, a black card. Chapter 54, Champagne worth $2 million. Watch this scene. Lin Mo also froze in disbelief. And then, that is, he opened his mouth and asked, it is? Listening to Lin Mo's words, the store manager, who was there, was smiling at this time, and said, Mr. Lin, this card is the store's black card. You hold this card in any of the world's latelier, can be permanently 20% off? Reservation-free service treatment of the highest level. The store manager held up this black card. Then, respectfully, he just handed it to Lin Mo. Lin Mo nodded. Immediately, he just picked up the card. Thanks a lot. And quite a few other customers on the side. At this time, all the cold air was sucked backward in the mouth. Hiss. Looking at the black card that was handed out by the store manager, the crowd was in shock. LATLIER's black card. This, the L'Atelier restaurant, is the highest level of membership card. Globally, the number of customers who have this card can be said to be no more than 100. And now, this mediocre-looking youth actually received one. How's this? Can they not be shocked? As for the waiter on the sidelines, at this point, the wooden wine box was picked up. Immediately, it was sliding the lid of the box open, and the manager of the store removed, lying in it, the bottle of wine. It's a solid black bottle. On top, there are no labels. and no other decorations. It's just simple and very plain. And the moment the bottle was removed, a number of people who were here were also attracted to the black bottle. And there were a few of them, the moment they saw the bottle. At the bottom of his eyes, he also swept over a not-so-small amount of surprise. What kind of wine is this? Black bottle of wine. Don't recognize it. A few tables of customers not far away looked at the black bottle of wine with suspicion in their eyes, and at this point in time, the store manager also spoke up. Mr. Lin, this bottle of wine was given to you by Mr. Jiang. Allow me to introduce you to this bottle. With that said, the store manager placed the bottle of wine in his hand, on the table. Spinning around, he said slowly, this bottle of wine is called the Silent Ship 1907. Currently on the market, there are only no more than 2,000 bottles of Snow White champagne in existence, and the last auction price, on the other hand, reached 188 million. But that auction was a long time ago, and judging from the current market value, this bottle should have cost more than $2 million. As the words fell, everyone who was there had cold air sucked out of their mouths. Jean Fair looked at the unimpressive black bottle of champagne, and her face went into shock. A bottle of wine. It's worth $2 million. All of a sudden, Jean Fair felt that she had $3 million in her card. Seemingly, not much actually. The others nearby, on the other hand, looked at Lin Mo with some surprise. The color of his face, too, grew more and more solemn. This youth, who the hell is that? Not only could he make the chairman of such a top-notch conglomerate as Jiang Hai grovel to him, and it was even a gift of a bottle. The black bottle of champagne. The Ship of Silence, 1907? One time, many people looked at Lin Mo, their minds pondering. Yes? Lin Mo let out a light laugh. This Jiang Hai, there are quite a lot of flowers? Lin Mo at this moment, unavoidably shook his head. At the same time, it was also remembering the time before when this Jiang Hai had slapped Jiang Mu. The whole thing just didn't take into account that the other person was pregnant. A playful smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he toyed with the black card in his hand. Finally, the road. Okay, load it up for me and put it here. Okay, Mr. Lin. After all was said and done, the wine was refilled and set on the table, and he excused himself. And with the departure of this store manager, Lin Mo and Jean Fair, who had also eaten almost enough, were just about ready to leave. This time, the guests at the other tables, too, couldn't sit still. Quite a number of guests, immediately as to come over to send business cards. Lin Mo was also somewhat speechless at this scene, but there was nothing to be done about it, and it had to be taken. After all, quite a few of the people here had relatively extraordinary identities. Basically, all the customers here are either rich or rich. A couple of promises were made. Then, it was time to take the wine and go back to the car. After setting things up, Jean Fair also let out a sigh of relief and spat out her tongue, saying, I didn't realize that this bottle of wine would cost over $2 million. In response, Lin Mo lightly laughed. It was followed by a shake of the head, saying, no matter how exorbitant the price of this wine is, it's always just a bottle of wine. The value of this wine, more than anything else, should be that story behind this wine. Stories? Jean Fair, who was here, had a few moments of curiosity in her expression. Well, the champagne was produced in 1907 and was destined for Tsarist Russia, but was sunk by German ships in the Gulf of Finland. It lay dormant at the bottom of the ocean for 90 years and wasn't recovered until 1997 and then went into the auction. So honestly, the champagne, it's just a bottle of champagne that's a little bit older. Lin Mo shrugged. Not a care in the world about that. And Jean Fair smacked her lips for a while. Then looking at the bottle, he said, boy, I didn't realize that the wine had this story. It seems, then, that it's really not easy for this wine to be savored by us now. To this, Lin Mo just laughed and didn't care too much. Well, by the way, why don't you accompany me to buy 2 watches? Listening to Lin Mo's words, this Jean Fair was stunned. Buy a watch? Spinning around, it was also a bit sour. What? For another little girl? Lin Mo didn't hide it too much, and casually said just that. Well, for one of my little sisters. After a while, she had a theater performance. This watch is even a congratulatory gift for her. Lin Mo bought this watch after some consideration. Own cashback amount, 820,000 left. That's 820,000. The fastest way to spend an afternoon, if you want to spend it, is undoubtedly to buy a watch. And just in time, it would be possible to buy a piece for Xia Yuma, as a gift for appearing in a drama performance. As for the other piece, this goes to Jean Fair. After all, it's gotta rain, right? Listening to Lin Mo's words, this Jean Fair was in a complicated mood. However, she was still somewhat unprepared for Lin Mo's candor. and at the same time, she was prepared for this situation. After all, she had known for a long time that it was absolutely impossible for Lin Mo to have only her as a woman. Okay, so can I go live later? Listen to this. Lin Mo mused. Owners are now close to the third stage of the reward. There's less than 2 million prestige values left. Then, still nodding, he said, no problem, just broadcast it live. After saying that, Lin Mo did a navigation after that. The two men fastened their seatbelts. A foot on the gas followed. The whole car was swept out at once, straight to the Patek Philippe store. Chapter 55, buying a Patek Philippe on the air. The two of them chatted along the way. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the Patek Philippe residence. Patek Philippe, which belongs to the leaders of the watch industry. Among the ranks of the world's top 10 watches. More than anything, it belongs to the top of the world. Arrived. The vehicle pulled into the Patek Philippe residence. Originally, parking was not allowed at this Patek Philippe source residence, but after seeing Lin Mo's car, a Pagani Wind God Imola, this does not allow parking, which just becomes an empty phrase. No way. Those who can afford to drive such luxury cars, then there is no doubt that all belong to the VIPs, against the honored guests. Naturally, it is not to be confused with other ordinary customers. In the car, Lin Mo packed up his things and said, go live. Xin Feier nodded her head. Afterwards, opening the cell phone cloud, it was the start of a live broadcast. With the start of the live broadcast, a group of water friends who had been waiting for a long time instantly flooded into the live broadcast room. The Do Shark official, at this time, also found Xin Feier's live room. It's confirmed. This is what Lin Mo was talking about. His woman's live room. Immediately, it was all sorts of referral positions, resources arranged on. With this increase in exposure, this Xin Feier's live broadcast room, the heat was insanely high. And looking at this scene, Xin Feier was also a bit surprised. The mood, too, was somewhat excited. Said, I'm on the open screen pop-up recommendation. Oh, listening to these words, Lin Mo froze, but then, it was understood. At that moment, it was a smile and said, that's moving, pretty fast. Listening to Lin Mo's words, Xin Feier immediately froze and looked at Lin Mo with a curious expression. Okay, get out of the car. After saying that, Lin Mo just got out of the car. Xin Feier also suppressed the doubts in her heart. Then, opened the car door and, at the same time, said to the live feed, hello, everyone. The anchor is now in the Patek Philippe source residence in Magic City. What's next? We'll be live streaming the purchase of a Patek Philippe watch. As the sentence fell, Xin Feier also got out of the sports car. All of a sudden this small, detached building of Patek Philippe's source residence is into the live broadcast. For a moment, in the middle of the live broadcast, quite a few people have been there. It just started to boil over. Live streaming for a Patek Philippe watch? Hiss. Patek Philippe? That one watch. At least $100,000? On your knees. Hiss. This is the Patek Philippe residence? A small detached building? NB. At this time, there are also two sales clerks wearing straight and neat suits, came to the car, looking at Lin Mo and Xin Feier who walked down from the car. Immediately, they just greeted them. Sir, ma'am, welcome to the Patek Philippe source residence. Well, I was hoping to pick out a couple of watches. Lin Mo spoke with a smile on his face. With the words that followed the fall. Within the live broadcast room, many people were completely dumbfounded at this time. Wait, what did I hear? Buy a couple pieces? WOJ. The Crouching Dynasty Big Brother said a few dollars. I'm afraid it's not the kind that hits the bottom in the hundreds of thousands. Patek Philippe watches. Even if I don't eat or drink for a whole year, that's not affordable. But now, the Crouching Dynasty Big Shot is actually planning to buy a few pieces? That's a bigot? Kneel down. And the saleswoman there, listening to that, the smile on his face grew even wider. As for the back, on the air, Fei Chin? Then she is totally unconcerned. After all, Lin Mo's words, coupled with that supercar that started at $10 million, representing the other side, today's spending is nothing less than $1 million. Driving out customers with that kind of spending power because of a live broadcast? Then she is really stupid. Immediately, that is, he laughed. Yes sir. So is this side looking at men's or women's? Well, let's look at the men's first. Lin Mo was also prepared to buy himself a wristwatch, although he has a Roger Dubuis. But how is it possible to be a man with only a wristwatch? Plus this watch from Roger Dubuis is on the younger side. It is indeed fine to wear it on a daily basis during the week, but attend some solemn and dignified occasions. It's a little out of place if you wear it. Therefore, Lin Mo is ready to give himself another Patek Philippe. Yes sir. Then please follow me. Walked inside the Patek Philippe store. Inside the store, there were other customers in at the moment, and after Lin Mo entered, he froze, only to see that in here, a middle-aged man, was there picking out a wristwatch. After seeing Lin Mo, he then just said with some surprise, "Mr. Lin, butler's son?" Lin Mo was a bit surprised. He was not expecting that he could actually be here and run into Sun Fu. Ha ha, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to actually be here and run into Mr. Lin said. He just looked behind him and said, "Shopkeeper Qian, this is the one I mentioned to you, that Mr. Lin." As these words fell, at the back, Qian Yongkong instantly, his eyes lit up. He's the store manager here at Patek Philippe. Originally, he had come to receive the Sun Fu, and just now, instead, he was listening to Sun Fu, mentioning Lin Mo, and even more so, I learned that Lin Mo bought that building, the one East Suburbs king of the building worth $600 million. For this reason, he had a desire to make friends with Lin Mo, and to no one's surprise, after he'd entertained that thought, Lin Mo actually came to their Patek Philippe source residence. At once, Qian Yongkong's eyes lit up. Then, in a hurry, he just ran to Lin Mo's front and said cordially, "Mr. Lin, hello there. I'm the store manager of Patek Philippe source residence." Qian Yongkong, watching the scene, a bunch of salesmen there. At this point there are a flurry of them, just eyeballs. What's with the excitement of your own store manager? To know, own store manager. Weekdays are no stranger to hosting the bigwigs of the Magic City. But then, how has the store manager ever been seen to act so excited? Just as they were curious, but he saw Qian Yongkong who was there and smiled. "Mr. Lin, is this to buy yourself a wristwatch? Well, let's start with a piece for myself." Listen to the words. The store manager there, too, had a toned face, showing a few smiles. He said, "Ha ha, that's really a coincidence. Mr. Lin, on our side, a wristwatch just arrived yesterday. It's guaranteed that Mr. Lin, you'll love it after looking at it," said. He was the one who led Lin Mo to the center of this store. Here, a standalone booth was set up, and, equipped with high-strength bulletproof glass. "Mr. Lin, the watch that just arrived in our store yesterday is exactly the one in front of you. Patek Philippe Grande Complication Timepiece Collection. 5271 or 001 watch. Chapter 56 Stage 3 Mission Achieved." Listen to the words. Lin Mo also looked towards the wristwatch that was placed here. The 18K rose gold bracelet is paired with a solid black dial, understated, yet luxurious. Under the illumination of the booth fluorescent lights, this rose gold body shines. As for the live feed, a large number of watermen, at this time, also saw the real appearance of this watch, and after seeing it, the crowd here was also in a flurry, stumped by it. Simultaneous, a look of emotion also spread across his face. Is this the top of the line watch? Awesome. Worthy of a Patek Philippe watch. This is a work of art. This watch, it's outrageous. Okay. And at this point, this Qian Yongkong, too, said respectfully to Lin Mo, "Mr. Lin, this 5270/1 or 001 watch, it is currently one of the top watches in our store, and it has an 18K rose gold bracelet. The dial layout of the watch is a continuation of the classic pattern of the Patek Philippe perpetual calendar chronograph. A day/night display was added, along with a leap year cycle display. It can be said that the appreciation of this watch is still very big." Lin Mo listened to these words, just nodded calmly. Then, it was not bad. Qian Yongkong, on the other hand, smiled. "Mr. Lin can try wearing it if he likes it." After saying that, Qian Yongkong was pulling out the key, opened the bulletproof glass cover. It's just carefully taking this watch out in the booth. And look at the movements of the money man. One of the sales in the back, on the other hand, frowned, whispered, "Shopkeeper, this is not in line with the rules, is it? This watch should only be available to Diamond VIPs, who are eligible to make purchases, right? After all, this watch, in their store belong to the town treasure level of watches. So unless one is a Diamond VIP member, otherwise, there is no way to qualify for this watch." The man in front of him, on the other hand, was not even a VIP of their Patek Philippe. Can this qualify to buy this watch? Listening to these words, a sales on the side was shaking his head and said, "You saw that sports car outside earlier, didn't you? See, what's wrong?" The male salesman was still a bit puzzled and wondered. A sports car, if you will, is not rare in Magic City, so you can't sell a watch that is limited to Diamond VIP purchases just because the other party came in a sports car, right? As the words fell after that, the other sale, at once, was a snort of laughter, and said, "Ha, If it's a normal generic sports car, then it's indeed ineligible. But the car that people drive, that's only 5 Pagani Windjammer in the world. The price of the car, moreover, is a staggering $39 million. What? As the words fell, the male salesman there looked horrified. Looking towards Lin Mo who was there, his face changed slightly, and in the meantime, the salesman then continued to speak. Also, let me remind you of what I heard just now. It's said that this Mr. Lin, living or the no. One villa of one east suburb. At that moment, the male salesman's face changed for a while. One villa in the eastern suburbs? That $600 million property, king? Yes, that's the villa. After the words fell, the male salesman here, mouth agape, cold air pouring in. So yeah, does it really matter if people are diamond members or not? Besides, even if he really wasn't a diamond member, what could he do? As long as he buys the watch, won't he still be able to become a diamond member? Rules. It has always been formulated for the common man, for the rich and famous, rules that never mattered. After Lin Mo put on the watch, the temperament of the business elite, suddenly the highlight is undoubtedly, after looking in the mirror at the watch on his wrist, Lin Mo also nodded with satisfaction and said, "Very nice, that's it." Saying that, Lin Mo just casually asked, "What is the current selling price of this watch, if it is available?" Listening to Lin Mo's inquiry, Qian Yongkang, who was here, also said respectfully, "The watch, the current asking price, is $165 million. Okay, swipe your card." Lin Mo pulled out his bank card, without batting an eye. It was a straight swipe for the bill. Watch this scene. A few of the clerks there were stumped for a while. No hesitation, just swipe your card. It simply turned their view of things upside down. As for Qin Fei, she was also dumbfounded at this time. She did know that Lin Mo was rich. The operation, however, is simply outrageous. Easily $165 million for a wristwatch. It's as if, at his expense, it's not $165 million. It's just $165. And the live broadcast room was also directly detonated at this time. Some of the emperors, kings who dive in to watch the live stream, at this point, they started sending out pop-ups and making bounties. Gave a knee. Directly give a knee. This operation of Big Brother is really something that people can't help but admire. A $165 million top-of-the-line Patek Philippe watch, bought without a single moment's hesitation. This spunky temperament. I'm ashamed of myself. People are stupid. Compared to the crouching dynasty bigwigs, what is this wealth of mine? And with these rich people swiping gifts, most of the people in the live broadcast room, at this time, were also all feeling that some eye opening up. With so many swipes of the gift, the heat was also climbing in Qin Fei's live broadcast room. Gradually, it reached the 6 million mark. And watch the scene. At this moment, Qin Fei also revealed a look of surprise. After all, this was the first time he had done so, without Lin Mo swiping his gift. The heat of the live stream reached 6 million. And that heat is still going on. Knuckle dragging. As for Lin Mo, he didn't care too much about all this. At this point, after signing the contract, he was the one who calmly said, "Oh yes, and a lady's wristwatch. For a gift." He also had to buy a piece for Xieyuma, as a gift to celebrate the drama performance. And listening to Lin Mo's words, Qian Yongkang, who was there, was smiling. If we're talking about a lady's watch and it's meant to be a gift, this is the one I'd recommend. One of our store's better sellers, the Complicated Functions Timepieces Collection 4947G001 watch. Qian Yongkang led Lin Mo to the counter. Then, out of it came a sky blue watch. The 18K white gold case is accented with a circle of diamonds. The whole watch appears to be very light. Look at this watch. Lin Mo also nodded, said, "That's it, wrap it up for me." After all was said and done, Lin Mo was the one who looked towards Qin Fei who was there and said, "Why don't you pick a piece too?" Chapter 57, shares worth $10 billion. Qin Fei's shock. Lin Mo looked at Qin Fei who was there and smiled. After all, it's got to be even. And Qin Fei, who was there, listened to Lin Mo's words. At this point there was also a blink. What followed was a shake of the head, saying, "It's, not good, is it? Listen to this. Here's Fei Qin." The first thing that happened was that he opened his mouth. "It's fine. Just buy whatever you like and take whichever one you fancy straight away." Lin Mo waved his big hand and blandly just said, "Listen to this." Here, Qin Fei's mind was beginning to come alive, glancing at the wristwatch on Lin Mo's wrist, then another look around at the booths. After hesitating, said, "How about this one?" Lin Mo also looked in the direction of this Qin Fei's finger. What this Philip Chin is pointing at is a rose gold colored Nautilus sports style watch. And, if only with a cursory glance. It was easy to put this Nautilus and Lin Mo now on the wrist, wearing this watch as a couple model. Sure about this one? Looking at the Nautilus that Qian Yongkang took out, Lin Mo asked. Qian Feier, on the other hand, put it on her wrist and nodded, saying, well, I think this one is pretty. That's fine. Buy the bill. Lin Mo swiped his card once again, and Qian Yongkang, who was there, nodded his head at that moment, saying, okay, Mr. Lin, this 4947G001 watch of yours is $370,000. As for this Nautilus, it's $250,000, for a total of $620,000. With these words falling after, in the middle of the live broadcast, many people are just a burst of, for the staggering, holy, $620,000? Ghostbusters, worthy of a lying dynasty bigot, a $620,000 watch, that's a gift. Comparing it to the crouching dynasty big guy, I suddenly think, my $100,000 for a green water ghost, counting a hammer. Oh, for a while, on the air, quite a few people were showing envious gazes at this moment, and at this point, inside the live broadcast room, a lot of water friends also found a problem. Hey, wait, you guys look at the watch on the anchor's wrist, it's the same as the crouching dynasty big man's watch. Woohoo! These two watches, if you look at them from a distance, there's not much difference at all. TSK, that's a careful maneuver, and after buying two watches, Lin Mo was also paying attention to the heat of the live broadcast. At this point, the heat is already at 8 million. Watch the heat. Lin Mo's heart murmured over it as well. 8 million hits. For that amount of heat, my mission 3 should be complete, right? As this thought of Lin Mo's fell to Qian Yongkang, who was sitting there, after asking about the location of the bathroom. Then it was all the way to the middle of the bathroom. Then, opened his cell phone and began to check it out. At this time among the props bar, the triple cashback card is already billable. After the settlement was made, $3 million, coming in fast. However, Lin Mo didn't care about the $3 million. Make him really care. It's the reward for this third stage. And then the finger just fell. Stage 3 reward, claimed successfully. Get. Reward 1, cash prize of 50 million Xinhua coins. Reward 2, skill, divine cooking. Incentive 3, 10% of the shares of Tianhe Group. The moment the 3 rewards appeared, cold air poured out of Lin Mo's mouth. The face, too, looked a little stunned. The first 2, on the contrary, didn't shock Lin Mo too much. Mainly, it's this third bonus, 10% of Trina's shares. This Trina Group is no small company. The fighting shark technology that Lin Mo had previously acquired, that could be considered a large company. But, in front of this Trina Group, do Shark Technologies? It was just a brother. This Trina Group in the country, that belongs to a number of super large group. It is even involved in 4 major industries, real estate, film and television, tourism and finance, and even more so in the real estate and tourism sectors, which are among the leaders. 10% of the shares, although it doesn't seem like much, but at least, it's a tens of billions of dollars share. That was a truly huge amount of wealth for Lin Mo. At this moment, Lin Mo was truly excited. This wave by itself, totally just used millions. That's tens of billions of dollars back. The annual dividend, though, may not amount to tens of billions of dollars, but at the very least, billions exist. A wave of fat, a staggering. Lin Mo was in an excited mood. Then, taking a deep breath, he tried hard to calm himself down. The corners of Lin Mo's mouth, who was here, also rose for a while, tidied up his shirt and hair. Only then did Lin Mo leave the bathroom. After returning outside, after giving Qian Feier a wink, this Qian Feier just ended the live broadcast. With 8 million, almost 9 million hot takes, the choice was made to go off the air. This could almost be said to be the craziest thing Qian Feier had ever done. But, after all, it was Lin Mo's intention. She also just didn't have the slightest hesitation and absolutely just chose to obey. Immediately, following the two of them, Qian Yongkang and Sun Fu, after some pleasantries. This is leaving the Patek Philippe source residence. Okay, so next, it's time to take you to the move. After all was said and done, Lin Mo just stomped on the gas and went straight to the Grand Hyatt residence. After coming across the street to the lover's store, the manager of this home-loving family, Mr. Zhou, was the one who hastily greeted up. Turning to Lin Mo, he hurriedly said, Mr. Lin, you're here. This week's manager had a smile on his face at the moment. Afterwards, it was to Lin Mo, reporting on the work. Mr. Lin, the 120 houses in your building are currently 90% leased. At the moment, if I'm on my side, I'm organizing it for you. 3 empty houses, respectively, 1703 on the 17th floor, which, if this house, is slightly smaller, with 2 households on the first floor, the other 2, a large flat at 3101, and another is a large flat at 3002. Both of these 2 large bungalows are part of the 240 square foot area. As for 3101, it has a small second-floor storage room. Listening to the words of this lover's manager, Sheen Fayer, who was there, was confused again. What do you mean? A whole building? 3 empty houses? The moment. Sheen Fayer looked at Lin Mo and was a bit dumbfounded, opened his mouth, his throat a little dry. Finally, somewhat incredulously, he said to Lin Mo, You have a building here in Junue? Lin Mo nodded his head bashfully, said, Yes, what's the problem? No. Sheen Fayer was in a hurry, just shaking her head. As for the heart, it began to calculate. This one building, exactly how much it costs. And at this point in time, Lin Mo then smiled and said, Tell you what, just give me the key to 3101. Chapter 58 Housekeeper in Place, Godly Driving Skills. Subsequently, after settling this Sheen Fayer down, Lin Mo just drove off. In the past 2 days, he had been working himself almost night and day, and he had to rest a little. Back inside the villa at one eastern suburbs, take out the bottle of wine that Zhang Hai had given himself, after putting it in the cellar. Then it was time to turn around and go inside the gym next door. Very quickly, the night passes. Wait until the next morning. Lin Mo was woken up by a phone call. The caller was none other than the gatekeeper's office at the entrance to this villa complex. Hey, after answering the phone, yawning, Lin Mo lazily said, Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to wake you up at this hour. I'm calling because there's a lady at the door named Hope Huang. Says he's your housekeeper and is here for his posting today. So he's calling you to confirm. Hope Huang? Lin Mo was slightly stunned. But then, it was a reaction. Nodded. Yes, that's right. She is indeed my housekeeper. For the record of your property department, there will be some babysitters and florists coming over if you're in the back. These people, when you get there, just check with Hope Huang. Okay, Mr. Lin. Confirmed. This property was just released with it. Wait for Hope Huang to arrive. That's what Lin Mo met with. This Huang Yuan has a very slender figure. And, the likeness is young and beautiful. Looking at Huang Yuan in front of him, Lin Mo was a little curious and opened his mouth. I see Ms. Huang, who is only 30 years old and is also a graduate of the NPC. Why don't you go to some big corporations after graduation and work as an administrator? Instead, it was a plunge into the housekeeping profession for so many years. As Lin Mo's words fell after these words, this Huang Yuan, on the contrary, was stunned. Then, it was a bitter smile, shaking his head. I'm not ashamed to say, Mr. Lin, when I started out, I did work in the administration industry. Only later, due to some family factors, I had to turn to the housekeeping profession. After all, if you're in this industry, the annual salary is quite a bit higher than in administration. Listen to this. Lin Mo also nodded. Then, there is the continuing word. Okay, I get it. I see that the intended annual salary on your side is $1 million, right? Yes. Listen to this. Lin Mo nodded his head calmly and continued. Alright, since there's no problem, then I'll trouble you for the follow-up. With these words, after the fall, and Hope Huang was officially busy. As for Lin Mo, instead, he went back inside the den. Then, started checking out the app and what new items were on the shelves today. With the opening up of the aftermath, Lin Mo did see the goods that were in there. Skill, divine driving. Subsidized price, 188. Looking at the goods among them all, Lin Mo was also a bit depressed. It's actually a skill? In this moment, Lin Mo really didn't know what he should say. The final one was just a sigh. Never mind. Something is better than nothing. A helpless sigh escaped his heart. And the afterword. Lin Mo just purchased it. Purchase successful. The product is being delivered. Estimated delivery time, 40 minutes. Please wait for the receipt. Watch this delivery time. Lin Mo didn't care too much. Just turned on the computer. Then, a funding card for family use was prepared. After $1 million was transferred inside. Feel free to swipe through the B site and start waiting. And after 40 minutes, this is the skill of divine driving, which is also in the account. Almost instantly, Lin Mo only felt that a whole lot more information had come out of his mind. A full 5 or 6 minutes passed before the pile of news was completely digested. Phew! Lin Mo exhaled. Inexplicably, there was just an impulse at the bottom of his heart. Want to take your car and try out this godly driving ability. And at this point, there was also a knock on the door of the study room. Next moment, Huang Wen's voice followed. Boss, it's time for breakfast. Okay, I got it. Out the door and down the stairs. Lin Mo then just saw it. Several nanny aunts, and a florist in this first floor hall. Hello boss. These several nanny aunts, one after another, just bowed to Lin Mo. To this, Lin Mo also just nodded and said, okay, everyone sit down and eat together. Listen to this. One of the aunts there just laughed. No need boss, we ate when we got here. See this. Lin Mo just didn't say anything. Sitting down in the chair, the subsequent one, touching out a bank card, said, by the way, Butler Wong, there's $1 million in this card for the family's activities. You can take it and use it first, and if you don't have enough money behind you can tell me and I'll call the card again. Listening to Lin Mo's words, Huang Wen's, too, was stunned. $1 million? She didn't expect that Lin Mo would actually come out with $1 million. Aren't you afraid she'll run away with the money? But then, this Huang Wen just came back to life. People can afford to live in the know. One villa of one east suburb. Where's the fear that you'll run away with the money? When she thought of this, she just nodded her head and said, okay. Immediately, this Huang Yuan was also the one who asked, by the way boss, about the family grocery cart. You see? Well, Lin Mo mused. Then, it was just to open his mouth. Tell you what then, out of the $1 million, you can take $500,000 and get a grocery cart. After saying this, a sentence fell. Huang Wen was also confused. Take $500,000 and buy a car for groceries? Isn't that a bit, well, extravagant? She was originally thinking that this grocery cart would cost $200,000 or $300,000, which was just about right. But what a thought! The boss of his own family actually directly start his $500,000 of funding, take to buy grocery carts? After swallowing, Huang Wen, here, was also a bit curious. How ho-hum is this? Exactly. From your own boss. And the group of nannies next to him were stumped by it at this point. They, too, have worked as nannies in the homes of many wealthy people. But like Lin Mo is so bold. It's the first time I've seen it. $500,000 for a grocery car. That's just a bit. Terror. Very quickly, Lin Mo was also finishing an early breakfast. Then, after giving instructions to Huang Wen, that is, walking inside the garage. And then, it was a ride in the Pagani. Moments after sitting in the cab, the skill of divine driving was instantly activated. The whole person's temperament was changed by a few points. With the engine roaring, Lin Mo instantly had a judgment about the sound of the engine. And then, the whole car quickly leaped out. Chapter 59 annoyed Mu Nanji. The vehicle leapt out quickly. After extracting the divine level vehicle skill, Lin Mo also felt it clearly. One's mastery of this Pagani Windjammer Imola is at a peak. Together with himself, his body was the one that had already been strengthened by the body strengthening potion. For the divine car skills were also performed to the extreme. Though at the moment, it's just a drive on a normal highway. But, Lin Mo's speed was still extremely fast and incomparable. 30 or so minutes later, Lin Mo was also tired of playing. At this time, his vehicle was in the business district. On the opposite side of the road is a building called Mu's Group. Well, go down and get a drink. Looked down the road. A milk tea store that was open there. Lin Mo got out of the car and entered it to buy milk tea. At this point, the top floor of the Mu Group, inside the president's office, Mu Nanji sat there. Across from it, Jiang Hai sipped his tea with a very casual look. However, it was this casual demeanor that made Mu Nanji grit her teeth. The two of them, from 8:30 in the morning, started talking about cooperation. But the result, this talk went on for almost 2 hours, and still no deal. And this Jiang Hai is completely like an oil and salt. The whole thing is to make Mu Nanji difficult to the extreme. At the same time, the heart was hidden, anxious for it. It couldn't be helped that the project in East China Sea was worth a full $3 billion. But if you want to take the project in the East China Sea, one of the pieces of land in the hands of the Wood Source Group is just a must-have. Think about it. Mu Nanji is also the direct way. Jiang Dong, regarding your company's land issue on the East China Sea side, do you see what you think? Listening to Mu Nanji's words, Jiang Hai's instantly just laughed. Sitting there, still with a nonchalant demeanor. Bland is what was said. Regarding this piece of land, we don't need to rush for the time being. Instead, it's now this time of day, and it's almost noon. In my opinion, why don't we go to lunch and talk about it while we eat? As those words fell, Mu Nanji, who was there, was instantly just about to explode with anger. Lunch? Eat a hammer and eat it. Immediate. Mu Nanji, who was here, then just slammed the table. The subsequent, with a few moments of annoyance in his heart, said, Jiang Dong, don't you go too far. We have been negotiating about this land for almost 3 months between our two companies. During these 3 months, we, the Mu Group, have gone as far as possible to show sincerity. However, your Wood Source Group has never shown enough sincerity. Looking at this annoyed look of Mu Nanji on Jiang Hai's face, there was a bland smile. With that, it was calm, and opened his mouth. Mr. Mu, what's the hurry? Regarding this matter, within our Mu Yuan Group, it's already been discussed in the board of directors. As for the specific cooperation program, our Wood Source Group has also drawn up a corresponding contract. After saying this, Jiang Hai was the one who looked at the secretary behind him and said, "Here, bring me the contract." The secretary took the contract out. Immediately, it was handed to Jiang Hai, who was there. "Please ask Mr. Mu to take a look." For this situation, Mu Nanji was a bit confused, and subsequently, still, he took this contract and began to look through it. As the contract goes through, Mu Nanji's heart was also gradually burning with anger. Eventually, then just a little huffed and put the contract down heavily. Said, "Jiang Dong, this contract of yours, it's a bit excessive. You guys actually asked for $1.3 billion for that land in the East China Sea and demanded a one-time payment? For the price you're asking, it's a full 30% premium over the current market price." Mu Nanji was annoyed at the bottom of her heart. The look on his face was more than a little ugly. After all, the project in the East China Sea, the profit is just around $3 billion. Now this Jiang Hai sells land at a 30% premium. This is, completely, just making the profits on your side hundreds of millions of dollars lower. And here's the kicker. It's a deal that still has to be made. After all, if the project in the East China Sea is successful, it will only make a profit of $3 billion though. However, it is the ability to get involved with the officials. The profits that follow are far more than the $3 billion. As for Jiang Hai, who was there, he was in a nonchalant manner, still looking calm. He said, "What's the rush for Mr. Mu? It's a 30% premium. Compare that to the profit that Mr. Mu can make from this one deal. What's a 30% premium in the district?" Jiang Hai lightly tapped the desktop face, with a few light smiles. "You guys." At this moment, Mu Nanji also reacted. At the same time, the mind was clear for a few moments. "This Jiang Hai, I'm afraid that I know about the project in the East China Sea, and that's why it looks like, well, it's totally eating itself. And today, from the very beginning, the other party was doing it on purpose, hanging himself." Mu Nanji, who thought clearly about this matter, also had a dark face throughout. But Jiang Hai there, on the other hand, smiled faintly and said, "This matter, you take your time to consider it, Mr. Mu. Anyway, we, the Wood Source Group, have all the time in the world. Let's sign the contract when you've thought about it. There's no rush. Only, I need to remind Mr. Mu, how much of a premium is that next time you sign a contract? It's not necessarily 30%. After all, this land I'm holding is quite popular these days." After all was said and done, Jiang Hai got up and left. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. "Jiang Dong, stay back." Just as this Jiang Hai was about to pull open the office door, behind them, Mu Nanji's voice rang out. "Ha! Hooked." The corners of Jiang Hai's mouth rose. The look on his face was full of contempt. This Mu Nanji is indeed a strong woman in the business world of Magic City. Just a shame. Too young. Sex. Easily rushed. 10 minutes or so later, the gate of the MU Group. Jiang Hai looked as if he had a spring breeze. Smiling, he spoke. "Ha ha, it's been a very pleasant cooperation with Mr. Mu this time. I hope that in the future, the cooperation between our two sides will remain the same as it is today." On the opposite side, Mu Nanji's face was ironic. Gritting his teeth, he then just opened his mouth. "Ha, definitely, definitely. Then, Jiang Dong, I won't continue delivering on my side." With the words falling afterward, this Jiang Hai is just ready to leave. However, right at this point in time, a somewhat surprised voice suddenly sounded from the side. "Ha, Nani, why are you here?" As the voice fell after that, Mu Nanji, who was there, twisted her head to look towards the back. What followed was the sight of Lin Mo, who was standing there, holding milk tea in his hand. The look on his face, too, was stunned by it. "Rimmer?" And there's Jiang Hai. The moment he saw Lin Mo, the face, however, was white. It was followed by a shudder that went through the word. "Lin, Mr. Lin?" Chapter 60. Mu Nanji, who was dumbfounded. At this moment, Jiang Hai was trembling. The legs, even more so, winced. Jiang Hai was completely unprepared. By himself, he could actually be here and meet this fatalist. Lin Mo. Jiang Hai? Why are you here? At this time, Lin Mo also noticed this Jiang Hai with a puzzled expression. Jiang Hai, who was here, had a sarcastic smile on his face. Road, came over here to talk about something, didn't expect to meet you here. Arching his back, Jiang Hai was all smiles, and there was Munanji. At this point it was dumbfounded. This Jiang Hai actually knows Lin Mo? And, to actually treat Lin Mo, or this respectful look? This, at once. Munanji was just a little curious, looking at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, you know Boss Jiangyam? Listen to this. Lin Mo, who was here, then just calmly said, that's right, it's kind of like having a one-sided relationship, but it's kind of like getting to know each other. Listening to Lin Mo's words, Jiang Hai, who was here, was also relieved. Honestly, he was truly afraid that Lin Mo would shake him out. As for Munanji, who was there, she was a bit puzzled at this time. One side of the story? This TM, can you call it a one-sided relationship? Just the humble appearance of this river and sea. How can that be? Just one side of the story? And at this point in time, this Jiang Hai also reacted suddenly. Mr. Lin, between you and Mr. Mu, you also know each other? Just now, if one remembers correctly, this Mu Nanji was directly calling Lin Mo by name. This relationship, between South Branch and I, we belong to the opposite neighbors, and our relationship is quite good. Lin Mo, who was here, casually said. A sentence fell. This Jiang Hai, his face went white. Neighbors across the street. Relationships are pretty good. Call each other by their first names. This moment, this Jiang Hai as a whole, only felt his legs go weak. Himself just now when, at the time of signing the contract. But it's not like I've ever had to play the bully. And, now it is being told. Between this Mu Nanji and Lin Mo, the relationship is quite good. This, Jiang Hai's mind was suddenly filled with thoughts. If after the fact, this Mu Nanji talked to Lin Mo, bad-mouthing herself and spitting out her bitterness, resulting, Lin Mo for his own poor impression of the words. Think about it. Jiang Hai's face gradually turned white. Looking at the scene, Mu Nanji's eyebrows burst, just wrinkled up for it. In the bottom of his heart, he was also greatly puzzled about this Jiang Hai situation. Jiang Dong, are you not feeling well? And just as Munanji said these words, in the moment after the question, Jiang Hai there, however, took a deep breath. Then, looking towards Munanji who was there, a smile was written all over his face. Spinning around, he then just opened his mouth. Ha ha, Mr. Mu, I've thought about it. The contract we just signed, why don't we just void it and redraft the contract? The moment those words fell, Mu Nanji froze, and then, it was the way. Jiang Dong, what do you mean? You mustn't misunderstand, Mr. Mu. I do think that the contract just now is a bit unreasonable. I think it's fair to say that we should lower the price we signed by 50%. And there's no need to be in such a hurry when it comes to payment. It can be made in installments within a year. Said the, Jiang Hai pulled out the contract he had signed earlier. And then, it's just ripped to shreds, tossed it in a sidewalk trash can. Immediately, a fawning smile appeared on this Jiang Hai's face. Turning to Mu Nanji, he just said respectfully, the other thing is, when I was in the office just now, I may have been a bit offended in my words. Please, Mr. Mu, don't take it personally. Looking at the Jiang Hai with this appearance, Mu Nanji was shocked. Just now, this Jiang Hai completely, is a look of asking for money. But now, what's with the sudden change of temper? I can't believe you're going to cut the price you signed by 50%? That's, like, 20% below market price. And that's not to mention agreeing to pay in installments on your side? And the secretary who was there was, at that moment, anxious, hectic. That is, said, Jiang Dong, this, before his own secretary could finish his sentence. Jiang Hai, who was there, then just coldly said, what's the matter? My right to change a contract is still gone? No, Jiang Dong, it's just that if this is done, the board side, listen to this. Jiang Hai coldly snorted and said, the board of directors are dissatisfied over there. Let them come to me. I'm the chairman of this Mu Yuan group. Jiang Hai here, coldly said, that said, this contract is on the market price, reduced by 20%, but one still earns it, only makes slightly less. And despite saying so, one does offend the old men on the board by doing so. But these board guys, if you offend yourself, you are offended. But, if it offends Lin Ma, that's a lot of trouble. One reckons one can lose one's person. Think about it. Jiang Hai didn't dare to delay. Immediately it was the word, Mr. Mu, hurry up. Let's go and re-sign the contract right now. This Jiang Hai began to urge at this point. I'll have the contract redrawn immediately. Mu Nanji didn't hesitate and started calling right away. At this point, she was also figuring it out. This Jiang Hai has a big shift in nature. There is absolutely no way to get out of this with Lin Mo. Although he didn't quite understand why Jiang Hai after meeting Lin Mo, the attitude would become so respectful. But she didn't bother to think anything through, just waiting for someone to deliver the contract. Dao, Jiang Dong, this new contract, you see if there is no problem. We will sign? No need to look. Just sign it. After all was said and done, this Jiang Hai didn't even look at it. He got right down on the car and signed his name with a swish. Smoothly, in the secretary's bag, he pulled out the company's official seal. Straightforward, changed on top. This, Jiang Dong. The secretary had been utterly petrified and dumbfounded. This TM, the contract doesn't even look? The chairman of our own family? What kind of stimulus is this? Surprisingly, signing a contract, so casually? And, with this cover, that's hundreds of millions less on profits. Even Mu Nanji, who was there, was dumbfounded at this point. It's really too metaphysical. After signing and stamping it yourself, the whole thing, capped. And looking at this scene, Jiang Hai was relieved. Then, to Lin Mo was to carefully say, "Look, Mr. Lin, if you have no other orders, then I'll take the first step to leave on my side and not disturb you and Mr. Mu." Looking at Jiang Hai in this state, Mu Nanji, completely dumbfounded. Chapter 61 Invitation from Mu Nanzi. Mu Nanji at this moment, completely was dumbfounded. Looking at this Jiang Hai who was in front of him, he was then filled with confusion. Is it really the Jiang Hai he knows? How? Attitude get so mean? And, even to leave, you need to ask Lin Mo for permission? At this moment in time, Mu Nanji's face was a million times more odd. As for Lin Mo, he said casually, okay, nothing to ask you to do. Then I will retire on my side. Jiang Hai was respectful, bowed and bent away. Mu Nanji, on the other hand, had an odd face and looked at Lin Mo. Pantomime said, I'm afraid, not just with him, are having a go at it? Lin Mo, who heard these words, smiled bashfully, said, it's kind of one-sided. Mu Nanji didn't have too much care about this matter. Just with that, to Lin Mo, why don't you go up and have a seat? Lin Mo nodded and said, well, just as well. The two went upstairs. In a short time, it was to come inside this Mu Nanji's office. The large office was empty. On the east wall, a picture of a purple breath hangs there. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Mo's sitting position was casual. In his hand, he held a cup of big red robe. At the same time, he also laughed softly and said, this office of yours, it's quite nice. Overrated. Mu Nanji also smiled gently. At the same time, it was emotional. I have to thank you, Lin Mo, for this today. If I hadn't run into you, I would have only lost hundreds of millions of dollars. And, in the long run, I'm going to get even more out of this one. So, this time, it's me who owes you a favor. Here's Mu Nanji. Turning to Lin Mo, he said with great sincerity, that's an understatement. I'm just doing a little bit of lifting. Lin Mo burst into a light laughter. Spinning around and taking a sip of tea, he just shook his head and said, listening to Lin Mo's words, Mu Nanji could only smile bitterly down. For Lin Mo, this might be a show of hands, but for them, it's not what you'd call a show of hands. And at this point, this Munin branch, all of a sudden, just said, by the way, are you free tomorrow? Lin Mo gently raised his eyebrows and said, what? Are you going to date me? A sentence fell. Mu Nanji's, at once, face was scarlet. The whole man, there too, could not help but say, what are you babbling about? At this time, Mu Nanji spoke in a voice that was also much smaller. The whole person was flushed scarlet, and her hand was a little unsure of where to put it, looking embarrassed. But then, it was a deep breath that said, didn't I tell you last time that my grandfather he wanted to meet you? So I wanted to ask you if you're free for tomorrow. Tomorrow is just right. My grandfather is at the Golden Foothill Hotel, preparing a banquet. If you're free, I'd like to invite you to come over and join us. So, Lin Mo mused. Subsequently, Dao, that's fine. Then I'll join down tomorrow. After the words fell, the Lin Mo here, that is, turned around and left. Looking at Lin Mo, after leaving, the Munin branch here, too, took a deep breath. The heart murmured for it. Lin Ma. As for Lin Mo, after leaving this Mu Nanji here, that is, get in the car and head straight to the gym. What followed was a dip in the gym. It took until 4 p.m., which is when I returned home. And after returning home, Lin Mo's eyes were also brightened. The courtyard of the villa was cleaned up and the lawn was manicured and neatly trimmed. The greenery is even more carefully trimmed to give a very comfortable look. As for inside the garage, at this point was an extra BMW 5 Series that was parked. Looking at this scene, Lin Mo also smiled. This Won is quite fast at her work. Lin Mo smiled, then pushed open the garage door and walked inside the villa. With the moment Lin Mo entered, the housekeeper, Huang Yuan, that is, greeted them. With a smile on his face, he said, "Boss, welcome home. Please change your shoes." As Lin Mo began to change his shoes, this Won, that is, began to report on the work. "Boss, as per your order, I spent $392,700 on a BMW 5 Series as a grocery car for the family, and am also helping you today with the villa as a whole, with a cleaning." Listen to the words. Lin Mo also nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "Well, that's good. You guys worked hard today. Boss, do you want to take a bath first, or eat first?" "Let's eat," Lin Mo casually said. "Okay boss, then you can rest first, and in 10 minutes, we will open the meal." Listen to this. Lin Mo sat down on the sofa, and his heart was emotional over it. This is just great to come back to after hiring a housekeeper. A heartfelt sigh of relief. He's just sitting there, casually, brushing up on the drama here. A little bit of time passed. Soon enough, that is, by 11:50 late at night. At this time, Lin Mo was lying on the bed, waiting for the app to refresh. 10 minutes passed and Lin Mo pulled his finger down. The home page of the app was refreshed successfully. 1955 gold covered out of print spear table asterisk 30 subsidized price, $9. 9-inch. Subsidized price of 30% of shares of Jinlu Hotel, $8. 8-inch. Look at these two items. Lin Mo froze. And then, it was just murmuring. Jinlu Hotel? I remember what Mu Nanji said. The address of the banquet is this Golden Foothill Grand Hotel, right? Lin Mo at this time. The corners of his mouth also rose gently for a moment. Interesting. Under its breath. After murmuring, Lin Mo was also the one looking at the other item. 1955 golden cap out of print spearmint? Spearmint? This thing shouldn't drop in value if you take it out and give it away tomorrow. Should it? Tomorrow is for the banquet though. But he himself, after all, was going to meet Grandpa Munanchi. So, that's certainly not going to go empty-handed. In any case, that's a gift to bring. And now, along comes this 1955 gold cap spear platform. Then soothsaying, just bring it tomorrow. Think about it. Lin Mo just bought these two things. Together. Purchase successful. The product is in the process of delivery. Estimated delivery time, 8 hours. Please wait for the receipt. 8 hours? Look at the timing of this delivery. At that instant, Lin Mo was just stunned. Then, in the back of his mind, a few moments of curiosity also surfaced. I just don't know if that's going to be 8 hours. How are you going to get these two items to yourself tomorrow morning? Chapter 62 Jinlu Hotel. Day 2, 8:30. Lin Mo was woken up by Huang Yuan. After you get up. After a bit of washing up, the clothes were changed. Spinning around, it was time to go to the dining room and eat breakfast. Took a sip of milk that cost less than $5 and ate a $1 egg. Lin Mo, sitting at the dining table, swiped his cell phone. At the same time, the mind was muttering unavoidably. Gee, I can't understand how some people think that eating an egg and drinking milk for a day's meal 650 can't be enough. At this time, Huang Yuan, who was there, also said to Lin Mo, "Boss, you had 2 deliveries arrive about half an hour ago. I did sign for you on my side, and placed it in the study." Okay, I got it. Lin Mo calmly nodded his head. At the bottom of his heart, he was a little surprised. I didn't realize that it was actually delivered by courier? The original. Lin Mo was still wondering how he was going to get the items he purchased today delivered to him. This, Huang Yuan, is already receiving the goods, and it was by way of express delivery. Without any further hesitation, Lin Mo quickly finished his breakfast. What followed, that is, all the way up, went inside the study on the 2nd floor. At this moment, inside the study, a large paper box was sitting on the floor, and on the tabletop next to it, instead, a paper bag was laid out. Without bothering with the paper box laying on the ground, Lin Mo just opened this document bag. Subsequently, the Golden Foothills Hotel, the 30% share book, is what landed on the table. While looking at the 30% shares, Lin Mo nodded his head bashfully. The face, too, looked very frank. This Jinlu Hotel, at least, is a 5-star hotel. A 30% share. Well, that should be worth a couple million. Lin Mo nodded his head in satisfaction. Immediately, it was the equity book. Casually, It was just dropped on the desktop and left untouched. Next, it's these 30 bottles of white wine. Lin Mo looked at this paper box in front of him and took the nail clippers next to him. Then, using the runt, cut the tape on the cardboard box. With the tape scratched back, neatly, 30 bottles of Mutai wine just lay inside. 2 bottles were casually removed. It's an old spear table from the 50s. Not the same as a backwoods spear platform. Spear table from the 50s. It's an alabaster bottle. Corked. This alabaster bottle of Speleothems is still in perfect condition. The label attached to the outside is somewhat broken and yellowed at this point, but the red star and the wheat ears in the upper left corner. Yet it is still clearly visible and appears brightly colored. If Lin Mo didn't know where this wine came from, one would really think that these 2 bottles of 1955 outstanding gold Mutai are modern-day counterfeits. Well, after a little thought, Lin Mo mused, and then immediately he was looking for a handbag. Carefully, put the 2 bottles away, and then the one after that was sitting in the middle of the study, playing with his cell phone. Soon, that is, it came to 10:30 in the morning. At this point in time, Mu Nanji did send himself a message. At this time, Mu Nanji, however, was ready, said to drive herself there. Her driver was on vacation today. Watched the message from Mu Nanji. Lin Mo also just raised his eyebrows. Then, it was time to take the document and walk downstairs. Butler Wong, hearing Lin Mo's words, this Wang Yuan also just walked over, her face respectful. Boss, what can I do for you? Well, you can drive, can't you? Huang Wan nodded her head and said, will do, boss. That's fine. Then, you drive me in MS. Munanzi from across the street, to the Golden Foothills Hotel together. Also, when we get to the hotel, you take my equity book, take a trip to the general manager's office of this hotel, and go and do a handover with the general manager of the other side. To do a handover. Listening to Lin Mo's words, Huang Wan, who was there, just froze for a moment. But then, it was a nod of the head, saying, okay boss, okay then, you can just take my Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Casually, he grabbed the keys to the Rolls-Royce that had been set aside. Okay boss, took over the car keys and the equity book. Hope Wong is just heading to the garage. As for Lin Mo, he had changed into a decent outfit. Then's, which went out the door. Curbside, Cullinan waited there. After putting the thatch in the trunk, that's what knocked on Munanji's door. Get in the car, the 3 of them all the way, and head straight for the hotel. Hotel entrance. Lin Mo carried the wine and headed to the banquet hall with Munanji. This banquet today, all the people in it are basically acquaintances. For example, it's between us and our MU group, some partners or something, but really, everyone is treating this like my grandfather's second birthday dinner. After all, the one before that, my grandfather's birthday party, was in the form of a family dinner, and no one was invited. Listen to the words. Lin Mo nodded. Soon, it came before a large-sized private room. This Munin branch is also the way. Why don't you go in first, and I'll go yell for my grandfather. Yeah. After all was said and done, Lin Mo just pushed the door in. As Lin Mo came in, inside this restaurant, the crowd that had long ago settled into a circle. There were also a flurry of them, landing their gazes on Lin Mo's body. At this time, the other side, inside the general manager's office, Zhao Qian, the general manager, was in his office, pacing for a while. Just now, he was getting a call from his own chairman. Say, it's a 30% stake in the hotel that's been acquired by a young man named Lin Mo, and all the information about this Lin Mo, as well as his character. That's a complete, blanket statement. This new major shareholder. What, exactly, is this character? I can't believe I managed to acquire 30% of Thehatel's shares without a word. And just as this Zhao Qian was puzzled in his mind, the landline on the desk, too, rang at that moment. Hello. After picking up, Zhao Qian's tone appeared a bit anxious. On the other end of the line, his assistant's voice rang out. Mr. Zhao, there is a lady outside the door who claims to be Lin Mo's housekeeper, saying she wants to see you. No. Zhao Qian sounded impatient. Before he could finish his sentence, however, the remaining half of his sentence froze and he swallowed it back. Whose did you say? Mr. Lin's? This Zhao Qian's heartbeat accelerated wildly and his face was horrified. He remembered that the new major shareholder was called Lin Mo. Could it be that the visitor was the steward of the new major shareholder? Thinking of this, Zhao Qian just took a deep breath and said, quickly, hurry up and invite people in. The other party is an honored guest. Don't neglect him. After that, the phone hung up. And this Zhao Qian's face changed color for a while, and finally felt that something was wrong. Hastily, he himself ran towards the outside. Chapter 63, he's my guest of honor. 3 minutes later, inside the general manager's office, Zhao Qian looked at the shareholder's certificate in front of him, said, "Yes, it's confirmed. This is indeed our certificate of equity for the Golden Foothills Hotel." Looking at Huangwen, who was there, Zhao Qian, who was here, was also respectful. "That is," he said, "Butler Huang, I wonder if you're here today. Is it Mr. Lin he has any instructions?" Huangwen, who was listening to this, just sipping tea here, calmly, "My boss, him, is down there at a party." After a sentence fell. This Zhao Qian at this time, also between the moment, is the expression of excitement. Hurriedly, he then just opened his mouth. Then Butler Huang, "I wonder Mr. Lin, which private room is he in right now?" Other side, Jin Fu Manchu private room. As the crowd looked at Lin Mo, who walked in, there was nothing in the bottom of their hearts, but a few moments of doubt and curiosity surfaced. Who is this young man in front of me? The circle of top tycoons in Magic City is that big. Basically, everyone knows each other as well. But, this Lin Mo in front of me, the crowd here, however, was unrecognizable. Is it possible that this is the son of one of the big families who has recently returned to the country? For those stares, Lin Mo, on the other hand, was through and through, just choosing to ignore it. Just casually, he walked over to an empty seat and sat down. Then, placing the bag in his hand, he set it aside. And at the same time, the door of this private room was opened again. A young man in a suit, in a hurry, just walked in. At the same time, with an apology. Sorry, uncles and uncles, I'm the one who's late. There was some traffic on the road." And after the words fell, the youth who was here, however, also noticed Lin Mo who was there. Immediately, it was a frown that said, "Rimmer?" Listen to the words. Lin Mo did notice the youth, but the whole person was slightly stunned. The man in front of him was his college classmate, Li Dongwei. This Li Dongwei, with his own relationship in the university, is just a little bit not quite right. The reason for this is because, when he was in college himself, it's also very good because of the decent face value and its own accomplishments, so it's just more appealing to girls. But this Li Dongwei, in the university when, is notorious rich second generation, personality is more dude. Once, this Li Dongwei confessed to the girl, rejected him, turned to confess to Lin Mo. Naturally, it's a not, but then, it's not like we've seen much of each other. And after graduation, the interactions between the two just got even less. As a result, I didn't expect to actually be here, but to meet again. As for Li Dongwei, he looked at Lin Mo and frowned slightly. At the same time, it was noted, the other person was sitting in a seat that should have been his own. The first thing that happened was that his heart was getting more and more upset. Immediately, he said, "Lin Ma, what are you doing here? This is not a place where people like you can come." As the words fell after that, a bloated and obese old boss there. Then he looked at Li Dongwei and said, "Mr. Li, this person, you recognize?" Li Dongwei laughed and whirled around. "Recognize? Of course I know him. This guy is a college buddy of mine. Where are the parents of the family? They are in a small county, running a grocery store." With these words falling after, many of the people around them froze at this time. Immediately, among the eyes that looked at Lin Mo, at once, it was a few moments of contempt that surfaced. They originally thought, Lin Mo is the son of a big family in the Magic City, who has just returned to China. Results, turns out the family was just a grocery store in the country. For a moment, the bottom of the crowd's eyes were filled with contempt and disdain, and at this point, this Li Dongwei, also with his head held high, walked up to Lin Mo, scanning up and down Lin Mo's clothes, snorted a laugh and said, "Oh, this suit on you, it cost a lot of money to rent it, didn't it? I don't care now how you got mixed up, but this is never, ever a place where you can come and make trouble. You immediately, get the hell out of here." For this Li Dongwei's words, Lin Mo just swept his opponent up and down. Immediately, he then just shook his head and said, "It's been so long since you graduated, and you still have this personality. You really have no brain." Between Lin Mo's words, he was full of mockery at this time. A sentence fell. Li Dongwei was also a bit fried, and then, still turning to Lin Mo, he angrily said, "I'm going to give you 3 last seconds to get the hell out of here right now. Otherwise, do you believe I'll immediately call security over and throw you out?" For this Li Dongwei's words, Lin Mo just shook his head and laughed coldly in his heart. And this Li Dongwei, in the bottom of his heart, was also annoyed by it. "Humph, it seems like you really are a toast. In that case, I'll just have to have security throw you out." With a cold snort in his mouth, this Li Dongwei was planning to call security, but just at this point in time, At the back, a somewhat huffy voice also sounded for it at this time. Lee Dongwei. A sentence fell. This Lee Dongwei then just turned back, looking at Munanji who was there. The first thing that came to mind was a few smiles on his face. Hurriedly, he said, Nanji, you've come at the right time. I see that our grandfather's group is at the banquet. There's a poor boy mixed in who's come to hobnob, and I'm getting ready to throw him out. Listen to the words. There's Munanji there. In a moment's time, a willow eyebrow was raised. The heart grew more and more irritated. Originally she had planned to come down with her own grandfather, together, but she was suddenly remembering Lin Mo and the people who were here, that were all unrecognizable, to avoid a confrontation. So it's a step down, but I didn't expect it. As soon as I came down, I saw the situation, and then, it was a stern voice. Poor boy who dabbles in food? Lee Dongwei, have you lost your head? This Lin Mo, he's an honored guest I invited. Grandpa he also agreed. You're actually going to kick someone out now? Lee Dongwei, how much do you mean? A sentence fell. This Lee Dongwei was completely confused. Afterwards, it was with some incredulity, looking at Lin Mo who had sat there, the look of dismay. It's actually Mu Nanji who invited them? And, the old man actually agreed? This is a joke. Lee Dongwei was clueless at this point. For all of this, it just feels, well, a little bit outlandish. Mu Nanji just coldly glanced at this Lee Dongwei. Then, very quickly, he arrived in front of Lin Mo, said, I'm really sorry, I forgot to introduce you to everyone. It's okay. Lin Mo waved his hand, not caring. By the way, I told my grandfather you were here. This Mu Nanji who said that, came to the position located above. Then, continuing, my grandfather said for you to sit by his side, which is the same position. After the words fell, everyone present was wide-eyed. On their faces, all of them wore a stunned, dumbfounded look. Chapter 64, The Spear Platform of the Alabaster Bottle. The moment. Everyone was dumbfounded. Let Lin Mo sit next to the old man? This, on what grounds? To know. This banquet today was hosted by the old man. And, the old man was also the protagonist of the day, with the highest status. And, such an old man, actually let this poor kid sit beside him? On what grounds? At this point, everyone here was somewhat unconvinced about Lin Mo's heart. But, it was, after all, the old man's idea. Even if they had some grievances, they could only hold them in. Even if it has always been a bit cerebral. Lee Dongwei, at this moment, he could only be there, with a defiant gaze under his eyes, looking at Lin Mo. And at this point, Lin Mo, on the other hand, sat there with an indifferent expression, with Lin Mo sitting down. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the door of this private room was also pushed open at this time. A crane-haired, rosy-cheeked old man walked in. This old man was not someone else. It was none other than this Mu Nanji's grandfather, the contemporary head of the Mu family, the old man of the Mu family, Mu Jiangwo, and along with that, the arrival of this Mu Jiangwa. All the people here, too, have risen for it, saying, Grandpa, Elder Mu, listen to this. Mu Jiangwo just smiled. Then, waving his hand, said, ha ha, sit, everyone sit, no need to be polite. As he snapped, the crowd then, in droves, resumed their seats. And at this point, this Mu Jiangwo was also smiling, and came to Lin Mo's side. After sitting down, surveying Lin Mo, he said, I believe that little friend is the little friend Lin Mo that Nanji mentioned to me? Elder Mu, it is none other than me. Lin Mo said with a smile on his face. See so. This Mu Jiangwo also nodded, with a few moments of appreciation and satisfaction under his eyes. He said, not bad, not bad. After all was said and done, a slightly overbuilt man there. One hung around his neck. It was about the middle-aged man with a large, thumb-thin gold chain. Then he just smiled and opened his mouth. Elder Mu, the last time you celebrated your birthday, my juniors were not able to be there to congratulate you. Please accept this meager birthday gift from me. After all was said and done, this middle-aged man, right from the back, held out a box. After opening the box carefully, inside, a longevity peach carved out of sheep's white jade. Then it was slowly, within the box, held out. Then's, handed it to Mu Jiangwo who was there. Look at the birthday peach. Mu Jiangwo here played with it and then said with a smile, you've got a heart. A go sure. Ha ha, it should be. And at that moment, the others, too, began to give gifts. As one by one the gifts were given. This Mu Jiangwo behind the counter, at this time is more than 10 pieces of birthday gifts. Meanwhile, there's Lee Dongwei. At this point in time, also stood up. From a side pocket, he pulled out a wooden box. then have opened this wooden box. In the middle of this wooden box, at this moment was a bottle of exquisite red wine. I've heard that Mulao is good at wine. I'm not a trustee. I've plucked a bottle of 90-year-old Conti for you from the EU. I hope Mulao doesn't mind. With the emergence of this 90-year-old Conti, many of the people here had a look of dismay on their faces. And 90 Conti? The Lee family has, this time, put their blood on the line. Yes, the 90 Conti, that's a rare and good wine that once fetched $3-4 million a bottle. And Mu Jiangwo, who was there, was also a bit surprised at this time. Taking the bottle of candy, he held it in his hand and watched it carefully. In his mouth, he also kept praising. Not bad, not bad. This wine is indeed a 90 Conti. Have a heart, Dong Wei. This time you guys really have a heart. I'll take this bottle. Old man, looking at Mu Jiangwo in such a manner. On the side are those rich business owners. Looking at this Li Dongwei at this time, there was also a flurry of them, and they began to flatter. I didn't realize that Dongwei could actually get this kind of good wine. As soon as Dongwei's bottle of wine came out, it immediately compared our gifts. All of them. The corners of this Li Dongwei's mouth. Also gently, a burst of for it to rise. The heart can be very excited. It seems, the 3 million, it wasn't wasted. At the same time, this Li Dongwei also looked at Lin Imo, with a few cold smiles on his lips. He muttered mentally, "Ha, isn't it just that you're being looked at by Mu Nanji? It's just a little white boy. Let's see how I'll make a fool out of you. Think about it." This Li Dongwei, then is smilingly said, "Ha ha, you're welcome, uncles and uncles, but that's what we, as juniors, should do. Besides, it's just a bottle of wine, which is nothing." But that said, everyone, this time, had come to see the old man, more or less. They all bring gifts. There's no one who comes empty-handed, is there? The words came out. All eyes were focused on Lin Mo, who was sitting in the upper seat. See this. The Munin branched their frown slightly, and the heart sank. At this point, she, too, could see it. Lin Mo and this Li Dongwei don't deal with each other. At this moment, Li Dongwei was clearly turning on Lin Mo, and before, though, she saw it, Lin Mo did, indeed, walk in carrying a black paper bag, but she didn't care too much about what the gift Lin Mo was carrying was, and one only told Lin Ma yesterday, the gift he was carrying was probably not going to be anything too good, and if something is too average, inevitably, it will be given the opportunity to be mocked by Li Dongwei. The moment, Munanji's mind sank. Some trouble. As for Lin Mo, he smiled calmly. Subsequently, Dao, I came in a bit of a hurry, so I just brought some thin gifts, so I hope that Elder Mu will not be offended. Mu Jiangwo laughed and said, "No blame, Shaolin, you can come. It's the best gift to the old man me." And at this point, Lin Mo also took out the 2 bottles of spear platforms that were placed in a black paper bag. 2 alabaster bottles. Didn't prepare anything nice, just brought 2 bottles of white wine. With this alabaster bottle the spear platform was removed. Everyone on the scene was frozen. These 2 bottles of spearmint looked to be of some vintage, but the alabaster bottle one was the first time most of the people in the room had seen it. While Mu Jiangwo looked at the 2 bottles of wine, at the bottom of his heart, he was somewhat appalled. Spin. It's just holding it in your hand and looking at it carefully. As for Li Dongwei, looking at the 2 bottles of wine, the corners of his mouth, however, emerged with a few moments of teasing and disdain. "Ha! Those 2 random bottles of worthless old wine over here? Who are you shaming? And a spear table in an alabaster bottle? I've never seen it before. This isn't a $5 bottle from the sidewalk, is it?" In the middle of this Li Dongwei's tone, it was full of mockery. The words just fell. Then a few moments of annoyance surfaced on Mu Jiangwo's face. "You shut up." Chapter 65 55 years golden wheel spear table. Worth $2.8 million. With a roar. Here's Donovan Lee. The first thing that happened was that they were taken aback. Immediately, that is, he looked at Mu Jiangwo who was there. At this moment, Mu Jiangwo's face carried a few moments of sulking, and a slightly older middle-aged man next to him, at this time is also looking at this bottle of alabaster bottle of spear table. The heart also has a few moments of clarity. Purple sand bottle with cork. It's obviously an old bottle of wine from the 50s. This middle-aged man's heart beat for it. Then, he swept a glance at Li Dongwei who was there. Slowly, he just opened his mouth. "Humph. Young man, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. This little friend brought wine that was $5 a bottle on the side of the road? Oh, this wine if you can get it for $5. I'll acquire as much as you can get." After these words fell, "Here, Li Dongwei," his face reddened, and a bunch of other old bosses next to him, although they don't recognize this 1955 alabaster bottle spear table. But look at the 2 in this look. they also reacted. The bottle of spear platform in front of me, I'm only afraid, is of great origin. One of them, at this time, also opened his mouth and asked, Elder Mu, Dong Qian, could it be that this spear platform has some origin? With those words, at that time, the middle-aged man who was known as Qian Dong had an agitated look on his face. Road, this bottle of spear platform is no ordinary spear platform, but one of great origin. Alabaster bottle-bodied spear platforms do exist, except, that is, only in the, well, 50s, as the words fell after that. The crowd of veterans at the scene were instantly dumbfounded, looking at the bottle of spear platform in the hands of Mu Jiangwo. His face was shocked. What? A 50s spear table? I did hear about the 50s spear table, but never saw it in real life. I didn't expect to see it here today. I remember that in 10 years Goethe auction wine specialties, there was a bottle of 58 years Moutai auction. At that time, the auction came out at a straight $1, 12 million, and that bottle has not been preserved in the same taste and appearance as this one. Fizz, boy, that bottle of wine. The moment, everyone was in a flurry. It was looking towards, in the hands of Mu Jiangwo, this bottle of 5-star spear platform. Face all changed. As for Mu Jiangwo who was there, it was still a calm look. Then, sweeping a glance at the middle-aged man, he said, money was right, but not quite right. A sentence fell. Everyone froze. And this Qiandong was also a bit confused. Not quite right? This, what do you mean? Just as the crowd was confused, there's Mu Jiangwo there. It also continued, languidly, this bottle of spearmint, from 1955, and, is labeled Golden Wheel. A simple sentence fell. The crowd was a little confused, not quite sure what that means, and that Qiandong's face changed when he heard this figure. His eyes were round, his expression was stunned, and his breathing was ragged. Golden Wheel marker. It's the Golden Wheel marker's spear platform? Qiandong was a bit out of sorts. The whole person was a bit unable to sit still. Looking at Qiandong who looked so out of sorts, the others froze. Unable to help himself, he just opened his mouth and asked, Dong Qian, what's wrong? What happened to the Golden Wheel spear table? This money Dong took 2 deep breaths. With an effort, he kept himself calm. Dao. The spearmint logo as we know it now has a 5-star sign and a flying sign. But it was different in the 50s, where the 5-star was an inside sales spear table. And in this era, the spear platform for export is this Golden Wheel brand. The Golden Wheel brand of speleothems is relatively scarce for export and, in the opinion of the collecting community, the collector's value of this type of speleothem far exceeds that of the 5-star brand. As I recall, there was a bottle of 57 Golden Wheel spearmint that was once auctioned for $2.53 million, and this bottle of 55 looks to me to be in far better condition than the original one. I predict that the auction price of this wine will never be lower than $2.8 million. A sentence fell. Everyone at the scene, cold air was sucked in. A bottle of Moutai, worth $2.8 million. This, literally, is sky high. As for going skeptical about these words from Qiandong, then, naturally, no one would doubt it. After all, this Qiandong's family runs an auction house. It's not the main wine category, but it's not too far off if you ask him to value it. And at this moment, Lin Imo was all confused, looking at the 55-year-old Golden Wheel spear table that was held in the heart of Mu Jiangwo's hand as if it were a treasure. The look is bizarre. So, this thing is worth that much? And there are 28 bottles of this wine still sitting in the den of your own home. A moment in time. Lin Mo's expression could be described as odd, and Mu Jiangwo couldn't get enough of this bottle. Immediately, it was cold, glancing at Li Dongwei who was there, and said, young man, this world is far more vast than you can imagine. For this bottle alone, it's a lot more precious than whatever 90-year-old Conti you have. After all was said and done, he was just casually setting a 90 Conti, which was lying on the side, on the table. Casually, he turned to Li Dongwei. Coldly, he grunted, get your Conti and get yourself out. This stuff, old man, I don't care for. A sentence fell. The crowd beside this Li Dongwei, there was a flurry of them, just a rush to avoid them. It was as if this Li Dongwei was a plague. Fear of avoidance, and Li Dongwei's face was pale at that moment. The whole thing was completely off the hook. Done. It's completely over. In the bottom of his heart, he was even more regretful. Just now, why did he say something to Lin Mo to mock him? If only he hadn't gone for the taunting himself. How did it come to this? Then, he was the one who, in a hurry, opened his mouth. Lin Mo, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please, for the sake of you and me, being classmates, help me plead with Elder Mu. In response, Lin Mo was indifferent. Just one look at him was all it took. I'm sorry, there's really no way around this. How can it be possible that Elder Mu's decisions are something that a little person like me can go and sway? A simple sentence fell. On the other hand, it was complete, leaving Li Dongwei in despair. And Elder Mu, who was there, snorted coldly at that moment. Get the hell out of here. Hearing this, Li Dongwei could only turn away with a lost look. With the departure of Li Dongwei, inside the booth, the atmosphere was strange. As for Mu Jiangwo, he said with a smile, this gift, little friend Lin, is really a bit expensive. The 55 golden wheel spearmint, and also 2 bottles at once. Old man, I'm, really, a bit, well, ashamed of it. Chapter 66. He's the second largest shareholder of our hotel. Listening to that from Mu Jiangwo, Lin Mo just laughed. Spinning around, he shook his head. The wine itself isn't anything too expensive. I was in a bit of a hurry to get here today, so I casually stopped by the house and pulled out 2 bottles as a gift. When I came here, I was worried that Mu Lao wouldn't like it. Now, since Elder Mu likes it, then Elder Mu will just accept it. Lin Mo, who was here, said with a smile, but after that sentence fell. The surrounding crowd, however, were dumbfounded. 8 million a bottle of Mao Tai. It's called not something too valuable? Also, what do you mean? You smoked 2 bottles at home as a gift? Is it possible that there are more of these 55-year-old spear tables in your house? With that thought just falling, the voice of Lin Mo, who was there, then just sounded again. That's all it is. I've got a whole bunch of it at home and it's completely undrinkable. Lin Mo spoke blandly. As the words fell after that, the people there were all sucking in cold air at this time. At home, there are really several bottles? For a moment, many people were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. After all, spear platforms of this level were hard to see on a regular basis. But when it comes to Lin Mo, but there are a whole lot of them? This, for a moment, a lot of people have been, and are, just staggered by it. And also at this point in time, the door to this private room, however, was also knocked on. Everyone, at once, was looking towards the door, with the gaze cast afterward. The door to this room was also pushed open. Then the general manager of this Golden Foot Hotel, Zhao Qian, walked in. Behind him, he was followed by 2 waitresses dressed in cheongsams. In the hands of the 2 men was a tray. Mr. Zhao, what brings you here? Looking at Zhao Qian who had come, everyone was stunned. Listen to this. Zhao Qian just smiled faintly, then said, I heard that Mr. Lin, the director of our Golden Foothills Hotel, is dining here with Elder Mu. Specially, I came over to give you all a gift from our hotel. After the words fell, everyone on the scene froze. Sitting there is the money director. Without being able to help it, it was just the way it was. Mr. Lin, Mr. Zhao, the Mr. Lin you're talking about, could it be? As the words fell after that, Zhao Qian, who was there, then just nodded his head and said, yes, that's Mr. Lin Mo Lin. Mr. Lin is the second largest shareholder of our hotel. After all was said and done, this Zhao Qian also walked up to Lin Mo and bowed. Mr. Lin, I didn't know you were here and didn't greet you earlier. It's okay. Lin Mo waved his hand and said, I was just invited here today, so I didn't inform you in advance. Hearing Lin Mo's words, this Zhao Qian also wiped the sweat from his forehead. Spinning around, it was said, Mr. Lin, Elder Mu, I ordered the kitchen from my side, made a palace dish, 100 birds, as well as a bottle of flying spearmint. Having said that, clap your hands, tray down. Inside, the flying spear platform and the 100 birds of prey were then just placed on the tabletop. I will not continue to intrude here, so I will take my leave. Having said that, this Zhao Qian turned around and left with him. With this Zhao Qian's departure, the people who were here were somewhat stunned at this moment. Looking at Lin Mo in front of them, Lin Mo was actually the second largest shareholder of this Golden Foothills Hotel? This, for a moment, everyone was a little stunned. This Golden Foot Hotel, in the entire Magic City, belonged to a prestigious existence. Although it was said that the annual net profit of this Golden Foot Hotel was probably just around $100 million. However, it can't withstand the fact that this Golden Foothill Hotel's connections are horrible enough. All over Mordor, all kinds of business banquets. Basically, it's all going to be at the Golden Foothills Hotel. The network of contacts formed behind this is not insignificant. And Lin Mo was actually the second largest shareholder of this Golden Foothills Hotel. The moment, everyone's gazes as they looked at Lin Mo changed a little. At the same time, there was some speculation. This Lin Mo, what kind of person is he? After all, the Magic City Circle is that big. However, such a number one character. Before, They actually hadn't even heard of him. That's a little weird. As for Mu Nanji, who was there, she was also a bit stunned at this time. The look on his face as he looked at Lin Mo appeared a little strange. She was all over the place, too, and didn't think about it. Lin Mo would actually be the second largest shareholder of this Golden Foothills Hotel. It's just a little bit unbelievable. Lin Mo was somewhat helpless at this. Originally, he hadn't wanted to expose this double identity. As a result, it's still given away now. Feeling the gazes of the crowd around him, Lin Mo touched his nose. Then, it was after picking up the bottle of wine that was there and unscrewing the cap. First, he poured a glass for Elder Mu. Spinning around, the word, "Let's all just stop standing around and eat our food and drink our wine. This 100 birds dish won't taste as good when it gets cold later." As those words fell, it was only at the table that the atmosphere came back to life. After 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. At the table, gradually, there were just scraps of food left. Elder Mu, who was there, looked at Lin Mo and said, "Little friend Lin, is this just returning to the Magic City?" In response, Lin Mo smiled and said, "That's not true. I used to be just a normal student. It's only in the recent past that these things have been taken over. So many aspects may be a bit unintelligible. So I hope that all of you, seniors, will be able to bear with me a bit." Lin Mo wasn't telling lies with this statement. After all, one does have recent exposure to these things. All of these things are obtained by relying on the $1 trillion subsidy app. But, the words fell on the ears of these men. It's something else. Everyone at this time, for Lin Mo, was more and more solemn. In their opinion, the family power behind Lin Mo was definitely very large and terrifying. Before, Lin Mo didn't have much of a reputation, purely because the family was exercising him. Now, the family ban is lifted. The period of several years has expired. It's starting to be gradual, giving him these resources, and this Golden Foothill Hotel. It's to be able to give him a way to gain a network of contacts. And this is something that has made a number of people here solemn. After all, one shot is one. 5-star hotels with hundreds of millions of dollars in annual net profits to practice and gain a network of contacts. And, still, it makes it the second largest shareholder in the hotel. At least Palm shares, in the 30% or so kind of way. How terrifying was the family power behind this Lin Mo? This was, definitely, an extremely large and terrifying family. As for Elder Mu and Mu Nanji, who knew part of Lin Mo's information, it was also a hard shock at this point. Looking at Lin Mo in front of him, it just felt like the fog on him was getting thicker and thicker. Chapter 67 East Sea Project, Mu Lao's Intentions. Half an hour later, the main entrance to the hotel. The crowd is gathered here at this time. There was a flurry of them, saying goodbye to each other. Not much longer. That is, only Lin Mo and the 2 from the Mu family were left. On the sidelines, Zhao Qian and a group of hotel executives, standing there, not daring to come forward. Meanwhile, Hope Wang came over as well. "Boss," with a bow to Lin Mo. This Huang Yuan's face was respectful. Lin Mo then nodded casually and said, "Okay, drive over." After saying that, Lin Mo was looking at the 2 Mu family members next to him and said, "Elder Mu, Nanji, want to go together?" Listening to Lin Mo's words, Elder Mu, who was next to him, pondered. Then he just nodded his head and said, "Good, let's go together then." Said, this Mu Lao was also looking at the several servants behind him. "You guys go ahead and go back." Yes. Without further ado, a few people carried their things and turned to leave. And at that moment, Huang Wen came in her car. A few people just got in the car. The group of executives behind him bowed 90 degrees in unison. "Take care, Mr. Lin. Take care, Elder Mu." One moment. The sound is great in the extreme. So much so, that aside, some of the other customers who had just finished their meals and were ready to leave. At this moment, they were all ruthlessly surprised by this vast sound. "What do you mean by rehearsal?" It's called a platoon." Lin Mo just smiled at this. Then, helplessly, he shook his head. This messed up. A helpless smile. Lin Mo also didn't pay any more attention to it. The vehicle started, all the way, to one eastern suburbs. Inside the villa, with tea served, the 3 of them, Lin Mo, Mu Lao and Mu Nanji, were sitting on this sofa. Elder Mu, who was there, after taking a sip of tea, on his face, he also showed a few smiles and said, "This second-generation big red robe just tastes different." In response, Lin Mo gently smiled. Then it just said, "If Elder Mu likes it, he can still come to me to get it when he runs out later." Listening to Lin Mo's words, Elder Mu was also a bit stunned. He didn't expect such a precious second-generation big red robe. There was actually more in Lin Mo's hands. And, though he said it, he was extremely hopeful that he would be able to oblige. But, there were still just a couple of light chuckles. In a whirlwind, he just opened his mouth. Ha ha, that's not necessary. After taking a sip of tea, the Mu Lao who was here, then he just slowly said, "Little friend Lin, I don't know. Are you aware of the East Sea project in Magic City?" Listening to Elder Mu's words, Lin Mo was, at once, just stunned. There were also a few moments of doubt in the bottom of his heart, and he said, "The Tokai project?" "Yes, the East Coast project." Elder Mu nodded his head, and then, immediately, he just continued. "Currently, our Mu group is preparing to build a resort next to the East Sea, and the conservative estimate of the profit of this project, if it is completed, is around $3 billion. Resort? Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. Then, slowly, "Mu Lao now, tell me about this project. Could it be that you're planning to drag me, too, into this program of yours?" Hearing Lin Mo's words, Elder Mu here, on the other hand, smiled faintly. Afterwards, it was to look at Lin Mo, just flatly sipping his tea without speaking, and Lin Mo, in the bottom of his heart, weighed the situation. Said, "What do I need to put in, if anything, if I join your program?" As these words from Lin Mo fell, Elder Mu, who was there, shook his head bashfully. Spinning around, he then just opened his mouth and spoke. "Mr. Lin doesn't need to put anything in. All you have to do is, on our program, put up a name. After the project is completed, we, on our side, will give you a 10% profit sharing." A word fell. However, it caused both Lin Mo and Munanji to be stunned. At the bottom of his heart, he was also a bit perplexed. What doesn't need to be invested? Just hang on to your name, and give yourself a 10% cut when the program is over? It simply gives the impression that you are giving away money. One time, Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. It only felt that what this old man Mu said, it's really a bit puzzling and unsettling for people. For that matter, looking at Lin Mo's puzzled gaze, Elder Mu, who was here, also laughed at once and said, "Ha ha, Mr. Lin doesn't need to worry about anything. I don't need Mr. Lin to give anything. The main reason is that, before, our family, Nami, was in trouble. At that time, you had stepped in to help the South Branch, and it was our profit from this project that increased substantially. So what I'm doing now is just to repay your favor." Listen to this explanation. Lin Mo is also not good to continue. To say something, one could only nod and say, "If that's the case, then I won't push it." These words fell. Elder Mu, who was here, also revealed a few smiles and said, "Ha ha, little friend is refreshing. Then since it is so, are you going to the project banquet tomorrow night, little friend?" Lin Mo pondered a little. "You're not doing anything anyway, so you might as well go over there and mix it up." Still nodding at the thought, he said, "If that's the case, then I'll just go ahead and take a look. Then tomorrow, I'll have Nanji come over to pick up little friend." Saying that, this old man Mu took the tea in his cup and drank it all in one go, saying, "If that's the case, I won't continue with my ranting." At that instant, the two of them, this Mu Lao and Mu Nanji, just turned around and left. Lin Mo sent the two out of the villa. Then it was time to head to the underground gym and work out. Inside Villa 2, the look on Mu Nanji's face at this time appeared to be very puzzled. Opened his mouth and asked, "Grandpa, why did you just?" Elder Mu, who was sitting there, spoke calmly. "You want to ask why I don't want that rimmer to put in some of the money?" Mu Nanji nodded his head. In response, this old man Mu only smiled gently. Then shaking his head, he said, You're still too young for this Lin Mo. It's definitely far more terrifying than you or I could ever imagine. We, the Mu family, are an outsider family. The roots in Mordor are not particularly secure, and this project in the East China Sea can bring so much benefit that many people covet it. It can't be easily swallowed by our Mu group alone. So, at this point in time, it's important to tie up a big guy. Only in this way could those who coveted it not dare to act recklessly. And in my opinion, this Lin Mo should be a male son of some big family out for a trial. If he befriended him at this time, after he returned within the family, as long as he could remember this fragrant love, at that time, won't we get more benefits than this measly few hundred million? Chapter 68, 25% of Trina Group's shares, shocked Wang Tsong. As for Lin Mo, though, it was not quite clear what this Mu Lao was thinking. However, at this time, he had guessed it. However, Lin Mo didn't care too much about these. After all, whatever the other side is playing at, but one's own cards are laid out here. There was no fear of what the other side might do to them, to themselves. On the treadmill, After about half an hour or so of running, Rimmer turned into the pool. The time before that, the pool in Linmore was, essentially, uncleaned. But after coming to the babysitter here every day, too, the pool water is changed with fresh water. A little bit of time passed. Soon, the time is also coming to midnight in the evening, on Linma's cell phone app. At this time, there are also new goods on the shelves. After refreshing it, Lin Mo was also, at once, stunned. The color of his face, too, was a bit odd. Surprisingly, shares in Trina Group again? And, for once, it's actually a 15% stake? Lin Mo's face looked strange. He remembered, from earlier, passing the prestige punch list, himself used to be the one who got a 10% share, and this time, he himself actually swiped 15% of the shares of this Trina Group in the app. This is really some. Buy it. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Mo's finger fell. Purchase successful. The product is being delivered. Estimated delivery time, 15 minutes. Please wait for the receipt. I can't believe it only takes 15 minutes? Lin Mo was a bit surprised. But then, that's what it was for. After all, this 15% share of the Skyhopper Group was asking for a full $188 of his own money. That's a reasonable 15-minute delivery. Then wait. Lin Mo thought so in his heart. At the same time, it was the same time that he clicked on Do Shark and watched Sheen Fair's live broadcast. 15 minutes passed quickly, and at this moment, on the nightstand next to Lin Mo's bed, a bag of papers, that's what landed on it. Take it in your hands and open it. Inside this file bag, the document also fell on the hand at this time. And this one document. Heck, it's the equity book of this Trina Group. Not bad. It's exactly 15% of Trina's shares. The corners of Lin Mo's mouth rose. And in the meantime, capital. Inside an opulent villa, an old man who looked nearly 70 years old with gray temples, was seated at the mahogany desk in the study, working on the paperwork at hand. A layer of silver gray ash lay among the ashtrays beside them. Phew. Exhaling, the old man breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at the clock, pinched his brow, and was just about to continue working on the paperwork. The cell phone on the side was suddenly ringing. Looking at the caller ID, it was his own secretary. After connecting, this old man said, "Hey, Song, what's up, Chairman? It's quite presumptuous to disturb you at this time, but a moment ago, there was a major change in the company's shareholding." As these words fell, the old man Wang Yingjia looked solemn. "What's the situation? Tell me in detail." To know, this recent period, within their company, has not been stable, especially on the board of directors. At this point in time, it's in the midst of a power grab. A few other shareholders are voting at this point, trying to squeeze themselves out. Hence how can he not be nervous when a major equity change has occurred? Just a minute ago, Mr. Lin Mo, who acquired 10% of our shares in the Trina Group last time, made another move. This time, it's a direct one, acquiring our Trina Group, a full 15% stake. That is to say, at this time in the hands of Mr. Lin Mo, has 25% of the shares, became our company, the second largest shareholder. The moment, Wang Yingjia, who was here, had a somewhat solemn expression on his face. 25% of the equity. To know, he is the chairman and founder of this Trina Group. Hands down so far, it's only holding only 37.8% of the shares. 2. And, now a guy from nowhere. I can't believe I'm in control of the company. A full 25% of the shares. This, after a slight change in his face, this Wang Yingjia also calmed down. He said, "This Lin Mo's information, do you have it so far?" "We do have some of the information so far, and it's been sent to your email." Wang Yingjia, who was listening to these words, quickly, too, he opened his email, started checking it out. With this view, this Wang Yingjia also shook his head and said, "All of this information, basically, is at the surface. It looks like it's all about what the other side wants you guys to find out. It could even be argued that the information is still tinkered with." Looking at the information on the computer screen, this Wang Yingjia for a while, then just shook his head. At this point, in front of it this resume of information, Herculean, it's Lin Ma's resume. On it, is clearly written, Lin Mo is from a small town in Ontario, a child of an ordinary family. But, for this kind of information, Wang Yingjia, that was absolutely not believable. A kid from an average small town family? How is this possible? It wasn't that he, Wang Yingjia, didn't believe it, but it was just too much of a stretch. An ordinary kid from an ordinary family. Is it possible to swallow 25% of his shares of Trina Group without a word? Even if it's possible. And where did he get such a large sum of money? So, there is only one possibility, and that is that this information is whitewashed. Kind of funny. The corners of Wang Yingjia's mouth rose. He said, "Alright, you don't need to continue checking this Lin Mo's information. You shouldn't be able to find out any more information if you're on your side." Yes. With that, the phone hung up. This Wang Yingjia, looking at the information in front of him, his eyes narrowed slightly. Fingers, too, were on the desktop, tapping softly in bursts. Kind of interesting. Is the man in Mordor? After murmuring under his breath, this Wang Yingjia then dialed his son's phone. Magic City. Hotel Bulgari. Song Wang is in a hotel, doing late-night games. Under his breath, he was even cursing. Phone Yen, what are you standing there for? Why don't you hurry up and seal the smoke? With a burst of cursing, the computer screen was, at once, gray. Slamming the mouse, Wang Sonson's face was filled with indignation and annoyance. Also at this time, Wang Sonson's cell phone, however, suddenly rang. He didn't look at the caller ID either. It was instantly connected, somewhat impatiently. Hello, who? There was a silence on the other end of the line. Then a cold voice rang out. Me. At that moment, Wang Sonson broke out in a cold sweat. Ha ha, Pops, you're still up this late? Humph. Wang Yingjia snorted coldly under his breath and said, I have business to arrange for you here. If you are in Magic City now, give me as soon as possible. Go to see a person. Specific information I sent you an email. Listen to this. Wang Sonsong opened his computer mailbox. Looking inside, the information his old man had sent him. Wang Sonsong looked at Lin Mo's information and said with some confusion, No, Pops, isn't this just a regular guy? You're asking me to meet him? What's the point? Listening to Wang Sonsong's words, this Wang Yingjia instantly, a cold laugh in his heart, said, Ordinary people? Ha! Then what if I tell you that this person's hand holds 25% of the shares of the Trina Group, and is now our group, the second largest shareholder? As these words fell, this Wang Sonsong suddenly, his pupils contracted for a while. He's not your average second-generation dude. Naturally, he understood what was represented behind his own father's words. What? How is this possible? Wang Sonsong lost his voice and exclaimed, 25% of the shares of Trina Group, in the hands of this average kid with a resume that looks bland. This, then, is very much against the grain. After swallowing, this Wang Sonsong, too, took a deep breath and said, I know, I'll find him as soon as I can. You'd better be respectful to the other party. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm now in the capital and can't get away, I would have gone over to see him myself. After saying that, he just hung up the phone. After the phone hangs up, Wang Sonsong's entire body, paralyzed in his chair. There were a few moments of panic, looking at the picture of Lin Mo on the computer screen in front of him. Lin Mo, 25% stake, second largest shareholder of Trina Group, muttering under his breath. This Wang Sonsong's heart was shaken. From the information, the other person was a few years younger than himself. But, that's the one. In his hands, he actually held 25% of the shares of the Trina Group. The shares that he holds are almost as big as his own old man's. The moment, Wang Sonsong was stunned and lost in thought. In the heat of the moment, it's even more difficult to know what to go on about. He must be found as soon as possible. Such characters should never be messed with. The heart murmurs. Wang Sonsong didn't dare to delay. Hurriedly, that is, he began messaging his friends in Mordor to ask, and Lin Mo, the rightful owner who caused all this. For all that, it was a complete ignorance. Now he is. After watching the session live, after sending a message to Qin Feier and Xia Yuma, respectively, he went to sleep. Recently Xia Yuma is about to arrive at the time of the drama performance. So, the time when you can be free to talk to yourself is just getting shorter and shorter. The night passed quickly. Day 2. Lin Mo, on the other hand, ran to the gym, soaked it in, and worked out for the rest of the day. After a day's workout, the body strengthening potion is tapped for a few more moments of potential. It made his body, once again, be strengthened quite a bit. It's also much more terrifying, especially in terms of stamina. Feeling inside his body, that terrifying endurance, Lin Mo's heart also sighed with emotion. This stamina, could it be that next time, you're going to call out Qin Feier and Xia Yuma together? Of course, for this kind of thought, Lin Mo only thought about it. After all, only a child would choose to have it all, and adults know they can't stand it. Waiting to get back to the villa, Lin Mo changed into a dinner suit after taking a shower. Then, Munanji came knocking on the door as well. Only then did Lin Mo get into Munanji's Bentley, straight to the venue for tonight's dinner. Magic City Hotel. Chapter 69. What kind of big shot is this? 10 or so minutes later, in front of the Magic City Hotel, many of the guests, at this point, were meeting at the main entrance. Ha ha, Mr. Jiang, I didn't expect you to come too? Yo, Mr. Pang. Ha ha ha. It's been a long time since we last met. Hey, isn't this Jiang Dong? Nice to meet you. Quite a few old bosses who know each other. There was a flurry of them, just chilling out with each other. A few pleasantries were exchanged. The crowd here had smiles piled on their faces. And also at this point in time, it was also someone who, in the distance, saw the stretch Bentley Mulsanne that was slowly approaching. Look guys, the Mu family is here. This Mulsanne. I remember it's the car of the president of the Mu group. Mu Nanji is here. With a burst of chatter from everyone. This Bentley Mulsanne, at this time, was also slowly parked at the entrance of the Magic City Hotel. And as the vehicle came to a stop, everyone quieted down. The whirlwind of it all was looking at the car. Silent. Jiang Hai, who was there, was looking at the car at this time. And his heart was also a little apprehensive. In the car, the driver, Sun Fu, also got out of the car, went around to the back and pulled open the door. Slender, large white legs, the first to take a step. Immediately, Mu Nanji, who was wearing an evening dress, walked down from the car. And what followed? In the midst of everyone, that stunned gaze, Lin Mo's figure appeared, and along with Lin Mo, stepped down in this Mu Nanji's car. At once, everyone here just froze. This person, who is it? Why had it never been seen before in the previous time? And, he still walks off in this Mu Nanji's car? In the heat of the moment, all of them, just a bit frozen, looking at Lin Mo who was there. Under his eyes, he was full of doubts, and as for Jiang Hai who was there, his face was also changing for a while at this moment, but the next moment, it was still a quick walk. Mr. Mu, Jiang Dong, the two men gently shook hands. Then, in the midst of everyone's dismayed gazes, this Jiang Hai still came in front of Lin Mo. Turning to Lin Mo, he then just bowed and said, Mr. Lin. Everyone looked at this Jiang Hai's appearance. The first thing that happened was that they were just dumbfounded. What is this? Who is this youth? First, he got off in Mu Nanji's car, and now he's able to make Jiang Dong bow and curtsy? Hiss. It seems that the identity of this youth is not trivial. In a moment, many of the people here had cold air pouring out of their mouths. Looking at Lin Mo who was here, his face was stunned. For a moment, many people's eyes changed as they looked at Lin Mo. In the bottom of his heart, he began to pay attention to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was crying and laughing a little at all this. This Jiang Hai is really. Lin Mo reached out his hand and helped this Jiang Hai up, saying, Jiang Dong, we are all friends. Let's just consider that matter from before as if it's in the past. Yes, it's all friends. Jiang Hai didn't dare to take it seriously. Hastily, that is, respectfully. But, still, the heart seems to be in the right place. Mu Nanji also smiled and said, then, Jiang Dong, inside please. Inside, please, inside. After all was said and done, Mu Nanji was just obedient, holding Lin Mo's wrist. Simultaneous. How about, Mr. Lin acts as my male companion on the red carpet? Lin Mo smiled slightly and said, could be. Having said that, the two just walked towards the hotel. The two walked down the aisle and made their way towards the banquet hall. Along the way, the people they encountered were all respectful. At the same time, he was also surprised at Lin Mo's identity. What is this man's origin? It was actually able to act as Mu Nanji's male companion. Soon, the two were entering the banquet hall. And at this point, on the second floor of the banquet hall, at a table by the parapet, a handsome man was sitting there drinking a glass of wine, and across from it sat a young man who was spitting out bitter water at the moment. Old Chen, you don't know, last night, my old man called me in the middle of the night and asked me to find someone. I'd been looking for it all day. The person my old man asked me to look for is nowhere to be found. Listen to this. Chen Wan, who was there, laughed lightly. Then, picking up his wine and taking a gentle sip, he said, ha, don't worry about it, brother Tsong. This dinner party today is organized by the Mu family in Magic City. Basically, all the dignitaries of Magic City came. Since you said, you are looking for someone then it should be found at this banquet tonight. Well, hopefully. After saying that, this Wang Song was also a bit depressed and took a sip of wine. As for Chen Wan who was there, he was also a bit curious at this time. But brother Wang, I'm quite curious. What kind of person are you looking for here? To actually make uncle call you overnight, so that you can find him in Mordor? Chen Wan was still very clear about the identity of this brother Wang in front of him. The male son of the country's top conglomerate. The Wanha Group. Status and position. Extremely proud. And what kind of big shot could he be looking for? Listen to this. Wang Song, who was here, shook his head and said, "It's a really big one, and I can't, for the time being, reveal it to you. But here's what I can tell you now. If it wasn't for my dad, who can't get away these days, it would have been on its own." What? A sentence fell. Chen Wan, who was here, was appalled in his heart. In the middle of his gaze, there was clearly a slight sense of shock. One time, Chen Wan's heart was also, with a few moments of gravity sweeping through. After all, he was all but surprised. It was supposed to come. It's actually that big shot from the Wang family. Then this time, who is this Wang Song? The person he's looking for? When, in Mordor, there is still such a great man? One moment. This Chen Wan's mind was like electricity, and a series of questions surfaced. Then, lifting his glass, he took a gentle sip of wine, and at this point in time, this Chen Wan's gaze, also subconsciously, looked towards the doorway below. At that moment, it was the sight of Mu Nanzi who walked in, and Lin Mo who was being held by Mu Nanji's arm and acting very intimate. For a moment, the face was a bit grim and ugly. Old Chen, what's wrong with you? Wang Songsong also noticed this Chen Wan, some ugly face. Listening to Wang Songsong call out to himself, in a hurry, Chen Wan just turned his head back. Then, smiling, saw an acquaintance. "Brother Wang, you sit here for a while. I'll go down and say hello to someone." Okay, go ahead and say hello. Wang Songsong didn't care too much and just waved his hand. Chapter 70, I, for one, don't like violence. Below, the two walked inside the ballroom. Mu Nanji spat out her tongue and said, "Lin Mo. Thank you La, for walking me down this red carpet." "It's okay." Lin Mo also smiled and didn't say anything more. However, just at this point in time, behind the two, a grim voice rang out. "Nani, I didn't think you'd actually come." Mu Nanji froze, then her face changed and she turned her head to look. Looking at Chen Wan there, his face was icy cold, with a few moments of disgust under his eyes. "Chen Wan, I didn't expect that the representative from the Chen family would actually be you." To this, Chen Wan didn't say anything, just with a coldness on his face. He looked towards Lin Mo who was at the side. "Ha, no wonder I've been avoiding me. So this is yourself, with a compatible man," said the bottom of this Chen Wan's eyes as he looked at Lin Mo were still filled with jealousy. He's been pursuing this Mu Nanji for over a year, and, for herself, Mu Nanzi had always been unwilling to pay attention. But now what? She actually came on the arm of another man. How can this not make him furious about it? And listening to the words of this Chen Wan, Mu Nanji blushed slightly between moments. But then, in a whirlwind, there was a somewhat mortified and angry shout. "Chen Wan, don't you give me any nonsense here." "Nonsense?" Chen Wan sneered. "Did I talk nonsense? The process of you coming in with this wild man of unknown origin was witnessed by everyone. Like your behavior if you spread out, then for your Mu group's reputation. I'm afraid, the impact is not very good, right?" A sentence fell. The atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Quite a few people in the surroundings were noticing this place at this time. "Yes, this man that Mr. Mu is holding. Who exactly is he? I don't recognize it. Is this the son of someone's family in Mordor? Never seen it." Mu Nanji bit her lower lip and said, "Chen Wan, this is a private matter between you and me. You better not go too far." Hearing this, Chen Wan smiled. Then, with a raised eyebrow, he said, "Ha, since it's a private matter between you and me, shouldn't we, then, find a private occasion to talk?" With a playful smile, this Chen Wan stretched out his hand and was grabbing at Mu Nanji. And just then, a hand that stretched out behind Mu Nanji. With one hand, it was a dead giveaway, grabbing this Chen Wan's wrist. The next moment, Lin Mo took a step and blocked in front of this Mu Nanji. Then, shook off this Chen Wan's wrist, coldly. "You're going a little overboard with this handshake, aren't you?" A simple sentence fell. All the people around them were all a bit stunned. As for Mu Nanji's heart, a few moments of security grew. The face, too, was somewhat flushed. This feeling of being protected made Mu Nanji's heartbeat, thumping faster. As for Chen Wan who was there, his heart was also shocked at this moment, by Lin Mo, who suddenly leapt out. He was startled. After all, under the effect of the body-strengthening potion, Lin Mo, who was already 1.85 meters in height, lately, it's been growing a few centimeters taller again. It reached 1.88 meters up and down, already close to 1.9 meters. Together with Lin Mo's recent gradual bulging muscles, it can be said that the whole person is still very much possessed of a sense of oppression. As for Chen Wan, after being startled, he gradually came back to his senses. Then, sized up Lin Mo. Under his breath, he just cursed, "CTM, you stinking beggar." You're still ready to learn how to save a beauty from a hero. Listen to this. Lin Mo frowned, but in the way of this scene tonight, it was formed by the Mu group. Just a slightly cooler tone. Said, watch what you say, or else don't blame me for being rude. Regarding Lin Mo's threat, this Chenwan completely just didn't care. Just a couple of cold laughs followed, and then, said, ha, you're not polite? I'd like to see how you can be nonchalant with me. Threaten me? For a beggar like you, I can crush you to death with one finger. Listening to the words of this Chenwan, Mu Nanji, who was on the side, had a slight change of color. Then, the face just looked compassionate, shaking his head slightly, and Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. Staring at this Chenwan, patiently, he said, I'll give you one last chance, here, to apologize to me, and I'll let this go. Apologize? It was as if Chenwan had heard the world's funniest joke, laughing out loud here. You're asking me to apologize? Ha ha ha, even a beggar like you has the qualifications to make me apologize to you? Oh, yeah, good. I'll kill you first and then I'll apologize. After all was said and done, this Chenwan was aiming at Lin Mo, and it was a direct punch that slammed out. And looking at Chenwan who made a move, Nunanji's face changed and said, don't. Listening to the words of Nunanji, this Chenwan was even more irritated in his heart. It's that time of the year. Still protecting this stinking beggar. And, what he doesn't know is this. Mu Nanji's words were for Lin Mo to slightly restrain his strength and not to kill the person. After all, the scene of Lin Mo breaking the world record in the bench press before was still fresh in her mind. The other people around them looked at Chenwan who made a move. The faces have also changed a bit. To know, this Chenwan has been practicing martial arts since he was a child. Unusual people can't get into him at all. Now he makes a move against this Lin Mo. This Lin Mo, then, could be said to be somewhat dangerous. However, before their thoughts could fall, on everyone's face, a stunned look appeared. Only Lin Mo grabbed this Chenwan's wrist with one hand and then twisted it with a slight force. This Chenwan's arm is showing a 90-degree bend. Bones that snapped right into sections. As for Lin Mo, from the beginning to the end, his feet didn't even move. Ah! This Chenwan screamed miserably. The look on his face, twisted together. Sweat was constantly on his forehead, dripping down, but in his mouth, he was still roaring. Do you know who I am? Dare to do this to. Yet before he could finish his sentence, Lin Mo, however, was direct, with several slaps being drawn out one after another. Snap! A series of crunching sounds. Several slaps were drawn. This Chenwan's cheek was swollen high, a mouth full of teeth, moreover, mixed with blood, all of which were spat out. Lin Mo, on the other hand, casually, threw it on the ground. After straightening his suit, he said slowly, didn't anyone in your family teach you to speak properly? Is it so hard to apologize to me? It has to be violence, and I, for one, have never liked violence. A simple sentence, but it made everyone here shiver. Looking at Chenwan, who was there with his cheeks swollen high, he swallowed. You call that you don't like violence? And right at this moment, at the back of this place, there was a voice that rang out. Here, what happened? Hearing the voice, everyone looked towards the back. As for the fearful Chenwan, his eyes lit up. Chapter 71 Angry Wang Tsong. As a voice rang out, everyone was looking toward the back. Only a young man with a center-parted hairstyle was walking quickly. On his face, there were a few moments of sulkiness. Who is this man? I don't recognize it. I don't think it's someone from Magic City? Wait a minute. You guys don't recognize this guy? He's the young proprietor of the Trina Group. Wang Tsong. He's Wang Tsong? That young master of the Trina Group? Hiss. It's actually him. I had heard that Wang Tsong had run away to the Magic City. I didn't expect to see it here. Interesting. This is really interesting. In an instant, quite a few people here. All of them were showing a look of ready to watch a good show. After all, this is a behemoth of a group. Trina. In the earlier years, the Trina Group started out as a real estate company, and a variety of large shopping centers have been built. Owns the real estate industry, so to speak, is spread throughout the first and second tier cities of the entire Shinhua, and it has even made a series of investments overseas over the past few years. The whole point is to make a lot of money. Looking at the appearing Wang Tsong, the Mu Nanji who was there, at this time, frowned slightly. At the bottom of his heart, there was a bad feeling that began to grow. Meanwhile, this Chenwan staggered, rising from the ground, came to this Wang Tsong's side. Wailing, he opened his mouth. Brother Wang, you can definitely do it for me. At this time, Chenwan's speech was a bit vague and leaky. Looking at the wretched Chenwan, this Wang Tsong's heart was somewhat annoyed. What was immediate was the word. Who moved it? Although it was said that between this Chen Wan and him, the relationship was just average, but this Chen Wan was now, after all, with himself. However, now this Chen Wan was beaten. If you don't step up yourself, in the future, in this second generation circle, one just doesn't have the face to mix. Listening to this Wang Song-song's words, Chen Wan's eyes were immediately brightened. Then, pointing at Lin Mo, who was there, he hastily said, "Brother Wang, it's him, it's him, it's him. This is the guy that did this to me. This guy is way out of line." It was just a couple of verbal altercations. He was direct and came up and gave me a couple of slaps. My teeth were knocked out by him. "Brother Wang, you must do something for me." The tone of this Chen Wan's voice appeared to be very aggrieved. A word fell. Wang Song-song, who was there, also frowned at this time. Afterwards, it was to look at Lin Mo. However, the moment he saw Lin Mo, the whole person's heart was, at once, trembling. Is he? In a hurry, Wang Song-song just pulled out his cell phone, found the picture that my own dad sent to me yesterday. Carefully, after a couple of looks, this Wang Song-song's heartbeat, thumping faster. That's right, that's him. The man in front of me is the same one from last night. The one his own old man sent to him. Currently their family, the second largest shareholder of the Trina Group, Lin Ma. The moment, Wang Song-song looked agitated, and after that, this Wang Song-song was just walking quickly towards Lin Mo. Watching Wang Song-song's movements, Mu Nanji's entire heart was in her throat. Although, he knew that Lin Mo's identity was very mysterious. But, now on the opposite side of the room, not someone to be messed with. Instead, it was the young proprietor of the Trina Group, Wang Song-song, Lin Mo he. At this moment, Mu Nanji's heart was filled with worry. At the same time, it was also pulling out a cell phone and sending a text message to his own grandfather. She could only hope, now, that her own grandfather would make it over. And then, bailing out Lin Ma. After all, this is something that started because of himself. The crowd beside him sighed at this point. Hey, this lad, it's over. Who would have thought that this Chen Wan actually knows Wang Song-song? Yeah, as for that, there's Chen Wan there. At this time, it was also incomparably arrogant. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You stinking beggar, how dare you hit me? Let's see how you can continue to be arrogant now. Chen Wan pointed at Lin Mo and just arrogantly shouted. However, the moment the words fell, Wang Song-song, who was there, was instantly enraged. Turning around, the direct one was a kick, ruthlessly kicking this Chen Wan's stomach. Boo! A kick out. This Chen Wan directly just fell to the ground. The whole thing was even more painful and on the verge of crying. Say it again for me. Who are you cursing? Mr. Lin is also someone you can scold? While saying that, this Wang Song-song was still a bit unrelieved. After kicking at this Chen Wan a few more times, with quick steps, he just walked up to Lin Mo. This was followed by a fierce bow, saying, Mr. Lin, I'm sorry that I didn't recognize you just now. I'm much offended. I hope you'll bear with me. A sentence fell. Others around here. At this time, there was no one who was not sucking in cold air. What is this? The young proprietor of this Trina Group, Wang Song-song, to actually treat this Lin Mo with such respect? This is simply just a little bit unbelievable. The moment, everyone around was dumbfounded, and there, in pain, his body curled up into a prawn. Chen Wan. At this time, the mind was also set off by a monstrous wave. In the back of his mind, at this time, an even more, almost ridiculous idea surfaced. Could it be that this Lin Mo is what Wang mentioned before? That big shot? How is this possible? There are only a few second-generation people with the surname Lin in the entire Magic City. This man, in the circles of Magic City, has never been seen before. In this moment, a layer of fear climbed onto Chen Wan's face, and deep despair. As for that Mu Nanji, she was even more confused at this time. Looking at this, Wang Song-song, who was respectful to Lin Mo, his throat, slightly dry. What's going on here? This Lin Mo, what kind of person is he? Can you actually make Wang Song-song are so respectful? Mu Nanji only felt that at the bottom of her heart, it was a million times more unbelievable, just when her mind was suspicious. Instead, there was, from the side, a cacophony of voices. Make way. Elder Mu is here. At once, the crowd here just moved out of the way. What followed was Mu Jianghuo's hurried arrival. In just a few moments ago, he was the one who received a tweet from his granddaughter. It said that there was a bit of a conflict between Lin Mo and Wang Song-song of the Trina Group. The conflict started because of his own granddaughter. This made Mu Lao instantly just couldn't sit still. Hurriedly, he was just rushing towards this place. At the bottom of his heart, He was even calculating how he was going to solve this matter. After all, he couldn't afford to offend either side of this conflict. One is the youngest son of the Trina group. One was Lin Mo, who came from a mysterious source. It was also a headache for him. At this time, he also came here. Hastily, he smiled and said, "Ha ha, Mr. Wang, what brings you to?" The words were not finished. Elder Mu was the one who saw, there, towards Lin Mo, the respectful Wang Tsong. The whole thing was just confused. Maleo, who am I? Where am I? What happened here? Chapter 72, Lin Mo, my family is an ordinary family. At this moment, Elder Mu was completely dumbfounded. Looking at the scene in front of him, the entire person fell into a state of confusion. Here, is that what happened? Didn't you say that between Lin Mo and Wang Tsong, there was a conflict? But the scene before us, the three people who were here, at this time, also noticed Elder Mu who was walking towards them. Munanji quickly greeted them. Grandpa. Lin Mo also nodded his head at Elder Mu and said, Elder Mu. Wang Tsong, who was next to him, looked at the old man who walked over, and at this time, he also respectfully said, Master. This old man, Wang Tsong still did not dare to offend. Although the Mu group is just a new up-and-coming enterprise, but the momentum over the years has been terrifying. Not to mention, behind this Master Mu, the family power is still quite powerful. Look at this Wang Chung. Elder Mu also laughed and said, Mr. Wang, between you this and little friend Lin, you know each other? I don't really know each other before. Only, it's because I've heard of Mr. Lin's great name for a long time. Mu Lao, who was listening to this, was even more confused. And before Elder Mu could say anything, this Wang Tsong, again, continued to speak. To be honest, this time I'm also here to meet Mr. Lin in place of my father. This time if my father hadn't been unavailable, he would have just come to meet Mr. Lin in person. The words came out. The two who were there, Elder Mu and Mu Nanji. The moment was even more confusing. Who the hell is Lin Mo? It actually managed to make this Wang Tsong's father, Wang Yingjia, the chairman of the Tianhe group. Are they all planning to meet in person? Elder Mu, at this moment, was also a bit puzzled and opened his mouth. Mr. Wang, what the hell is this? Listening to Elder Mu's inquiry, Wang Tsong did not speak, just looking at Lin Mo, with a questioning look on his face. Lin Mo, on the other hand, waved his hand and said, It's okay, go ahead. Lin Mo didn't think of hiding anything about this matter. After all, one holds 25% of the shares of Trina Group. This thing is very huge. I'm afraid it won't take long to trigger an industry shakeup. So, might as well be honest about it. Okay. Wang Tsong nodded, then explained respectfully. Mr. Lin acquired 25% of our shares in the Trina Group. Currently, the shareholding within the group is second only to my father. It's our Trina Group, the second largest natural person shareholder. Boom! A sentence fell. All over the room. There was horror. Everyone was stunned. 25% shareholding? Or is it Trina? One sentence fell. And everyone, dumbfounded. Zhang Hai was completely confused at this point. Lin Mo is actually Trina's second largest shareholder? Are you sure you're not kidding? So what one has been, is dealing with people like this? Zhang Hai for a split second. His thoughts electrified. At the same time, secretly, a decision was made. So what if you're caught in the act? Since there is a handle, one is with others, there is a relationship, then, it would be necessary to find a way to deepen that relationship, hold on to each other's thighs. Both of them, Elder Mu and Mu Nanji, could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. They had, before, thought of many possibilities. The only thing is, it just didn't occur to me that this was a possibility. After all, the possibility of that is, well, outrageous. It's more like a little ridiculous. 25% of the shares of Trina Group, second largest shareholder. This is simply astounding. And there's Chunwan. It was desperate at this point. It was more than a little dizzying. Even though he had guessed that the big shot that this Wang Tsong was talking about was Lin Mo, but after hearing the identity of the other party, it still felt desperate. Run before they notice me. Run. Think about it. This Chunwan just endured the pain in his abdomen. Rise from the ground. Then, towards the outside. Just ready to run out. And just then, this Wang Tsong glanced over. Chunwan, who was there, coldly said just that. Ha? Want to run? Do you think you can run? A simple sentence fell. This Chunwan's body, at once, just stiffened there, and at this moment in time, Mu Lao's eyes were also slightly narrowed as he looked at this Chunwan. At the bottom of his heart, there was also a gradual realization. Immediately, He was sneering, and said, "The Chen family's kid? Oh, Hu Jiao, master." Behind Elder Mu, an old man with a mustache and dressed in a proper suit walked over. "For the Chen family's male son, prepare a separate room for him to rest in. I'm going to personally take the Chen family home later. By the way, have some tea with the Chen family head. It's been a long time since I've seen old Chen, but I miss it." "Yes." This Hu Jiao walked to Chen Wan and smiled. "Young Master Chen, this way please." One moment. Chen Wan's face was pale and his mind was desperate. And Elder Mu looked at Lin Mo and said, "Little friend Lin, Mr. Wang, this isn't the place to talk. Let's talk somewhere else." Yeah. Dozens of minutes later. Second floor. Inside a private room. The two of them, Lin Mo and Wang Song, had a very cheerful conversation. As for Elder Mu and Mu Nanji, they had long since left. And with some chatting, Wang Song had also figured out Lin Mo's character. At that moment, was there laughing and saying, "But that said, there is one thing that has been bothering me. I'm still bold here, asking for advice from you, brother Lin." Listening to Wang Song's words, Lin Mo said after taking a sip of tea, "Is young Wang asking why I want to acquire 25% of Trina's shares?" He was interested in what this Wang Song wanted to ask next. It's long been a guess. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Wang Song heatedly smiled, touched his nose, and nodded his head. "Yeah, hey, Ringo sure is smart." Lin Mo just laughed lightly. Then, it was just blandly said, "The reason is very simple. I have confidence in Trina Group and think that Trina Group can make money. I don't have much ambition as a person. I just want to go get some money and make myself rich. After all, right, I'm a person whose family doesn't have much money, just an ordinary family, poor and scared." Lin Mo's words could be described as casual, but falling into this Wang Song's ears, it made the corners of his mouth tug. God's ordinary family, an ordinary family that can quietly acquire 25% of their shares in the Trina Group? That's a hell of a thing to say. Wang Song mentally spat, but still, he nodded his head and said, "Ha ha, so it is. Then I don't know. Mr. Lin for the inside of the Trina Group. What do you think about the recent clamor to change the chairman of the board?" Chapter 73, The Active Mu Nanji. Change the chairman? For this Wang Song's words, Lin Mo was full of confusion at this moment. Lin Mo was completely unaware of this matter, and listening to Lin Mo's words. At this time, Wang Song also froze. This thing, Lin Mo doesn't know? With doubts in the bottom of his heart, Wang Song here, still opened his mouth. Currently within the group, several shareholders with palms of around 10%. Discussions are underway to impeach my father and force a change of stockholders. Listen to this. Lin Mo's brows were also slightly furrowed. After some pondering in the bottom of his heart, he immediately said, "And this? This matter? You don't know about it, Ringo?" Lin Mo shook his head and said, "It is true that I did not know, and did not pay much attention to these at the time. Thought it wasn't too expensive and just gave it a whirl." Lin Mo's tone was very casual. He didn't lie. Though, after all, this Tianhe Group's shares were indeed not a high price for Lin Mo. 10% of this is gained through prestige value. The latter 15% of the shares were bought off the app for $100 on their own. However, these words fell on Wang Song's ears, but it made Wang Song's heart. A few moments of consternation. A 25% stake in Trina is not expensive? How rich does one have to be to say something like that? It was true that the market capitalization of their Trina Group had not reached the trillion degree, but that also has, a full 500 billion or so. 25% of the shares, acquired down the line. It's going to cost over $100 billion, to say the least. And over 100 billion, in Lin Mo's mouth, is not expensive? At this moment, Wang Song was truly shocked by Lin Mo's words. Over $100 billion is not expensive. This Lin Mo, what is his origin? How much equity does the family, in fact, have? The heart carried a few shocks. This Wang Song swallowed his saliva. And in the meantime, Lin Mo also smiled and said, "All right, this share in my hand. Your family is still at ease. I, for one, just want to make a little money quietly. Nothing more. As long as your Trina Group is still making money, I'm not going to mess around with anything." A simple sentence, but it made this Wang Song's heart greatly stabilized. The whole person, completely relieved. After all, Lin Mo's words were something that had already made his own position clear. On his face at this time, a few smiles also surfaced, saying, "Then I'm here to thank Ringo for his support in advance." To this, Lin Mo just smiled faintly. And that's where the two of them were, continuing their small talk. A bit of small talk ensued. A full half hour later, the two men, at that moment, also walked out from within this room, and on their faces, they all wore smiles. The relationship between the two was as if they had known each other for, well, more than a decade. And after the two came out, inside this banquet hall, many people were also quickly greeted in this direction, one after another. They handed their business cards to Lin Mo, even though Lin Mo was a dozen or 20 years younger than all of them. But one by one, they were still very respectful, addressing Mr. Lin. After all, Lin Mo's status and position was placed there. Smaller than them, so what? And after that, a few people just broke up for it too. In front of the Magic City Hotel, Wang Songson smiled and said to Lin Mo, "Brother Lin, I'll be going ahead on my end. Come out together in a few days if you're free." Okay, so come out and play in a couple days. A single greeting was given to Wang Songson. This Wang Songson also just got into the car and quickly left the place. After all, what happened here? He also had to report, as soon as possible, to his own father. Lin Mo, on the other hand, looked at Mu Nanji next to him and said, "Elder Mu is gone? Well, Grandpa, he went to see an old friend." Listen to this. Lin Mo didn't say anything either, just nodded. And then, the two of them just got into the Bentley and drove towards the villa, all the way to the neighborhood of one eastern suburbs. The two of them got out of the car at the entrance, while Sun Fu drove and went back to the villa first. As for the two people, Lin Mo and Mu Nanji, they were walking along the roadside. Not long after, it was to the central lake of the one eastern suburb villa area. The two sat down on the bench. Before, in the hotel. "Thank you," Mu Nanji exhaled. The body trembled slightly and looked up into the sky. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was quiet, looking at the side of this Mu Nanji's face, illuminated by the moonlight of the silver moon. The side of Mu Nanji's face was layered with light. It appears to be very white and holy. Honestly, I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't held it off for me. The Chen family behind the Chen Wan is actually comparable in terms of power than between my family. So even though I've always rejected him, he can still, with impunity, pester me. Speaking of which, Mu Nanji looked towards Lin Mo with a smile on her face. The two men looked at each other in all directions. But from now on, I won't have to keep worrying that he'll come and haunt me. So, for once, thank you. Looking at such a Mu Nanji, Lin Mo panicked over it. He hadn't been able to think that this Mu Nanji, who was called a businesswoman by outsiders. Surprisingly, there will be this kind of, like a little woman moment. And also at this time, this Mu Nanji suddenly, just came up. A touch of warmth appeared on his lips, illuminated by the silver-white moonlight. Rimmer is obvious, just visible. That Mu Nanji's eyelashes, here for a while, tremble for it. The moment, Lin Mo, completely confused. Other side, Nine Halls Villa, Chen family villa. In the middle of the hall, Elder Mu was there drinking tea. Next to it, Chen Tianhe, the head of the Chen family, sat on the side. In the seat below him, this Chen Wan's father, Chen Shiji, on the other hand, had a gloomy face, looking at Chen Wan who was standing in the hall, covered in wounds. Chen Tianhe, who was there, then slowly said, "Brother Jiangwo, aren't you going a bit overboard here? What great mistake did this grandson of mine make to be beaten to this state?" Chen Tianhe was a bit annoyed. This Chen Wan is their Chen family, the only child of the third generation. On weekdays, one couldn't bring himself to spoil him. Now, it's actually been given a beating. How could this not make Chen Tianhe feel annoyed? And here's the old man Mu. On the other hand, he was unperturbed and gently took a sip of tea. Spinning around, he said blandly, "Excessive? Looks like you still don't know. Tianhe, this precious grandson of yours, what a good job he did at our Mu family's banquet today." Chapter 74, The Desperate Chen Family. A sentence fell. The two who were here, Chen Tianhe and Chen Shiji, for a moment, all of them were stunned. At this old Mu's words, his heart was filled with puzzlement and doubt. And Chen Wan below, after listening to Elder Mu's words, the body was instantly shaken, face, looking a little pale. Done. This was the only thought this Chen Wan, at the moment, had. After all, if you let your dad in grandpa, knowing that he was offending the second largest shareholder of the Trina Group, then tonight is probably the night. The father sees that the son is not dead and draws 7 wolves. The stick in Master C's hand. The stick strikes a bludgeon. By then, the least he could do this night was to lose a layer of skin. And to be on the safe side, you'd better book an ICU room yourself. And their Chen Shiji looked at his own son like this. A frown creased his brow. He said, "Uncle, this canine son of mine, is he causing trouble again? Here's the mulligan." Just a slight smile. Then, holding the teacup, gently just took a sip. Spinning bashfully, he spoke. "In this case, you'd better ask your son yourself what he did. Listening to Elder Mu's words, the two people here, Chen Tianhe and Chen Shiji, at this time, the bottom of the heart, all of a sudden is for a sinking. They know, this Chen Wan, has definitely messed with an unimaginable character. Chen Shiji, on the other hand, was cold, looking at Chen Wan, who was standing below, and angrily scolded, "Asshole! You say, what the hell did you do?" With a chorus, this Chen Wan's legs instantly went limp. With a flutter, he fell to his knees. Say, Chen Tianhe also grimaced, slapping the desktop and roaring angrily. The shivering Chen Wan there, trembling, just opened his mouth. I offended the second largest shareholder of Trina Group, and Wang Tsong. Boom! A sentence fell. These two, Chen Tianhe and Chen Shiji, it was like a lightning strike. Face color at this time, it is even more pale. Despite their speculations, Chen Wan had offended someone he shouldn't have, but I didn't expect it. I can't believe it would be such a character. Trina Group, this is one of the top big companies in the country. They, the Chen family, were the groundlings of the Magic City though, but compared to Trina, that's completely not an existence that belongs to the same order of magnitude. On a normal day, when faced with such a character, it would be too late to bow to him. And this Chen Wan, it actually offended the second largest shareholder of this Trina Group, and the young lord. One time, Chen Tianhe and Chen Shiji, both of them, sat down limply on their chairs, the look of despair. You, retrograde son, the Chen Tianhe here, with his mouth constantly, was roaring in anger. On his face, he was even more filled with annoyance at this point. Chen Shiji also stared angrily at Chen Wan. At this point, if not for the fact that Elder Mu was still around, he really wanted to take this rebellious son and hang him. As for Elder Mu, he was smiling, drinking the tea in his cup, and then, Dao, it's getting late, old man, so I won't bother. Chen Shiji stood up and pulled the corner of his mouth, saying, then, Elder Mu, I apologize for not seeing you off. No harm, no foul. Elder Mu smiled and just walked towards the outside, and just then, that Chen Tianhe's voice, too, rang out for it. Brother Jiangwo, please still stay, Elder Mu said with a step in his footsteps. Anything else? Chen Tianhe gritted his teeth and said, I still ask Brother Jiangwo to save our Chen family. Please tell me the address of this second largest shareholder. I'll wait so that we can make amends at the door first thing in the morning. Listen to this. Elder Mu laughed softly and said, 1 Eastern Suburbs, Villa 1. 8 simple words fell. However, it caused this Chen Tianhe and Chen Shiji duo to freeze in place at this moment. At the bottom of his heart, waves of shock were set off. 1 Eastern Suburbs, Villa 1. This villa, they know it. It is the king of the building that belongs to the whole Magic City famous. It was rumored some time ago that it had been bought out. At the time they were still curious. Who, exactly, would throw away so much money? Bought the $600 million super mansion. But now, they know, it's this Lin Mo, the second largest shareholder of Trina Group. He was the only one who had the strength to be able to throw his money around so much, while the mind was wildly appalled. This Elder Chen also turned to Elder Mu, slightly clasping his fists and bowing once, and said, thanks a lot. After all was said and done, this Mu Lao at this time also left with him, and the moment Mu Lao had just left the villa's gate, behind him, a mournful scream followed, and the sound of angry curses also rang out. I told you to cause trouble for me all day long. I'll whip you to death. You unfilial son. The thing that accomplishes nothing and loses everything. Give me the old me to whip this unfilial grandson to death. A snarl underneath. Elder Mu also shook his head, got into his car, and left the place, leaving behind, in vain, the roars and screams that echoed in this air. And this night, after all, it was destined that within the Chen family villa, there would be no stability. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the 1-1 villa in the eastern suburbs, laid down in the jacuzzi, Lin Mo recalled the touch of warmth at the edge of the lake. The whole group looked at the ceiling, their minds in a daze. He really didn't expect that this Mu Nanji would actually be so proactive. Came up and gave himself a kiss. This was something that was really out of Lin Mo's expectation. After all, the two hadn't really spent much time with each other. However, this Mu Nanzi would actually be so proactive. The moment. The faces of both Xie Yuma and Qin Fei were also drilled into Lin Mo's mind. Although Lin Mo said that he knew that he had the potential to be a scumbag. Ever since he had obtained the Charm Max card earlier, he was just very aware of that. But honestly, he's still a little hesitant. It's a matter of whether to come clean or not. After all, it would be impossible to hide this matter if one wanted to. Even if one wants to slag one has to slag openly and honestly. Otherwise, the is up and can't stand himself. And if open and honest, Chin Fair was kind of relieved herself. Seayuma's words were not much of a problem. But the point is, how was he going to deal with it himself? With Munanji, this was the point that Lin Mo was most entangled in. And for that reason, Lin Mo's thoughts were disorganized at this time. Sinning oh, a deep sigh escaped. At this time, Lin Mo's mood was complicated. Never mind, what's the point of thinking about it now? Shook his head. Lin Mo stood up from within this jacuzzi. After drying off, put on your bathrobe. Everything, just go with the flow. The heart murmurs. Lin Mo, decisively, was heading towards the bedroom. Then, laid down on the bed. Anyway, the ship is in the right place. We'll talk about that when the time comes. Chapter 75 Goldenrod Gloomwood Tea Tray. In the meantime, Lin Mo's cell phone, in turn, was shaken. Picked up his cell phone and looked at it. It was Seayuma who sent himself a message. Brother, tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I'll be performing a play in the school's auditorium. Why don't you come and see me when you have time? Okay, I'll be at the school then, cheering you on. He had originally promised Seayuma that he would go to the school to cheer him on at that time. Now that it's ready to start, then, naturally, Lin Mo was just ready to go over and take a look. Aha! Then I'll be waiting for my brother when the time comes. Oh, after all, I haven't seen my brother for a long time either, and I've missed him. Looking at this Seayuma's words, cold air poured out of Lin Mo's mouth. Goblin, when the show is over tomorrow, it has to be served with sticks. I'm going to show you what you're made of. One time, in the bottom of this Lin Mo's heart, there was just a burst of angry curses. Then, just as smoothly, closed the chat screen, chatting with Chin Fair for a while, and then the rest was a deep sleep. The night passed. Early the next morning, Lin Mo practiced for half an hour in the morning, then showered and ate breakfast. After breakfast, Lin Mo was also on his phone, and started checking out today's subsidies. With the app open, he is also officially seeing the merchandise that is in here. 3 items? Look at these 3 items. Lin Mo's eyes, at this moment, also froze. Squirrel grape tea set Gujingzhou. Subsidized price, 99.9. Golden rosewood tea tray. Subsidized price, 88.8. Lycoming supercars. Subsidized price, 55.5. Look at these 3 items. Lin Mo, at this moment, was also stunned. These 3, after a slight meditation in his heart, Lin Mo did not hesitate too much. Straightforward. That is, buy all 3 items, all of them. Purchase successful. The product is being delivered. Estimated delivery time, 10 minutes. Please wait for the receipt. And then, just sat down on the couch and continued to play with his cell phone. Although, he didn't know the exact price of this squirrel grape tea set, but goldenrod and lycoming supercars, he still knew. Both of these items are of great value, and this squirrel grape tea set, since it can be judged, is more expensive than these 2 items. Then it is also shown. This tea set is absolutely extraordinary. 10 minutes later, with the doorbell ringing at the door, the housekeeper, Huang Yuan, went forward to open the door. Then the courier signed off. Boss, you have 3 deliveries. Listen to this. Lin Mo nodded slightly. Put it there, pointing to the coffee table in front of him. Lin Mo casually said, okay boss. Immediately, Huang Yuan then just put these 3 things, all of it, laid out on the coffee table. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was, after playing a game, only then did he set his cell phone aside casually. Pulling out the key, he unpacked the 3 deliveries. The package was unwrapped and 3 items appeared. At the top was a file bag. It contained Lin Mo's car keys, and driver's license and driving permit. Follow the app's prompts. That Lycan supercar should be parked now, on the curb outside the villa area. And the other 2, just like that. It is that, a huge tea tray of gold Nanmu wood. And it's not just, well, ordinary goldenrod. Instead, it's a piece of fuchsia red, gold-colored, shady wood. On top of this tea tray, the floral carvings were lifelike. On this wood, there was even a carving of 2 dragons playing pearls. Boy, this tea tray is something. A moment of staggering, Lin Mo's heart was dumbfounded. With some heartfelt emotion, Lin Mo followed suit and looked at the 3rd item that was there. This is the squirrel grape 10 head tea set made by Gujingzhou. It looks like a mediocre set of purple sand tea set. The texture of that squirrel grape, though, gives it a pretty realistic look. TSK, this set of purple sand teapots is quite average. Lin Mo's at once was a burst of head shaking, and then the word, Butler Wong, boss, Huang Yuan, who was in the living room, directing the servants, instantly just walked over. Bend over and keep your ears open. You have this tea set cleaned. there's also the tea tray, which gets a little bit of a wash. Use this set for laters and make me some tea. Okay, old. The words were not yet finished. This Huang Yuan just smelled an ethereal fragrance. Immediately, his eyes fell on the huge tea tray of gold nanny gloomy wood. The whole look on his face was, all of a sudden, just a little stiff. The golden shaded wood. It's still such a big chunk. Hope Wang's throat rolled. Slightly. Golden seal, which is a very valuable plant. And in the ancient times of Xinhua, that was a symbol of the imperial court. And placed in modern times, she'd seen a lot of goldenrod. But the piece in front of us is different. It's a golden shaded wood. And, by the looks of it, the best of the best. Plus the pattern and carving on this tea tray. Definitely from a master. Such a large piece of tea tray in gilt shaded wood, positioned in the auction, that at least can be auctioned to 50 to 60 million. Totally. It's just the ultimate collector's item. And just now, what did the owner of the house say? Let yourself take it to the cleaners, and then use the set to make some tea? This, in an instant, Huang Wan only felt that her heart stopped halfway. 2 deep breaths followed. Looking over at his boss, he asked in some disbelief, "Boss, are you sure? What's wrong?" Lin Mo glanced at this Huang Yuan with a bland expression, and looking at such Lin Mo, at this moment, Huang Yuan, too, was instantly stunned. A heartfelt reaction. How can you not know the price of this tea tray when you are your own boss? Since the boss has told himself to clean it, then took it to make tea. It's pretty obvious that just doesn't care about the shady wood tea tray. Immediately, he then just nodded his head. Okay boss, I'm on my way to do something. After saying that, he carefully packed the tea set on the tea tray and walked towards the kitchen. And then a bit of cleaning began. A little bit of time passes. In a little over 10 minutes, the doorbell of the villa was rung once again. Huang Yuan came to the door of this villa and opened the door to the room. Outside the door, an old man stood there with a respectful expression. Behind him, followed by a middle-aged man. And beside the middle-aged man, there was a youth who followed one. This youth's face, at this time, was high and swollen, and his body was even more green and purple. The old man in the lead, on the other hand, asked cautiously, "Excuse me, is this Mr. Lin Mo Lin's home?" Chapter 76, Gu Jingzhou's Squirrel Grape Tea Set. Chen family's shock. You are? Looking at the 3 people in front of him, at the bottom of Huang Yuan's heart, she carried a few moments of doubt. Looking at Huang Yuan in front of him, this Chen Tianhe didn't dare to be the slightest bit disrespectful. Although, the other guy was just a butler, but it can't be resisted. The other side's master is horrible. After all, it is still necessary to look at the master when beating a dog. Who is the owner of this Huang Yuan? Lin Mo. Not to mention that he himself, today, had come here to make amends, and that's exactly why. This Huang Yuan, even if she is just a housekeeper, that is also something one should never offend. Old me, is Chen Tianhe of the Chen family, and this is my son, Chen Shiji. Speaking of which, this Chen Tianhe also gritted his teeth and looked towards Chen Wan who was there, saying, as for this one, he is my untalented grandson, Chen Wan. Listen to this. Huang Yuan, who was here, was instantly astonished. She spent many years in Mordor, also been a housekeeper for quite a few years. There was still some hearing about the reputation of this Chen Tianhe and Chen Shiji. This is just like one of the several big local snakes in Magic City. And such a big man. I can't believe you came to pay a visit to your own boss today? And by the looks of it, Huang Yuan glanced at the gift that Chen Shiji was carrying in his hands behind him, as well as a bruised and swollen, bruised Chen Wan. A few guesses were made in the back of his mind. Feeling Huang Yuan's gaze, this Chen Tianhe smiled awkwardly and said, that, yesterday at the dinner party, my no-good grandson, for Mr. Lin, it was more than a little offended. I've come today with this grandson of mine, to give Mr. Lin an apology. Listen to this. Huang Yuan was even more surprised by a few points in her heart. Sure enough, it's true. This was indeed guessed correctly by myself. Just, at this moment, in the bottom of this Huang Yuan's heart, it could be said that it was a shocking wave. This boss of his own, what kind of status is he? I can't believe. It can make the giant of this magic city, the head of the Chen family, and the next generation of family heads, come to the door and apologize. The heart carried a few shocks. This Huang Yuan took a deep breath and said, you guys hold on a second. I need to report to the boss. Okay. Afterwards, Huang Yuan's room door was hidden, and she was the one who returned to the hall and said a few words to Lin Mo. In response to this, Lin Mo faintly just froze, but the whirlwind of it, still nodding, said, let them in. Yes. Having said that, Huang Yuan just went back to the door. A notice was given to the 3 members of the Chen family. just walked in the door. This Chen Tianhe was just facing Lin Mo. With a deep bow, he said, Mr. Lin, last night, this incompetent grandson of mine was much too abrupt to you. Please, Mr. Lin, forgive me. I here, on behalf of this Chen family, apologize deeply to you. As this Chen Tianhe bowed, Chen Shaji, who was behind him, also bowed obediently. Lin Mo didn't say anything, just here, calmly playing with my cell phone. And at this point, this Chen Tianhe then gritted his teeth and glanced at Chen Wan who was there. It was a sharp kick up the ass. Sinful thing, why don't you hurry up and apologize to Mr. Lin on your knees? Listen to this. Chen Wan's face changed and he was just about to say something, but then he met his own grandfather's angry gaze. He could only suppress the thoughts in his mind, gritted his teeth, and fell to his knees. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. Last night, my youngest didn't know any better and offended you. Listen to this. Lin Mo raised his eyes and said, Now, can you speak human? Chen Wan, who was listening to these words, looked very embarrassed. As for Lin Mo's mouth, he let out a cold snort. I'll tell you one more thing now. That Mu Nanji is my friend. In response, Chen Wan said repeatedly, Yes, I will never, from now on, appear in the same place as Ms. Mu, in the same place. Hear this. Lin Mo also just blandly said, Aha. Then, looking to the side, Huang Yuan, who had long been dumbfounded, said, Have the servants serve tea? Yes. Hope Wang nodded and left. Okay, you guys get up and all sit down. The moment, Chen Tianhe let out a sigh of relief, then, sat down across from Lin Mo, and also at this point in time, the tea tray was brought up and set on the coffee table. Then when Chen Tianhe just wanted to say something, the corners of his mouth were hard. When he looked at this huge golden brocade gloomy wood tea tray, his heart was also taken aback. How rich does one have to be so deranged? Such a piece of gold nanny gloomy wood tea tray. Get it nonetheless not properly preserved. I even used it, literally, as a tea tray. That's if other collectors know about it. I guess I can be anxious and red-eyed, and just come at Lin Mo with a beating. This tea tray, Mr. Lin, is nice, Chen Tianhe snorted, with a few moments of embarrassment between his words. Average. It's just an ordinary tea tray, not worth a few dollars. Lin Mo, who was there, calmly said, and at this point, this purple sand teapot was also picked up by Huang Wan. Separately, 4 cups of tea were made. Lin Mo, on the other hand, blandly served it up and said, Tea. At this moment, Chen Tianhe's expression was somewhat stiffened. Subconsciously, he nodded. Then, picking up the teacup, he just gently took a sip, and just as he was about to put the teacup down, the whole person froze. His eyes fell on the squirrel and grape figure of this purple sand tea light. This squirrel and grapes figure is carved to life. As for the handle of this teacup, then it is like a grapevine. Look at this teacup. Chen Tianhe's pupils gradually began to dilate. Then, his eyes fell on the alabaster tea set. The whole person's breathing, gradually, began to be heavy. Lin, Mr. Lin, this tea set of yours, is it from the hand of Master Gu Jingzhou? Chen Tianhe, who was here, swallowed his saliva. In a hurry, he asked. Nice. Lin Mo calmly responded. A sentence fell. This Chen Tianhe was already dumbfounded. The hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. Then, carefully, he set this teacup on the cup holder. It's putting in a treasure. The bottom of his heart even set off a huge wave. He had originally thought that Lin Mo was already being outrageous when he used the gold nanny gloomy wood as a tea tray. However, he was all but surprised. This tea set is much more outrageous. A whole set of tea set actually can be Master Gu Jingzhou's Squirrel Grape 10 headset. To know, this tea set was featured in a special transfer of the Tasho Autumn Auction dedication in Kyoto in 15. At the time, this tea set was the one that was auctioned off at a sky-high price of 92 million Xinhua coins. Now, 6 years have passed, after this tea set appreciated in value, which is not unlikely to break the $1 billion mark. This thing is, totally precious. And here's the kicker. Lin Mo completely disregarded this thing as a treasure, and took it, using it as a teapot. For a while, Chen Tianhe could no longer remain calm. Tea tray made of gold nanny shade wood. Master Gu Jingzhou's Squirrel Grape 10 head set tea set. This Lin Mo's identity. I'm afraid that it's not just the second largest shareholder of the Trina Group. So simple. Chapter 77, you call this chicken soup? Figure that one out. This Chen Tianhe's heart. The heart is growing more and more resentful of his grandson. At this point, it can be a bit of a teeth-gnashing experience. If it wasn't for the fact that this was in Lin Mo's house, he really wanted to hold this grandson of his down on the ground and give him another hard chop. However, even so, in the back of his mind, too, an idea grew. When we get back this time, this Chen Wan will be grounded at home for 3 months. But, before that, this Chen Tianha's face was bitter. At the bottom of his heart, he was also terrified. After all, he had originally prepared a reparation gift. That is, an antique piece, valued at $1 million or so. Originally, he thought this antique could be a compensatory gift. Actually, that's about right. But, after seeing Lin Mo put hundreds of millions of dollars worth of squirrel grapes tea set, all in proper treasure casual use, giving away $1 million antique yourself? Who is this burying? His own antique of a mere $1 million is probably in people's eyes. It's just like garbage, isn't it? For a moment, at the bottom of Chen Tianha's heart, he was just a little apprehensive. At the same time, the mind was like an electric whirlwind. And in the next moment, still gritting my teeth, he said, Mr. Lin, this is a meet and greet gift we came to give you this time. The value of this gift is not high, but please take it anyway, said. This Chen Tianha was the one who took out the box that was set aside. It was laid out on the coffee table and pushed it to Rimmer. Lin Mo didn't say anything, just opened the wooden box and swept it open. Within this box lay a high-footed cup of celadon porcelain. The green glaze on it looks thickly inked and clumsy, with a touch of ancient flavor. Chen Tianha, who was there, also smiled at this time. This is a blue and white dark dragon pattern high-footed cup from the Yuan dynasty. A small gift from the district. No honor. Listen to this. On the sidelines, Huang Yuan, on the other hand, the corners of her mouth twitched fiercely. This Yuan blue and white dark dragon pattern high-footed cup, according to the auction sale price, it was once auctioned for a high price of 1,540,000 Shenhua coins at the Fukagawa's 17th year of the Royal Tripod International Spring Auction. That is to say, this goblet, that's $1 million collection. However, this in the mouth of Chen Tianha, but became a small gift in the district. It's just puke. Do these rich people, with their so-called little gifts in their mouths, mean things worth millions? Lin Mo, on the other hand, nodded blandly and said, well, it was okay. Listening to Lin Mo's words, Chen Tianha's heart sank. Then, that is, through gritted teeth, he said, also, Mr. Lin, this card has $50 million in it, please also accept it. $50 million, of course, is not much, but that's $50 million to take out. However, it also caused Chen Tianha to have a burst of flesh pain. Don't look at their Chen family, they are the local snake in Magic City, but their family mainly operates in the financial sector. The debt ratio of the business, which is at 80%, suffice it to say that the business has very little liquidity at its disposal, and in their Chen family's hands, the cash they can get out, that's only $400 or $500 million. So, this $50 million was also a very huge amount for the Chen family, but for Lin Mo, it was also something that brought joy to his heart. $50 million is a lot of money for him, too, despite the fact that he has a ton of shares on hand. But the distance, this dividend per business, and yet it's still a long time coming. So, $50 million is still a very sweet smell to him. Aha! A few smiles appeared on Lin Mo's face. Immediately, it was the card that was casually put away. Okay, have some tea. Yes. Listening to Lin Mo's words, this Chen Tianha, in his heart, was also relieved. A cup of tea is finished. This Chen Tianha then said, Mr. Lin, we won't continue to bother on our side. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Lin Mo didn't bother to stay and directly asked Huang Yuan to send off the guests. After the three of them left the villa, Chen Tianha was sort of relieved. And here's Chen Shiji, the Tao. Father, you took out $50 million. Isn't that a bit too much? Much? Chen Tianha glanced at Chen Shiji and said, the sum is not much at all. You'd think could take hundreds of millions of dollars of treasure, and use it as a tea set. Would someone who can use a piece of gold ribbon, shady wood as a tea tray be just an ordinary shareholder? Listen to this. At this time, Chen Shiji also had a fine cold sweat on his forehead, flowing down. At once, he just figured it out. So 50 million if we can make this Mr. Lin no longer continue to pursue our family. Then don't say it's $50 million, even if it's 500 million. I'm willing, Chen Tianha sighed. But then, it was also to look at Chen Wan who was there and said, go back and get grounded for 3 months and freeze the funds you're holding for 3 years. In addition, the $50 million that this compensation goes out, deduct it from your hand. A word fell. Chen Wan only felt that it was a thunderbolt. Being grounded for 3 months is nothing to him. Freezing of funds for 3 years, and a deduction of $50 million. That's what made Chen Wan the most desperate. This is arguably, even if the grounding is due, himself, too, remains, inch by inch. As for going to borrow money to spend with those friends of yours, I guess they ran faster than anyone else when they heard that their funds were frozen. The moment, Chen Wan's heart could be described as deep despair. Other side, Lin Mo, on the other hand, asked Huang Yuan to put away this blue and white porcelain goblet. Then, it was to transfer the $50 million from the bank card to his account. For a moment, the heart can be filled with joy. Soon, without realizing it, the time came to 11 a.m. At this time, Mu Nanji was also carrying a small pot and came inside the villa, sitting down at the table. After Mu Nanji uncovered the pot, inside this pot, on the other hand, was a pile of black liquid. Lin Mo, thank you for last night, for helping me these few times. That's why I made a special pot of black chicken ginseng and seahorse soup for you this morning. Lin Mo, who was listening to these words, instantly just froze in his chair, looking at the pot of unidentified black liquid. The expression froze. Next to them, Huang Yuan and a few servants were also looking odd at this time, swallowing a mouthful of water. Lin Mo trembled. This stuff, is chicken soup? That's for sure. This Mu Nanzi held her head high with a proud face and said, I've been up all morning with this stuff. The crow's nest inside was flown in from Wushan last night by someone I asked. And then the quail eggs inside. They're French giant quail eggs that were just laid this morning. And I put in so many valuable herbs to make it. I guarantee that if you take a sip of this, you'll definitely be toned in years younger. Listening to this Lin Mo, inevitably, it's a stiffening of the demeanor. One sip of this and you're years younger? I'm afraid it's not. One sip and you'll go straight to hell. Chapter 78, if you want to learn, I'll teach you. The moment Lin Mo looked at the pot of black chicken soup, the corners of his mouth tugged slightly, said, This soup of yours, has anyone tasted it? Not yet. I was going to ask Uncle Sun to try. As a result, Uncle Sun said he had a stomachache, so I didn't let him drink it. Mu Nanji shook her head and said. In response, Lin Mo just tugged at the corner of his mouth. Tummy ache? This TM ghost believe. Sun Fu absolutely because dare not drink. Excuse stomach ache. Then, that is, he took a deep breath and said, Nanji, in fact, cooking this thing, well at least you have to be talented. Besides, there's no point in making things too difficult for yourself in this art. The words came out. Mu Nanji was stunned at first, and then it was just a reaction. The whole thing puffing up a bit, said, Do you think, the soup I made is awful? Lin Mo's face looked strange. Afterward, said, At the very least, you have some self-awareness. You, at that moment, this Mu Nanji was just a bit speechless with anger, and then, stomped his foot, said, Okay, then don't grab a drink later. After all was said and done, this Mu Nanji took a spoon, scooped up a spoonful of soup, and took a big gulp violently. Entrance for a moment. Mu Nanji's small face went white, and then, covering his mouth, he rushed to the bathroom and threw up in one gulp. Then, white-faced and holding onto the wall, he walked out of the bathroom. This Mu Nanji looked at the small pot that was there with a palpitating look. This soup, it's a real killer. In response, Lin Mo shook his head bashfully. Okay, why don't you just sit here and rest for a while and have lunch together later? Well, Mernanji nodded her head indistinctly. Next to her, Huang Yuan also said, So boss, I'll have the maids start cooking? No need. Waving his hand, Lin Mo put his cell phone away and stood up. I'm, today, cooking a meal myself. Saying that, Lin Mo took off his jacket and skillfully rolled up the sleeve opening. Mu Nanji, who was listening to these words, was also stunned and looked towards Lin Mo curiously. And you can cook? A little bit. Mu Nanji skimmed her lips and said, Yes? Lin Mo smiled and didn't say anything. What he did, in the old days, was that he couldn't cook. However, after obtaining the divine cuisine through the prestige table, the whole cooking thing is just a no-brainer. It was only that the previous time, because there were a bunch of maids like Huang Yuan, I'm just too lazy to cook myself. However, today, since Mao Nanji, ready to stay for a lunch, then why not try cooking it yourself? How good is this divine cooking? After all was said and done, Lin Mo just walked inside the kitchen and started frying vegetables. Mu Nanji, on the other hand, sat down on the sofa and opened her cell phone to look at the recipes, a face full of puzzlement. I just added a couple of ingredients to this recipe. How can you make soup that tastes so bad? Listen to this. Huang Yuan glanced at the recipe on Mu Nanji's phone. This is a black chicken and ginseng soup. If you follow the normal recipe, it is indeed fine. But, this Mu Nanji is, however, adding a bunch of tonics to it. I'll be damned if this isn't a problem. A little bit of time passed. Wait a half hour or so. The kitchen door was opened. All at once, a rich, wafting aroma filled the air from within the kitchen, and the servants were starting to pass out food at that moment. Munanji sniffed his nose, and then turned his head to look. The eyes were glowing and the mouth was watering. Stir-fried lamb with scallions, pan-fried yellowtail, kung pao chicken. Not for long. A dish was just served up one after another. Each of the 5 courses in total can be described as colorful and flavorful. It makes you smell and just salivate a little. Swallowed. Somewhat incredulously, Mu Nanji looked at Lin Mo and said, Lin Mo, all these dishes, you made them? Or what? Lin Mo was bland and opened his mouth. A sentence fell. This Mu Nanji was already surprised and somewhat unable to speak. Alright, hurry up and get ready for dinner. Otherwise the food will get cold later and it won't be good. Aha! This Mu Nanji was already a bit impatient. Hectic, that is, ran to the table, sat down and started feasting. After half an hour, this Munanji was paralyzed in his chair, rubbing his stomach. He lost the slightest bit of his image. Lin Mo, this dish you cooked, it's really delicious. You're totally, not what's called a little bit of knowledge. The Munanzi there was filled with a grumpy look. To this, Lin Mo just smiled slightly, and at this point, this Munanzi suddenly, as if she had thought of something, looking at Lin Mo, he opened his mouth and said, Right, Lin Mo, since you're such a good cook, can you teach me how to cook? Honestly, she was still a little disconcerted, still kind of wanting that, to make a pot of oyster soup for Lin Mo. Listen to this. At this time, Lin Mo also gave a slight pause and said, That's fine. If you want to learn, I can teach you by hand and promise to pour my heart out to you. Lin Mo's tone was sincere. Really? For a moment, Mu Nanji's eyes were brightened. Naturally, if you're free in the future, just call and let me know. Well, can we do it today? Here in Munanji, there was a bit of a leap of faith. I'm afraid I can't if it's today. I have to go out a little later at 3 in the afternoon. Oh, as for Mu Nanji, she was also a bit lost. But if you don't mind, you can learn from Sister Wu, whose craftsmanship is still very good. Hearing Lin Mo's words, a middle-aged woman behind her nodded slightly at Munanzi. At the same time, he said, Ms. Mu, if you don't mind, I can teach you a little. Though my handiwork, compared to the boss's, that's a bit far. Munanji was not very excited, but nodded anyway. A lunch that was finished. After swimming 2 laps in the pool to kill some food, the time fell to about 2:30 in the afternoon. After changing into a set of clothes, Lin Mo then took Lakin's car keys and headed outside. Arriving at the door, the security guard here looked at Lin Mo. The moments was to stand up straight. A look of respect. Mr. Lin. Aha. Nodding, Lin Mo looked around. Then, the gaze just fell on, near the entrance of this villa area, a fiery red supercar. As he approached, he opened the door and got in. Looking at the supercar, the security guard looked a little puzzled. What kind of car is this? Never seen one before? All the while, he was snapping pictures, ready to check them out later. And at that moment, Lin Mo also stepped on the gas. The supercar took off at once with a catapulting start and quickly departed. Chapter 79, Still, Brother Lin, you are more qualified to represent our Trina group. As for the security guard, he was ready to check online to see what kind of car Lin Mo was. And at this point, the security chief who had gone out to patrol the area was also walking back at this time. Looking at the security guard who was playing with his cell phone, the frown of the moment. Cho Hyun, what are you doing? This security guard had a jolt and hurriedly said, Captain, I just watched Mr. Lin drive off in a supercar I didn't recognize. I thought I'd check to see what it was. As he spoke, the guard handed out his cell phone. Once the security chief heard that it was Lin Mo, he was just patient and took the cell phone. After all, Lin Mo is a big customer of theirs. It's about Lin Mo, so it must be a special case. Besides, he was a little curious, like a big shot like Lin Mo and what new car he drove out. And in the moment of seeing this Lyco, eyes were straightened. This car is a Lycoming supercar? Lycoming supercar? Captain, what kind of car is this? Never heard of it. The security chief was also confused at this point, somewhat bemused. He looked at his own captain, and the security chief who was there was dumbfounded at this point. The security chief's throat, at this moment, was rolling uncontrollably and lost his voice. This car is a top-of-the-line supercar of which there are only 7 in the world. It's worth a whopping $66 million. And there was only one of this car in the country before this. A sentence fell. The security guards who were there were also dumbfounded. Limited to 7 units worldwide. Domestic selling price, up to $66 million. There was only one in the country before this. A smack in the face. The security guard looked at the vehicle in his cell phone with what could be described as a look of envy. Worthy of Mr. Lin. Getting a car like this. Other side. Lin Mo at this time. Also to the outside of this large auditorium. After parking the car in a side lot. Only then did Lin Mo walk towards the large auditorium. Just as soon as he entered, Lin Mo was the one who saw it. A camera set up there. The camera is labeled Shark Fight Live. A live shark fighting machine? At this moment, Lin Mo's heart carried a few moments of astonishment, and at this point in time, a voice, however, sounded behind Lin Mo. Ha! Mo. Hearing this voice, Lin Mo however, looked back. Only a youth was seen at that moment, walking towards this side. The person who came was not someone else. It's that Zhao village. At this moment, on this Zhao village's face, there were a few delighted smiles. Beside Xiaoshun, there stood one, a young man in a suit, looking to be about 30 years old. Zhao village? Lin Mo's expression was somewhat stunned. He didn't really think about it. He, himself, was actually able to be here, and meet Xiaoshun. Ha ha! Brother Mo. I didn't expect to actually run into you here. Zhao village. Who was here? Immediately hammed and hawed and said. As for Lin Mo, he glanced at the youth who was beside Zhao village, somewhat puzzled. And this is? As Lin Mo's words fell after. In the village of Zhao there. Then it is the road. Oh, look at my memory. I forgot the introduction. This is the Vice President of Do Shark Technology, Mr. Wu Zhang. This Magic Theater got Fighting Shark Technology to co-stream today's show. Listen to this. At the bottom of Lin Mo's heart, a few moments of strangeness swept through. He hadn't expected that. The co-stream of this show today is actually on the Fighting Sharks platform. And there, Wu Zhang looked at Zhao village who was doing so to Lin Mo. The look was also a little puzzled. Just for some reason, he always felt that Lin Mo looked a little familiar. And at this point in time, this Zhao village also spoke up. President Wu, this is my good brother, Lin Mo. Wu Zhang subconsciously said. Lin Xian. However, before he could finish his sentence, this Wu Zhang instantly froze in place with some stiffness. Spinning around, he looked at Zhao village there. His expression dismayed beyond measure. What did you say the gentleman's name was? Rimmer Ah. What's wrong? Zhao village's words fell. Wu Zhang here was dumbfounded all of a sudden. Looking at Lin Mo in front of him, the memories in his mind, all of a sudden, just surfaced. The moment, he finally realized why he, himself, felt that Lin Mo looked familiar, because the other day, it took the chairman of his own family to issue a copy, information form about their Fighting Shark Technology, the newly emerged second largest director. Above, it was with a picture of Lin Mo. The moment, the Lin Mo in front of him was exactly the same as the photo on the information sheet, and the name makes no difference. At this moment, Wu Zhang's body began to tremble. Turning to Lin Mo, he then just opened his mouth. You are Lin Dong? As Wu Zhang's words fell, the Zhao village there, at that moment, also froze. Subconsciously, it was the question. President Wu, what Lin Dong? Wu Zhang swallowed and said. Mr. Zhao. Mr. Lin Mo is the second largest director of our Fighting Shark Technology. As the words fell away, Zhao village, who was there, could be said to be completely dumbfounded at this point. The whole person even looked confused. Looking towards Lin Mo, his expression was incredulous. Then, it was the word. Mo. Brother Mo. You're still the director of this Fighting Shark Technology? In response, Lin Mo just nodded his head casually and said, well, some time ago, a little bit of shares were acquired at random. Not a lot. A sentence fell. The two who are here are Wu Zhang and Zhao village. The corners of his mouth were twitching. That's just so Versailles. The second largest director of Do Shark Technologies. That, at least, is also the acquisition of a 10% stake in Do Shark Technologies. And that 10% share, that's worth $1.5 or $6 billion in existence. But, on the existence of this value, in Lin Mo's mouth, but became not worth a few dollars. There was a heartfelt sputter of helplessness. And then, just as this Wu Zhang was about to say something, a somewhat surprised voice, however, it sounded behind Lin Mo. Ringo, you're here too? Hearing this voice, Lin Mo in turn looked behind him, only to see that behind Lin Mo, Wang Songsong was, at this moment, walking towards this side. Wang Songsong? A few moments of surprise swept across the bottom of his eyes as Lin Mo opened his mouth. As for the two people next to him, they also greeted Wang Songsong. Shoshone Halt is also a road. Brother Mo. You still know Mr. Wang? In response, Lin Mo just nodded his head calmly. Well, sort of. What he said was that he looked at Wang Songson with some curiosity and asked, "What brings you to this magic theater today?" This Wang Songson hemmed and hawed and said, "Hey, the sponsor of this drama performance of the magic theater today is our Trina group. Originally this magic theater was for me to be a judge, but now if you're actually here, Lin, then, compared to me, it's still you, brother Lin, who is more qualified to represent our Trina group." A simple sentence fell. However, it aroused the curiosity of both Wu Zhang and Zhao Village. "Young Master Wang, what do you mean by that?" Chapter 80, The Opening of the Drama. After all, Wang Songsong is the youngest son of the Trina Group, and it is even holding 1% of the shares of Trina Group. This kind of status, there is no doubt that it is the one that can represent the Trina Group, but now, instead, he said Lin Mo was more qualified to represent Trina. How can this not be puzzling and depressing? And Wang Songsong listened to this Zhao Village's questioning. The gods were also confused. Somewhat dismayed, he looked at the two. Curious, Murphy, don't you know? Mr. Lin, but he's the second largest shareholder of the Trina Group, holding 25% of our Trina Group's shares in your hands. Boom! A comment fell. The two people here, Wu Zhang and Zhao Village, were completely dumbfounded. Then, looking at Lin Mo who was there, unable to help it, he swallowed. The second largest shareholder of Trina Group, 25% shareholding. What a horrible identity, and what an asset it is. Again, after all, this Trina Group is a giant company with a market capitalization of $500 to $600 billion. The moment the two here are confused, then, it was remembering what Lin Mo had said earlier. Acquiring a little bit of Fighting Sharko shares off the cuff doesn't count for a lot in this sentence. At the time, they thought that Lin Mo was pretending to be in Versailles. But now it seems, a lot of what they think, in the eyes of others, probably, really just a little bit, not a lot. After all, the other party is the one holding hundreds of billions of shares, a district of over $1 billion. For the other side, that's just a drop in the bucket. For a moment, the bottom of the two men's eyes as they looked at Lin Mo were filled with shock and consternation. In response, Lin Mo just laughed. Spinning around, he looked at Wang Songsong and shook his head. There's no need for that. Since on the side of the magic theater, it's you who's invited, then you'll be the judge of this. Besides, it would be inappropriate for me to be the judge. After all, this time, I came to see one of my sisters perform. As the words fell, Wu Zhang, who was there, suddenly had a jolt, and said, "Oh, I wonder, then, which player exactly? It just so happens that I'm also a judge, so when the time comes, I can shine a little light on the performance." Regarding Lin Mo's words, Wu Zhang naturally understood what they meant, and he was still worried that there was no place to kiss Lin Mo's ass, and now this is the thing that just happens to be delivered. How could he let it get away? In response, Lin Mo faintly smiled and said, "Okay, it's a little girl named Xia Yuma. When the time comes, I'll trouble Mr. Wu. You'll help take care of one or two things." When this Wu Zhang heard Lin Mo's words, he was instantly jolted and said, no trouble. It's my honor to help Mr. Lin." Wang Songsong, who was on the side, also said in a hurry, "Don't worry brother Lin, with me here, I definitely won't let sister-in-law suffer." Seeing that both of them had said so, Lin Mo just smiled faintly and didn't continue to say anything. Subsequently, these two just walked backstage as well. Only Zhao Village remained, still accompanying Lin Mo. It was just that at this moment, Zhao Village was clearly more cautious and restrained than before. Inside the auditorium, after waiting for 7 or 8 minutes, Lin Mo also saw Xia Yuma enter the auditorium. After looking around for a while, he found Lin Mo and hurriedly ran over with a smile. "Sweetly," she said, "brother you're here." Rubbed Xia Yuma's hair. Lin Mo smiled and said, "How about that? Any confidence that you can take first place?" As Lin Mo's words fell, this Xia Yuma's face, at this time, was also piled with a sweet smile as she nodded her head. "Definitely day." In response, Lin Mo smiled faintly, just about ready to say something. At the back, a sneer, however, suddenly rang out. Just you still want to take first place?" Lin Mo, who was listening to this voice, then frowned slightly and then turned his head to look. Only a girl was walking this way. A few cold smiles tugged at the corners of his mouth. "Wang Yali, what do you mean?" Xia Yuma frowned slightly and said, "This Wang Yali has always been her biggest competitor. The two have always been neck and neck in terms of scores in acting classes. To tell you the truth, you'll never get the title this time. Listen to this." Xia Yuma, on the other hand, thought of something and his face changed. Said, "Did you?" Lin Mo's eyes also narrowed slightly. Then it was, and opened his mouth. Don't worry about it. Later, the title is definitely yours. As those words fell, Xiaoyuma nodded his head slightly. As for Arya Wang, who was there, then he swept a glance at Lin Mo, who was beside the Xiaoyuma. The bottom of his eyes, at once, flashed with a few moments of jealousy. She is quite fond of luxuries on weekdays. Naturally, he could tell that the set of clothes Lin Mo was wearing was not cheap, and at the same time, it's looking out. The watch on Lin Mo's wrist was a Patek Philippe, a watch like a Patek Philippe, even the cheapest one. That's worth a lot of money. This shows that this Lin Mo is definitely a rich second generation, and this rich kid, but it was on the side, looking at Xiaoyuma. Subsequently, this Wang Yali was thinking back, the one who had bagged himself, the 50-something, fat-headed real estate owner. There was just a pang at the bottom of his heart, a flood of nausea, and in a moment's time, this Wang Yali at this time, was also getting more and more unbalanced. Then we'll see. Gritting her teeth, Wang Yali just left the place. As Wang Yali left, Lin Mo also asked, "What's going on here?" Xiaoyuma's face was complicated as he said, "This Wang Yali has always been at odds with me, and this time, with the drama performance, it's the same thing. As for some time ago, I heard that she was adopted by the boss of a real estate company, and that old boss, I heard, is also a judge for this competition. I always thought the rumor was false, but now I'm afraid it's true." So, Lin Mo's eyes glittered. Spinning around, he said, "So how many judges do you have for this competition?" "There are 5 in total, 3 partner judges and 2 professional dance judges." Hearing this, Lin Mo also nodded his head slightly. It seems that the judges of this drama performance are still quite professional. With 2 professional judges, it's a guarantee of professionalism in the competition. As for the 3 partner judges, then it's clear that this organizer is trying to make some money back. In response, Lin Mo smiled and said, "Okay, don't worry about that guy. Put on a good show and you won't run away with the title this time. If you take first place, I'll have a reward for you then." "Good." Xiaoyuma revealed a smile. Listening to Lin Mo's words, his heart was also greatly settled, and it wasn't long before this drama performance, too, officially began. One by one, the actors began to take the stage and perform. After a show, that's when the rounds of elimination begin. Then regroup and choose a script to perform.